thought to be nothing but a useless cripple with shattered meridians, bedridden and waiting to be trampled by his fiancée and treacherous peers. But no, one spear strike pierces the Immortal Clan's Dantian. One kick crushes the imperial throne, surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. He doesn't bother talking sense. He directly summons ancient desolate beasts. The phantom of Taotie opens its jaws, devouring the entire royal treasury. Yazi swings its claws, tearing the demon general apart mid-air. And as the nine heavens' mysterious extinguishing flame blazes up, it incinerates the very souls of centuries-old monsters, from a cripple stripped of everything, returning with the Wilderness Clan bloodline to crush the Immortal Clan, slaughter demon generals, and reshape the order of the entire world. Welcome back to Hali Recaps. Today, join us as we break down the most brutal and satisfying action scenes from an epic masterpiece of rebirth and slaughter. Let's begin. In Tongzhou City of the Divine Sword Dynasty, it was a morning like any other. Is this Li Qing getting married? Does she deserve Qin Yu? The Qin family had two war gods, but both died venturing deep into the great wilderness. Even Qin Yu, someone sighed. He was once the most talented sword cultivator in Tongzhou City, but now he's a cripple. In just 1 month, this woman is already rushing to marry someone else. The woman beside him disagreed. Zhao Dian is a descendant of the Immortal Clan. Which woman wouldn't want to marry him? I heard the two are personally going to the Qin residence to visit Qin Yu today. Such righteousness is truly admirable. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Qin residence, Qin Yu lay paralyzed in bed, his body crippled and unable to move. Zhao Dian and Li Qing had already arrived, sneers on their faces. Qin Yu, since childhood you were the pride of Tongzhou City, reaching perfection in bone assessment at 3, post-heaven perfection at 9, pre-heaven perfection at 13 and 1 foot into the divine connection realm at 18. But now, look at yourself. Your meridians are crippled, your spirit scattered. You're a waste, and I, Zhao Dian, have become a great hero, venturing alone into the great wilderness to bring you back. Now I'm here to marry your fiancée. Zhao Dian laughed like a madman, amused. Li Qing beside him wasn't to be outdone. I, Li Qing, carry the royal bloodline, destined to walk a unique path. The Qin family has a debt of gratitude to the royal family, and my father was pressured into betrothing me to Qin Yu. The Qin family is nothing but a dog of my royal clan. What right do they have to possess me, the royal eldest princess? With a little scheme, Qin Zan and Qin Hang lost their lives, and this Qin Yu became a cripple overnight. And I, Li Qing, am destined for greater horizons. Young Master Zhao is a descendant of the Immortal Clan, a perfect match for me. Qing, you're truly someone who gets things done. Tomorrow is the wedding, so today let me satisfy you. The two laughed and left, but failed to notice a strange aura emanating from Qin Yu. This aura grew stronger, urging Qin Yu to survive. In his coma, Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Surprised by everything before him, Qin Yu didn't expect to have returned to the past, but it wasn't the time point he had hoped for. If only it had been a bit earlier, his father and grandfather wouldn't have died. Thinking of Li Qing and Zhao Dian, that pair of dogs, Qin Yu burned with rage. In his past life, they not only schemed against the Qin family, but also crippled him, and then held a wedding, shaming the Qin family. Seeing this, everyone might be confused. It all started in the past life. Although Qin Yu couldn't accept his fiancée being taken, he rushed to the wedding to argue. But he was publicly humiliated by Zhao Dian, then thrown into the great wilderness covered in wounds. Just when he thought he would die there, Li Qingwo's sister, Li Qingzhao, saved him. She cared for him until his injuries fully healed. 10 years later, Qin Yu encountered a fateful opportunity in the great wilderness, awakened and returned with a legacy. But during his cultivation, Li Qing found Qingzhao and executed her. Grief-stricken and desperate, Qin Yu decided to avenge Qingzhao against the royal family. Thus, Qin Yu embarked on his path of cultivation alone. After becoming a supreme being, Qin Yu pursued Li Qing'o and Zhao Dian. By then, Li Qing'o had become the empress of the entire continent, and Zhao Dian had become the master of the Immortal Clan. They joined forces to hunt Qin Yu, leading to a life-and-death battle in the great wilderness. Ultimately, he was no match for them, and was surrounded by Zhao Dian. On the verge of death, Qin Yu still wanted to drag that pair of dogs down with him, so he chose to self-destruct. When he opened his eyes and woke up, he found himself reborn in the present. Qin Yu swore that in this life he would make them pay in blood. Although he had returned to the past, the opportunities in the great wilderness hadn't disappeared. This is the Wild Heaven scripture, which seals 108 ancient ferocious beasts and 72 ancient divine beasts. With his current cultivation, Qin Yu can only summon one directly. Come out, Taotie. This wild beast can enhance its master's physique, making bones and tendons strong, invincible at the same level, and even allowing self-cultivation to enter the divine connection realm. An eye for an eye. Li Qing, Zhao Dian, you two prepare to face my wrath. As he was thinking of revenge, another person walked in, stunned. He couldn't believe Qin Yu could wake up from such severe injuries. He was Qin Chuan, an elder of the Qin family, who usually called Qin Zan brother and was Qin Yu's father, but had secretly colluded with Li Qing, scheming to send the three into the great wilderness first and betraying the Qin family, becoming Zhao Dian's loyal dog and slaughtering the entire Qin household. Qin Chuan's gaze fell on Qin Yu. Good, his meridians are crippled. Truly a waste now. Facing a harmless person, he looked smug. From a lofty prodigy to a real waste overnight. Doesn't that feel terrible? HMPH. A dog is a dog. Thinking changing masters changes its identity? No matter what I am, it's not your place, old dog, to insult me. Faced with these devastating words, he hurriedly shouted for Qin Yu to shut up. I've given my all for the Qin family. For what? You forced me to this. If you're all dead, then the Qin family naturally becomes mine. Facing him, Qin Yu stepped forward without fear, but Qin Chuan didn't care. Still thinking Qin Yu couldn't do anything and continued to insult him, but before he could finish, his mouth was locked. Qin Yu grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground until he died. A dog is still a dog. Biting only leads to one end, death. Time to set off. Qin Yu quickly changed clothes and strode away to find that pair of dogs. The scene shifts to the capital of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Brother, did you know? I heard the consort is from the Immortal Clan. The Immortal Clan? How terrifying is that? With such a big tree to lean on, who would dare come? Their conversation was interrupted by the captain. Is the consort someone you can gossip about? Keep watch at the gate. Meanwhile, in the palace's rear courtyard, Princess, this old servant intrudes. Li Qing, who had prepared for the wedding, appeared. Princess, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please proceed to the imperial city. This was the moment Li Qing had been waiting for, marking the turning point of her future. Amidst the solemn ceremony, Li Qing and Zhao Dian entered the hall to pay respects to the sovereign. Seated there was the ruler of the Divine Sword Dynasty, Li Jianhe. He also gave Zhao Dian a few words. I entrust Qingyi's future to you. Take good care of her. Zhao Dian nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to perform the ceremony, a huge commotion erupted outside the imperial city. Today is my royal family's joyous day. Who dares to be so reckless? Li Jianhe roared angrily. But then Zhao Dian recognized the newcomer. Fear on his face, the newcomer was none other than our Qin Yu, carrying the war god spear, exuding extraordinary presence. Truly the power of Taotie. Though only at the first level of divine connection, his cultivation was several times stronger than before. In his past life, he couldn't fully activate the wild beasts until death. He couldn't imagine how terrifying his power would be if fully unleashed in this life. Just thinking about it made Qin Yu look forward to it. Qin Yu, your cultivation. Facing him, Li Qing and Zhao Dian couldn't believe it. Qin Yu's meridians were clearly completely shattered. Watching Qin Yu approach slowly, Zhao Dian could only stand frozen in fear. Though a descendant of the Immortal Clan, Zhao Dian was so unreliable. Qin Yu's cultivation fluctuation was clearly far beyond before. Facing this awkward situation, Li Jianhe remained calm, smiling. So it's you? I didn't summon you today, intending for you to rest at home, but it seems you're fine. As he spoke, he saw the spear tip pointing at his forehead. Drop your hypocrisy, Li Jianhe. If my father hadn't saved you back then, you'd be a ghost not standing here. My Qin family went through fire and water for you, Li Jianhe, earning countless merits. And how do you repay us? Zhao Dian and Li Qing conspired to assassinate my grandfather and father in the great wilderness. This blood feud is irreconcilable. The crowd began to murmur upon hearing this. This was completely different from what they knew. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhao Dian couldn't help but tell Qin Yu to shut up. I underestimated you. I didn't expect your serious injury was an act. But even if your cultivation is intact, with just your first-level divine connection cultivation, do you dare to act recklessly here? Try me. Qin Yu challenged him fearlessly. Both Zhao Dian and Qin Yu were at the first level of divine connection, but Zhao Dian had Immortal Clan blood. Qin Yu couldn't possibly be his match. Thinking this, Li Jianhe also reminded Zhao Dian not to be too harsh. After all, Qin Yu was from the Qin family, with great merits for the Divine Sword Dynasty. Just cripple his cultivation as a warning. Zhao Dian agreed. A warning, fine, bring it on. This only fueled Qin Yu's rage. But first, Zhao Dian brought out his first-grade immortal artifact, Qingyan. This was the heirloom of the Zhao Immortal Clan. An immortal artifact? This is actually an immortal artifact. Zhao Dian truly is a descendant of the Immortal Clan. With the Qingyan blade in hand, Qin Yu definitely couldn't block it. Qin Yu, this blade is my Zhao family heirloom. A genuine first-grade immortal artifact. Despite this, Qin Yu was unfazed. I used the Qin family's war god spear, a 6th-grade mortal item which has drunk the blood of 10,000 and cut down 1,000 souls. Endless talk, flowery words, but in the end it's just mortal grade. Qin Yu, take my strike. Zhao Dian couldn't wait and attacked first. well-struck Taotie phantom appear with a strike of the war god spear. Taotie's power merged into it, deflecting Zhao Dian's sword, but it wasn't over. The war god spear suddenly spun, striking his back. Zhao Dian sensed it and quickly swung Qingyan to block, but by the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. The Qingyan in his hand shattered into pieces under the war god spear. Zhao Dian was impaled in the abdomen by the spear and fell to the ground. Even Li Jianhe was stunned. Li Qing beside him still couldn't believe it, never imagining such a scene. Zhao Dian, get up, I won't allow you to lose to Qin Yu. Do you even deserve to be a descendant of the Immortal Clan? Facing the murderous Qin Yu, Zhao Dian began to feel fear. Is this the consort your royal family has been so proud of? With that, Qin Yu decisively pulled the war god spear out of him. Can't even take one hit. If you're weak, don't show off. Your spear can break my immortal artifact. It's definitely not mortal grade. I never expected the Qin family to hide an immortal artifact. The war god spear was earned by the Qin family through generations of bloodshed. Is it inferior to that broken sword you've been flaunting? Only Qin Yu understood Taotie's other divine power, merging into weapons. Ordinary weapons are divided into mortal and immortal grades. At this moment, the war god spear possessed at least the power of a second-grade immortal artifact. The Qin family dared to hide an immortal artifact. Impossible. Every move of the Qin family was under my surveillance. Could this be one of the opportunities he gained in the great wilderness? I want to see what other tricks this kid has. Zhao Dian, can't you even beat a single Qin Yu? It seems I was wrong to marry my daughter to you. Li Jianhe began to scold. Zhao Dian had no retort. Rage peaked, and Zhao Dian's eyes gradually changed, his aura erupting violently. Damn Qin Yu, I underestimated you, but you should know I am after all a descendant of the Immortal Clan. A mere mortal like you can never be my match. He thought the outcome would change, but it didn't. Zhao Dian once again offered his face for Qin Yu to hit. Not done, Qin Yu also stomped on his fresh wound. You, Zhao Dian, killed my grandfather and father. Today I'll make you pay with blood. Die. Qin Yu raised the war god spear to kill him. Seeing this, Li Qing screamed in despair for help. Just as the spear tip was about to touch Zhao Dian, a figure rushed over from afar. A burly man appeared just in time, luckily deflecting Qin Yu's strike, but Zhao Dian's left arm wasn't so lucky. It was severed from his body. Such power, who is this guy? Qin Yu was also surprised. Qin Yu, you're quite capable, daring to run rampant in the Imperial City. This big man was the Imperial Guard Bai Wuti. Bai Wuti was Li Jianhe's personal guard, skilled in martial arts, currently a second-level divine connection expert. Uncle Bai, kill him. Li Qing urged from the side. Li Jianhe behind her added, Qin Yu defies the law, is arrogant and lawless, endangering my divine royal family. This crime deserves death, but mindful of the Qin family's merits, Bai Wuti just cripple his limbs and cultivation. Bai Wuti obeyed and immediately charged at Qin Yu, moving so fast that Qin Yu couldn't react, getting knocked back by his strike. Not done with agile movements, Bai Wuti attacked from behind, aiming to cripple Qin Yu's hands. But unfortunately, the punch failed to land, easily blocked by Qin Wu. Soon he was subdued midair by Qin Wu, and the one who should have been crippled turned out to be Bai Wuti himself. Now it's your turn, Li Jianhe, right? Very well, Qin Wu. It seems that living under the Qin family's protection has made you forget the might of the Imperial Clan. As his words fell, countless divine guards surrounded Qin Wu. Is this what you call the might of the Imperial Clan, Li Jianhe? It seems you've underestimated the strength of my Qin family as well. Qin Wu easily broke free from their encirclement and charged at Li Jianhe, grabbing him by the throat. By the time the others noticed, it was too late. Qin Wu, think carefully. You're surrounded by divine guards at the second level of the divine realm. Even if you kill me, there's no way you're leaving here alive. Unfortunately, he threatened the wrong person. This guy was a desperado, and Qin Wu couldn't care less. The situation was similar to his past life. The divine guards wore heavy black iron armor, extremely defensive, but they had a fatal weakness, speed. With that in mind, Qin Wu began tightening his grip on Li Jianhe's neck just as he was about to crush it. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing Qin Wu to pause. Qin Wu, let bygones be bygones. Peak divine realm. There shouldn't have been a hidden superpowerhouse like this around in my past life. I am the Immortal Clan summoning commander. Both the Immortal Clan and the Imperial Clan have long histories. Qin Wu, can you do me a favor and spare his life? An Immortal Clan commander, with my current strength, I'm no match for him. Qin Wu began to feel wary. Qin Wu, the Immortal Clan has been looking after the human race lately. I can overlook what you've done today and won't make things difficult for you. As for Zhao Dian, as a descendant of the Immortal Clan yet committing such despicable acts, he will face punishment by law upon his return. As for Li Jianhe, for my sake today, let's put aside whatever wrong Qin Wu did to your Imperial Clan and not dwell on it. What do you say? I obey the Immortals' decree, all right. Qin Wu, let go. As the words fell, Qin Wu felt the old man's true pressure and began to tremble. So this is the pressure of the 9th level of the divine realm. But mere pressure wasn't enough. Qin Wu quickly suppressed it, charged at Li Jianhe again and grabbed him by the throat. What? A cultivator at the 1st level of the divine realm can break through my pressure? The outcome was set. Li Jianhe had to die today, and Qin Wu decisively sent him to the afterlife. Father, even Li Qing and Zhao Dian couldn't believe their eyes. The ministers present were also stunned. Qin Wu killed the king. This kid really got a great opportunity in the great wilderness. He's also the first person to act so arrogantly in front of Zhao Huan. Take your king away. Qin Wu hurled Li Jianhe's corpse fiercely at Zhao Huan. After doing this, Qin Wu turned and left immediately, even tossing a few words over his shoulder, but it wasn't that easy. Zhao Huan condensed a stream of spiritual energy to block Qin Wu. Qin Wu, do you really think you can escape my grasp? How overconfident. Qin Wu also felt that this pressure was at least 10 times stronger than before. This Immortal Clan commander is such a nuisance. I'll have to rely on Yaji's help. He quickly broke free from the restraint. Not only that, but Qin Wu also launched an attack at Li Qing and Zhao Dian. Zhao Huan sensed it and blocked the strike for them. But that wasn't Qin Wu's real goal. He only wanted to confuse them so he could slip away. Qin Wu, I told you, you can't escape. Is it necessary? Zhao Dian is heavily injured right now. If you chase me, he'll die for sure. I believe you can judge which is more important. Seeing Zhao Dian's pained expression, Zhao Huan began to weigh his options. In the end, Zhao Huan had no choice but to leave Qin Wu an escape route. He immediately began healing Zhao Dian. Your injury isn't serious either. Uncle, this revenge must be taken or I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Don't worry, your uncle will avenge you. Li Jianhe was indeed useless. Over here, Li Qing still hadn't snapped out of her shock. Li Qing, your father is gone. From now on you must support your husband well. Understand? I understand. Li Qing nodded gently in agreement, but tears kept streaming down her face. People of the Divine Sword Dynasty, listen up. Your king is dead. The Divine Sword Dynasty is now temporarily under the control of our Immortal Clan. Everyone pursue Qin Wu with full force. Capture him alive. Understood? The Imperial Guards didn't immediately obey, still waiting for the Princess Li Qing to decide. Li Qing also gave the order for everyone to follow the Immortals' command. Very good. Zhao Huan showed a very satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Qin Wu was still on the run, evading the pursuit of the entire Divine Sword Dynasty. I killed Li Jianhe, so I'll face endless pursuit from now on. I can't stay in the Divine Sword Dynasty anymore. But why did Zhao Huan suddenly appear? It's completely different from my past life. Oh well, killing Li Jianhe today was already a win. As for Zhao Dian and Li Qing, let them live a little longer. Qin Wu of the Qin family, Divine Sword Dynasty. Morally corrupt, heinous, and assassinating the king of the Divine Sword Dynasty, Li Jianhe in public. A kill order is hereby issued. Anyone who kills Qin Wu will be granted a marquisate and a city as a fief. Some time later, on a carriage slowly leaving the Divine Sword Dynasty, a young girl looked at Qin Wu with a hint of unease. But Qin Wu didn't care at all about the kill order issued by the Divine Sword Dynasty. His top priority was to leave here temporarily and head to the larger Tianhe Dynasty. Although the Divine Sword Dynasty has 100 cities, it's just a small dynasty. The Tianhe Dynasty, on the other hand, has thousands of cities with powerful sects and countless families. Comparing the Divine Sword Dynasty to it is like a drop in the ocean. Zhao Dian, Li Qing, just you wait. I'll be back soon and grind your bones to dust. Grandpa, why did you let this rogue cultivator on the carriage? Look at his disheveled appearance. He doesn't look like a good person. Xiao Yue, although this man is a rogue cultivator, he has excellent bone structure and could be a good helper. Our journey to the Tianhe Dynasty is fraught with danger. The more strong people we have, the safer we'll be. Grandpa, you're the Prince of Zhenan of the Tianhe Dynasty. Who would dare threaten our safety? Qin Wu overheard this. He couldn't believe it. The Prince of Zhenan of the Tianhe Dynasty guarded the border, resisted the demon race, and was a true hero of humanity. Unfortunately, later, with the help of the Immortal Clan, the Divine Sword Dynasty quickly defeated the Tianhe Dynasty. The Prince of Zhenan was also killed by Zhao Dian himself. Today, I'm sitting in his carriage. It must be fate. What are you staring at me for? The girl beside him spoke up in dissatisfaction. Qin Wu immediately snapped out of it and snorted coldly. Brat, what kind of attitude is that? You're infuriating. Little did they know their carriage was being watched by someone who clearly meant trouble. Master, about 100 miles ahead, we'll reach the territory of the Tianhe Dynasty. Let's hurry and enter the Tianhe Dynasty to avoid any complications. By the way, young friend, the old man also turned to Qin Wu and said, as expected of the Prince of Zhenan, he must have seen through my identity. He said this for my benefit. Truly far-sighted. But before he could finish, countless arrows shot toward the carriage from outside. The carriage shook violently, making it hard to stay seated. Then a flying blade of spiritual energy split the carriage in half. Fortunately, no one was hurt and everyone quickly landed. "Prince of Genin, I've been ordered to take your head." A seductive woman appeared. The Prince of Genin recognized her at once and quickly warned everyone to be careful. This was an assassin from the Purple Blade sect of the Tianhe dynasty. Purple Blade sect? Qin Wu was startled. That was one of the top assassination forces in the Tianhe dynasty. "So what if you know, just accept your death. You Purple Blade sect underestimate me too much. Do you think you alone can kill me?" As he spoke, everyone drew their weapons, ready to fight back. "No need to rush to your deaths. I'm not alone in this operation." Qin Wu also sensed danger and quickly warned everyone, while holding his war soul spear to block the attack. Seeing this, the Prince of Genin was stunned for a moment. After blocking the strike, Qin Wu seemed a bit strained. The attacker revealed himself. "You blocked my strike, the sun-chasing arrow, one of the 3 Zon-grade assassination weapons of the Purple Blade sect. You've gone to great lengths to kill me. Alright, listen up you two. I'm willing to die, but I have one request: let everyone else leave safely." As he spoke, the girl traveling with him panicked and disagreed. "Fine, I agree. That saves time." Suddenly a hand reached out and stopped the Prince of Genin. "Oh, it's my Qin Wu. Stop acting. With me here, you won't die. This old man is under my protection. If you dare, come at me. Since you want to die, we'll grant your wish." The 3 of them raised their spiritual power to the peak. "First, state your names." "I don't kill nameless people." The 2 introduced themselves in turn. Wu Yu was the black-haired sister, and Wu Si was the golden-haired sister. As Qin Wu expected, it was the Wu sisters. In his past life after the dynasty fell, these sisters went to the great wilderness seeking opportunities. They also killed many famous figures with great flair, but unfortunately, they were no match for Zhao Dian and were killed by him. If I could recruit them as my subordinates, that wouldn't be bad. After thinking it over, Qin Wu decided to play dead for now. Without further delay, Wu Si couldn't hold back and attacked first. Wu Yu's flying blade also shot toward Qin Wu. Qin Wu didn't back down and immediately countered with his war soul spear. The 2 weapons clashed violently. Those standing nearby were also affected by the shockwaves. But compared to my Qin family's war soul spear, it's still slightly inferior. As he spoke, Wu Yu swung her blade again in a frontal slash, tying up Qin Wu. Wu Si seized the opportunity. "You were lucky to block my sun-chasing arrow, but this time it will take your life." Facing this dilemma, Qin Wu struck back and knocked Wu Yu back. "A first-level divine realm cultivator blocking 2 of my strikes is impressive. You must have innate divine strength. But our realms are too different." Yellow-grade 9th rank martial skill. Blazing Sunblade. The blade transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, bearing down on Qin Wu. At the same time, Qin Wu activated the Yaji Phantom, quickly blocking the powerful strike. But it seemed a bit too much for his current realm. "It seems that just facing me alone is already too much for you." Wu Yu gloated, thinking she had the upper hand. In the end, the Yaji Phantom couldn't hold up and was shattered by the blow. Qin Wu was sent flying dozens of feet. Although I activated the Yaji Phantom with my current first-level divine realm cultivation, I can't use any powerful martial skills. It's a bit tough against a second-level divine realm cultivator, but your martial skill has a problem. Qin Wu calmly gave his assessment. But Wu Si couldn't believe it, and still thought Qin Wu was talking nonsense. Qin Wu continued, "Your martial skill is incomplete. It should be able to unleash Zon-grade power, but in your hands it's only at the peak of yellow grade." Facing it, Qin Wu had fully sensed it and easily sidestepped. In an instant, Qin Wu closed in on Wu Si and swung his war soul spear fiercely. Facing this disadvantage, Wu Yu still felt unsettled. "We were just dominating. How did it change so quickly? I told you your martial skill has a problem. This move is full of flaws." Wu Si quickly moved to support her sister. Instead of fighting both at once, Qin Wu chose to negotiate, saying he could help them perfect their techniques, but with one condition. Before he could explain the details, Wu Yu flatly refused. "I'm not as skilled as you, just kill me." Then Wu Yu loudly warned Wu Si, "Sister, don't worry about me. Just kill them and complete the mission." Although she heard Wu Yu's words, Wu Si herself hesitated. Qin Wu could see through both of their thoughts. These 2 sisters really care about each other. Now that Wu Yu was subdued, the girl traveling with the Prince of Genin began to see Qin Wu in a new light. "This Qin kid is really impressive. It seems he gained a lot on the Great Wilderness Road. I made the right bet." Back to the 3's conversation, Qin Wu didn't hesitate to lightly cut Wu Yu's neck as a threat. Facing life and death, Wu Si couldn't stay tough and quickly surrendered, even offering to die in her sister's place. Seeing their deep bond, Qin Wu didn't say much more. "The Purple Blade sect is despicable. Although they raised and nurtured you, their actions go against your wishes. Do you really want to keep following such a force?" "How do you know that?" Wu Yu asked suspiciously. Qin Wu said he not only knew but knew everything clearly. Not only that, but I also know that the sect leader of the Purple Blade sect has long had ill intentions toward you two. Impossible. Wu Yu's eyes began to show extreme unease. Qin Wu continued. The families of the people you killed in the past were all secretly controlled by the Purple Blade sect, turned into puppets and tortured endlessly. Heaven's wrath and people's resentment. Impossible. The sect leader only kills those who deserve it. He would never do such a thing. Wu Si still insisted. Is that so? You can investigate the Purple Blade sect yourself. The Wu sisters knew nothing about this. My words will surely make them suspicious. It's only a matter of time before the Wu sisters submit to me. Now I'll give you a better path. Leave the Purple Blade sect and pledge allegiance to me. Wu Yu snorted coldly. Quite the bold talk. Do you have any idea how strong the Purple Spirit sect really is? Leave the sect? That would mean certain death for us sisters. How could you possibly protect us? Don't rush, I'll give you time to think it over. Come on. Qin Wu withdrew his war god spear. If you make up your minds, feel free to come find me anytime. I'll be waiting at the largest inn in the Heavenly River dynasty. You had a chance to kill me earlier, but now that we sisters join forces you can't even withstand a single move. Then by all means try me, far from being afraid. Qin Wu was actually looking forward to it. Seeing Qin Wu like this, Wu Yu felt a bit unsettled instead. The Wu sisters never owe anyone a favor. This time we leave, but next time we meet I will kill you. With that, Wu Si also pointed at the Southern Pacifying King and said, Don't think you'll be safe just because you've reached the Heavenly River dynasty. The Purple Spirit sect has 1,000 ways to kill you. As her words fell, both figures vanished instantly. The crowd relaxed their guard. Someone then took the initiative to speak with Qin Wu. It was the girl who had been arrogant toward him earlier. She shyly but earnestly thanked Qin Wu for saving her life. Who would have thought this Qin Wu kid could still crack jokes, saying that getting the Southern Pacifying King's granddaughter to utter words of gratitude was a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Southern Pacifying King, how about marrying your granddaughter to me? Dream on. The young beauty was so furious she nearly steamed from the head. Young friend, in terms of cultivation among the younger generation, you're a prodigy. In courage, you're an outstanding genius of the Heavenly River dynasty, and in background, you're more than qualified. Hearing her grandfather say this, the girl began to ponder, recalling a somewhat familiar name, the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty. After a moment the girl also recognized the man before her as Qin Wu from the wanted poster. Grandfather, so you knew all along. This girl is way too slow on the uptake. If young Master Qin truly means it, I can personally act as matchmaker. I mean what I say, you two sure work fast. Seeing this, it was clear the girl had agreed. Just when things seemed settled, who would have thought this Qin Wu kid would say he was only joking? Now you've done it, all right, Southern Pacifying King, you'd better get going. Right, hurry up and leave. The Southern Pacifying King agreed, leaving a furious young beauty behind. That brat dared to toy with me. I'm so mad, am I not good enough for him? Forgot to introduce her. This girl is Li Yu, also known as Princess Yuehua, the Southern Pacifying King's own granddaughter. Putting that unpleasantness aside, after some time, the group arrived at the Heavenly River dynasty. Here, the Southern Pacifying King received a warm welcome. The Southern Pacifying King, it's actually him. Isn't that Princess Yuehua walking beside him? Suddenly, someone ran up from behind with a big smile. Southern Pacifying King, you're finally back. This is Huang Fei. My father has missed you dearly. Ahaha, I haven't seen your father in a long time either, the Southern Pacifying King replied with a smile. Sister Li Yu, long time no see. I've missed you too. Seeing the person before her, Li Yu's face began to show disgust. Huang Fei, I'm not that close to you. We grew up together, betrothed since birth. How can you say that? So he's your fiancé? Good eye, he's truly a talent. Seeing Qin Wu take it seriously, Li Yu quickly denied it. This gentleman flatters me too much. Huang Fei, thinking Qin Wu was genuinely praising him, started to get cocky. Watching Huang Fei's smug look, Li Yu was so annoyed she wanted to kick him. But then she came up with a clever idea and put on an affectionate display with Qin Wu in front of him. Why is a beauty suddenly hugging me? Qin Wu found it more awkward than enjoyable. The Southern Pacifying King, watching the drama unfold, was quite pleased. He had to admit he was taking a liking to this cheap grandson-in-law. Sister Li Yu, what's going on? Huang Fei asked in shock. Don't push it, Li Yu introduced him. Qin Wu is truly my beloved, don't joke with me. We've long decided to spend our lives together, and the wedding will be held soon. Huang Fei's anger grew, but he gritted his teeth and held back. Sister Li Yu must be tired from the journey. I've already prepared a banquet to welcome you. Southern Pacifying King, let your nephew host a reception for you first. Fine, fine. The young people's affairs don't concern me, let them be. So the group entered Heavenly River City one by one. Having been away for so long, Li Yu felt a bit of enjoyment, but the same couldn't be said for Qin Wu and Huang Fei. It was eerily quiet. After a while, Huang Fei couldn't hold back and spoke first. Kid, I don't know who you are, but I'll make it clear. Li Yu is my woman. I advise you to get out of Heavenly River City while you can. Huang Fei leaned in close, shouting at Qin Wu, and added a warning. I'll give you one night. If you're still in Heavenly River City tomorrow, I'll flay you alive. Leave Heavenly River City? No way, but give me some time. After Li Yu and I get married and have a son and a daughter, then we'll talk. He had expected Qin Wu to ignore him. But this kid went even further. A son and a daughter? Absolutely not. Huang Fei couldn't even bear to imagine that scene. Do you want to die? Don't think you can be this arrogant just because Sister Li Yu is protecting you. Sorry, but I can be exactly this arrogant. If you've got the guts, make the first move. Qin Wu put on a smug, punchable expression to provoke him. You little bastard, just you wait. Li Yu had already caused him plenty of trouble. Qin Wu could only sigh. Getting involved with women is nothing but trouble. The scene shifted to the Qi refining sect in Heavenly River City, where Huang Fei, as the host, was the first to leap down. Southern Pacifying King, Sister Li Yu, we've arrived. As soon as they landed, the Southern Pacifying King was full of admiration. No wonder it's the largest Qi refining sect in Heavenly River City. Even the entrance layout is already at the low-grade imperial level. Despite this, Li Yu was completely indifferent. Huang Fei responded warmly. The Southern Pacifying King flatters me. The entrance layout was just casually arranged by my father. It's nothing worth mentioning. Let's go inside quickly. Huang Fei led the way, and the scene moved to the main hall. Please, this way, everyone. My father has some urgent business and is temporarily away. Today, I'm in charge of hosting the Southern Pacifying King. Please wait a moment while I instruct the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Truly lavish, Qin Wu remarked, also impressed by the Qi refining sect's opulence. Soon everyone sat down to eat. Sister Yuer, this is earth dragon meat. It's extremely beneficial for martial artists training their bodies. I went to great lengths to get it for you. As soon as he spoke, Qin Wu snatched it away with lightning speed. Huang Fei rushed to take it back, but Qin Wu gently brushed his hand aside. Huang Fei immediately felt the immense force behind that move, and could only watch helplessly as Qin Wu took advantage. As soon as he swallowed it, Qin Wu felt the invigorating energy from the earth dragon meat. Enjoying the benefit, he quickly grabbed his bowl and started shoveling food into his mouth. A rare feast like this, I've got to eat my fill. Ignoring Qin Wu, Huang Fei focused solely on the Southern Pacifying King. I have some good news to share with you, Southern Pacifying King. Did you know, not long ago I awakened a 5th-grade sacred flame, and was also accepted as a disciple by the artifact Immortal Ancestor. The Southern Pacifying King looked genuinely surprised upon hearing this. As for my engagement to Sister Li Yu, my master is already aware. In a few days he will personally come to Heavenly River City to act as my matchmaker. As Huang Fei finished speaking, the expressions of the grandfather and granddaughter darkened. Qin Wu also caught every word. He hadn't expected this guy to awaken a sacred flame. Sacred flames were products of heaven and earth's creation for martial artists, granting all who awakened them special divine powers. Sacred flames were divided into 9 grades, with 1st grade being the weakest and 9th grade the strongest. Once a martial artist awakened a sacred flame, they could attain the most revered status on this continent. They were also known as artifact refiners. Although Huang Fei had only awakened a 5th-grade sacred flame, even that was a rare existence in the Heavenly River dynasty. Moreover, the artifact Immortal Ancestor was no ordinary figure. His cultivation was at the peak of the divine connection realm. It could be said that he was a figure who could command wind and rain even in the Heavenly River dynasty. Huang Fei continued, and my master has promised to give Sister Li Yu an unprecedented grand wedding when the time comes. This Huang Fei kid is trouble. Far from being pleased, the Southern Pacifying King felt uneasy instead. That night, Li Yu followed Qin Wu to a nearby inn. You could have stayed at the Southern Pacifying King's mansion, so why come to an inn? Li Yu asked in confusion. Can't bear to see me go? Qin Wu couldn't resist teasing. But unexpectedly, Li Yu didn't react as she had before. She silently turned and walked away. Faced with this, Qin Wu understood better than anyone. Don't worry, this Huang Fei is no good. Since fate has brought us together, I won't let you fall into his hands. Later, in his room, Qin Wu focused on cultivating. The fastest way to improve cultivation wasn't by consuming a large number of heavenly treasures, but by using the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. I'll have to find some good stuff tomorrow. Once I reach the 2nd level of the Divine Connection realm, I can unlock my 2nd wild beast, the 9-legged golden crow. The 9-legged golden crow controls the world's strange fires. I wonder what expression Huang Fei will have when he sees a 9th-grade sacred flame. Meanwhile, on Huang Fei's side, young master, we've investigated. Qin Wu is from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty. The Qin family, the one the Immortal Clan ordered to be exterminated, the subordinate confirmed it. Upon hearing this news, Huang Fei burst into manic laughter. I thought he was someone impressive, but he's just trash. Fine, I'll keep Qin Wu around for now and not kill him yet. I want you to watch with your own eyes as Li Yu becomes my wife. A few hours later, Qin Wu finished writing a martial technique. He had to admit it was a bit exhausting. This wind thunder palm was something he had obtained in his past life. Although it was only a low-grade profound rank, it was enough to exchange for a large number of heavenly treasures. Can't wait any longer. Qin Wu quickly changed clothes and prepared to set out. His destination was the Heavenly River auction house. It felt unfamiliar yet familiar, as he had been there a few times in his past life. I'm back, how nostalgic. A steward came over from a distance to greet him. May I ask what this young master is looking for? What I want is beyond your authority. Call Miss Warner over. I'll wait here. Seeing his confident demeanor, the steward assumed Qin Wu was a regular here and hurried off to fetch her. After a while she arrived. I am Dugu Warner, greetings to this young master, long time no see. Warner looked at Qin Wu's somewhat familiar manner but couldn't recall if she had ever met him. Setting that aside, Qin Wu stated his purpose. He wanted to participate in today's private auction. Of course, please follow me, young master. The three of them entered the auction house's center. Arriving at a study, the steward invited Qin Wu inside. It's great to be back. This young master seems unfamiliar. May I ask who referred you? Warner began probing. You don't need to know that. I'm familiar with the rules of today's private auction. Without hesitation, Qin Wu took out the wind thunder palm and asked Warner to appraise it. Warner took it and opened it, immediately recognizing it as a genuine low-grade profound rank technique. That's right, low-grade profound rank, Qin Wu confirmed. Such a precious profound rank technique. Are you sure you want to auction it? If auctioned, it would be worth at least 1 million gold coins. If you trust me, I'll buy it directly for 1,500,000 gold coins from the Heavenly River auction house. A second-grade body tempering pill was worth about 10,000 gold coins, so 1,500,000 could buy 150 pills. Thinking this over, Qin Wu was quite satisfied with the deal. But I'd like to exchange it for body tempering pills. That shouldn't be difficult for me. Thank you for trusting me, young master. I never expected someone so young to possess a low-grade profound rank technique. Could he be a disciple of some major force training in the Heavenly River dynasty? Won't you be attending today's auction, young master? Warner asked curiously. Qin Wu shook his head, explaining that he did want to attend. Based on his past life memories, a special treasure would appear at today's Heavenly River auction. All right, then I'll take you to an exclusive seat. Following Dugu Warner, they arrived at the venue for the private auction. Welcome to the underground venue, young master. Seeing Dugu Warner's demeanor, everyone was incredulous. Did you see that? I've been here dozens of times and never seen her smile so happily. Yeah, I wonder who that kid next to her is. Soon, Qin Wu chose a seat with a good view overlooking the entire venue. Of course, only VIPs of the Heavenly River auction house could sit there. Just then, someone came looking for Dugu Warner and ran over. Seeing the man's figure from afar, Warner's expression instantly changed. Isn't this young Master Wang? Warner, I've brought something good from the Divine Spear sect today. The man was named Wang Zan. Thank you for your patronage, young Master Wang, Warner replied with a fake smile. Warner, my father has personally proposed marriage several times and you've refused every time. Just as Wang Zan was about to get handsy, Warner sidestepped, making him miss. Warner is still so shy. I've already arranged it. I don't want anything from today's Divine Spear sect auction. It'll all be my bride price for marrying you. Even your father can't refuse this. Wang Zan's words caught Qin Wu's attention. Just as I remembered, today the Divine Spear sect is auctioning the broken immortal artifact, the Shattered God Spear. Then Wang Zan noticed the seat Qin Wu was in. Hey kid, do you think that seat is yours? Get out of here now. Before he could finish, Warner quickly stopped him, saying this was her honored guest. Wang Zan, you can't be so rude, Warner. That seat has always been mine. Well, now it's mine, Qin Wu asserted confidently. You think you're worthy? You're nothing but a waste at the first layer of the Divine Connection realm. Before he could bark much longer, Qin Yu casually gave him a resounding slap, sending him stumbling backward. Seeing this, Wang Zan couldn't believe his eyes. Qin Yu actually dared to strike. Not only that, but Qin Yu also warned Wang Zan that if he said another word, he'd kill him on the spot. Wang Zan could no longer suppress his rage and began frantically channeling his spiritual energy, ready to fight to the death. You brat, no one has dared to say that to me in years. Since you want to die, I'll send you off myself. Enough, Wang Zan. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to cause trouble in my Tianhe auction house. That's the rule. Seeing Warner repeatedly siding with Qin Yu, Wang Zan grumbled a few complaints. But Warner ignored him entirely and directly ordered him to shut up. Seeing the beauty angry, Wang Zan was stunned and stammered in response, Alright, for Wanner's sake I'll swallow this anger." He had no choice but to find a nearby seat and sit down. "Once you leave the Tianhe auction house, it'll be your death day." In the end, Qin Yu came out on top. This protagonist aura is unbeatable. Wherever he goes, beauties favor him, my dear viewers. Qin Yu didn't notice that one of Huang Fei's men had followed him here. The man pulled out a communication jade slip. "Young master, I've spotted that Qin Yu. He's at the Tianhe auction house now, and it seems he's also offended Wang Zan." Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Huang Fei was still enjoying his pleasures. Offended Wang Zan? This guy really is looking for death everywhere. With that, he also sent a few messages to Wang Zan, his intentions already clear. Over at Wang Zan's side, he immediately received the news. "This kid's got some nerve. I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a little brat abandoned by a fallen dynasty." After a while, the underground auction officially began. As usual, Dugu Wanner served as the host. "Welcome everyone to my Tianhe auction house. Today's treasures are unprecedented, surpassing even those of previous events." Hearing this, everyone was thrilled. "Miss Wanner, stop teasing us and get started." At Wanner's signal, items were brought up one by one. The first item today is a second-grade pill, the life-giving pill. It can bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh from bones. For those below the first layer of the divine connection realm, no matter how severe the injury, just one life-giving pill can keep them alive. Starting bid, 10,000 gold coins. Please place your bids. Soon, the price was driven up to 18,000 gold coins. Unlike the excitement of the others, Qin Yu couldn't care less. Taking advantage of the wait, he decided to catch some sleep, and so this young man actually dozed off, my dear viewers. Sleep, kid. This will be your last good day." Wang Zan seemed to be plotting something. The boring auction dragged on for half an hour. "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the treasure. Next up is one of today's highlight treasures." Dugu Wanner signaled her men to bring it up, as if sensing the treasure's aura. Qin Yu unexpectedly woke up and joined the excitement. "Here it is, the damaged immortal artifact the young master wanted. This is a first-grade immortal artifact, the soul-shattering spear. Though damaged, it's still an immortal artifact. Starting bid, 1 million gold coins. Please bid." No sooner had she spoken than someone bid 1.5 million. Not only that, but he added a few extra words. "Everyone, this item is crucial to my artifact refining sect. I hope you'll show some respect." Damn artifact refining sect, using such underhanded tactics to drive down the price. Wanner despised this kind of dirty trick. Seeing no one bid, Qin Yu was eager to take his turn. But before he could speak, someone beside him had already bid 2 million to buy the item. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. None other than the assassin-sister duo from the Purple Blade sect, Wu Yu. "Hey, daring to compete with our artifact refining sect? You'd better think about whether you can walk out of this door alive." Hearing this, Wu Yu simply shot him a murderous glare. The man immediately recognized Wu Yu's true identity, so he could only sigh and give up. The Purple Blade sect barging in like this. "I doubt the young master will blame me. Looks like this thing is mine for the taking." Just as Wu Yu was gloating, Qin Yu raised the price to 3 million. Not only that, but Qin Yu didn't forget to flash a teasing expression at Wu Yu. Is this kid doing this on purpose? No wonder it felt so glaring. 3 million gold coins, where does this kid get so much money? Wang Zan thought Qin Yu couldn't possibly have that many coins. Is there any bid higher than 3 million? Hearing Dugu Wanner's confirmation inquiry, everyone remained silent. "In that case, this first-grade immortal artifact belongs to this gentleman." Announcing it was one thing, but she also threw in a flying kiss, nearly making our young man lose his footing. Next came the main event of the night, the profound-grade lower-tier technique Wind Thunderpalm. Just hearing the name stirred up the entire auction hall. Starting bid, 5 million gold coins. Please bid. Someone immediately bid 7 million. Wang Zan wasn't backing down and called out 10 million. Huang Fei's man also refused to yield, directly quoting 12 million, slapping it in everyone's faces. "Huang what do you mean by this? I'm set on getting this thing." Wang Zan shouted a warning. "The young master has ordered that I must obtain it." "Young Master Wang, apologies." With that, Huang directly offered a ceiling price of 15 million. How infuriating. "Huang Fei, and you want me to help you? Dream on. You want me to teach that Qin Yu a lesson? In your dreams." 15 million to get a profound-grade lower-tier technique, 18 million. Before Wu Yu could finish, Qin Yu stopped her. "Wu Yu, don't bid anymore. Listen to me." But how could Wu Yu believe that? She still wanted to stubbornly bid, but after thinking it over, she gave up. Seeing Wu Yu obedient, Qin Yu was very satisfied. Even the main party started to doubt themselves, wondering why they listened to this man so much. If there are no higher bids, then this treasure belongs to the artifact refining sect. The successful auction made that guy Huang grin from ear to ear. Profound grade lower tier, I finally got it. Before leaving, Qin Yu also left a few words for Wu Yu. "Remember what I said earlier? I'm staying at the Tianhe Inn now. Make sure to come find me." With that, Qin Yu turned and left decisively. Not long after, Dugu Waner also took the initiative to find the inn where Qin Yu was staying. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Young Master Qin, thank you for your help this time. Miss, as they say, every businessman is a schemer. I didn't expect to get this price either. Dugu Waner, do you owe me a big favor?" "Yes, indeed, a big favor." Waner also leaned in to confirm in Qin Yu's ear. "In that case, can I make a request?" Seeing Qin Yu's intimate gesture, this made Waner very shy, but judging by her expression it was tacit consent, my dear viewers. Just as their lips were about to touch, Qin Yu suddenly stopped on his own. "I'm done teasing you. Hurry up and bring me my stuff. It's all in here. This storage ring is a gift from the Tianhe auction house to you, young master." Qin Yu took it and put it on. A yellow-grade mid-tier storage ring, not bad. "Oh, and if Wang Zan ever takes you to explore an ancient ruin, make sure to tell me in advance. I'll come along. For now, farewell." Ancient ruin? Dugu Waner was utterly puzzled. A while later, on the streets of Tianhe City, Qin Yu was strolling around. In his past life he had met Dugu Waner after she returned from an ancient ruin, where Wang Zan had set her up and forced her to marry him. Hatefully, after the marriage, Wang Zan completely revealed his true nature. Dugu Waner lived a life worse than death from then on. In his past life, due to some unexpected events, he couldn't save her from that misery. In this life I must take her to new heights. That night at the inn, Qin Yu was continuously absorbing pills, body-tempering pills. For an average martial artist at the first layer of the divine connection realm, they can only take one at a time. For those with better talent, 3 at once, and for true prodigies, 5 at once. As for me, with the help of gnawing power, my flesh is incredibly tough. 150 is more than enough. The moment the pills were fully absorbed, Qin Yu's cultivation also improved. 150 body-tempering pills have indeed brought me to the second layer of the divine connection realm. Now I can unseal the 9-legged golden crow. Long time no see, 9 heavens' mysterious extinguishing flame. With the memories of his past life, Qin Yu could already control it with ease. The 9 heavens' mysterious extinguishing flame can refine all things in the universe, making it a breeze to assimilate this damaged immortal artifact with the war god spear. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, directly striking Qin Yu's location, signaling the upgrade of the weapon's grade. Success. After refining the damaged immortal artifact, the war god spear has finally shed its mortal status and become a first-grade immortal artifact. Qin Yu picked it up and swung it a few times. It was indeed more comfortable than before. Now, anyone below the 5th layer of the divine connection realm I can kill in one strike. But it seemed the cultivation boost was a bit excessive, and Qin Yu immediately fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the outer city of Tianhe, a group was escorting someone. It turned out that the person in the sedan chair was the artifact immortal ancestor mentioned by Huang Fei. He too had sensed the immortal aura of that first-grade immortal artifact, and had set his sights on it. A small place like Tianhe City deserves such a treasure. If a first-grade immortal artifact really appears, I'll have to find a way to get my hands on it. Just thinking about it got him excited. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Purple Blade sect, where sisters Wu Yu and Wu Si were paying respects to the sect leader. Failing to complete their missions time and again had the two sisters worried. This person was Huo Zuran, the leader of the Purple Blade sect. Wu Yu, Wu Si, you failed to intercept the Southern Pacifying King, and you failed again at the Tianhe auction house. Tell me, how should I punish you? Wu Yu had no words to defend herself and could only beg the sect leader for punishment. You two sisters, I raised you from childhood. How could I bear to punish you? A new mission has come. I hope you won't fail this time. Please instruct us, sect leader. The two sisters accepted the mission in great unease. The one who disrupted your previous actions is called Qin Yu, a descendant of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Because he killed Li Jianhe, he was forced to flee to our Tianhe dynasty. The Zhao clan of Immortals has ordered that he must be captured. This task is yours. The Wu sisters immediately accepted this mission, and their figures vanished from there. After they left, Huo Ziran's expression completely changed. Useless as always, can't even handle a small matter. All those years of raising you wasted. If they fail this time, I might need to train some new disciples. The scene shifted to the next day. Early in the morning, Li Yu appeared at the inn's entrance. Qin Yu came out rubbing his sleepy eyes. Girl, calling me so early. What's up? From today on, you have to stay at my Southern Pacifying King's mansion. You can't stay at this Tianhe Inn anymore. Hearing Li Yu say this, Qin Yu not only didn't take it seriously, but deliberately joked, "What, are you thinking of me as your fiancé? What nonsense are you talking about? Yesterday at the auction, did you compete with Huang Fei for that damaged immortal artifact? Not only that, but you also offended Wang Zan of the Divine Spear sect. Neither of them is any good. You're something else, opening your mouth and offending two people at once. Oh, what are you afraid of? With me around, those two punks won't dare to cause trouble." Qin Yu spoke to soothe Li Yu. Also, the Purple Blade sect has taken on a mission from the Divine Sword Dynasty and will send people to kill you. Don't you realize how dangerous your situation is? I'm not afraid. So why are you? Come on, come with me to explore Tianhe City. I really don't know what to say to you, Qin Yu. Seeing Qin Yu's carefree attitude, Li Yu could only sigh in exasperation. So the two spent a very happy time together, enjoying almost all the pleasures Tianhe City had to offer. So the two began skipping back to the southern pacifying king's mansion. But on the way back, they ran into Dugu Wanner, who was enjoying the breeze there. Li Yu recognized her at once as Dugu Wanner from the Tianhe auction house, never expecting her to be so breathtakingly beautiful. Yeah, look at yourself, you're hard to describe. Shut up. Seeing the two, Dugu Wanner also greeted them. Wanner pays respects to Princess Yuehua and young Master Qin. Sister Wanner, we haven't seen each other in years. Why so formal? Just call me Yuer. Of course, Yuer, little sister. Young Master Qin, Wanner presumes to block your path. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Seeing a beauty can never be a disturbance, but let's get to the point first. Since Sister Yuer is here, I imagine she's about to say the same thing I am. Young Master Qin, be especially careful of the Purple Blade sect. Dugu Wanner specifically reminded him of this. Don't worry, our Qin Yu can handle such a small matter. In that case, Wanner won't disturb you two any longer. Just as she was about to leave, Li Yu grabbed her. Since Sister Wanner is here, why not join us for a stroll? I haven't been back in a long time, and there are many places in Tianhe City I'm not familiar with anymore. Standing nearby, Qin Yu chimed in. Yuer is right, and so, this young man had a beauty on each arm, taking the two lovely ladies shopping together. This guy really is, though it was a scolding. Wanner didn't resist much, my dear viewers. A while later, at the Tianhe Eastern Market, this scene was noticed by people nearby. Isn't that Princess Yuehua? And next to her is Dugu Wanner. Who's that kid? How dare he have a beauty on each arm? Is he worthy? You don't even know that kid. Yesterday at the Tianhe auction house, he was quite the arrogant one. Truly, good deeds stay within doors, but bad deeds travel far. The popularity of these two beauties couldn't match the gossip about our Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, don't panic. Li Yu quickly interrupted Wanner's words. Panic? Look at his face, he's loving it. Suddenly, Qin Yu noticed a commotion ahead. Whip after whip lashed down, accompanied by vicious curses. Yan Shui, you still want to run? Did I buy you just for you to run? Let me beat you to death. Wanner immediately recognized the voice as that of Fatty Li, who seemed to be tormenting a newly purchased slave again. Li Yu was the most furious, vowing that one day she would abolish the entire slave trading system of the Tianhe dynasty. This Fatty Li was arrogant and domineering, relying on his status as a relative of the alchemy sect's royal family to do whatever he pleased, looking down on everyone. In just 1 month he spent at least half of it abusing slaves in the streets. Couldn't anyone do something about this? Li Yu asked indignantly. Wanner could only shake her head helplessly, saying that was his family's slave. No one else could intervene, nor did they have any reason to. So everyone could only watch helplessly as he continued to whip the slave, shouting, "Try running away again, see if I don't catch you. I give you food and drink, and you still think it's not enough, you beast?" At that moment, the slave began to resist. Fatty Li, you killed my entire clan. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. But the resistance seemed feeble. Fatty Li kicked the slave, sending him rolling across the street. So what if I killed your whole clan? You're nothing but a lowly demon race. If it weren't for your decent looks, I'd have killed you too. Buying you for a silver coin is already the greatest blessing your family has had in 8 generations. Now I'm your master, your grandfather, got it? You weakling, if I catch you again it won't just be a beating. I said bullying little girls is a crime against heaven and will bring retribution sooner or later. Little girls are meant to be cherished, you guys. What did he just say, weakling? Qin Yu seemed to catch that name and confirmed it again. Wanner also noticed it but didn't understand why Qin Yu asked. Qin Yu smiled slightly, not expecting such an unexpected gain. What's he up to now? When he smiles like that, he's definitely plotting something bad. Qin Yu silently affirmed that he had to save this girl, or humanity would face great disaster in the future. After a round of whipping, the fat man started panting and complaining of fatigue. What are you looking at? Never seen someone disciplining their own slave? After scolding the onlookers, he turned back to see the weakling glaring at him with murderous eyes. How could he be intimidated by a slave's gaze? Put away that look, he said as if to continue. But this time was different. Qin Yu appeared and firmly grabbed his hand. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Facing him, Qin Yu calmly said he wanted to buy the girl at any price. However, Fatty Li refused to sell and ordered Qin Yu to leave. That girl just said she was bought by force. Since that's the case, I'll buy her by force too. Qin Yu's words made Fatty Li laugh until his stomach hurt. You clueless brat, you've got nerve. Do you know who I am? Get lost. Since polite negotiation didn't work, it seemed Qin Yu needed a different approach. For someone so unreasonable, the best solution was a fist. A surprise punch sent Fatty Lee flying. Damn, he hit Fatty Lee, the surrounding people began to worry. It's over, this kid's in trouble. Fatty Lee is from the alchemy sect. The weakling stood aside, staring at Qin Yu in shock with a hint of expectation. After years of bullying, being beaten in the street by a young man was too much for Fatty Lee to swallow. He had to kill Qin Yu to vent his anger. Imperial-level martial technique Wild Boar Fist. Spiritual energy instantly surged into Fatty Lee's fist as he charged. In response, Qin Yu simply glared, unleashing his own spiritual energy violently, sending the fat pig flying again. Fatty Lee might have even flown out of Tianhe City. This is the price of messing with little girls. What Wild Boar Fist, in the end you're just a stinky pig. Afterward, Qin Yu walked up to the weakling and said softly, "From now on, you're mine." At the same time, the chains on the weakling disappeared. Wanner sighed, finding Qin Yu truly interesting. If the Imperial consort knew about this, she'd probably be furious. Oh well, this Fatty Lee has done plenty of evil, so Qin Yu did a good deed. Afterward, Qin Yu picked up the weakling and left. Isn't that Princess Yuehua and Dugu Wanner? Who's that pretty boy? Fatty Lee might have offended someone important this time. I'm not so sure. Fatty Lee is from the alchemy sect after all. This might not end well. On the way back, Li Yu asked Qin Yu what he planned to do with the weakling. Before Qin Yu could answer, Wanner quickly interjected, suggesting they stay at the Tianhe auction house's guest house if they had no place. But Qin Yu had already made arrangements, telling them not to worry. This girl indeed has ancient demon blood in her, no doubt about it. Seeing Qin Yu's intense gaze, Li Yu began to overthink, assuming his preference was for the lowly type. What do you know, this girl will be extraordinary in the future. Yeah. You know so much, keep playing mysterious. Only Qin Yu knew the truth. She was the future Yu Yao demon lord. Decades later, leading a torrent of tens of millions of demons, she would be a terrifying force capable of sweeping through all human territories. No wonder Yu Yao demon lord hated humans so much. The years of slavery under these people had left an unhealable wound in her heart. At that moment, Qin Yu finally understood that incident. He couldn't let the girl stay in those tattered clothes anyway. No place in Tianhe City had a bigger merchant guild than the Misty Rain Pavilion. Let me lead the way. With that, Wanner turned and led the way there. Soon, they arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion's entrance. As soon as they stepped inside, someone recognized Wanner. Another little lowly appears, everyone. Miss Wanner graces us with her presence. What are you looking to buy? It's not for me. This gentleman wants to buy an outfit for the girl in his arms. Wanner then glanced at Qin Yu. I see, please follow me, sir. We'll look around and meet up later. Li Yu agreed with Wanner's suggestion. Meanwhile, the Imperial consort happened to arrive at the Misty Rain Pavilion, expecting the 9-colored rock feather robe to be ready. But his thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a vaguely familiar figure. He greeted, Sister Yu, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you. Imperial consort, what are you doing here? Li Yu was surprised to see him. I heard the Misty Rain Pavilion has a high-grade robe, so I came to check it out and buy it for you. It's called the 9-colored rock feather robe, made from the feathers of a 9-colored rock. It's very precious. Our Tianhe city can't produce one in a year. Since Sister Yu is here, let's go see it together. Faced with his kindness, Li Yu flatly refused. Suddenly, the upper floor became unusually lively, piquing the Imperial consort's curiosity. It turned out to be about the 9-colored rock feather robe he'd mentioned, but it was already on the weakling. It fit perfectly, even moving the lecherous Imperial consort. Li Yu hadn't expected the weakling to look so beautiful in that robe, but then she thought it was odd. The weakling couldn't have changed that fast. Li Yu suspected Qin Yu had dared to touch the little lowly. Poor Qin Yu, always labeled a pervert. Meanwhile, the Imperial consort, after being smitten, recognized it as the robe he wanted. He dropped all pretense and stepped forward, demanding it back. But how could Qin Yu agree to such an unreasonable request? You mean I took something you had your eye on? Exactly. The Imperial consort confirmed through gritted teeth. Qin Yu calmly asked how he planned to handle it. Of course you'll return the robe to me. Name your price or people will say I'm too harsh. Qin Yu didn't refuse, claiming he wanted the entire alchemy sect. Wanner and Li Yu, watching the spectacle, couldn't help laughing, not expecting Qin Yu to have such a move. The Imperial consort's face darkened, and he rushed over to grab Qin Yu's collar, shouting, Are you messing with me? Stop scaring kids. Yes, I'm messing with you. What can you do? You're going too far. The Imperial consort, unable to contain himself, began unleashing his spiritual energy, completely losing his temper. Just then, Fatty Lee came running over, squawking like a hen laying an egg, wanting the Imperial consort to handle it. I was beaten, and my slave was taken. I'm your subordinate. Isn't this a slap in your face? The Imperial consort, still confused, looked blank. Suddenly, Qin Yu walked over and patted the Imperial consort's shoulder, admitting he was the one who did it. Fatty Li immediately recognized the menace and pointed at Qin Yu, telling the imperial consort he was the culprit. Qin Yu, out of respect for your connection with Yu, I wanted to save you some face, but you keep humiliating me. Sister Yu, forgive me, but this man must die. Li Yu immediately demanded. Imperial consort, are you disregarding my Zhenan prince's mansion? Sister wants to protect him, why bring out the Zhenan prince's mansion? At that moment, Li Yu confirmed again that Qin Yu was her fiancée. This left the imperial consort momentarily speechless, but he said, Sister Yu, wait until my master arrives, even your Zhenan prince's mansion won't save him. Farewell. With that, the imperial consort turned to leave. We can't let it go like this, young master. Where will your dignity go? Seeing the fat pig blocking his way, the imperial consort casually punched him away. Qin Yu, the Qi immortal ancestor, will be here soon. Facing Li Yu's concern, Qin Yu said it was fine, he had a plan. Speaking of which, since you're here today, buy whatever you want. I must say, you ladies shop with eyes like car headlights. But before Li Yu could be happy, Qin Yu said all expenses were on her. Leaving her stunned for dozens of seconds, the scene shifted to the Tianhe Inn. Now it was time for the three to part, and everyone felt a bit reluctant. Before leaving, Li Yu reminded Qin Yu not to do anything bad to the weakling. Do I look like that kind of person? Qin Yu asked in confusion. But Li Yu didn't answer and turned away. Soon, only Qin Yu and the weakling were left in the room. The weakling couldn't help but ask why Qin Yu had bought her. There aren't that many wise in the world, you just need to know there are still plenty of good people among humans. Alright, sleep now. I'll go to the next room. All that was left was to wait for the weakling's bloodline to awaken. Alone in the room, the weakling pondered Qin Yu's words, and a faint aura swept through, signaling the bloodline's awakening. Meanwhile, in the alchemy sect's main hall, the imperial consort was in a bad mood. Fair, I've taught you many times to stay calm in any situation. Look at you now, worked up over a stray dog. How disgraceful. This man was Huang Ding, the imperial consort's father and the alchemy sect's leader. Hearing the reprimand, the imperial consort listened obediently. Huang Ding continued, Fair, don't worry, your master will arrive in Tianhe City in 3 days. Then Li Yu will be yours for sure. But more importantly, the upcoming Sacred Flame competition is crucial. Yes, I understand, I'll take first place in this Sacred Flame competition. Seeing his son's resolve, Huang Ding smiled with satisfaction. With the Qi immortal ancestors backing, and winning first in the Sacred Flame competition, you'll be free to do as you please in the Tianhe dynasty, fearing no one. Facing this bright prospect, the imperial consort was full of anticipation. The scene shifted to Qin Yu's room that night. Two familiar figures barged in while Qin Yu was asleep, but their blades stopped just before striking. Facing this, Qin Yu showed no fear, stretching and waking up. Why didn't you two strike? Wearing veils in the dead of night, aren't you uncomfortable? The two sisters had anticipated this, but they were still a bit surprised, not knowing when Qin Yu had woken up. How can I sleep with two stunning beauties standing by my bed in the dead of night? As he spoke, Wu Yu's sword tip pointed at his throat again. Then you should know why we're here, right? Don't pretend. You two have no killing intent at all. How do you know about the Zuran sect? Wu Si asked suspiciously. Looks like you've already investigated. You don't need to know where I heard it. You just need to know one thing. The Zuran sect is definitely not a good place. It's not too late to turn back now. It's not that easy. Wu Yu began to lower her guard, saying they both already had the Zuran sect's exclusive mark. As long as it wasn't removed, they could never betray the sect. Wu Si added that there was a way to remove it, but it required a 6th grade or higher sacred flame. Hearing this, Qin Yu calmly told them both to come over, but the sisters were still wary, unable to believe him. Not wanting to waste time, Qin Yu directly grabbed Wu Yu's hand. Just removing the Zuran sect's mark, as soon as Qin Yu's finger touched Wu Yu, her body reacted. With the power of a 9th grade sacred flame, the yin energy on Wu Yu gradually dissipated. Wu Yu still doubted, thinking Qin Yu's sacred flame was only 6th grade. 6th grade, you underestimate me. Since I said it, it's naturally 9th grade. At that moment, both Wu sisters were stunned speechless. Now it's your turn. Qin Yu's gaze also fell on Wu Si. Moments later, the mark on Wu Si was also erased. From today on, you two are no longer under the control of the Purple Blade sect. Hearing this, the two sisters couldn't help but embrace each other in joy. Now I'll ask you once more, are you willing to follow me from now on and serve me? The Wu sisters had already made up their minds about this question. They immediately knelt on the ground, cupping their hands in respect before Qin Yu. Good, Wu Yu, as I said before, your cultivation technique has many flaws. Though it's clearly a low-grade Zon level technique, it can only unleash the power of the imperial level. From now on, I will perfect this technique for you. Rune inscriptions were instantly transmitted into Wu Yu's body, each line and stroke clearly visible. Your current cultivation is only at the 2nd layer of the divine connection realm, so you cannot yet practice a stronger blade technique. Once you break through to the 3rd layer of the divine connection realm, I will teach you a mid-grade Zon level martial skill, Wu Yu was overjoyed and did not forget to thank Qin Yu. Then it was Wu Si's turn, and Qin Yu also asked her to take out the sun-chasing divine arrow. Wu Si did as instructed. The sun-chasing divine arrow soon appeared before them. Qin Yu also taught Wu Si a low-grade Zon-level martial skill that could be combined with the sun-chasing divine arrow to unleash its ultimate power. "Young master, did you obtain all these divine abilities in the wasteland?" In response to Wu Si's question, Qin Yu answered vaguely, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll tell you. It's getting late, let's rest quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's expression turned unusually fierce. The Wu sisters tensed up, thinking they were about to serve him in bed, but as usual this Qin Yu continued. "Young master, we'll take our leave now." After the two left, Qin Yu lay down on the bed to rest, counting the days the artifact Immortal Ancestor would be arriving soon. Next up was the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. The Sacred Flame Grand Competition was a triennial event in Tianhe City, jointly hosted by the 4 major sects that guarded the 4 directions. Its main purpose was to select outstanding disciples and train them to become the most powerful artifact refiners. The 4 major sects included the Sacred Heart Hall, the Extreme Sun Sect, the Heartless Sword Sect, and the Jade Maiden Sect. They balanced each other, forming a stalemate of equal power. The artifact Immortal Ancestor had also achieved his current success by winning first place in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. The 4 major sects had deep foundations, and their sect leaders possessed earth-shattering cultivation. Any ordinary martial artist who received even a little guidance from them would have a boundless future. For this Sacred Flame Grand Competition, the 4 major sects jointly refined a 4th-grade pill called Dragon Tiger Rebirth, which would be the reward for the first-place winner. It contained a vast amount of spiritual energy, enough to allow someone to step directly into the 5th layer of the Divine Connection Realm. Once he reached the 5th layer of the Divine Connection Realm, he could unlock his 3rd desolate beast, the Sueni. The Sueni Phantom could bring him infinite soul-based divine abilities, known as the indestructible Vajra art. By then, his combat power would rival the peak of the Divine Connection Realm, making it the perfect time to head to the Divine Sword Dynasty to avenge his clan. Qin Yu was full of anticipation. Just wait, your good days are numbered. The scene shifted to the next morning in Tianhe City as usual. The city was still bustling with people coming and going, but it was even livelier than usual. No wonder it's the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. Even though it hasn't started yet, the entire Tianhe City is already buzzing. Meanwhile, a carriage was speeding into the city. As an expert from the Sacred Heart Hall arrived, Qin Yu also noticed, "I heard that the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall will be coming in person. If only I could catch a glimpse of her beauty. Tisk, these guys are fast." Sitting in the carriage was the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall, Ling Tianxiang. "So this is the Sacred Maiden, truly stunning. If I could exchange just one word with her, how wonderful would that be?" Following the crowd, Ling Tianxiang's gaze also fell on Qin Yu, who was standing nearby. She expected this guy to ignore her coldly, but unexpectedly, the young man greeted her like an old acquaintance. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man began to walk forward. The men nearby also noticed, almost forgetting that Ling Tianxiang didn't know him at all at this moment. "Who is he? He seems somewhat familiar to me." But the curtain fell, cutting off Ling Tianxiang's thoughts. An old woman appeared beside her, believing Qin Yu was just a lecherous man and telling her not to mind him. This person was Old Woman Yu. As for her exact name, Hali didn't know. "Shuangxi, this time you've come to Tianhe City. You must invite the first-place winner of the Sacred Flame Grand Competition into our Sacred Heart Hall." Old Woman Yu's orders I will do my utmost to carry out, Old Woman Yu continued. "If you win first place in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition, you will naturally be the most dazzling person. Choosing a man as your husband wouldn't be a bad idea either." "Old Woman Yu, I'm sorry, but I won't degrade myself so easily." She was about to continue when Ling Tianxiang quickly interrupted, bringing up the main matter, first to visit the Southern Pacifying King. Thus the carriage headed toward the Southern Pacifying King's mansion. Shortly after arriving, Ling Tianxiang stepped lightly out of the carriage, only to unexpectedly encounter a stranger who seemed familiar. "Isn't this the Sacred Maiden of the Sacred Heart Hall?" It seems the rumors are true. The Sacred Heart Hall is willing to sell out its own Sacred Maiden to recruit geniuses. This person was Chu Lin, the divine son of the Extreme Sun Sect. "Chu Lin, it seems you haven't been taught enough of a lesson yet. Your mouth is still as foul as ever." Chu Lin also dropped all pretense and said, "Before I was just going easy on you because you're a woman. Do you really think you're that impressive?" Talking to this Chu Lin was worse than talking to a knee. "Old Woman Yu, let's go quickly." Seeing that Ling Tianxiang dared to ignore him, Chu Lin was furious, trembling with rage, but then his gaze shifted to another newcomer. "So it's our Qin Yu running into an acquaintance as soon as he returns." the young man casually greeted again. Hey Tianxiang, are you here to visit the Southern Pacifying King too? Perfect. I'm very familiar with this place. I'll take you in. This lecher has actually followed me here. Leng Tianxiang, I've really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have already hooked up with a man as soon as you arrived in the Tianhe dynasty. Chu Lin, you keep slandering me again and again. Do you really think I won't get angry? Chu Lin was ready for a big fight and didn't hesitate to provoke Leng Tianxiang, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was intimidated by the aura emanating from Qin Yu. Shut up, who do you think you are? Spiritual power erupted violently. How dare you? I am the divine son of the extreme sun sect. Facing this weak threat, Qin Yu showed no fear. If you dare insult Leng Tianxiang again, I'll make sure you go from divine son to dead man. Who is this kid? How can a first-layer divine connection realm cultivator make me feel such terrifying pressure? Chu Lin began to waver. He was still at the first layer of the divine connection realm because Qin Yu had concealed his aura. I, the dignified divine son of the extreme sun sect, was actually intimidated by him. What a great humiliation. Brat, I don't want to kill anyone in front of the Southern Pacifying King's mansion. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize immediately and I'll let it go. I'll give you a chance, make your move. Just as he wanted, Chu Lin took out his weapon and charged. Leng Tianxiang quickly warned Qin Yu to be careful. This was a flame blade condensed from 5th grade sacred flame. Chu Lin swung his blade and slashed straight down at Qin Yu. Just as he was about to succeed, Qin Yu remained completely unharmed, watching the sacred flame being stomped on by Qin Yu's foot. Chu Lin could only stand speechless. Is this 5th grade sacred flame a fake? Why is it so weak? Qin Yu revealed a mocking smile. Seeing his small flame being trampled by Qin Yu, Chu Lin was both shocked and afraid. This scene also caught the eyes of Leng Tianxiang and Old Woman Yu. A 5th grade sacred flame couldn't intimidate him. Unless he has a higher grade sacred flame on him, or he's a natural fire body. Old Woman Yu beside her also noticed her surprised expression. Chu Lin couldn't accept it. He couldn't believe that a waste like Qin Yu, at the first layer of the divine connection realm, could suppress his 5th grade sacred flame. You must have used some invisible trick. Suddenly another person appeared and loudly stopped the two. The master has arrived. This is my Southern Pacifying King's mansion, not a marketplace. Seeing the newcomer, Chu Lin immediately bowed respectfully. Chu Lin, 5th divine son of the extreme sun sect, pays respects to the Southern Pacifying King. Leng Tianxiang also expressed her respect. This old man was already at the gate but only spoke now, truly cunning. The Southern Pacifying King hadn't expected Qin Yu to obtain a high-grade sacred flame in the wasteland. Perhaps his decision had been very correct. Thinking this, the Southern Pacifying King focused only on Qin Yu, ignoring the two major sect forces before him. So the young man took the opportunity to glare fiercely at Chu Lin. The Southern Pacifying King is too kind. This ends today's courtesy. I'll take my leave now. With that, Chu Lin turned and left. What a fool! Seeing his pathetic demeanor, Leng Tianxiang couldn't be bothered with him. Moments later, in the reception hall of the Southern Pacifying King's mansion, everyone gathered. Young brother Qin, I called you here today because I have something to inform you. Qin Yu knew immediately that the Southern Pacifying King was about to mention this year's Sacred Flame Grand Competition. The Southern Pacifying King didn't hide it, and directly confirmed it was indeed about the Sacred Flame Grand Competition. My Southern Pacifying King's mansion has one competition slot. I can give this opportunity to you. I'll gladly accept. Since Qin Yu also had this intention, he immediately agreed. Leng Tianxiang, who was nearby, also intended to invite Qin Yu to join the Sacred Heart Hall. Qin Yu didn't rush to refuse, deciding to wait until he won first place in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition before making a decision. Hearing this, Leng Tianxiang didn't press further. It was better to wait. As soon as she finished speaking, Leng Tianxiang signaled to Old Woman Yu. Old Woman Yu understood and took out a storage ring, saying, Southern Pacifying King, this is a small gift from the Sacred Heart Hall. Please accept it. The Sacred Heart Hall is thoughtful. The Southern Pacifying King gladly accepted, while Old Woman Yu also specifically reminded Leng Tianxiang, the Sacred Maiden. This man is favored by the Southern Pacifying King and possesses a high-grade strange fire. You should be more proactive and build a good relationship with him. Hearing this, a shy expression appeared on her face. She probably already had some fondness for him before. So Leng Tianxiang set aside her pride and took the initiative to speak. Young Master Qin, I haven't been in Tianhe City for many years. Could you spare some time to accompany me for a walk? Of course, Qin Yu agreed without hesitation. The Southern Pacifying King beside him understood and deliberately urged them to go early and return early, not forgetting to remind them to come back for dinner in the evening. Additionally, the Southern Pacifying King mentioned a key point. that Qin Yu's little fiancée would be cooking personally. Hearing this, both were startled, and Leng Tianqiang felt a bit disappointed and regretful. It had to be said the southern pacifying king was truly shrewd. Indeed, the older, the wiser. All right, you two go ahead. I won't waste your time. The Sacred Heart Hall was willing to go so far as to have the Sacred Maiden personally act to recruit talent. What a pity, what a pity. Those close to the water get the moon first. Isn't you that bright moon? Thinking of his granddaughter's good fortune, the southern pacifying king couldn't stop smiling. Meanwhile, in the hall of the artifact refining sect, Chu Lin unexpectedly appeared, in a bad mood. The one receiving him was Huang Fei, whose sycophantic demeanor was even more disgusting. I didn't expect the divine sun to grace us with his presence. This is a great honor for my artifact refining sect. Huang Fei, do you have confidence in winning first place in this Sacred Flame Grand Competition? Rest assured, it's a sure thing. My master, the artifact immortal ancestor, will arrive soon. With my master and you backing me, who could possibly threaten me? Chu Lin retorted, saying it wasn't certain, as he had just encountered a very special person. Though this person was only at the first layer of the divine connection realm, he could suppress his sacred flame. Huang Fei found this hard to believe. He thought it was impossible for such a person to appear in Tianhe City. To confirm this, Chu Lin used some means to project Qin Yu's figure for Huang Fei to identify. Seeing this very familiar person, Huang Fei not only recognized him but also had a deep grudge against him. Seeing Huang Fei's expression, Chu Lin was also surprised, not expecting Huang Fei to know Qin Yu. This kid is called Qin Yu, the one who killed Li Jianhe and is being hunted by the Divine Sword Dynasty. The Divine Son is right, he's that country bumpkin from a fallen dynasty. There are rumors that this Qin Yu ventured deep into the wasteland and obtained a heaven-defying fortune. It seems the rumors are true now. If Qin Yu obtained a sacred flame in the wasteland, then this Sacred Flame Grand Competition. Huang Fei began to feel afraid. Chu Lin continued, the sacred flame inside Qin Yu is of a higher grade than mine. In this Sacred Flame Grand Competition, I'm afraid no one can be his match. But Huang Fei couldn't accept this and begged Chu Lin to ensure that Qin Yu would not win this Sacred Flame Grand Competition. Of course, when will your master arrive? According to Huang Fei's guess, probably tomorrow. Let's discuss this after your master arrives. For now, let's continue our discussion. You may withdraw. When Chu Lin was alone, he began to scheme, a calculating look appearing on his face. A high-grade sacred flame. If I can seize it for myself, then the position of extreme Sun Sect leader will surely be mine in the future. By then, even Huang Fei and the artifact Immortal Ancestor will become obstacles in my way. The scene shifted to a street in Tianhe City, where Qin Yu and Leng Tianqiang were strolling through the bustling crowd. Suddenly, Leng Tianqiang received a message from old woman Yu. Young Master Qin is actually that Qin Yu from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Leng Tianqiang was very surprised by this news she had just received, so she called out to Qin Yu and expressed deep sympathy for the Qin family's misfortune. Miss Leng is thoughtful. Qin Yu appreciates your kindness. Not only that, but Leng Tianqiang also stated that if Qin Yu needed help, the Sacred Heart Hall would do its utmost to assist, even if it ultimately means going to war with the Zhao clan Immortal Clan. Will your stance remain firm? Leng Tianqiang answered decisively. The Zhao clan Immortal Clan is powerful, but the forces behind our Sacred Heart Hall are not to be trifled with either. Miss Leng is considerate. I will handle the matter of revenge myself. Before making a move, we still need Miss Leng and the Sacred Heart Hall's full assistance. Leng Tianqiang understood the true meaning behind young Master Qin's words. Qin Yu quickly shot her a glance. As long as Miss Leng understands that's enough. I said I'm so handsome that beauties drop like flies, gentlemen. But someone still noticed them. Is that shy beauty the saintess of the Sacred Heart Hall? Who's the person beside her? A newcomer. You don't know him. Let me tell you, he changes partners every day. Princess Yuehua Duguwaner, impressive, right? I'm in awe. His track record was quite impressive, and in no time the two were surrounded. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Qin Yu quickly grabbed Leng Tianqiang's hand and led her away. Miss Leng, let me take you somewhere else to look around. On the other side of Tianhe City, the man known as Fatty Li had already found Wang Zan. Young Master Wang, wait for me, don't walk so fast. Fatty Li, why are you following me? Wang Zan asked in confusion. Fatty Li began to explain the situation. I worked like a dog for the Qi refining sect, but they abandoned me. As long as you don't mind, I'll be your loyal servant from now on. Then he leaned in and whispered to Wang Zan, I've recently acquired several slaves, all from the Succubus clan. Succubi. At the thought, Wang Zan's mouth watered, his lecherous expression even more blatant than Huang Fei's. Fatty Li added that he had been very selective. Good, very good. From now on, you're my man. Send all those succubi to my mansion tonight. As he was groveling, Fatty Li suddenly noticed something. a familiar figure passing by. It was none other than Qin Yu and Lang Tianxiang. Fatty Li immediately pointed. "It's Qin Yu, why do I run into this jinx everywhere? The woman beside him is quite pretty too." Wang Zan quickly set his sights on Lang Tianxiang. Fatty Li continued, "He's the one who stole my slaves, you know. The girl he took, even that woman beside him can't compare to a single one of her features. And I've found out that the only reason he looks down on everyone is because he has the Zhenan prince's backing. Huang Fei wants to win over Li Yu, so he has his reservations, but our divine spear sect doesn't care about some Zhenan prince. Fatty Li, since you're my man now, I'll help you settle this score." So Wang Zan and Fatty Li stepped forward to block the way. "Hey old pal, long time no see. I remember you're that wild boar Huang Fei keeps, right? Changed masters?" Qin Yu recognized him and taunted. "What did you say?" Wang Zan stomped his feet in anger to vent. The Wang Zan beside him also stepped in. "Fatty Li is my man now. You stole his slaves. Huang Fei wouldn't dare settle this with you, but my father is different, he dares." As he spoke, Wang Zan glared, full of provocation. Watching Qin Yu, Lang Tianxiang grew worried. This young Master Qin seemed to have made quite a few enemies. Facing Wang Zan, Qin Yu showed no fear and asked him how he wanted to settle the score. "Of course, return my slaves and that little lady beside you. She's not bad looking either. From today, she belongs to me, Wang Zan." The moment he finished, Lang Tianxiang erupted with a surge of powerful spiritual energy, furious at his filthy words. Just as she was about to charge forward and teach this lecher a lesson, Qin Yu reached out to stop her. "Miss Lang, don't rush, let me handle this." "Wang Zan, what if I refuse? Then I'll kill you, you brat," Wang Zan declared aggressively. "Good, let's fight. I've been wanting to stretch my limbs anyway." This suited Wang Zan just fine, and he immediately channeled his spiritual energy. "You asked for it. Let me show you the Wind Thunder Palm, a profound rank martial art I just learned." Before the move was even unleashed, its force sent Fatty Li tumbling backward. Standing nearby, Lang Tianxiang worriedly warned Qin Yu that the Wind Thunder Palm was no joke and offered to help. However, Qin Yu was unfazed. "Miss Lang, since it's only a low-grade, profound rank martial art, there's no need for you to step in. I spent a fortune to get this Wind Thunder Palm from Huang Fei, and today I'll use you as practice." "Die, Qin Yu!" With his roar, a powerful palm strike shot toward Qin Yu. On his end, Qin Yu began to act. He took a deep breath and simultaneously unleashed spiritual energy imbued with cliff-like might. This single breath not only repelled Wang Zan's palm strike but also sent him staggering backward. Seeing Wang Zan taken down in one move, Fatty Li started to panic. "Miss Lang, it must be as I thought." Lang Tianxiang stood still, thinking to herself. Wang Zan's cultivation was at the 4th layer of the divine connection realm, and he had used a profound rank martial art, yet he couldn't withstand even one move from young Master Qin. Moreover, young Master Qin's move also seemed to be a profound rank technique. After cleanly dealing with Wang Zan, it was Fatty Li's turn. Having witnessed the scene, Fatty Li knew he was no match for Qin Yu and knelt to beg for mercy, offering all his wealth in exchange for his life. "All of it?" Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Fatty Li nodded frantically in fear. "Miss Lang, would you like to come with me to take a look?" Lang Tianxiang agreed without hesitation. So Qin Yu kicked Fatty Li's backside and told him to lead the way quickly. After a while at Fatty Li's mansion, he brought the two to a place filled with countless weapons. "Fatty Li, is this all your wealth?" In response to Qin Yu's question, Fatty Li confirmed it was, but Qin Yu said this paltry amount wasn't enough to save his life. This made Fatty Li start to panic. "Please spare me, I really have nothing else." "In that case, prepare to die." Qin Yu clenched his fist and threatened. "Wait, sir, I have slaves, many of them, all top quality." Hearing this, Qin Yu slowly relaxed and urged him to lead the way quickly. "All right, I'll open the secret chamber for you now." As the chamber door opened, a strong foul odor rushed out. "Disgusting!" Lang Tianxiang quickly covered her nose, feeling nauseated. "Locking slaves in a place like this? Fatty Li, your heart is truly vicious beyond my imagination. Let's go in and take a look, Miss Lang. Bear with it for now." Qin Yu dragged Fatty Li inside with him. "Have these slaves been locked up here all along?" As Fatty Li had said, many slaves were imprisoned here. Their resentment reached its peak and some went mad at the sight of him. "Fatty Li, you killed my entire family and turned me into a slave. You'll die a miserable death." Seeing this, Lang Tianxiang could no longer hold back. "Unforgivable. Please calm down, I'll never do this again," Fatty Li begged in fear. "You're not even human." Qin Yu continued dragging him further inside. Approaching an iron cage, Qin Yu noticed 2 female succubi inside. "Are these your slaves too?" Qin Yu asked Fatty Li suspiciously. Yes, these are the succubi I just got, all top quality." "Fatty Li, you're something else. As long as you're satisfied, then can I go? I said I won't kill you, so get lost." Hearing this, Fatty Li was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. But before he could finish, Lang Tianxiang behind him took action herself. "I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean Miss Lang can't. For someone like you who enjoys abusing slaves, death alone isn't enough. Young Master Qin, what do you plan to do with these slaves? Leng Tianxiang asked softly. They're all pitiful souls. I'll call the Zhenan prince to arrange for them. That's good, I'll leave this to you, young Master Qin. After a while, Li Yu also sent people over to quickly rescue all the slaves. Death was too merciful for Fatty Li. He should be locked up here and properly punished. Killing one Fatty Li wouldn't be enough to improve the slave trade situation. You must always remember your duty, to abolish this system in the Tianhe dynasty. I'll leave it to you and Miss Leng from now on. I won't be coming to the mansion for dinner tonight. I'll take my leave now. With that, Qin Yu left, leaving a beauty stomping her feet in anger. You damn bastard, do you know how much effort I put into making that meal? I won't let you off next time. Leng Tianxiang watched all this, lost in thought and speechless. It seemed young Master Qin and Li Yu's relationship wasn't quite there yet. Sister Leng, why is your face so red? Seeing Li Yu suddenly speak to her, Leng Tianxiang nervously said she was fine. Seeing this, Li Yu was also puzzled. The scene shifted to later at Tianhe Inn, where Qin Yu was in his room constantly absorbing heavenly treasures. The sacred flame competition was approaching, and he couldn't miss any opportunity to improve his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Divine Spear sect, I didn't expect you to come in person. This man was Wang Tiecheng, the sect leader of the Divine Spear sect and Wang Zan's father. Young Master Lu's visit honors our humble sect. This man was Lu Zhulang from the Heartless Sword sect. Enough small talk. For the Sacred Flame competition, does your Divine Spear sect have anyone to participate? Hearing this, Wang Tiecheng was troubled, unsure how to answer, as he hadn't found a suitable candidate yet. As Lu Zhulang had expected, he shook his head, thinking the Divine Spear sect was declining. The Extreme Sun sect has decided to support Huang Fei of the Qi Refining sect, the Jade Maiden sect has chosen the Ice Soul sect, and the Sacred Heart Hall hasn't decided yet. I'm here to offer you an opportunity. Lu Zhulang produced a sacred flame from his palm. Wang Tiecheng recognized it at a glance as a 6th grade sacred flame. Lu Zhulang confirmed it. This is the heart-eating bone flame. With this 6th grade sacred flame and our Heartless Sword sect support, you should be able to compete in the sacred flame competition. Thank you, young Master Lu. Wang Tiecheng swallowed his pride and knelt to thank him. Just then, Wang Zan returned home, shouting loudly for his father. Wang Zan, with tears and snot, demanded Wang Tiecheng avenge him. Lu Zhulang was speechless at the sight, noticing a stranger in the house. Wang Zan also asked in confusion, "What's all this noise?" "This is young Master Lu from the Heartless Sword sect." Heartless Sword sect? Wang Zan was surprised, wondering why one of the 4 great sects was here. I hope your Divine Spear sect doesn't disappoint me. With that, Lu Zhulang left. Looking at what Lu Zhulang had left behind, Wang Zan leaned in to see what it was. The truth was right in front of him, but his foolish son still couldn't see it. Frustrated, Wang Tiecheng knocked him on the head and confirmed it was a 6th grade sacred flame. A 6th grade sacred flame. Wang Zan's face went blank. Wang Tiecheng added, "The Heartless Sword sect has chosen our Divine Spear sect as their support. Refine this sacred flame quickly and aim for 1st place in the sacred flame competition." Staring at the tempting prize, Wang Zan's mouth watered, but first he had to laugh heartily. A sacred flame? I finally have a sacred flame, Qin Yu, even if the wind thunderpalm can't touch you. Now that I have a 6th grade sacred flame with my talent, I'll advance further after refining it. Then it'll be your death, Qin Yu. Only then did Wang Tiecheng notice his son's injuries. Wang Zan didn't care anymore, saying he was fine and cheerfully walked away. He never expected his son to obtain a sacred flame. Wang Tiecheng was very satisfied. It seems our Divine Spear sect is destined to rise. Meanwhile, at the Tianhe city gate, a group carrying the artifact Immortal Ancestor's sedan chair had just arrived. Huang Fei was already waiting to welcome him. "Master, you finally arrived. Your disciple pays respects. Let's go. Come with me to the Zhenan Prince's mansion first." Huang Fei obeyed. On the way, the artifact Immortal Ancestor mentioned that his first purpose was to finalize Huang Fei and Li Yu's marriage, and second to help Huang Fei win 1st place in the Sacred Flame competition. "Master, there's something else to report related to Qin Yu of the Divine Sword Dynasty's Qin family." Qin Yu? Hearing the name, the old man's eyes showed curiosity. After a while, Huang Fei recounted the whole story, revealing that Qin Yu had gained a great opportunity in the wilderness. Qin Yu possesses a sacred flame and a broken immortal artifact. It seems the immortal artifact aura I sensed earlier is indeed on him. "Master, Qin Yu's sacred flame is of extremely high grade, even surpassing Chu Lin's. Don't let him participate in the sacred flame competition." "No matter, let him join. I have a way to help you win." With that, the old man produced a deep blue sacred flame. "This is the Nether Ghost Flame, a 6th grade sacred flame of mine. Although it's 6th grade, I've nurtured it for years. It's not quite 7th grade, but close. I'll use a secret technique to help you obtain it." "Close to 7th grade? Surprise flickered in Huang Fei's eyes. The artifact Immortal Ancestor added that 6th grade and above sacred flames were rare. I suspect that Qin Yu Brat's flame is at most 6th grade. With my nether ghost flame, you already have an 80 to 90% chance of victory. With that, the old man used some techniques to transfer the sacred flame into Huang Fei's body. So this is the nether ghost flame. Huang Fei could already feel it. Thank you, master, I won't disappoint you. Qin Yu, your cultivation is inferior to mine, even if you have magic and a sacred flame. Now that I have the mighty ghost flame, how could you possibly be my match? Later, at the Zhenan Prince's mansion, Father, I've come up with this plan. That Huang Fei is coming soon. Li Yu quickly pointed to Qin Yu for help. Being dragged into this unwarranted trouble left Qin Yu helpless. Li Yu eagerly leaned in. Then you perform well and take down Huang Fei's arrogance. Just then, the artifact Immortal Ancestor and Huang Fei arrived. Zhenan Prince, long time no see. Seeing this familiar face, Qin Yu also sensed that the grade of Huang Fei's sacred flame had increased. He was originally a 5th rank official, but has now been promoted to 6th rank, even approaching 7th rank. It seems the Qi Immortal Ancestor has put in a lot of effort. Meanwhile, Huang Fei has come to Li Yu and whispered a few words. Sister Li Yu, my master is here today to finalize our engagement. Before he could finish, Li Yu pulled Qin Yu aside and said, No need, I already have a fiancée. You and I are not close, we only knew each other as children. I advise you to stop pestering me from now on. This young man must be Qin Yu of the Qin family in the Divine Sword Dynasty, right? The Qi Immortal Ancestor also noticed. Qin Yu, however, bluntly confirmed it. Qin Yu, what qualifications do you have to be Li Yu's husband? You're nothing but a stray dog from the Divine Sword Dynasty, he continued. Huang Fei is my personal disciple and will become the champion of the Sacred Flame competition, rising to prominence in one step. What can you compare to him? Li Yu, feeling uncomfortable, retorted. Qin Yu also possesses the Sacred Flame, and he will definitely be the first in this competition. Such a simple provocation, and this girl actually fell for it. Qin Yu was speechless. This old dog seemed to be provoking Li Yu, but in reality he was trying to disturb Qin Yu's focus, luring him into a decisive battle at the Sacred Flame competition to kill him. However, this suited Qin Yu's plans perfectly. Turning back to the Qi Immortal Ancestor, he said, Well said, then if Qin Yu takes first place in the Sacred Flame competition, Feier naturally won't be able to compare, but what if he doesn't? He cast a meaningful glance at Li Yu. Li Yu, however, thought it was completely impossible. He pressed further, and Huang Fei quickly sealed the deal. If I take first place in the Sacred Flame competition, you must marry me immediately. Not a moment's delay. How about it? Since you trust him so much, why not bet on this? You won't refuse, will you? Fine, who's afraid of who? Li Yu agreed without a second thought. Did you hear that? You must win first place, or I'll fall into that demon's arms. Very well, on the day of the Sacred Flame competition, this old man will be watching closely. With that, he and Huang Fei left directly. This is infuriating. Qin Yu, you must teach that Huang Fei a lesson. Li Yu, are you sure that Huang Fei is different now? Before, he was only at the 5th rank of Sacred Flame, but now the pressure of his Sacred Flame has risen to the 6th rank, even approaching the 7th. Despite this, Li Yu was unconcerned. So what if he's approaching the 7th rank? But as she pondered Qin Yu's words, she began to panic. Qin Yu played out the rest of the act, saying he couldn't surpass Huang Fei now and might have to let Li Yu fall into the villain's hands. Hearing this, Li Yu slumped into a corner in despair, feeling her life was over and blaming herself for being so impulsive. But she didn't notice Qin Yu's smug smile behind her. The Prince of Zhenan also came to mediate. Young man, stop teasing my Yu heir. Facing you, whether it's 6th or 7th rank, it probably makes no difference to you. As he spoke, Li Yu looked at Qin Yu with tearful, hopeful eyes. Qin Yu scratched his head, saying he wasn't entirely sure. That night, as usual, Qin Yu continued absorbing heavenly treasures to rapidly improve his cultivation. After a while, Qin Yu released the aura of the cliff vulture and the 9-legged golden bird. Through some manipulation, he fused the two into one. At the same time, he forcefully absorbed them into his body. The 3rd layer of the divine connection realm was achieved. Tomorrow would be the time to watch the show. As usual, improving cultivation was exhausting, and Qin Yu fell into a deep sleep as soon as he lay down, unaware of the time. The scene shifted to the next day at the Sacred Flame competition venue. The guests were already seated in the viewing stands, eager to witness the most anticipated event of the year. The Prince of Zhenan and Leng Tianxiang were both looking forward to our reckless man's performance. Not only them, but other high-ranking figures were also present. Some were full of anticipation. Others were disappointed because they lacked the Sacred Flame and couldn't participate. Below the stage, the contestants for this year's Sacred Flame competition were gradually appearing. Huang Fei cast a contemptuous glance. A bunch of naive ants coming to participate, but do they know this competition is already decided? Those insignificant, unqualified and backgroundless ants have no hope of winning. Unexpectedly, he ran into an acquaintance. Wang Zan greeted him as soon as he saw him. "Looking at you, Huang Fei, so confident it seems winning the championship is a sure thing, right? Is that Wang Zan? What are you doing here at the Sacred Flame competition? You don't have the Sacred Flame either. Are you here to watch the excitement? Whether I have the Sacred Flame or not, you'll find out soon enough." Wang Zan spoke mysteriously, trailing off. Soon their gazes clashed directly. Their strength was unknown, but when it came to putting on airs, they were definitely number one. Just then, our Qin Yu also appeared on the stage. Wang Zan and Huang Fei turned their attention to Qin Yu. "Wang Zan, let's set aside our grievances for now. Our common enemy is Qin Yu." "Of course," Wang Zan immediately agreed. Looking at the two fools in front of him, a hidden smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. "Hello, you two. I hope you both perform well today and try not to lose too embarrassingly. You're shamelessly bragging. Today is the day you die, Qin Yu." Not only Wang Zan was angry, but Huang Fei also fumed with rage and warned, "Qin Yu, keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep it up." This exchange of words was also noticed by the higher-ups. This year's Sacred Flame competition truly has gathered many experts. The representatives of the 4 major sects are also strong, but that martial artist is particularly eye-catching. "Who is that person?" Bai Feifei of the Jade Maiden sect asked curiously. The person beside her seemed to recognize Qin Yu and leapt down. This person was Li Qingjiao, Li Qingyi's sister, and also Qin Yu's past life lover. Qin Yu didn't hesitate to greet Qingjiao. "Qingjiao, it's been 3 years since you went to study at the Jade Maiden sect. I didn't expect you to have grown into such a graceful young lady. Qin Yu, you've changed a lot too. I just never thought you'd come to the Sacred Flame competition. I'm determined to win this Sacred Flame competition," Qin Yu confidently affirmed. "Qin Yu, I've heard about your situation. The Qin family has done everything for our divine sword dynasty, achieving countless merits, but I never expected my father and sister to be like that." Li Qingjiao blamed herself. Qin Yu told her not to mind, as the personal matters between him and those two had nothing to do with her. These two intimate exchanges caught the eye of Bai Feifei on the stage. "Is this the Qin Yu who killed Li Jianhei?" Qin Yu and the junior sister grew up together, and their relationship is not simple. If Qin Yu really becomes the champion, perhaps something can be done with this. Not only Bai Feifei, but several other men also began to notice and discuss. "What's going on? Who is this kid? How is he so close to the Jade Maiden sect? Fool, this is a love master, just watch. If he doesn't have at least 3 women by his side, I, Zhao Rishan, will write my name backward." Coincidentally, Dugu Wanner was also here. Young Master Qin Yu truly never lacks beautiful companions by his side. "See, here comes another one," he proudly affirmed his words. Faced with Wanner's comment, Qin Yu could only smile awkwardly. The pleasantries ended there, and Li Qingjiao bid Qin Yu farewell. Before leaving, she encouraged him to win first place. "Don't worry, the first place in this Sacred Flame competition will definitely be mine." As soon as Li Qingjiao sat down, Bai Feifei proactively spoke to her. "If that Qin Yu really takes first place in the Sacred Flame competition, then we'll have to rely on you, Sister Qingjiao, in the future." Back on the stage, several men's gazes were drawn to another woman who had just appeared. This was Chu Hani of the Ice Soul sect, with the mole at the corner of her eye as her trademark. "See that? That's the once-in-a-century genius of the Ice Soul sect. Only 16 years old, already at the 5th layer of the Divine Connection realm, and carrying a 6th-rank Sacred Flame. Is that Chu Hani? She's been in seclusion for 3 years, and I didn't expect her to have grown into such a beauty. I remember when I saw her, she was just a little girl with a runny nose. I wonder if she recognizes me." But Chu Hani walked straight to where Qin Yu was. Facing the beauty, Qin Yu also showed a friendly smile. Seeing this ambiguous scene, Huang Fei and Wang Zan were furious. How does this kid manage to even hook up with Chu Hani? Before Qin Yu could say anything, Chu Hani spoke first. "Qin Yu, I have a connection with the Qin family. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me. But since we're meeting again at the Sacred Flame competition, I naturally won't go easy on you." With that, Chu Hani left. Qin Yu said nothing, only showing a strange smile. After a while, almost all the participants in the Sacred Flame competition had arrived. Qin Yu also noticed a somewhat special girl here, who looked like a demon but not quite, more like royalty. The girl kindly greeted everyone one by one, including Qin Yu. Qin Yu returned the greeting without hesitation behind him. Dugu Wanner was also surprised, not expecting Qin Yu to have such a wide network. Only Qin Yu knew the truth. In his past life, the first place in the Sacred Flame competition would belong to her. This person had a mysterious origin, claiming to be an unknown rogue cultivator. In his past life, she won with overwhelming moves, showing her cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Divine Connection realm, and her Sacred Flame was no less than 8th rank. But strangely, after winning the Sacred Flame competition, she disappeared without a trace, and no one ever saw her again in this life. He must observe carefully to see what this woman's true background is. The auspicious time had arrived, and the Qi immortal ancestor and the Prince of Zhenan also flew down to the stage. Soon, the Prince of Zhenan signaled for everyone to be quiet and began to announce. The Sacred Flame competition is a major event for the Tianhe dynasty. Today, I hope everyone will rely on their own abilities to win the top spot. Now, please invite the representatives of the 4 major sects to the stage. As the Prince of Zhenan spoke, 4 people walked to the 4 corners and simultaneously infused their spiritual power, opening a spatial rift. From within, an object emitting a special aura gradually appeared. It was the Heavenly Heart Sacred Flame Stone. As soon as he saw it, Huang Fei was stunned. Wang Zan also seemed to know something about it. The Heavenly Heart Sacred Flame Stone is the most mysterious thing in the Tianhe dynasty. Legend says it was formed by heaven and earth, not only helping martial artists control the sacred flame but even improving its rank. Because this stone was so precious, it had always been jointly owned by the 4 major sects. Seeing its grandeur, everyone present was awestruck. Only Qin Yu was unimpressed. Just this little thing makes them so amazed. If they knew there was a Heavenly Heart Sacred Flame Stone as big as a mountain deep in the wilderness, what would they think? Back to reality, Leng Tianxiang also spoke on behalf of the group. I'm sure everyone here knows that this is the Heavenly Heart Sacred Flame Stone, crucial for those with the sacred flame within them. It was originally managed jointly by the 4 major sects, each using it for 3 months. But if someone takes first place in the Sacred Flame competition and joins a sect, they can have exclusive use of this stone for the entire following year. Hearing Leng Tianxiang's announcement, everyone present was extremely excited. Unlike her serious demeanor earlier, Leng Tianxiang kept an eye on Qin Yu below. She deeply hoped Qin Yu would follow through. It seemed Leng Tianxiang was very confident that Qin Yu would take first place in the Sacred Flame competition. Next was Chu Lin, the host of this competition. The rules of the Sacred Flame competition were very simple. A total of 3 rounds. The first round was one-on-one duels, with the winner advancing to the next round. Now please come up and draw lots. Chu Lin also used his spiritual power to shuffle the positions of each token for fairness. Then everyone stepped forward one by one to draw. Then it was our Qin Yu's turn. As soon as they met, Qin Yu deliberately struck up a conversation. "Little man from the extreme Sun sect, we meet again. You're not rigging this draw, are you? You underestimate me, Chu Lin." "I wouldn't do something so despicable." Qin Yu didn't care about his words. Even if there was rigging, it didn't matter. Seeing Qin Yu so confident, Chu Lin was curious to see how far he could go. "Then I'll watch closely." Faced with Qin Yu's teasing demeanor, Chu Lin could only swallow his anger. There were still important matters at hand. Please check the tokens in your hands. Each token has a number for identification. Those with the same number are opponents in the same match. In this round, Qin Yu drew number 5. Seeing this number, Qin Yu wondered who his opponent would be. First, those who drew number 1, please prepare. The other martial artists quickly stepped down from the stage. Then the first match officially began. Due to the huge disparity in strength, the result came quickly. 1 too easily. The guy laughed heartily. Seeing his demeanor, Huang Fei and Wang Zan below the stage showed mocking expressions. A first-rank Sacred Flame dares to come to the Sacred Flame competition? The fools in this world are truly countless. Then the next 3 matches also concluded. Next was the 5th match. Qin Yu and his opponent were already on the stage. A burly man appeared. Seeing Qin Yu's frail appearance, he began to show contempt, advising Qin Yu to surrender early to save his life. However, Qin Yu didn't listen to a word and even extended his middle finger to provoke him to make the first move. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Leng Tianxiang on the stage also noted that a 3rd-rank Sacred Flame was decent, but unfortunately, it met young Master Qin with overwhelming momentum. The guy immediately lunged forward to seize the initiative. However, before he could act, Qin Yu kicked him flying. This kick inadvertently decided the outcome. This sent a chill through Chu Hali. An opponent with a 3rd-rank Sacred Flame, defeated instantly with just an ordinary kick. This Qin Yu is much stronger than I imagined. A meaningless victory. Qin Yu showed a bored expression. "What are you so smug about? I'll chop you up soon enough," Wang Zan warned. Then in the 6th match, Huang Fei won. In the 7th, Wang Zan emerged victorious. Following the order, Wu Ming and Chu Hali also secured easy wins. Meanwhile, Chu Lin above proposed that the group start a new betting round to pass the time. Qi Xian ancestor agreed and asked for everyone else's opinion. Lu Zhulang and Bai Feifei also gave their consent. Followed by Leng Qianchang as the initiator, Chu Lin placed the first bet, staking a high-value 3rd-grade pill, the Yi Jin Duan Jiuji Huang Dan, on Huang Fei's victory. Similarly, Qi Xian ancestor had full confidence in his own disciple. He wagered a weapon he had personally forged, named the Ao Chang sword. When it was Leng Qinchang's turn, seeing the others' generous bets, he couldn't let the sacred heart hall fall behind. He put up the Tian Xing armor as a wager, betting on Qin Yu's win. Next was Lu Zhulong, who bet a third-grade pill, the Wu Qing Dan on Wang Zan. Finally, Bai Feifei staked the profound-grade lower-tier martial skill Lu Yun's step, betting on Chu Hani. These bets drew the attention of many nearby onlookers. As expected of the four great sects, everything they pull out is top-notch. Alas, if only I had the sacred flame. Even if I couldn't join them, just being a menial worker would be 1,000 times better than this. Seeing that no one had bet on her, the young woman named Wu Ming tentatively asked what would happen if everyone guessed wrong. Chu Lin replied, "Then all these items will be awarded to the champion of the Sacred Flame competition. If that's the case, then it's fine, that would be wonderful. In my view, only I and that young Master Qin are worthy of contending for the champion position." Wu Ming's sudden silence made Qin Yu feel a bit uneasy. Wang Zan couldn't accept this either. How utterly arrogant. Do you and that Qin Yu really think you can win this year's Sacred Flame competition? With me, Wang Zan, here, this position is mine for the taking, the others joined in, trying to provoke them. All right, prepare for the second round of the Sacred Flame competition, Chu Lin announced. The second round would be a free-for-all brawl. With that, both Wang Zan and Huang Fei focused their attention on Qin Yu. Not only that, but the others also began to surround our brother Qin. Seeing their actions, Qin Yu understood they had already been bought off. Chu Lin continued explaining the rules. The second round would last the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, and the last four standing would qualify for the final round. If the first round was just to weed out the weaker martial artists, then the second round is the true test of your sacred flame abilities. In this round, all martial artists can only use their sacred flames to fight. Additionally, you are forbidden from using martial skills or your own cultivation base to suppress others. Now the second round of the Sacred Flame competition officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd in the stands erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Below the arena, the action had already started. Qin Yu was their primary target. Despite this, Qin Yu remained perfectly calm and even took the opportunity to provoke them. "You're about to die and still spouting nonsense. Have you no shame?" Before the words had even faded, people from all four directions launched a simultaneous surprise attack, so many ganging up on one person. How despicable and shameless. Li Yu couldn't accept it either. Standing nearby, Li Qingjiao was also deeply worried about Qin Yu's predicament. A massive explosion erupted on the arena stage where Qin Yu stood. "Each of us possesses a fourth-grade sacred flame, and we've trained hard in combined attack techniques for this moment. You've taken this hit. Even if you don't die, you'll be severely injured." "Severely injured? There's not even a speck of dust on me. Are you done with your attacks? Then let me show you mine." Qin Yu counterattacked the four without a scratch, and they fell with a single blow. Qi Xian ancestor had already anticipated this, believing that the sacred flame Qin Yu had just displayed was at most 6th grade. Li Yu, however, was overjoyed. The fact that Qin Yu possessed a 6th grade sacred flame far exceeded her expectations. Qin Yu continued to taunt Wang Zan and Huang Fei. "Is this the best you've got, these small fry? You two are hopelessly stupid. If you want my life, why don't you make a move? A mere 6th grade sacred flame. Do you really think you're invincible? Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Wang Zan was no less aggressive than Huang Fei. "I have a 6th grade sacred flame too. Today is the day you die, Qin Yu." Faced with this reality, Li Yu was shocked once again. Chu Lin also understood that this was clearly the result of help from the ruthless sword sect. Both with 6th grade sacred flames, let's see how you handle 2 against 1. Huang Fei and Wang Zan combined their swords, merging their 2 sacred flames to launch a joint attack. However, they didn't realize this was a trap Qin Yu had set in advance. The grade of Qin Yu's sacred flame was not limited to the 6th. The celestial earth strange fire quickly neutralized their combined strike. "Is this the power of a 7th grade? No, it's not 8th grade, it's a 9th grade sacred flame." Even Qi Xian ancestor found it hard to believe what he was seeing. Chu Lin's expression was identical. "A 9th grade sacred flame? Even the sect master of the extreme sun sect only has an 8th grade one." The crowd in the stands was even more stunned. This sudden silence only made Qin Yu's sacred flame burn even more fiercely. Wang Zan and Huang Fei began to feel fear and prepared to make a quick escape. Only the Prince of Zhenan was delighted. A 9th grade sacred flame. In the entire history of the Tianhe dynasty, fewer than a dozen people have possessed one. Even the weakest among them is at the peak of the Po Wang realm, and some are even above the Tong Shen realm. They are not only undefeated in the Tianhe dynasty but also top-tier existences on the continent. Excellent, very good. I never thought our Tianhe city would produce a prodigy with a 9th grade sacred flame. Following his excitement, Leng Qianchang was also astonished. It's actually 9th grade. Even my master only has an 8th grade sacred flame. Young Master Qin's future achievements will surely surpass my master's. Just thinking about it made Leng Qianchang smile with great satisfaction. If they could recruit him, it would be even more perfect. Li Qingzhao's expression mirrored the others. Qin Yu, is this the opportunity you gained in the wasteland? Father, you chose to sacrifice Qin Yu to curry favor with the Zhao clan, and in the end you met your own death. Our divine sword dynasty has lost a prodigy like Qin Yu. Father, if you know this in the underworld, how regretful must you be? Back on the arena, Qin Yu began to get serious. You too, you've used every scheme and trick to set me up, but in the face of a 9th grade sacred flame, everything you've done is laughable. With this simple move, Qin Yu knocked Huang Fei and Wang Zan unconscious. I'm not killing you now because you're still useful. When the ancient ruins open, that will be your death day. Qin Yu thought the sacred flame competition should end here. Since he had already revealed his 9th grade sacred flame, there was no need for a third round. With that in mind, Qin Yu summoned a massive fireball, large enough to cover the entire arena. Li Yu didn't understand what Qin Yu was trying to do, but Wu Ming was extremely excited. The 9 heavens illusory extinguishing flame, it seems coming to the human realm was the right choice. At Qin Yu's command, the 9 heavens silent extinguishing flame descended instantly. By the time they realized it, it was too late. The group could only stand there helplessly awaiting their fate. A earth-shattering explosion occurred. In the second round of the Sacred Flame competition, this old man has never seen anything like it in his lifetime. After the smoke cleared, everyone was lying on the arena floor. Fortunately, Chu Hani had sensed the danger and retreated early, so she was unaffected. She thought Qin Yu was an absolute madman for doing this. Wu Ming felt the same. Father was right, the mortal world does bring a lot of joy, Qin Yu. I hope the next time we meet, your sacred flame will be even stronger. Back to Qin Yu. He was the only one left standing on the arena. Naturally, the champion position belonged to our brother Qin. Faced with this reality, the people present hadn't yet come to their senses. Huang Fei, upon waking, couldn't accept it either. Damn it, I have a 6th grade sacred flame, yet I'm not the champion. Qin Yu, a discarded, lowly outcast of the divine sword dynasty, a royal plaything. What right does he have? I'll kill you. So what if you have a 9th grade sacred flame? You're just a useless Tong Shen first layer waste. The champion of the sacred flame competition can only be me, Huang Fei. No one can stop me. Huang Fei wildly released his spiritual power and charged at Qin Yu like a madman, ready to strike. Leng Qianchang noticed and immediately warned Qin Yu to be careful. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Qin Yu showed no fear and began to violently erupt his own spiritual power. Before he even made a move, his pressure sent Huang Fei flying. Trampled by Qin Yu time and again, Huang Fei still couldn't believe it. No matter how hard he tried, Qin Yu was always the victor. Qin Yu is nothing but a waste, someone who should be beneath my feet. Why has it turned out like this? I won't accept it. Enough barking. Qin Yu formally pierced his abdomen with a spear, silencing him. Huang Fei's body, along with the war god spear, was pinned to the nearby rock wall. The real waste is you, Huang Fei, Qin Yu declared loudly. Seeing the first-grade immortal artifact in Qin Yu's hand, Qi Xian ancestor recognized that the immortal aura he had sensed earlier came from this weapon. Qin Yu, not only do you possess a 9th grade sacred flame, but you also have a first-grade immortal artifact? Seeing that Qin Yu dared to kill someone under the protection of his extreme sun sect, Chu Lin couldn't help but roar in anger. Holding the war god spear, Qin Yu proudly declared, Huang Fei could try to kill me, but I can't kill him. Roar at me again and I wouldn't dare to kill even you. What an arrogant brat. Let's see how you plan to kill me. Chu Lin began to erupt his spiritual power, ready to fight to the death. But before he could act, Leng Qianchang stopped him. Young Master Qin is someone the Sacred Heart Hall values. If you want to make a move against him, you'll have to ask me first. Is the Sacred Heart Hall going to turn against us as well? But Qin Yu didn't need Leng Qianchang's help and told her not to worry. I can handle this myself. Although he was a bit intimidated, the arrow had already left the bow, so he had to tough it out. Chu Lin leaped into the air and immediately executed the profound-grade mid-tier martial skill, Extreme Sun Divine Yang. Leng Qianchang recognized it at once. Extreme Sun Divine Yang was a skill only the top 3 disciples of the Extreme Sun sect could learn. It was incredibly powerful, and when mastered, it rivaled even profound-grade upper-tier skills. Even if you've awakened a 9th grade sacred flame, even if you've killed Huang Fei in the face of a profound-grade mid-tier martial skill, you're nothing but an ant. Chu Lin smugly launched his attack at Qin Yu's location. Facing this powerful skill, Qin Yu showed no fear. What's so great about a profound-grade mid-tier skill? Let me use you to test if I can pull off my strongest move this time. Qin Yu then executed the Earth-grade upper-tier martial skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. Spiritual power instantly condensed at the spear tip and shot toward Chu Lin. The gap in power was too great. Chu Lin's extreme Sun Mystic Yang skill was quickly neutralized. He also bore the full brunt of Qin Yu's attack. The power of this move was strong enough to pierce through the clouds. Seeing Qin Yu unleash an Earth-grade martial skill, everyone present was instantly stunned. Even Li Yu was no exception. Since they had met, Qin Yu had given her too many surprises. Qi Xian ancestor couldn't accept it either. He hadn't expected the opportunity in the wasteland to be so formidable. Back in the fight, Chu Lin was now lying motionless on the arena floor. Qin Yu walked up and pointed his spear at him. Is this all the divine son of the extreme sun sect amounts to? Get ready to meet Huang Fei. Seeing Qin Yu about to strike, Leng Qianchang quickly tried to stop him, but Qin Yu ignored her and gently pierced Chu Lin's throat, finishing him off. Qi Xian ancestor, why aren't you making a move? If I die, see how you explain this to the extreme sun sect. Hearing this, Qi Xian ancestor hastily took out a magical artifact to block him. He threw a jade ring which grew larger as it approached Qin Yu, but unexpectedly, the Yahoo Phantom easily reached out and stopped it. Not only that, but Yahoo also snapped it in half with ease. Even this move was ineffective against Qin Yu, so Chu Lin's fate was already sealed. Qin Yu killed him in an instant. I told you, he had to go down to the underworld to keep Huang Fei company. Seeing Qin Yu dare to be so arrogant in front of him, Qi Xian ancestor began to violently erupt his spiritual power. Qin Yu, first you kill my beloved disciple, then you kill the extreme sun sect's divine son. You're a bloodthirsty murderer guilty of heinous crimes. Even if you've awakened a 9th-grade sacred flame, you cannot be spared. Qin Yu listened and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well said, cannot be spared, you old dog, you old thing. Do you think I'll let you live? You killed the one I love most. And you humiliated me in every way possible. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. The Prince of Zhenan was also surprised by this, not expecting such deep hatred between them. But he was also curious about who Qin Yu was referring to. Of course, Qi Xian ancestor had the same question. He didn't remember ever creating such a grudge. Qin Yu, at such a young age, you can kill Chu Lin, and you possess a 9th-grade sacred flame and an Earth-grade martial skill. You are truly an unparalleled prodigy. Unfortunately, this old man has long reached the peak of the Tongshen realm. Killing you is like crushing an ant. Qi Xian ancestor immediately took out a 1st-grade immortal artifact, the Zemo Immortal. A 1st-grade immortal artifact combined with the profound-grade upper-tier martial skill, Zemo Immortal Art. It seemed he was determined to kill. He couldn't wait any longer and swung his sword at Qin Yu. Qin Yu naturally wouldn't let him have his way. He infused the power of Yahoo and the 9-legged golden crow into his spear. The two killing moves collided with overwhelming force. Faced with Qin Yu's resistance, Qi Xian ancestor smugly remarked that Qin Yu's move was too weak and quickly sent him flying. Qin Yu, is this all you've got? Upwind, the old man continued his assault. Qin Yu could only curl up and defend himself for the time being. With no other choice, he had to ask the Prince of Zhenan to hand him the Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill. This was the reward for first place in the Sacred Flame Grand Competition, rightfully belonging to Qin Yu. The Prince of Zhenan, without further hesitation, threw it with force. As soon as Qin Yu swallowed it, he quickly felt an extremely rich spiritual energy flowing through his body. However, the Qi immortal ancestor was not worried at all, knowing that a 4th-grade pill like the Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill couldn't be refined in just a few years. Using it in the midst of battle was utterly impossible to succeed. But the reality before him slapped him hard in the face. Qin Yu managed to refine it successfully in such a short time. Was this the power of the peak of the divine connection realm? Just refining the Dragon Tiger Rebirth Pill could boost his cultivation this much? Facing the momentum before him, Qin Yu seized the moment to strike. He slammed down with his spear, and the old man had to block with his hand, but ultimately failed to stop it. Both he and the arena were sent flying. Not only that, but the pressure from this move also affected the surrounding crowd. As the dust cleared, the Qi immortal ancestor was seen lying on the stage, covered in wounds. When Qin Yu landed, the old man was already unsteady, and collapsed to the ground at this moment. Qin Yu was incredibly impressive. Breaking through mid-battle, even the Qi immortal ancestor couldn't withstand him. Young Master Qin is even more terrifying than I imagined. The Prince of Zhenan couldn't believe it. It was too beyond imagination. Lu Zhulong also began to feel fear, glad he hadn't offended this monster, or even the heartless sword sect protecting him wouldn't save his life. After that strike, the Qi immortal ancestor had to admit defeat, fully acknowledging Qin Yu's victory. The Qi immortal ancestor begged Qin Yu to spare his life, willing to meet any demands. But unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't need anything. What Qin Yu wanted was just his old life. However, just as he was about to act, a slightly unusual aura suddenly spread around Qin Yu. Before he could figure out what was happening, a barrier rose, isolating the two from the outside. Achieving his goal, the Qi immortal ancestor laughed triumphantly. Qin Yu, even if you're a peerless genius, no, perhaps calling you a monster wouldn't be an exaggeration. You're still too green, little girl. I've spent years setting up this formation. Your soul will be continuously destroyed. Soon you'll become an empty shell. I've lived over 100 years and killed countless people. Do you think you can kill me with that sharp tongue of yours? Then he ordered the formation to begin refining Qin Yu's soul. Once I destroy your soul, the sacred flame inside you will be mine. But before he could celebrate for long, a powerful aura severed his connection to the formation. Not only that, it crazily devoured everything. He could only stare dumbfounded as his grand formation was easily broken, and while still stunned, Qin Yu rushed forward and grabbed him by the neck. The opportunities I gained in the great wilderness aren't just the sacred flame. It's not that your formation failed, but any soul attack is useless against me. Too bad you old dog think you know everything, but you don't realize how ridiculous your every move is to me. Qin Yu, I was blind. This time, I dare not have any more schemes. You killed Chu Lin before, offending the Extreme Sun Sect. If you kill me too, the Extreme Sun Sect will never let you go. Spare my life, and from now on I'll obey your commands, helping you take revenge on the Zhao clan. Qin Yu ignored these words, instead stabbing him 3 times in the arm. Then he grabbed his neck again, causing the Qi immortal ancestor to spit out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu, think carefully. Even if the Sacred Heart Hall protects you, the Extreme Sun Sect won't let this go. Spare my life and you spare your own. This old dog still dared to threaten him, so Qin Yu kicked him straight in the groin. Spare my own life, my life belongs to me, and no one can take it away. A cheap life like yours, an old dog, dares to negotiate with me. As he spoke, Qin Yu crippled his left leg. Now he could only scream, thinking Qin Yu was truly a demon. A demon, old dog, do you know? The first time I saw you at the Prince of Zhenan's mansion, I couldn't control the killing intent in my heart. But I couldn't kill you then, because I kept telling myself to suppress my anger. Now my anger has reached its peak. I admit defeat. Dying at the hands of a monster like you isn't unfair. I want to die knowing, who did I kill that belongs to you? Qin Yu stomped on him hard and began to recount the story. In the first year of the Dali era, you were ordered by Li Qing to capture Li Qingzhao alive. You not only broke her bones but also imprisoned her in the black-purple pool of the great wilderness. The black-purple pool amplifies pain to the extreme. A single touch brings unbearable despair. You kept her in there for 3 whole months, heartlessly. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Li Qingzhao isn't dead yet. I beg you, let me die knowing, please. Watching the old man's agony before death, Qin Yu showed no mercy and killed him. His hatred seemed so deep that Qin Yu's ruthlessness even destroyed the Qi immortal ancestor's corpse completely. This left everyone present speechless. It's over. The Qi immortal ancestor is finally dead. Next come that pair of dogs, Zhao Dian and Li Qing. Meanwhile, in the Divine Sword Dynasty's palace, Zhao Dian, unaware of what had happened, was still performing some ritual. From within Li Qing's body, a special aura gradually condensed. Awaken the immortal script. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Manifest suddenly. That aura also enveloped Zhao Dian's entire body. At that moment his body underwent a transformation, and only Zhao Dian's agonized screams were heard. Zhao Huan, standing nearby, also felt the pressure. Dianer's immortal script has succeeded. When Zhao Dian reappeared, he was completely changed, no longer the weak Zhao Dian of before. Supreme Divine Script. I never expected to awaken the Supreme Divine Script. Zhao Dian laughed maniacally. Zhao Huan was also overjoyed. Excellent. I thought the bloodline within Li Qing could help you awaken the immortal script, which is why I had you marry her, so she'd willingly give up her bloodline to aid your awakening. I never imagined you'd surpass the immortal script and awaken the Supreme Divine Script. The revival of the Zhao clan is promising. The Supreme Divine Script hasn't appeared in our clan for 10,000 years. Even across the entire Immortal Clan, few possess divine scripts, let alone the Supreme one. This represents the pinnacle of divine scripts. With this we can return to the Immortal Clan. No need to stay in this mortal world. Once back, as long as you focus on cultivation, you can unify the Immortal Clan and make our Zhao clan the rulers of the world. Facing Zhao Huan's excitement, Zhao Dian's expression suddenly changed. He asked in a deep voice, "Uncle, does our Zhao clan have a rule that awakening the Supreme Divine Script makes one the clan leader controlling all members?" Zhao Huan also sensed something amiss and nervously confirmed it. Hearing this, Zhao Dian raised his head and ordered Zhao Huan to kneel and speak. His status had now completely shifted. Zhao Huan showed no reaction, only laughing with satisfaction. Good, good, good. If you had still spoken softly to me, I would have been somewhat disappointed. The Zhao clan needs someone cold-blooded and ambitious like this. So Zhao Huan obediently knelt and reported, "Zhao Huan, the 147th generation guardian of the Zhao clan, greets the master. Order the clan to quickly lower the path to heaven to take us back." Zhao Dian complied and immediately did so, but before that, Zhao Huan also asked Zhao Dian how to handle Li Qing. Though she's a mortal woman, she pleases me and knows how to flatter me. Let her come along." The scene shifts back to the Prince of Genen's mansion where everyone had gathered. "I've lived this long, but this is the first time I've seen someone with such astonishing talent as young Master Qin, killing the peak divine connection realm Qi immortal ancestor before the age of 18. The Qi immortal ancestor has deep ties with the extreme sun sect. You killed Chu Lin first, then the Qi immortal ancestor. The extreme sun sect will be relentless." Leng Tianchong also interjected. "The extreme sun sect is stronger than our Sacred Heart Hall, but they won't dare act recklessly. Once young Master Qin joins the Sacred Heart Hall, we'll do our utmost to protect him." "Can only your Sacred Heart Hall protect him? Can't my Jade Maiden sect do the same?" Bai Feifei, sitting nearby, sneered. "Young Master Qin might not join your Sacred Heart Hall." "Bai Feifei, what do you mean by that?" Leng Tianchuan glared in warning. Bai Feifei smiled smugly. "Li Qingzhao is a core disciple of our Jade Maiden sect and the next Divine Maiden. Besides, Qingzhao and young Master Qin grew up together. Do you think young Master Qin would join our Jade Maiden sect for her sake? Young Master Qin, if you join the Jade Maiden sect, I can promise on behalf of the sect that within 3 years, Qingzhao will become the Divine Maiden, and young Master Qin will hold the position of Inner Sect Elder, equivalent to Deputy Sect Leader." Leng Tianchong, not to be outdone, argued that the Sacred Heart Hall could offer the same conditions. The two sides bickered endlessly, leaving only the Prince of Zhenan with a headache. "Young brother Qin, I can't help with this situation. The choice is entirely yours." Faced with excellent offers from both sides, Qin Yu suddenly stated that he wouldn't join any sect. This left Leng Tianchong and Bai Feifei both incredulous. Qin Yu then mentioned that his next plan was to train at the Sacred Heart Hall for a while. Of course, the Heavenly Heart Sacred Flame Stone would be exclusively for the Sacred Heart Hall. Grateful for this gesture, Leng Tianchong thanked Qin Yu. "Since young Master Qin doesn't wish to join the Sacred Heart Hall, that's fine. With your talent, you deserve better options. In that case, I won't insist and will take my leave." Bai Feifei, somewhat displeased, got up and left the Prince of Zhenen's mansion. Qin Yu watched Bai Feifei's retreating figure, understanding the outcome right. "Your Jade Maiden sect, heaven help you. In the past life, when the Qi immortal ancestor came to the Jade Maiden sect demanding someone, you handed over Qingzhao without a second thought. In this life, the Jade Maiden sect has no reason to exist." This thought was interrupted by the Prince of Zhenen's words. "Young brother Qin, the supplies from the 4 major sects are all here. You've gained a lot this time." But Qin Yu unexpectedly didn't accept them, instead returning them to the Prince of Zhenen. This left him somewhat troubled. Qin Yu noticed and continued, "This is a small token of my appreciation for the Divine Might Army of the Prince of Zhenen's mansion. You and Yuer can live better." Hearing Qin Yu call them the Divine Might Army, the Prince of Zhenen's hands trembled, and he was moved to tears. The Prince of Zhenen's mansion has fought countless battles, building walls with bones and staining the sky with blood. For nearly a century it has fought for humanity, protecting the people. Your 9 sons and 14 grandsons have all died at the border. For the Divine Might Army you didn't hesitate to dig countless pits in the mansion. And due to decades of hidden injuries, your once illustrious cultivation is nearly gone. Your spirit deserves the title of human hero. Qin Yu, on behalf of all those saved by the Divine Might Army, expresses his respect to you. Faced with Qin Yu's sincere words, the Prince of Zhenen gladly accepted the gesture. Prince of Zhenen, rest assured, no matter what realm I reach in the future, I swear to protect humanity from extinction and ensure its eternal survival. This promise from Qin Yu was more than enough for the veteran general who had fought far and wide. Seeing Qin Yu's great righteousness, Leng Tianchong was even more captivated. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall of the Divine Spear sect, Wang Zan and his father were kneeling before the ancestor, lodging complaints. Wang Tiecheng was speechless, kowtowing repeatedly. "Ancestor, I, Wang Tiecheng, am useless, unable to revive the Divine Spear sect." Then he swiftly gave Wang Zan a light affectionate slap on the face, urging him to confess his sins to the ancestor. The blood accidentally flew onto the Divine Spear sect ancestor's memorial tablet. Wang Zan also kowtowed and complained, "Ancestor, it's my fault for being useless. It's just that Qin Yu is too monstrous. I have no way to deal with him." Seeing his son still making excuses, Wang Tiecheng couldn't help but strike again. But suddenly an anomaly appeared at the ancestor's tablet. Both father and son noticed it, their eyes flashing with disbelief, and then the ancestor's phantom solidified. "I never expected the descendants of our noble Wang clan to end up like this. Has the ancestor manifested?" Wang Tiecheng and his son exclaimed. Seeing the hopeless state of his descendants, the ancestor could only sigh and let it be, considering it fate. "Wang Zan, you carry the Wang bloodline and can activate my divine sense. I entrust the task of reviving the Wang clan to you." With a remnant of his will, he took out a secret token and handed it to Wang Zan. "This is the Wang clan's secret token, which can open the cave dwelling I built during my lifetime. Go quickly, take what I left behind to cultivate, and then revive our clan. After giving these instructions, his remnant will immediately dissipate it into the world. Looking at the item in his hand, Wang Zan was extremely excited. Father, the ancestors' token. It's really the ancestors' token. I heard from your grandfather that our Wang clan was once the #1 family in the world. The ancestors' cultivation was unfathomable, reaching the heavens, but because he offended the immortal clans of the upper realm, the entire clan was wiped out overnight. If I can obtain the treasures left by the ancestor this time, the Wang clan will surely have hope of revival. Just like when he obtained the sacred flame last time, Wang Zan's competitive spirit was reignited. Qin Yu, even if you got opportunities in the great wilderness, once I obtain the Wang clan's inheritance, you will die without a doubt, blood for blood, but it seemed they weren't alone here. A mysterious figure approached, clapping and praising incessantly. I never expected the Divine Spear sect to be the descendant of a great family. It seems I've come to the right place today. A very familiar figure, Chu Lin, was still alive, appearing here. Seeing the person previously killed by Qin Wu now standing before him, Wang Zan began to feel fear. Trembling, he tested whether Chu Lin was human or ghost, yet this Chu Lin was truly alive, not only unharmed but full of energy. Despite this, Wang Zan still found it hard to believe, having clearly witnessed Chu Lin being killed by Qin Wu. The Extreme Sun sect once had 18 divine sons, and a year ago I was the 18th, but now I have become the 5th. Wang Zan, do you know the reason? Before Wang Zan could answer, Chu Lin answered himself, because now the Extreme Sun sect only has 5 divine sons left. How do you think those 13 died? I, Chu Lin, could even slay the Blood River. How could I die so easily? The clone technique was the secret art of the 8th divine son, which I learned after killing him. Wang Zan, you want to kill Qin Wu, right? Chu Lin asked as struck Wang Zan's sore spot, and he declared himself irreconcilable with Qin Wu. Now the opportunity is right before you. Lure him into the cave dwelling and kill him, rest assured. I have absolutely no desire for the Wang family's legacy. What he truly wants is only the 9th grade sacred flame on Qin Wu. However, Wang Zan had no way to defeat Qin Wu. Even the artifact immortal ancestor at the peak of the divine connection realm had died at Qin Wu's hands. Wang Zan could at most shout a few words and leave. But Chu Lin had already devised a plan. Qin Wu would likely return to the Divine Sword Dynasty next. If we can't lure him into the secret realm tomorrow, if not, I think you both know the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lin's figure vanished instantly. Wang Zan, unsure how to handle this, had to seek help from his father, Wang Tiechang. With no other choice, they decided to personally invite Qin Wu tomorrow. That evening at the Tianhe Inn, Wu Yu and Wu Si were celebrating Qin Wu's victory as the champion of the Sacred Flame competition. The Great Wilderness is truly alluring. The opportunities Qin encountered there helped him kill the artifact immortal ancestor. But Qin Wu didn't care about the title, just the first place in the Sacred Flame competition, nothing special. Tomorrow I will begin my revenge journey in the Divine Sword Dynasty. As for you two, I have something to entrust to you. Listen carefully. The two then accepted the task with surprised expressions. The scene shifted to the next day at the Zhenan Prince's mansion, where everyone gathered to see Qin Wu off on his return to the Divine Sword Dynasty. First, Dugu Wanner wished him a smooth journey. Then, Li Yu, the young lady of the Yingma family, offered caring advice. Qin Wu, you must be careful. Although you killed the artifact immortal ancestor, the Zhao Hall has support from the Immortal Clan, and there may be stronger backers. However, Qin Wu was very confident this time, saying that Zhao Dian was as good as dead. Leng Qianchang also proposed to accompany Qin Wu on this trip to the Divine Sword Dynasty, which would also facilitate his later journey to the Sacred Heart Hall. Just then, a servant rushed in to report that Wang Tiechang and Wang Zan were waiting outside the mansion gate. Though unsure of their purpose, the Zhenan prince ordered them to be invited in. Qin Wu was also puzzled, vaguely guessing it had to do with ancient ruins. Soon, the father and son entered with somewhat worried expressions. They first respectfully bowed to the Zhenan prince. What brings you two here today? The Zhenan prince asked directly with confusion. Without hesitation, Wang Zan suddenly knelt and said, Today I have come to apologize to young Master Qin. I was arrogant and offended you. As a father, Wang Tiechang added, I hope young Master Qin will be magnanimous and not hold it against him. Young Master Qin, to make amends, our Divine Spear sect has brought an opportunity. At this, Wang Zan also looked up to gauge Qin Wu's expression. There are no outsiders here, you don't need to be guarded. Hearing this, Wang Zan felt slightly relieved and spoke directly. Our Divine Spear sect accidentally discovered an ancient cave dwelling left by a great power, so we wish to invite young Master Qin to seek opportunities together. This fully matched Qin Wu's guess, but it came much earlier than in his previous life, leaving him momentarily puzzled. Before Qin Wu could decide, Leng Qianchang, standing nearby, interjected to mediate. I'm afraid you, Wang Zan, intend to set a trap in the cave dwelling against young Master Qin. Such a despicable scheme. Do you think young Master Qin will fall for it? This hit the two's sore spot, and sweat poured down. Wang Tiechang quickly denied it, insisting they came sincerely to apologize. And Wang Zan was also unhappy about such underhanded dealings, hoping Qin Wu would agree soon. Li Yu also thought they were wasting their efforts. Who would believe such an obvious flaw? But unexpectedly, Qin Wu agreed, saying he accepted their apology and asked when they would depart. The sooner the better. The secret realm is at the foot of Chiman Mountain west of Tianhe City. If we leave tomorrow, we can reach it in a day. Qin Wu happily agreed to the timing. With matters settled, Wang Tiechang and Wang Zan took their leave. Qin Wu, this is clearly a trap against you. Why are you still going? Li Yu asked puzzledly. You see it too, how could I not? But rest assured, since I've decided to go, I have my own way to handle it. So it was all within our Yingma's calculations. Leng Tianchong also proposed to accompany him, but Qin Wu refused, thinking it easier to act alone. Hearing this, Leng Tianchong understood and didn't insist, obeying Qin Wu's words. Young brother Qin, though you possess countless opportunities, you must still be careful when going like this. Don't be too arrogant. Qin Wu took the Zhenan prince's advice to heart. I'll be careful there. The scene shifted to the next day at the foot of Chiman Mountain. As promised, Qin Wu had arrived early. This was where Wanner had met her end in his past life, but in this life she wasn't invited. It seemed that by winning the Sacred Flame competition, I changed the original timeline. Soon Wang Tiechang and his son appeared. Young Master Qin, the ancient ruins are at the foot of Chiman Mountain. There's a hidden entrance ahead, we just need to go in to reach it. Unable to wait any longer, Qin Wu urged him to lead the way. Who was behind these two? The Purple Extreme sect? The more Qin Wu thought about it, the more he anticipated. After a while they arrived at a cliff. Wang Tiechang signaled Qin Wu to stop, saying they had arrived. With a single palm strike, Wang Tiechang opened the cave entrance. Then he urged Qin Wu to enter quickly. The father and son exchanged glances and nodded to each other. As the three entered, a massive statue appeared before them. And not only that, 3 weapons of no low grade were placed in front. All 3 were genuine first-grade immortal artifacts. Wang Zan recognized them at a glance, drooling with greed. Of course, Wang Tiechang said all 3 weapons belonged to Qin Wu. Qin Wu also sensed that the statue had no trace of a soul. More precisely, this was the master of the ruins. The 3 layers of spiritual energy were all enchanted artifacts, seemingly only obtainable by those recognized. Otherwise, touching them rashly would lead to destruction. Such methods are mere child's play to me. Without further thought, Qin Wu swiftly flew over to take the first one. At the same time, the tomb's traps were triggered, and flames erupted from all sides, but that wasn't enough. Qin Wu just took a deep breath and extinguished them. He quickly collected all 3 into his storage ring. Once these 3 first-grade immortal artifacts were refined, the power of the War God Spear would reach a new level. Just thinking about it excited Qin Wu. Just then, the cave began to shake violently. Behind the statue, an extremely dazzling light appeared, emitted by a token inscribed with immortal script. Qin Wu recognized it at a glance. Immortal script could only be awakened by immortals or their descendants. Once awakened, depending on its grade, it could grant varying enhancements, at least a sturdier body and a 10-fold burst in cultivation. For humans to obtain immortal script, the only way was to kill an immortal and use secret arts to seize it. Presumably in his past life Wang Zan had obtained this token and awakened the script, though it was flawed. Seeing such a precious item, Wang Zan also showed a longing expression, wanting this treasure that could grant a mortal an immortal body. Awakening the immortal script token, the ancestors' methods are truly terrifying. Qin Wu guessed that Wang Zan likely held another token, and suggested he hand it over quickly. As he spoke, several more people appeared. Huo Siren and his trusted subordinates also showed up, intent on taking Qin Wu's life. The sect master of the Purple Extreme sect, Huo Siren? Qin Wu, you know me, he was somewhat surprised. With your androgynous, ghostly appearance, it's hard not to recognize you. But I still have to thank you. Without you, I couldn't have subdued the Wu sisters. Qin Wu, don't think killing the artifact immortal ancestor puts you on equal footing with me. Those 2 wastes who sided with you, what can they do? My Purple Extreme sect is far stronger than you imagine. These 4 are all elders of my sect, all at the peak of the divine connection realm. With me, that makes 5. Qin Wu, how will you withstand us? You escaped once from my Purple Extreme sect, but this time you're dead. At Huo Siren's command, the 4 subordinates began to act. It seems you don't understand the situation. My ability to kill the artifact immortal ancestor doesn't mean I can only kill peak divine connection cultivators. Qin Wu swung his spear fiercely, carrying the intense aura of the cliff lizard and the 9-legged golden crow, sweeping across them and sending them flying with one blow. Wang Tiechang and his son were stunned, never expecting 4 peak divine connection cultivators to be so easily dealt with. Now only Huo Siren remained. Qin Wu pointed his spear at him, telling him to use whatever dirty tricks he had. Qin Wu, do you know the Purple Extreme Sect's strongest technique is the puppet art? You are indeed strong, but what can you do against these puppets, as he said before puppets had already stood up after that blow. They attacked again. Qin Wu had already figured out a solution. The cliff lizard shadow grabbed the four, squeezing and kneading them. After a while, a puppet pill was produced. If conventional destruction didn't work, this special method was necessary. After dealing with the four troublesome ones, Qin Wu threw them aside forcefully. Seeing his painstaking work ruined like this, Huo Siren was furious. But before he could finish speaking, Qin Wu stabbed him in the face with his spear. Too sudden to defend, Huo Siren was beaten black and blue. Painstaking work? What you've paid isn't effort but countless innocent lives. Huo Siren, you practice evil arts using living people's blood to forge ghost puppets. A heinous crime that angers both gods and men. Qin Wu stabbed him again in the stomach as punishment. Today I will avenge those wronged souls. After this series of attacks, he decisively pierced Huo Siren's stomach. Afterward, Qin Wu didn't forget to mock Wang Tiechang and his son, but it seemed it wasn't over yet. Huo Siren actually stood up after that blow. Countless black energies began to release from his throat, rapidly connecting to form a very special force. It also transformed Huo Siren's body into a giant scarecrow. Look at you, you've even turned yourself into a ghost puppet. How pathetic. Qin Wu, dying by my hand is your fortune. After gaining this power, Huo Siren couldn't wait and charged forward, facing him. Qin Wu fearlessly raised the war god spear, meeting him head-on and successfully blocking this move. But the power seemed slightly superior, and Qin Wu was sent flying. After turning himself into a ghost puppet, his physique rivaled the first layer of the illusion-breaking realm. Before Qin Wu could prepare, Huo Siren attacked again continuously. Boy, what other tricks do you have? With no immediate counter, Qin Wu could only try to block the relentless attacks. Boy, I'll turn you into a ghost puppet, a 9th-grade sacred flame ghost puppet. This old man has never tried that before. The enhanced body strength from the cliff lizard can no longer withstand attacks from the illusion-breaking realm. Huo Siren, don't blink. I'll show you something interesting next. Qin Wu quickly burst forth the 3 wild beast forces within him, which had been unlocked upon breaking through to the peak of the divine connection realm. More on that later. The cliff lizard's shadow rapidly absorbed the remaining 2 forces. Boy, you have a secret art to enhance body strength, Huo Siren noticed and immediately charged to attack, preventing Qin Wu from moving. This blow shook the entire cave. Wang Tiechang and his son nearby were also significantly affected. At this point, Huo Siren thought he had taken down Qin Wu. I didn't expect dealing with this kid to be more troublesome than I thought, but whatever. It's a waste of this monstrous body, but getting Qin Wu's body isn't a loss. But before he could gloat for long, he saw a figure, still faintly standing amidst the thick dust. Qin Wu's body seemed to be clad in a very cool cliff lizard armor. How about it? Isn't this move cool? You're not human, you're clearly a demon beast. Demon beast? So he's a demon beast. Wang Zan was also surprised by this news. Though calling him a demon beast was a bit off, Qin Wu couldn't be bothered to explain. Turning the void into reality, using the cliff lizard's body as his own, he could only borrow limited cultivation. Using the 9-legged golden crow's power, he could only exert the strength of 1 arm. But even that arm's power was no less than the 3rd layer of the illusion-breaking realm. The duration was short, so Qin Wu seized the moment to reach Huo Siren. With a blow carrying the power of the 3rd layer of the illusion-breaking realm, he easily sent him flying. This strike was so strong that it forced Huo Siren back to his original form. He writhed in agony, coughing violently as he lay on the ground. I had lost. The withering ghost, forged with the painstaking efforts of thousands, couldn't withstand even a single move from him. To eliminate the root of the trouble, Qin Yu stepped forward and raised his hand to finish off Huo Siren. But unexpectedly, Huo Siren suddenly opened his mouth wide, urging Chu Lin to act quickly. Hearing that name, Qin Yu was slightly startled. He had clearly stabbed Chu Lin to death that day, yet now only his voice could be heard, not his form. That fellow named Chu Lin only dared to hide in a nearby corner, relaying that Huo Siren had disappointed him greatly. Qin Yu, you go on ahead. Next time we meet, I will kill you. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Lin quickly slipped away, leaving Wang Tiechang and his son standing there dumbfounded. Seeing that Chu Lin dared to scheme against him, Huo Siren wished he could tear him apart with his own hands. Huo Siren, look at you now. Facing death, Huo Siren, though a bit cowardly, still managed to utter threats. Qin Yu, you can't kill me. If you do, you'll never be able to avenge yourself against Zhao Dian. Don't you know? Zhao Dian is the one who awakened the Wenxian clan's Zhao family. He has already set foot on the path to heaven. I believe that with your abilities, finding that path won't be hard, but it will take a lot of time. By then, Zhao Dian will have already returned to the immortal realm. Spare my life and I can tell you the location. You can't refuse because it truly can buy your life. But how could Qin Yu easily believe his casual words? Huo Siren demanded that Qin Yu swear by his soul before he would speak. Qin Yu didn't think much of it and agreed. I swear by my soul to heaven and earth that I will not kill you. Only then did Huo Siren feel relieved enough to reveal. According to my Zuran sect's intelligence, the Zhao Immortal Clan will head to the path to heaven in the Qifeng Mountains, 100 li southwest of the Divine Sword Dynasty. Qin Yu, you have at most 10 days. If you can't catch up to them within these 10 days, Zhao Dian will return to the immortal realm, and you'll lose your chance for revenge. However, after Huo Siren finished speaking, Qin Yu showed no intention of letting him go. He swiftly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. Qin Yu, you're breaking your promise, but you swore by your soul. If you kill me, heaven and earth will punish you, scattering your soul to the winds. Do you dare to defy the will of heaven? The moment the words left his mouth, Qin Yu strangled him without hesitation. Why should I keep faith with scum like you? What does breaking an oath matter? Divine punishment immediately descended upon Qin Yu. Wang Zan was overjoyed, thinking Qin Yu was about to be annihilated. But it wasn't that easy. Qin Yu emerged completely unscathed. Sueni, thank you. To explain, the Sueni here can be understood as a cross between a Qilin and a lion, and it was the third desolate beast Qin Yu had awakened. With the troublemaker dealt with, Qin Yu focused on the main task, turning to Wang Zan and demanding the remaining secret orders. Without his backing, Wang Zan was as docile as a dog. Here, take this. Qin Yu, I won't breathe a word about today. No one will know you belong to the demon clan. Please spare me. As he spoke, Wang Tiecheng also swallowed his pride and knelt down. Young Master Qin, it's all my fault. My death is nothing. I only beg you to spare Schwenner's life, to leave some bloodline for the Wang family. Enough, father. You keep going on about the demon clan. I heard the Yachi's heart. It's full of resentment, so why should I let you off? With that, Qin Yu directly ended both their lives, holding 2 secret orders. Qin Yu was eager to see what grade of immortal script this would be. When the 2 secret orders merged into one, a surge of immortal script burst forth, but it was immediately absorbed entirely by Qin Yu's arm. Qin Yu was surprised that the Yachi wanted to absorb it. Have I spoiled you too much? Qin Yu agreed to the Yachi's request. The power began to erupt violently, and the absorption speed increased dramatically. This was a 7-layer immortal script. The Yachi couldn't absorb it all, and the remainder transformed into spiritual energy within my body. After the absorption was complete, the 7-layer immortal script had doubled the strength of the Yachi arm, and my cultivation had reached the peak of the divine connection realm. Because of this, my full combat power could be unleashed, allowing me to easily kill those at the 3rd layer of the illusion-breaking realm. If I added the Yachi arm, I could even kill those at the 5th layer. Zhao Dian, I don't know what withered immortal script you've awakened, but you're dead next time we meet. Qin Yu began to calculate. It would take 9 days to get from here to the Qifeng Mountains. Returning to Tianhe City in time would be impossible, so he had to go to the Qifeng Mountains first. Before leaving, Qin Yu left a message for the others. After killing Zhao Dian, I'll return to Tianhe City. I'll go ahead. Once I've killed those nobles, time is tight. Wu Yu, please relay this to the Prince of Zhenan. After giving his instructions, Qin Yu set off immediately. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Qifeng Mountains. Zhao Dian, Li Qing and Zhao Huan were already there. If we go to the immortal realm, will we be ridiculed? Li Qing asked doubtfully. Zhao Dian assured her that as long as he was there, she had nothing to worry about. When I become the master of the Immortal Clan in the future, the position of Human Clan Empress will be yours. Zhao Huan stood to the side, expressionless. After waiting for a while, a strange light appeared in the sky over the Qifeng Mountains, followed by a staircase leading directly to the immortal realm. The one who came to welcome the 3 was Zhao Schwenner. The Zhao Immortal Clan has come to welcome the master's return. Schwenner's cultivation is too strong. Descending to the mortal realm casually would cause chaos. Therefore I beg the master to forgive Schwenner for not providing a thorough welcome. Hearing this, Zhao Huan was not unfamiliar with it. It was clearly nonsense. Could she really cause chaos in the human world just by coming down? She was only saying this to make excuses for herself. It was truly infuriating. But even so, Zhao Dian didn't take it too seriously. After all, she was a dead woman walking. Once he got up there, Zhao Dian would settle the score slowly. He couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Dian began to step forward, placing his foot on the first step of the path to heaven. But at that moment, he suddenly heard an all too familiar voice from afar. Qin Yu immediately appeared, his aura overwhelming. Zhao Dian recognized him, his eyes full of disdain. Our business isn't finished yet. Why are you in such a hurry to run away? Is this kid Qin Yu? Meeting him today, he certainly has an extraordinary bearing. Zhao Schwenner took a liking to him at first sight. Standing beside her was the Immortal Clan's envoy, Zhao Fengsheng. He confirmed this to Zhao Schwenner and asked if she needed him to intervene. Zhao Xuan'er said no. Since Zhao Dian had awakened the supreme immortal script, dealing with a mere mortal should be as easy as lifting a finger. If Zhao Dian couldn't even kill Qin Yu, how could he lead the Zhao Immortal Clan in governing the world? Zhao Fengsheng understood and obediently stood by to watch. Back on the battlefield, Li Qing trembled all over at the sight of Qin Yu. I didn't expect you to break through to the peak of the divine connection realm in such a short time. Zhao Dian also marveled at Qin Yu's talent. Hearing this, Qin Yu retorted sharply, Zhao Dian, I still prefer the way you looked when you were begging back then. Now go ahead and beg your second uncle to save you again. Qin Yu, I'm not someone to be trampled on anymore. Do you think that breaking through to the peak of the divine connection realm allows you to swagger before me? I admit there was enmity between us, and I once wanted to kill you, but everything you have now is just a pile of trash to me. With that, Zhao Dian ordered Zhao Huan to attack. Zhao Huan obeyed, charging forward with murderous intent. Last time I spared your life, you should have hidden away like a bug, not come swaggering to your death like today. To my death? Are you that confident? The two immediately erupted into a life-or-death battle. Zhao Fengsheng, how many moves do you think Zhao Huan can withstand against Qin Yu? Zhao Xuan'er asked curiously. Zhao Fengsheng thought Zhao Huan couldn't even last one move, let alone Zhao Huan. I'm afraid even Zhao Dian can't withstand a single move from Qin Yu. Zhao Dian has awakened the supreme immortal script and is now in the illusion-breaking realm. Even if he was weak before, can't he resist now? Zhao Fengsheng explained. Although Qin Yu is only at the peak of the divine connection realm, I can sense a violent power within him. This power belongs to a deep desolate beast. Even you, miss, might not be able to kill him. Zhao Xuan'er was somewhat surprised by this information. She hadn't expected Qin Yu to be so powerful. Below, Zhao Dian thought Zhao Huan's full-force attack had easily dealt with Qin Yu, so he urged Li Qing to hurry up and leave. But reality slapped him hard in the face. He still heard Qin Yu's call. Qin Yu, you were hiding your aura. You're not at the peak of the divine connection realm. You've clearly stepped into the illusion-breaking realm. Damn it, I should have killed you from the start. Being grabbed by the neck by Qin Yu like this, Zhao Huan finally felt regret, but unfortunately, not everyone can seize their one and only chance. Safe travels, Zhao Huan. Qin Yu decisively snapped his neck. Zhao Dian, it seems this second uncle of yours isn't up to much. Seeing Qin Yu deliberately provoking him, Zhao Dian's veins bulged with rage. At the same time, the supreme immortal script on his body began to erupt with power. But my master here wasn't afraid. Qin Yu hoisted his war god spear, ready for battle. On his side, Zhao Dian also produced a brand new weapon. Qin Yu, I lost to you that day, but not today. Qin Yu could also sense that Zhao Dian's strength had surpassed the divine connection realm, and reached the illusion-breaking realm, and that his immortal energy, amplified by the immortal script, could unleash its maximum power. Zhao Dian was indeed more troublesome than Huo's siren. He couldn't wait any longer. Zhao Dian initiated the attack. Qin Yu was not to be outdone, blocking it with his Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. Seeing Qin Yu at a disadvantage, he wasn't surprised. Do you see, Qin Yu? The me of today is not someone you can trample on. After that strike, Zhao Dian followed up with a kick aimed directly at Qin Yu. But unfortunately, Qin Yu saw through it and caught it, simultaneously slamming him hard to the ground. However, the outcome was still undecided. The two tangled for over 100 more exchanges. Seizing a flaw in Zhao Dian's defense, Qin Yu drove his knee into Zhao Dian's stomach. Before he could react, Qin Yu followed up with the second form of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, Soul of Fury. This strike was earth-shattering. Come out. I know that last move couldn't kill you, Zhao Dian. As Qin Yu said, Zhao Dian's aura did not disappear. Instead, it erupted even more intensely. Qin Yu, you're wrong. Not only can you not kill me, you can't even harm a single hair on my head. Qin Yu, though I've never beaten you before, I never imagined the Supreme Immortal Script could make me this powerful. Hearing the name Supreme Immortal Script for the first time, Qin Yu was deep in thought when he failed to notice Zhao Dian had somehow circled behind him. Before he could react, Qin Yu could only watch helplessly as Zhao Dian swung his sword at him, followed by another punch full of power. After this blow, Qin Yu was sent flying far away. Do you see, Qin Yu? This is infinite power. At this point, Zhao Dian was tired of playing. The game is over. Zhao Dian's smug attitude was truly disgusting. Actually, I feel a bit sorry for you, Qin Yu. You could have had a bright future, but you made the mistake of crossing the wrong person. You were destined to be my stepping stone. The blood orb condensing in Zhao Dian's hand gradually grew enormous. Don't be too ashamed. How many people can become my Zhao Dian's underling? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hurled the blood orb viciously at Qin Yu's location. Watching from above, Zhao Xuan'er began to show impatience, thinking Zhao Fengsheng had overestimated Qin Yu. But strangely, Zhao Fengxing didn't respond. An uneasy expression appeared on his face as he said that thing was coming again. Below, Zhao Dian thought this move had already finished Qin Yu and prepared to turn and leave. Qin Yu is dead. The obsessions of this world end here. Only I, the immortal king Zhao Dian, remain. But he didn't notice a phantom appearing behind him. The phantom of the Yachi materialized, like a terrifying monster. Qin Yu was still the same after that last attack, showing no signs of injury. The second round officially began. Zhao Dian, on the other hand, began to feel a fear rising from the depths of his heart. My hands are trembling. I've awakened the supreme immortal script. Yet a mere weak mortal is causing the immortal script to feel dread. Like Zhao Dian, Zhao Xuan'er above also felt her own immortal script trembling. Although Qin Yu possesses the power of a deep desolate beast, this situation is somewhat abnormal. Zhao Fengxing explained, "Our immortal clan and the desolate beasts of the wilderness are mutually reinforcing and restraining. But if he had merely obtained the power of the wilderness, it would never cause the immortal script to tremble. This kid has seized the physical body of a desolate beast and even the most powerful beast in the wasteland. This man cannot be allowed to live. Let me kill him, or else, once Qin Yu grows up, our immortal clan will face extinction." Nevertheless, Zhao Xuan'er strongly stopped him, insisting that the hatred between Zhao Dian and Qin Yu was a matter between the two of them. The Zhao immortal clan has always been eager for talent. When encountering such a person, we should not suppress him. In my opinion, Zhao Dian will die at his hands today, and that is an excellent thing for me, Xuan'er. Hearing this, Zhao Fengxing advised Zhao Xuan'er to think twice and not act on impulse. But her mind was made up. It was impossible to change. She stated that this was an order, not a request for Zhao Fengxing's opinion. Seeing the terrifying expression on Zhao Xuan'er's face, Zhao Fengxing dared not say more. Returning to their deadly battle, Qin Yu now took the initiative to step forward. "Zhao Dian, you seem afraid. Your hands are trembling." Zhao Dian quickly denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yu, do you really think changing your appearance makes you a match for me? The supreme immortal script is the power of the Immortal Clan, possessing authority from ancient times to the present. Anyone or anything can only kneel before it. You, Qin Yu, are no exception." As soon as he finished, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks. "Qin Yu, you are no match for me, and you never will be." He looked like a complete buffoon. Zhao Fengxing revealed a sneer. Zhao Xuanyue was growing increasingly fond of Qin Yu, yet she still didn't know what price she'd have to pay to claim him. Below, Zhao Dian was roaring like a madman, pointing his sword straight at Qin Yu. But in the end, it was Zhao Dian who got hurt. Somehow, Qin Yu's arm had already pierced through Zhao Dian's abdomen. At the same time, Qin Yu extracted his Dan Yuan from within him. "Now I finally understand many things, why those lofty strong men always enjoy toying with those weaker than themselves, so this is what it feels like." Qin Yu then completely destroyed his Dan Yuan. Even at this moment, Zhao Dian still couldn't believe that he, with his supreme divine mark, had lost to Qin Yu. He used his last ounce of strength to weakly call out to Zhao Xuanyue and the others to save him. Qin Yu watched calmly to see how they would handle it. Zhao Xuanyue finally spoke. "Zhao Dian, even if I wanted to save you, I'm powerless. Sorry about that." Seeing that they dared to abandon him, Zhao Dian was taken aback. Since there was no saving him, Qin Yu crushed him underfoot. Gone forever from this world. At this sight, Li Qingyi's body began to tremble violently. From afar, Qin Yu slowly approached. "Ah, Li Qing, do you regret it?" Despite Qin Yu's concern, Li Qing insisted she had no regrets, believing everything she did was completely right. "I want to become a strong man of this world, able to dominate everything." "Qin Yu, go ahead and do it." Stubborn and unrepentant, Qin Yu could only remain silent. "Li Qing, you're right. Everyone has the right to choose. Your choice isn't wrong. And you did succeed once, becoming the empress of this world." At the word empress, Li Qing laughed wildly, savoring the feeling. "I chose right. I really chose right." With a satisfied smile at her choice, Li Qing ended her own life. She truly died laughing. Qin Yu didn't need to act, as he didn't want to harm her anyway. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanyue asked Qin Yu if he knew the consequences of killing Zhao Dian. Curious, Qin Yu countered, asking if Zhao Dian possessed the supreme divine mark. "And he was the destined master of my Zhao clan. I'm a member of the Zhao clan, so I should avenge him. In this world, besides me, the one who most wanted to kill Zhao Dian is you." Zhao Xuanyue, don't hold back. Laugh if you want. Hearing Qin Yu speak so bluntly, Zhao Fengxing couldn't help but immediately correct him. "Zhao Fengxing, an old man like you shouldn't put on such an ugly face." At this, both Zhao Xuanyue and Zhao Fengxing were startled. How did Qin Yu know Zhao Fengxing's name? Had he overheard their conversation? But that was absolutely impossible. The area was protected by the clan's barrier. How could he know? Zhao Fengxing was just as puzzled as Zhao Xuanyue, never expecting Qin Yu to be so familiar with him. Qin Yu mused to himself that it was lucky he had killed Zhao Dian so easily today. If those two hadn't arrived, he would have faced another bloody battle. Zhao Xuanyue was a prodigy of the Zhao clan, with a celestial mark no lower than the 8th level. Someone as skilled as her, who didn't deliberately kill innocents, was rare among the celestial clans. In his past life, it was thanks to Zhao Xuanyue's covert help that he could contend with Zhao Dian. But unfortunately, Zhao Xuanyue still died tragically at his hands, and Zhao Fengsheng before dying had begged him to kill Zhao Dian. He hadn't managed it in his past life, but this life counted as repayment. With that thought, Qin Yu invited the two down to discuss something. What an interesting kid. Zhao Fengsheng, let's go down together. After a while, the two descended to the lower realm. Since Qin Yu had killed Zhao Dian, the supreme divine mark naturally belonged to him. But how could Zhao Fengsheng accept that? His face showed clear displeasure. Standing nearby, Zhao Xuanyue said softly, "The supreme divine mark is useless to you. Ordinary humans can obtain celestial marks through secret arts, but the supreme divine mark is a different category altogether. Divine marks surpass celestial marks and can be considered supreme, and this supreme divine mark is one of the strongest among them. No one outside the Zhao clan can absorb or cultivate it." Saying this, Zhao Xuanyue told Qin Yu to try if he didn't believe it. Sure enough, Qin Yu couldn't absorb its power at all. "See, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Zhao Xuanyu's words are correct. It seems I can't cultivate this supreme divine mark for now. If I could unlock the seal of the wild beast and use its power to enhance absorption, I'd need to reach the peak of the Po Wang realm. I can't do that yet. Qin Yu, hand over the supreme divine mark to me. Of course I'll trade you for it. How about 3 third-tier celestial artifacts and a 7th-level celestial mark? What do you think?" Tempting as it sounded, Qin Yu was still unsatisfied, believing these items couldn't match the divine mark's value. Seeing this, Zhao Xuanyue continued, "Qin Yu, I know all about your grudge with Zhao Dian. He stole your fiancée and killed members of your Qin family." Saying this, Zhao Xuanyue asked Qin Yu what he thought of her. Qin Yu bluntly said she was Chao Zihetian. "Good eye, since that's the case, I'll compensate you with a fiancée. From today, I, Zhao Xuanyue, am your fiancé." Qin Yu, looking at such a sweet girl, Qin Yu showed disdain, his expression utterly ugly. Hearing this losing deal, Zhao Fengsheng quickly tried to stop it. "And you, kid, what was that expression supposed to mean? Our young lady is so noble, and you show such disgust. So you're saying I have to accept it?" Qin Yu asked back nonchalantly. Zhao Fengsheng firmly said absolutely not. Though both sides were objecting, Zhao Xuanyue insisted she was serious. "Qin Yu, you possess the energy of the great wilderness's deep envoy. Though your status is far below mine, your potential is no less. I'll do my best to nurture you. Once you're strong enough, we'll marry. Don't worry, I won't hide our relationship before marriage. I'll announce it to the entire Zhao clan." The more he heard, the harder it was to accept. Zhao Fengsheng futilely tried to stop it. "Losing a Li Qing but gaining me, Zhao Xuanyue. You're not losing out, Qin Yu. Truly worthy of Zhao Xuanyue, a person of great ambition, willing to propose such terms without hesitation to win me over. But sorry, your offer sounds very tempting, yet I still have to refuse." Seeing this, Zhao Xuanyue asked what Qin Yu was still worried about. Qin Yu bluntly said he wasn't worried about anything, he just wasn't interested in her. "Qin Yu, I've been this sincere, and my patience is running out. You're strong, but do you really think you can defeat both me and Zhao Fengsheng?" Faced with this threat, Qin Yu was fearless. "If it comes to a life-or-death battle, I guarantee I can kill both of you." Having held back long enough, it was Zhao Fengsheng's turn to step in. "How arrogant, we gave you face, Qin Yu, but you didn't take it. Now leave your life here. You both know full well you can't kill me, even if you have trump cards. So do I. If I don't die today, your Zhao clan will face a huge threat." Qin Yu's words hit the mark, and Zhao Fengsheng couldn't refute him. Pressing his advantage, Qin Yu continued, "I have the supreme divine mark. If I give it to other major clans in the celestial realm, what would that mean for your Zhao clan? I believe you both understand. Qin Yu, are you threatening me?" Zhao Fengsheng asked indignantly. "No, I'm reasoning with you. Enough, tell me, what price will it take for you to hand over the supreme divine mark?" Seeing Zhao Xuanyu's sincerity, Qin Yu stated his first condition, a 4th-tier celestial artifact. Second, 10 9th-grade pills. Qin Yu had reasons for these conditions. The supreme divine mark was just an external object for boosting strength. Rather than risk trying to refine it later with the wild beast's power, it was better to trade for more cultivation resources. That was the priority. Third, 3 7th-level celestial marks. Such excessive demands made Zhao Fengsheng wave his hands in frustration, calling them unreasonable. "You know it in your heart, so why say it and embarrass me?" But surprisingly, Zhao Xuanyue accepted very readily. "I can provide a 4th-tier celestial artifact, but I don't have many such precious 9th-grade pills. I'll offer 1 9th-grade pill, 10 8th-grade pills, and 50 7th-grade pills instead. As for the 3 7th-level celestial marks, I can agree to that." Zhao Xuanyue considered these mere external items and told Zhao Fengxing not to worry too much. Saying this, she confirmed with Qin Yu again. Of course, Qin Yu agreed immediately. Zhao Xuanyue reached out to shake hands, signaling a deal. But in reality, Qin Yu extended his hand to take the items, not for such a pointless gesture. Qingyan also bluntly urged her to hand over the goods quickly. After a while, Zhao Xuanyue and Zhao Fengxing returned to the celestial realm with their spoils. The supreme divine mark, I finally have it. All right, miss, that Qin Yu kid is too arrogant. I, Zhao Fengxing, can't swallow this. Zhao Xuanyue comforted him. Compared to the supreme divine mark, what are those things? And didn't you notice that Qin Yu is an experienced man with no lack of trump cards? Even if he got great opportunities, do you really think those could make an ordinary person act like that? What does miss mean? Zhao Fengxing asked, puzzled. Zhao Xuanyue believed Qin Yu might no longer be the same person. Hearing this, Zhao Fengxing guessed that Qin Yu had likely been reincarnated through possession. If so, the clues suggested he had 9th grade sacred fire and a wild beast body. Combining these signs, it was likely some wild beast from the great wilderness had possessed Qin Yu. Of course, I can only speculate, but either way, we've made this deal with him, and it's not bad overall. Zhao Fengxing, let's hurry back. With Zhao Xuanyu's command, the two vanished instantly. None of them knew there was another person there. The nameless girl had followed Qin Yu to watch the excitement, never expecting him to have wild beast flesh and make a deal with that Zhao Xuanyue girl. My father will definitely like you, Qin Yu. Looks like our clan will gain another incredibly strong member. Qin Yu, see you in Sacred Heart City. With that, the nameless girl left immediately. The scene shifted to 10 days later at the city gate of Tianhe City, where Qin Yu appeared. Leng Qianchong was there to welcome him. As soon as they met, she repeatedly congratulated Qin Yu on his success. These matters are finally over. Let's go. Tianchuang, it's time to go back and say goodbye to the town's South King. Leng Qianchong said gloomily. Actually, the town's South King and Yu'er have already left ahead. Qin Yu guessed it was due to the demon tribe attacking the border. Leng Qianchong didn't answer, only handed over a letter from Li Yu. The letter read, Qin Yu, congratulations on killing Zhao Dian. I wanted to wait and cook you a nice meal, but border affairs are urgent. Grandfather and I can't delay our journey. Qin Yu, I've decided to join the Divine Might Army. You know what, my spear skills are no worse than your war god spear. Work hard on your cultivation after reaching Sacred Heart Hall. I hope next time we meet you'll be stronger. Of course I'll be much stronger too. Well, no time left. I have to go. Take care, Qin Yu. Yu'er Town South King, you both must survive. Young Master Qin, Yu'er and the Town South King will surely repel the demon tribe. Qin Yu agreed and urged Tinchong to hurry on. The two boarded a carriage, speeding toward Sacred Heart City. This trip wasn't just the two of them. Dugu Waner and Ji Ruoyu were also there. Qin Yu was surprised by Waner's presence. My Tianhe auction house is planning to open a branch right in Sacred Heart City, so I'm traveling with everyone. I see, Qin Yu understood the real reason. Master, where are Wu Yu and Wu Si? Ji Ruoyu asked curiously. Qin Yu reassured her, saying she'd see them again in Sacred Heart City. Half a month later, the carriage arrived at Sacred Heart City. Seeing its scale, Ji Ruoyu couldn't help but feel excited. As the main city of Sacred Heart Hall, it surpasses Tianhe City, Waner also marveled. Let's rest here in Sacred Heart City for a few days before heading to Sacred Heart Hall. Just then, the carriage passed a crowded area. Qin Yu guessed something was happening ahead, but it shouldn't matter, just some rogue cultivators harassing companions, without sect backing. If they want quick access to rare treasures, they have to try their luck in the great wilderness. Later, at the mansion in Sacred Heart City, Ji Ruoyu got excited again at the sight. Leng Tianyong said this was his residence and invited them to stay a few days. Rest well, and tomorrow we'll go out for a stroll. That night, in Qin Yu's room, he took out the 3 celestial artifacts from the Divine Spear Sect's cave. Using the 9 heavens' mysterious extinguishing fire, he quickly refined them. As expected of 4th-tier celestial artifacts, after fusion, the War God Spear has also reached the 4th tier. Next are these 3 7th-level celestial marks. Yazi seized the chance to swallow them all in one gulp, letting out a satisfied burp. Yazi, you didn't leave me a single one? How heartless. After absorbing 3 7th-level celestial marks in a row, Yazi had summoned its second arm. Now I need to raise my cultivation and truly break through to the Po Wang realm. 7th-grade pills usually help martial artists break through from the 9th level of the Divine Power realm to the peak of the Divine realm. With 50 here, it was enough to break through to the 1st level of Po Wang. The moment the pill entered Qin Yu's body, a surge of dense spiritual energy radiated outward. So intense it was visible to the naked eye. Finally succeeding, he had stepped into the first layer of the illusion-breaking realm, truly embarking on the path of a formidable cultivator. The martial path consists of 7 major realms: divine connection, illusion-breaking, void-shattering, unity, god ascent, sage entry, and supreme. Upon entering the illusion-breaking realm, The body forms a chi sea crystal, capable of storing spiritual energy. The spiritual energy stored at the first layer of the illusion-breaking realm is 10 times that of the divine connection realm. Each subsequent layer increases the spiritual energy by tenfold. But this applies only to ordinary martial artists. For Qin Wu himself, it was 100 times stronger. Now, combining his own body with the arm of the cliff dweller, the current 5th layer of the illusion-breaking realm was merely a trivial matter. Even a peak illusion-breaking cultivator could be defeated by him. If it were a life-or-death battle, he could even slay a cultivator at the first layer of the void-shattering realm. With such cultivation, he could now walk tall through the Tianhe dynasty. In his past life he had reached this level at 40 years old, but now he was only 18. Once he stepped into the void-shattering realm, he could go to the Great Wilderness again. The Great Wilderness is divided into 7 branches. The first branch is the border region of the Great Wilderness. The border region is a habitat for wild beasts, with the strongest reaching the peak of the divine connection realm. The beasts here usually only reach the 3rd layer of the divine connection realm. The second branch is called the Great Wilderness Abyss by most martial artists. Ridiculously, he had once thought so too. But he never imagined that the vastness and danger of the Great Wilderness were far beyond the understanding of ordinary martial artists. In his past life, due to an accident, he fell into a rift between the 7 branches of the Great Wilderness, directly into the 7th branch, the center of the Great Wilderness. It was precisely because of this that he obtained the inheritance of the Great Wilderness. Brothers, wait for me. Soon I will awaken each of you one by one. He had also seen with his own eyes what the last 8 wild beasts he failed to awaken in his past life were. Just then a knock came from outside. Qin Wu interrupted his thoughts and quickly put everything away. The visitor was Wu Si. Qin Wu asked how the task he had assigned was progressing. Wu Si said she had completed the task he had given her. The 2 sisters had inventoried the remaining treasures of the Purple Benevolent sect and killed all of Huo Siren's men, leaving none alive, not even those whose heads had been taken. Wu Si also handed over the storage ring for Qin Wu to inspect personally. At the same time, Qin Wu retrieved the power of the 9-legged golden bird that he had previously given to the sisters. As for the treasures of the Purple Benevolent sect, Qin Wu let the sisters keep them for themselves. Wu Si was delighted upon hearing this, and was deeply grateful for Qin Wu's kindness. Qin Wu then asked Wu Si about Wu Yu's progress. Wu Si said her sister had already contacted Li Qingzhao and had now entered the concealment phase. Good. Remind Wu Yu to stay vigilant at all times. Although the concealment technique he had taught her was powerful, her cultivation was still not high enough. She couldn't perfectly utilize this secret technique yet, so she must not be careless in the slightest, otherwise if things were exposed she would surely die. Wu Si understood Qin Wu's instructions. After speaking, Qin Wu told Wu Si to go back and rest. Left alone, Qin Wu pondered something. The scene shifted to the next day in Sacred Heart City. Qin Wu and 3 beauties were strolling along a bustling street. Leng Tianchong spoke up to suggest, "Young Master Qin, would you like to try the self-brewed wine of Sacred Heart City? You can't taste it anywhere else. The wine of Sacred Heart City is the most famous in the Tianhe dynasty. Since we're here, how could we miss it?" Ji Ruoyo also agreed, saying she really wanted a drink, but how could Qin Wu agree? Minors can't touch alcohol. Hearing this, Ji Ruoyo immediately started crying and fussing, seemingly acting spoiled. After a while, the group arrived at the Sacred Heart Tavern. Spotting someone in the distance, Leng Tianchong recognized him and looked a bit flustered. Qin Wu noticed her unusual expression and asked what was wrong. Leng Tianchong said a very troublesome person had appeared. That person was Chen Zan, a member of the Icefire Mystic sect. "So you're the kid with the 9th grade Sacred Flame? Not bad talent. Sacred Heart Hall can't accommodate you. Come with me to the Icefire Mystic sect." Facing Chen Zan, Leng Tianchong was somewhat cowed. "Young Master Chen, my father and master both value young Master Qin highly, so it's not possible. Leng Tianchong, I hate it when people defy me. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide this time. Next time you know the consequences." Seeing Chen Zan's rudeness, Leng Tianchong was uncomfortable, but she still said nothing. Chen Zan urged Qin Wu to follow him immediately. Facing this guy, Qin Wu didn't even know who he was, let alone go with him. "It's just that I come from a remote, harsh place, so it's normal not to know me. I'm Chen Zan, a core disciple of the Icefire Mystic sect." "So it's the Icefire Mystic sect. I've heard of your reputation. It seems you're not blind or deaf since you know my sect. Since you know, come with me. My sect has reserved a core disciple position for you. A talented young man like you staying in a small place like the Tianhe dynasty will only be wasted. After joining the Icefire Mystic sect, with your skills, you might even become an elder in a few years. Do you really think so highly of me? But I've heard a bit about your sect's reputation. To curry favor with the Immortal Clans, your sect even offers up its own wives and daughters. Such noble sacrifice truly impresses me." Leng Qianchang couldn't help but snicker. How embarrassing. Chen Zan began to erupt with spiritual energy, ready to fight Qin Wu. Unexpectedly, Qin Wu placed his hand on Chen Zan's shoulder and continued, "Your ice-fire mystic sect has no backbone at all. At this point, won't you be bowing and scraping for life?" At the same time, Qin Wu released his pressure, forcing Chen Zan to his knees. "And what I hate most are those spineless sycophants clinging to the immortal clans." Chen Zan himself was at the third layer of the illusion-breaking realm. Yet he couldn't withstand Qin Wu's pressure, which shocked him greatly. "That's enough of a lesson, let's go. No need to let one guy ruin our mood, facing this unspeakable humiliation." Chen Zan trembled with rage, vowing to make Qin Wu wish he were dead. On the second floor of the tavern, Qin Wu took a sip of wine and praised it repeatedly. Leng Qianchang worriedly reminded him, "Young Master Qin, this Chen Zan is narrow-minded. We'd better head to Sacred Heart Hall quickly, or I'm afraid." But Qin Wu seemed unconcerned. After all, it was just the Icefire Mystic Sect. Miss Qianchang needn't worry. She hadn't expected young Master Qin to have already caught the attention of the Icefire Mystic Sect. She only hoped her father and master could withstand the pressure. Suddenly, shouting and pointing came from outside. A lecherous guy dared to harass someone, catching the attention of Qin Wu and Leng Qianchang. To dare harass a decent woman in Sacred Heart City was truly audacious. Leng Qianchang detested such behavior and immediately stood up to check it out. Qin Wu also wanted to join in the fun and said he'd go with her. Meanwhile, downstairs in the tavern, a crowd had gathered. "You're shameless. I came for a palm reading, but you deliberately touched my butt," a man with a slap mark on his face said leisurely. "It's all your fault, girl. When it comes to palm reading, the more detailed, the better. If I make a mistake, how could I face you, a fairy descended from heaven? Trust your uncle never lies. No one in this world has the heart to bully a pretty girl. So beautiful. Your uncle is used to gossip, but he never regrets it because he's an upright man with a clear conscience. Your uncle only wants to help girls live happy lives. But the world doesn't understand." "Ah," he sighed, "forget it. How many people can understand a man of such high moral character?" Qin Wu heard everything clearly from above and couldn't help but comment, "Thick-skinned to the point of being unmatched in the world with no rivals." Taking advantage, the man aimed for the girl's chest again, slowly reaching out his hand. But he completely failed to notice the murderous Leng Qianchang approaching him, calling out his name, "Sima Zhengwu." Hearing the voice, he recognized her. "Oh, isn't this my little Qianchang? Long time no see. Come, let your uncle see your hand." Before his hand could touch, Qin Wu grabbed it, saying he wanted to see first. Sima Zhengwu quickly pulled his hand back and shook it a few times. He thought it was completely unacceptable. "Kid, you're too young. I'm afraid I'll read it wrong." Not only did he shake it off, but he also took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean. Leng Qianchang was speechless with him. At the same time, she introduced him to Qin Wu, saying this was Sima Zhengwu, a ceremonial officer invited by Sacred Heart Hall. He was good in every way except for being lecherous and fond of harassing women. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Qin Wu recalled some things about him. Sima Zhengwu was the second in command of the Sima family. He had been astonishingly talented since childhood, reaching the illusion-breaking realm at 18. He should have had a bright future, but he voluntarily applied to join Sacred Heart Hall as a ceremonial officer. Sima Zhengwu had once said that few places had as many beauties as Sacred Heart Hall, and that was where he could realize his value. He was dissolute in behavior, thick-skinned, and best known for using palm reading as an excuse to grope. Yet he was hailed as a great hero of humanity. In his past life, when the demon race launched a massive attack, Sima Zhengwu repelled 70,000 demons and guarded Sacred Heart Hall for 10,000 years, but ultimately couldn't defeat the demon queen. That was the corrupted Ji Ruoyo, but before dying he touched the queen's butt. Truly impressive, even Qin Wu couldn't help but praise. It was precisely because of this act that the demon queen held a grudge against Sima Zhengwu for tens of thousands of years. This guy was a bit improper, but he was ultimately a man of backbone. Qin Wu still had some respect for him. Sima Zhengwu also felt Qin Wu's gaze. "Kid, don't look at your uncle like that. Your uncle is scared. Sima Zhengwu, my father and master have emphasized to you many times not to harass other people's girls anymore. When I return to Sacred Heart Hall, I'll report all of this." Leng Qianchang warned. "Little Qianchang, your uncle was wrong. Give your uncle another chance." No matter how much he begged for mercy, Leng Qianchang wouldn't let it go. It was only through Qin Wu's intercession that the matter was settled. Because of his admiration for Qin Wu, Leng Qianchang reluctantly agreed. "Good brother." Sima Zhengwu also gave a thumbs up. The matter was resolved, and Leng Qianchang urged Qin Wu to return to the table. It was then that Sima Zhengwu truly showed his thick-skinned skills. He also wanted to tag along for a free meal. "And listen to me." Sima Zhengwu put his arm around Qin Wu's shoulder and whispered, Little brother, joining Sacred Heart Hall is absolutely the best decision you'll ever make. You definitely don't know, but the female disciples of Sacred Heart Hall, every single one of them has a hot figure and clear curves. Just as he said this, Sima Zhengwu noticed the unfriendly look on Leng Qianchang's face across from him. He coughed a few times and dropped the subject. Let's put that aside for now. By the way, is this girl your maid? Sima Zhengwu pointed at Ji Ruyo curiously. Qin Wu immediately confirmed it. Sima Zhengwu advised Qin Wu to protect this girl well. Otherwise, a lot of trouble would come to Qin Wu himself. Qin Wu said that was obvious. He could also see the girl's bloodline. The Sima family was indeed not simple. Sima Zhengwu added, "This girl will definitely become a stunning beauty when she grows up. There will definitely be many lechers coming after her, bringing huge trouble. Of course, not everyone is as dignified and upright as your uncle." This remark was thrown directly in Qin Wu's face. It seemed he had overestimated him. Leng Qianchang then got serious about business. "Actually, there's another matter that might need help. No, it should be asking Senior Sima for assistance." Hearing this, Sima Zhengwu was surprised. Chen Zan from the Icefire Mystic Sect has come. He wants young Master Qin to join his sect, the Icefire Mystic Sect. It's a decent backing, but compared to our Sima family it's nothing. You're calling me for such a trivial matter? But it's not that simple. Qin Wu also said he made Chen Zan kneel before him earlier. This instead excited Sima Zhengwu. "Kid, well done, brilliant. Those Icefire Mystic Sect people are all arrogant. Giving them a good lesson is truly satisfying. Little brother, rest assured, from today on I've got your back." Qin Wu thanked Sima Zhengwu for his kindness. "Waiter, bring wine. Tonight your uncle won't leave until he's drunk." The atmosphere made Ji Ruyo feel a bit uncomfortable. She said she wanted to go out and play. There was no choice. "Then let Sister Qianchang and Sister Wu Yue accompany you." "Okay." Qin Wu kindly asked for Ji Ruoyu's opinion. Ji Ruyo agreed immediately. So the three of them set off. Young Master Qin deliberately sent them away. He must have something to say to Sima Zhengwu alone, so I shouldn't stay and disturb them. Leng Qianchang also tactfully left quickly. Like Leng Qianchang, Sima Zhengwu guessed that Qin Wu had something to say to him. Qin Wu didn't deny it, saying he wanted to borrow something from him. Seeing the hand seal Qin Wu had just drawn, Sima Zhengwu was startled. "Impossible, that thing is as precious as my life to me. How can I give it to you?" Although he refused, 3 hours later, Sima Zhengwu's expression had completely changed. "Little brother, from today on you are my closest brother. Between close brothers what can't be borrowed, big brother, I'll just give it to you. From now on Qianchang can call me uncle." Qin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Qin Wu sensed that something bad had happened. Sima Zhengwu also noticed and asked Qin Wu what was wrong. Qin Wu said darkly, "Something happened to Qianchang." Situ Zhengyu also suspected that the Icefire Mystic Sect was behind it, but Qin Yu was still in the dark for now, and saving people was the priority. Seeing this, Situ Zhengyu insisted on going along. But Qin Yu refused, saying he had just received a telepathic message from Wu Yu, who only wanted Qin Yu to come alone. He added, "Situ Zhengyu, rest assured, I can handle it on my own." Helpless, Situ Zhengyu could only urge Qin Yu to be careful. With that, Qin Yu's figure swiftly departed. Meanwhile, on a mountain near Sacred Heart City, Leng Qianchang, Wu Si and Ji Ruoyu were trapped there. The one responsible was none other than the nameless woman. After waiting and waiting, there was still no sign of Qin Yu. Just as she spoke, they saw Qin Yu's murderous figure rushing over from afar. The moment she saw him, the nameless woman grew very excited, jumping up and waving at Qin Yu. However, before he even arrived, the tip of his spear was already aimed straight at her. Not only that, but Qin Yu looked forward, tightly grabbing her by the neck and throwing her to the ground. The nameless woman panicked and quickly spoke out to make Qin Yu recognize her. Hearing her voice, Qin Yu immediately recognized her. "Qin Yu, let me go first. I mean you no harm. Why are you suddenly so irritable? We've met before, would you really kill me like this?" Despite this, Qin Yu didn't let go, still believing she was from the Icefire Mystic Sect. But that wasn't the case. The Icefire Mystic Sect, that pathetic sect clinging to the Immortal Clan, is worthy of being associated with me. "Then why did you lure me here?" Qin Yu pressed on. The nameless woman said she would answer, but only if Qin Yu let go first. "I brought you here, Qin Yu, hoping you would join my clan since you carry the blood and flesh of a wild beast." Hearing this, Qin Yu became wary again. "Who are you? How does she know I can control the Yeki body?" In this situation, the nameless woman showed no fear and even advised Qin Yu not to be nervous. "Since you possess the blood and flesh of a wild beast, you might be of the same origin as me." As she spoke, her body began to change. "I might as well tell you, my father is the Black Dragon King, who guards the great wilderness." The Black Dragon King? Qin Yu was quite surprised by this. Judging by his expression, it wasn't an act. He truly seemed unaware of his father's identity. So Qin Yu wasn't a reincarnation of a wild beast. Thinking this, the nameless woman continued, Qin Yu, do you know how vast the great wilderness is? Qin Yu quickly shook his head, saying he didn't. Our great wilderness stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles, even larger than the immortal realm. It's divided into 7 great chasms, each guarded by a wild beast king. And my father, the Black Dragon King, guards the 7th chasm. In status, my father is no less than the leader of the immortal realm. In cultivation, even the strongest Immortal Clan experts pose no threat to him. That impressive. Hearing her boast about her father's strength, Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. The Black Dragon King, in my past life I spent 10 years in the great wilderness but never saw him. Yaki, do you know the Black Dragon King? Yaki replied. It seems I do. You say the Black Dragon King was once your lackey? Yaki, are you kidding me? Seeing Qin Yu's disbelief, Yaki snorted and swore he'd be a dog if he lied. The nameless woman continued, since you already have the blood and flesh of a wild beast, you should naturally join our clan, right? Hurry up and prepare, I'll take you to meet my father. With all due respect, I'm used to being free. Thanks for the offer. Qin Yu, do you think I'm lying to you, or do you have other concerns? Qin Yu bluntly said he had no interest. Qin Yu, you don't belong to the human race. You belong to our great wilderness. Joining my clan will bring you countless benefits. Refusing me, could it be that you've taken a liking to that Zhao Xuan'er? Hearing the name Zhao Xuan'er, Qin Yu immediately guessed that she had been lurking nearby when he went to kill Zhao Dian that day. How infuriating, he hadn't noticed a trace. With that in mind, Qin Yu denied her words. Qin Yu, I have no interest in Zhao Xuan'er, but I won't join your clan either. Qin Yu, you're so stubborn. Fine, our clan's doors will always be open to you. The nameless woman could only sigh and give up. In that case, I'll take my people and leave. Also, I don't like your methods. If there's a next time, I won't go easy on you. But before Qin Yu could leave with his people, the nameless woman pointed at Ji Ruoyu, saying she wanted to take this little girl into the great wilderness. This girl has the essence blood of an ancient demon clan within her. No matter how great her future achievements, she'll only ever be a minor demon. If you let me take her, I'll use the Black Dragon King's essence blood to cleanse her marrow and veins, freeing her from the demon clan, and making her one of our wild clan. Qin Yu pondered this. Her words were indeed true. No matter how strong the demon clan was, the gap with wild beasts was enormous. But how can I trust you? Qin Yu pressed. That's simple, my clan has a secret technique. I'll have to sign a contract with you. From now on, we advance and retreat together, our lives linked. If one betrays the other, they'll explode and die. Faced with this request, Qin Yu also consulted Yaki, who naturally urged him to take the risk. Every gain comes with a loss. All right, I'll sign the contract with you. As soon as he spoke, the nameless woman approached Qin Yu and gave him a passionate kiss. Instantly, a special aura appeared enveloping their bodies. Yaki witnessed it all. Little Black Dragon, Big Brother can only help you this far. Looks like my Qin Yu has been played. After a while, they still hadn't parted. Just then, the same mark appeared on both their hands. Qin Yu, from now on, just call out to me with your mind and I'll know. If you encounter any trouble, our wild clan will do our utmost to help. The way your clan signs contracts is really… Qin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. The nameless woman explained that the contract only required physical contact. The kiss was because she liked it that way. With that, she hoisted Ji Ruoyu onto her shoulder and prepared to leave. I think I've been set up. Could Yaki be a traitor? Big Brother, you're so perceptive you saw through it. Just then, Leng Qianchong and Wu Si woke up from their coma. Wu Si, noticing Ji Ruoyu was missing, was horrified. Qin Yu stood there, telling them not to worry. Both felt deeply guilty about this. It's not your fault, let's go quickly. That little girl has found a better opportunity. How could I make such a mistake? Wu Si, this is a lesson, it must never happen again. That little girl has a greater opportunity. Master Qin is truly unfathomable. Leng Qianchong was quite curious. On the night before Qin Yu left the inner courtyard, the 4 of them gathered here to discuss matters before heading to the Sacred Heart Hall. Situ Zhengyu was also there, concerned. Qin Yu explained it was just a misunderstanding and nothing serious. Seeing them so close, Leng Qianchong was taken aback, especially since Situ Zhengyu had previously shown disdain. Little Qianchong, Qin Yu and I aren't blood brothers, but we've sworn brotherhood. From now on, you can call him uncle. Leng Qianchong froze for a few seconds. Qin Yu stood up and corrected her, telling her not to listen to Situ Zhengyu's nonsense. Everyone, rest. Tomorrow we'll set out for the Sacred Heart Hall. The Sacred Heart Hall is ready and awaits Master Qin's arrival. I'm curious to see how they'll entertain us. Qin Yu was also looking forward to it. The scene shifted to the next day at the Sacred Heart Hall's city gate, where everyone had gathered to welcome our honored guest, Qin Yu. One person looked nonchalant. This was Bai Fifan, a core disciple of the Sacred Heart Hall. With a 9th grade sacred flame entering our Sacred Heart Hall, I must win him over. This is Tai Ning, the great elder of the Sacred Heart Hall. Father is right, both sons agreed. A 9th grade sacred flame, I want to see what that kid is like. Bai Fifan was also eager. From afar, everyone saw a carriage speeding toward them. They're here, prepare to welcome them. We're almost at the Sacred Heart Hall. Why did Brother Situ abandon the carriage and flee? Leng Tianchong quickly explained to Qin Yu that the greeter was Great Elder Tai Ning, who always beat up Situ Zhengyu whenever they met. Hearing this, Qin Yu understood the whole situation. As soon as Qin Yu stepped out, Great Elder Tai Ning rushed over. Good, strong physique, sturdy bones, truly a fine prospect, Qin Yu. You have a 9th grade sacred flame. With careful nurturing, you'll achieve great things. No one can compete with you for the title of future Qi Shen. Qin Yu could only smile at the overly warm reception. If they knew that the 9 heavens extinguishing fire refines Qi in an instant, how happy would they be? Uncle Tai is too enthusiastic. Leng Tianchong praised his preparations. This is nothing. A brilliant genius with a 9th grade sacred flame deserves such treatment. Tianchong, your father and the sect master were supposed to come in person today, but something unexpected came up. Leng Tianchong graciously said it was fine. Meanwhile, Bai Fifan walked up to Qin Yu and greeted him warmly. Brother Qin, the Sacred Heart Hall welcomes you. Leng Tianchong introduced him. This is Bai Fifan, my senior brother and one of the most outstanding figures in our Sacred Heart Hall. Though he only has a 7th grade sacred flame, his refining skills are top-notch, especially in alchemy, which is unparalleled, a once-in-a-millennium talent. Even more impressive, his cultivation has reached the peak of the Tong Shen realm. He's easygoing and cheerful. So you two will surely become good friends. Junior sister flatters me. I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Bai Fifan scratched his head, looking a bit shy. Brother Bai, no need to be so modest. At this moment, Qin Yu secretly sensed the aura of the extreme sun sect on him. Brother Qin, I've prepared everything today to treat you well. I'm only a few years older than you. If you ever need alchemy in the future, I'll do my best to help. Then I'll rely on you, Brother Bai. No need for formalities, just call me Big Brother Bai. Leng Tianchong was delighted to see them getting along so well. Great Elder Tai Ning also showed a similar expression. Our Sacred Heart Hall is harmonious and joyful, unlike other sects that are constantly fighting. With that, everyone gradually entered the interior. After a while, in the main hall of the Sacred Heart Hall, as soon as Qin Yu stepped in, he saw 2 beautiful women coming to greet him. Brother Situ was right. I said the women here are all top-notch. Junior brother, the Sacred Heart Hall is a pure place. You don't have to force anything here, but there are some things I must tell you, Bai Fifan said earnestly. Leng Tianchong is the sect master's personal disciple, and also his daughter. Leng Yangpo is the strongest cultivator in the Sacred Heart Hall. You could say that marrying Leng Tianchong means holding the entire Sacred Heart Hall in your palm. Countless people covet her. So junior brother Qin, you need to be careful in your words and actions from now on and not let your guard down and bring trouble upon yourself. Brother Bai, are you saying this because you also have feelings for Tianchong? Qin Yu guessed and asked. Bai Fifan quickly shook his head, saying he had no such intention. I see her as a sister. I'm focused solely on refining and alchemy, not interested in women. With such focus, Brother Bai's future is bound to be limitless. By the way, does the Sacred Heart Hall allow the practice of external techniques and martial arts? Qin Yu asked further. Absolutely not for true disciples. But if you've already practiced them before joining the Sacred Heart Hall, you can naturally continue. I see. Qin Yu had his reasons for asking. This guy is interesting. Qin Yu's gaze also assessed Bai Fifan. Of course, Bai Fifan sensed that Qin Yu was no ordinary person had he been discovered. Pushing aside that thought, Bai Fifan quickly changed the subject. That's the main hall over there. Come with me, a grand banquet had been prepared here to welcome our Qin Yu into the Sacred Heart Hall. Greetings, Great Elder, Saintess, Senior Brother Bai. The banquet is ready, please take your seats. The 4 of them then sat at the front table to eat. Where are the other elders and senior brothers? Leng Tianchong asked a nearby disciple. Some have gone out with the hallmaster, and will return later. Others are on their way. Qin Yu, eat and drink your fill today. Tomorrow I'll hold a grand ceremony for your induction. Qin Yu gladly accepted Great Elder Tai Ning's kindness. Thus the welcoming feast began, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Only Great Elder Tai Ning seemed a bit worried, concerned that the others hadn't returned. Uncle Tai, what mission are the hallmaster and my father on? He then revealed. A group of fierce beasts appeared in the back mountain of the Sacred Heart Hall, and their leader is at the 7th level of the Po Wang realm. Not too strong but extremely cunning and fast. It's appeared and disappeared several times recently. So the hallmaster and your father had to handle it personally. A 7th level Po Wang realm beast, no matter how fast, is no match for the Sacred Heart Hallmaster, especially with Tianchong's father along. That's why I'm at ease. Forget it, they must have been delayed. Setting that aside, Great Elder Tai Ning began to liven up the somewhat dull atmosphere. Just then the group really did return. Where has Shenchong gone? Your master has returned. The person carrying the corpse of this fierce beast on his shoulder is none other than Leng Tianchong's father, Leng Ningpo. Walking beside him is Fu Yao, the master of the Sacred Heart Hall. Look, you've lost a lot of weight lately, haven't you? Your ribs are showing. As he spoke, he abruptly threw the beast corpse to the ground. "We're all family, what's there to be wary of?" Lang Ningpo chuckled with interest. "You must be Qin Yu, right? Handsome features, truly extraordinary." Faced with his warmth, Qin Yu remained expressionless. If anything, he looked rather stern. Lang Ningpo could only force a few dry laughs to ease the awkwardness. "Tianchong, isn't this young friend Qin a bit too cold?" Even Lang Tianchong was seeing Qin Yu's expression for the first time. Qin Yu looked at the beast corpse and said, "This is a four-eyed crimson monkey." "Four-eyed crimson monkey? What's that? I've never seen such a beast." "Young friend Qin is indeed well-traveled and knowledgeable. It's extremely fast, but its lethality is average. Nothing to worry about." At that moment, Hallmaster Fu Yao also approached. "Qin Yu, today's feast is to welcome you. We should drink and enjoy ourselves. Don't bother with this seventh-layer Powang realm beast." Lang Tianchong then introduced Hallmaster Fu Yao to Qin Yu. Qin Yu immediately cupped his hands in salute to show respect, then added, "Although this four-eyed crimson monkey isn't strong, it shouldn't be here. Hallmaster Fu Yao, how about we find a quiet place to talk in detail?" Hearing this proposal, Hallmaster Fu Yao paused for a moment, then asked Qin Yu to follow her. Watching the two leave one after another, everyone present was somewhat surprised. "Tianyang, why is this young friend Qin so mysterious?" Grand Elder Tai Ning was also a bit worried. Although they hadn't known each other long, Lang Tianchong had already gained some understanding of Qin Yu's character. For young Master Qin to show such an expression means this four-eyed crimson monkey is no simple matter. Over on the other side, Bai Fifan was also anxious, still worried that Qin Yu might discover his secret. A while later, in Hallmaster Fu Yao's study, "Qin Yu, it's just the two of us now. Speak your mind." Hallmaster Fu Yao spoke first. Hearing this, Qin Yu got straight to the point. "The four-eyed crimson monkey is strong in build, sharp-eared and keen-eyed and cunning in nature. It is one of the few intelligent fierce beasts. Therefore, the four-eyed crimson monkey is appointed as a general by the demon race, responsible for patrolling territories and spying on human intelligence, all to feed more information to the flood demon race." Upon hearing the words flood demon race, Hallmaster Fu Yao was still somewhat startled. According to Qin Yu's memories from his past life, before the demon race appeared, the four-eyed crimson monkey had already been appearing on human territory. At first, humans were caught off guard, treating them as just ordinary beasts, but as their numbers grew, humans gradually realized the severity of the problem, and soon more demon races emerged. Eventually, the flood demon race swept in, inflicting devastating losses on humanity. However, this time, the four-eyed crimson monkey appeared much earlier than in his past life. Thinking this over, Qin Yu continued, "The so-called flood demon race is formed by countless demon tribes converging. They sweep across human territory, vast in number and extremely cunning. If the flood truly arrives, I'm afraid the sacred heart hall will be awash in blood and piled high with bones." Faced with such unfamiliar information, Hallmaster Fu Yao thought Qin Yu was fabricating it, and asked him how he knew. Qin Yu insisted he wasn't deceiving her. "Once the four-eyed crimson monkey appears, within a month the vanguard of the flood demon race will also arrive. Hallmaster Fu Yao, please prepare in advance." "How can I trust you?" Hallmaster Fu Yao still couldn't believe it, as there was no basis for it. "Believe it or not, I don't want to explain further." Seeing Qin Yu's serious expression, Hallmaster Fu Yao pondered. Schwanger once said Qin Yu had countless hidden cards and was extremely mysterious. If what he said was true, the situation might be dire. "Forget it, I'll trust him once." She also asked Qin Yu to follow her. They arrived at a door, and Hallmaster Fu Yao personally opened a passage to another secret chamber. After a while, all the high-ranking members had gathered, including Qin Yu. In order, they were Grand Elder Tai Ning and Second Elder Lang Ningpo. The man in blue was Third Elder Mo Linfang, and the other was Fourth Elder Ren Qingfeng. "Trouble you, Qin Yu, to explain the specifics of this demon vanguard force," Hallmaster Fu Yao said, pointing to the map before her. Qin Yu agreed, slowly unrolling the map of the Tianhe dynasty, pointing out the initial locations where the vanguard would appear. Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the Sacred Heart Hall, Bai Fifan also appeared there, full of worry. "This Qin Yu is so mysterious. Could he have discovered my identity and told Hallmaster Fu Yao about it?" "Chu Lin, I've been found out. Don't come see me casually from now on." Realizing he had been discovered, Chu Lin stopped hiding and revealed himself. "Second Divine Son, please calm down. I have a concealment technique passed down by my master that perfectly hides my aura. There's no way I'd be exposed. Second Divine Son must be anxious, right? You'd better tell me the most important things, or I won't hesitate to kill you." Bai Fifan issued a warning. "Second Divine Son, calm down. You don't need to worry about Qin Yu discovering your identity. I'm here to tell you something. I just received news from Ren Qingfeng that Qin Yu secretly met with Fu Yao, not because of you, but because of an extremely significant matter. Seeing such a sinister face climb to this position truly makes Hali admire you to the core." Bai Fifan was also curious and pressed Chu Lin for details. The flood demon race is about to appear at the Sacred Heart Hall. This is a golden opportunity for our extreme sun sect. If the demons appear, a fierce battle will inevitably break out between the Sacred Heart Hall and the demons. Our extreme sun sect only needs to sit back and watch the tigers fight. If the Sacred Heart Hall suffers heavy losses, they will choose to merge. Before Chu Lin could gloat for long, Bai Fifan suddenly rushed up and grabbed him by the throat. Ren Qingfeng is your man, Chu Lin. I told you, the Sacred Heart Hall is mine. How dare you scheme and plot here? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? Chu Lin quickly explained. If the Sacred Heart Hall is destroyed, all the credit will go to you, second divine son. I only want Qin Yu because of the 9th rank sacred flame. Bai Fifan had also guessed Chu Lin's motive. I don't have your talent for artifact refining, second divine son, nor the martial arts talent of the first divine son. For me, if I miss the 9th rank sacred flame, I'm afraid I'll never have another chance to turn my life around. But if that 9th rank sacred flame falls into your hands, wouldn't that just create another great enemy? I can swear a heavenly oath with you. Once I obtain the 9th rank sacred flame, I'll immediately leave the extreme sun sect for the purple smoke empire. That should put you at ease, second divine son, right? Who would believe such nonsense? Bai Fifan was no exception. Alright, it's settled. After it's done, the 9th rank sacred flame is yours. Thank you, second divine son. Chu Lin finally dared to breathe. Chu Lin hereby congratulates the second divine son on taking the Sacred Heart Hall into your hands. I will assist from the shadows and take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. After the man left, Bai Fifan's expression began to shift. 9th rank sacred flame, a waste like you deserves it. The scene shifted to a few days later. The defenses of Sacred Heart City had been strengthened. Just because of one word from Qin Yu, the entire hall is on high alert. What flood demon race? I've never heard of it. Another person could only sigh in sympathy. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Sacred Heart Hall, Qin Yu was meeting with the hallmaster. Hallmaster Fu Yao, have you made all the arrangements? Qin Yu asked respectfully. I've notified all the surrounding sect forces to establish a human defense line. If what you said is true, more news will likely come soon. As soon as he finished speaking, someone indeed rushed in with an urgent report. Hallmaster, Elder Leng has sent word. 100 miles northwest of the Sacred Heart Hall, demon beasts have been spotted, all at the 3rd layer of the Tongshen realm, numbering over 100. It matches young Master Qin's intelligence exactly. So they've appeared. Order Elder Leng to strengthen defenses and inform the other major sects. The first wave of demon beasts has arrived. Things will likely get more intense. The man acknowledged the order and hurriedly turned to leave. Since it's come to this, I, Qin Yu, will have to act personally. Qin Yu, I have another favor to ask. Qin Yu did not refuse her request. I have a daughter named Yi Tong. I hope young Master Qin can take her along. Her talent is exceptional, but she has a fiery temper. She only likes fighting, not peace. I hope young Master Qin can help adjust her temperament. What? Taming a little girl like that? If I say I'm second, no one dares to claim first. Qin Yu immediately agreed. Then I thank young Master Qin in advance. My daughter Yi Tong is entrusted to you. At this point, Hallmaster Fu Yao also indicated that she had long seen that Qin Yu wasn't genuinely intent on joining the Sacred Heart Hall. As expected of Hallmaster Fu Yao, you've already guessed it. Qin Yu wasn't surprised. Hallmaster Fu Yao added, young Master Qin obtained a great opportunity in the wasteland. The Sacred Heart Hall can't possibly contain you. Young Master Qin joined the Sacred Heart Hall only for the Sacred Heart Pool, right? Hallmaster Fu Yao is indeed sharp and perceptive, living up to your reputation. I need to cultivate in the Sacred Heart Pool for 3 months. After 3 months, I'll leave on my own. Qin Yu thought to himself, the Sacred Heart Pool can consolidate a martial artist's meridians and bones, greatly enhancing physical resilience. Although his body was strong, his tendons and bones were quite loose, making this extremely necessary. For this reason, Hallmaster Fu Yao also had leverage, using it to ask Qin Yu to help her daughter Yi Tong fully display her talent during this time. Qin Yu also stated that before leaving he would teach Yi Tong a set of martial techniques. If she could master them to perfection, she would surely achieve great things in the future and would not disappoint the Hallmaster. The wasteland opportunity, even I envy it. Young Master Qin, she's been waiting for you at the training ground for a while. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately turned and headed there. After a while, Qin Yu arrived at the Sacred Heart Hall's training ground. He looked left and right but saw no one. Just then, a flying wheel came hurtling toward him from behind at great speed. As expected, Qin Yu caught it easily. But it wasn't that simple. Countless flying wheels shot over in succession. Qin Yu quickly leaped into the air to dodge. After landing, they still pursued relentlessly. Soon, Qin Yu was trapped and unable to move, with a 9th rank sacred flame and a wasteland opportunity. And this is all you've got? Yi Hong appeared, her expression extremely peculiar, showing disdain the moment she saw Qin Yu. Is this a test for me? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Mother said I should train with you, Qin Yu. I didn't expect you to be even weaker than I imagined. Yi Tong, the first lesson I'll teach you is never to let your guard down. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, a large formation had formed from somewhere, firmly trapping Yi Tong. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't move. This was the lesson Qin Yu wanted to teach this rebellious girl. You knew from the start that the first few moves were just feints, so you set up the formation to lure me in. Not bad, pretty clever. Qin Yu praised Yi Tong's words. I lost. I admit you're strong, Qin Yu. Now can you undo the seal? First lesson over. Qin Yu snapped his fingers and dispelled the formation. With that, Yi Tong urged Qin Yu to hurry to the assembly point. Qin Yu said nothing and agreed to follow behind. After a while at the Kushin mountain range, countless martial artists had already arrived early. Qin Yu, I heard you're close with Sister Qin Chang. What, are you going to tell me to stay away from her too? Yi Tong quickly denied Qin Yu's words, instead thinking the two were a good match. Yi Tong also reminded Qin Yu to be wary of one person. Who? Qin Yu asked curiously. Yi Tong didn't hide it and directly named Bai Fifan. Hearing Yi Tong be so straightforward, Qin Yu asked in surprise for the reason. Bai Fifan can fool others, but he can't fool me, Yi Tong. Every time I get close to him I feel an extremely gloomy aura. He's definitely not a good person, but there's no evidence yet. Looks like your intuition is pretty sharp. Qin Yu was quite surprised by Yi Tong's performance. Of course, so if you want to make things work with Sister Qin Chang, you have to watch out for him. Qin Yu accepted Yi Tong's warning but couldn't resist teasing this young lady, asking Yi Tong what she thought of him. However, Yi Tong's expression was unlike most people's. She answered naturally, My intuition about people is very accurate. You have an upright character, Qin Yu. You're someone I can trust. If Sister Tianyang doesn't mind, I could also become your Dao partner. Hearing this, the young man's face instantly reddened. He quickly said he was just joking and muttered something about burying Vietnam. Trying to play games with me, Yi Tong. Qin Yu, you're still too green. After walking for a while, the two encountered another person. You must be Miss Yi and young Master Qin from the Sacred Heart Hall. I'm Zheng Zan, the senior disciple of the Black Tiger sect. The defenses around the Kushin mountain range are fully in place with no gaps. Zheng Zan, I know you. You're the once-in-a-century prodigy of the Black Tiger sect. With you here I feel reassured. Zheng Zan, why does that name sound so familiar? Can't remember for now. Judging by the gloomy atmosphere, this Zheng Zan is definitely not a good person. On Zheng Zan's side he scratched his head modestly. What prodigy? Compared to Miss Yi and young Master Qin, I'm far behind. Please follow me. I've arranged resting places for you both. Qin Yu followed behind the two, his mind still racing. This Zheng Zan seemed honest and refined on the surface, but his scheming was no less sharp. Every word he spoke established his own leadership position. And that girl Yi Tong really wasn't sharp enough. That night at the Kushin mountain range, the two lit a campfire and sat roasting meat. After finishing, Qin Yu handed Yi Tong a leg. Qin Yu, do you think any demons will show up tonight? Yi Tong asked curiously. What's meant to come will come. Even if not tonight, they'll definitely show up in a few days. Now tell me about that guy named Zheng Zan from this morning. Yi Tong then recounted the matter in detail. Zheng Zan was the senior disciple of the Black Tiger sect, only 20 years old. Originally just the son of an ordinary farmer, he had the fortune to join the Black Tiger sect last year. With his astonishing cultivation talent, possession of a 7th-grade sacred flame, and an innate sword physique, his natural gifts even surpassed mine. His cultivation has likely already reached the realm of breaking illusions. Unfortunately, 5 years ago my master tried to recruit him, but he refused. It's truly a pity for such a prodigy to remain in the Black Tiger sect. A farmer's son rising so suddenly, and he's from the Black Tiger sect. How come I have no memory of him? Speaking of which, Yi Tong recalled an interesting anecdote about him. A year ago, Zheng Zan, at the peak of the Divine Connection realm, single-handedly killed a third-layer realm of breaking illusions demon beast. It was precisely because of this feat that he rose to fame. This detail also jogged Qin Yu's memory, startling Yi Tong so much that she nearly dropped the meat off her own leg. Qin Yu, what are you screaming about? Compensate me for that big chicken leg. Yi Tong stuffed the spoils she had just begged for into her mouth to prevent them from falling again. I finally remember, in my past life, after multiple sweeps by the demon tide, humanity suffered devastating losses, and as a result, demon beast strongholds grew increasingly numerous. Those cunning demons began recruiting humans as their insiders, luring many with hefty rewards. Moreover, some demons had long been using human youths as pawns, planting them in various sects. In my past life, one of humanity's most infamous traitors was known as the Ghost Sword Butcher. He was elusive, immensely powerful, and ruthless, having killed at least over 1 million humans. But because he was exceptionally skilled at hiding his identity, the world knew very little about him. I only vaguely recall some things. A humble origin yet sudden rise. Born in the Tianhe dynasty and an innate sword physique, without a doubt that Ghost Sword Butcher is Zheng Zan. I just don't know if at this point in time, he has already betrayed humanity. Just as Qin Yu was pondering this, a massive commotion erupted in the distance. Qin Yu sensed it too, and quickly warned Yi Tong that demons were approaching. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Kushin mountain range, the number of demon beasts appearing was increasing. The people present were fighting fiercely to eliminate them, but it seemed the battle was at a stalemate. One wave was wiped out and another came. Just then a sword light suddenly descended from the sky. This strike was astonishingly powerful, instantly annihilating all demon beasts within its range. The one who struck was none other than Zheng Zan. Despicable demon beasts, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The moment they saw Zheng Zan, everyone present was overjoyed. A savior had arrived just in time, but the demons didn't stop. They surged forward like a tidal wave. Zheng Zan channeled his spiritual power into his palm and unleashed his proudest ultimate technique, the flowing light sword. This single move eliminated all enemies within an extremely wide range. Yi Hong, standing nearby, also noticed that Zheng Zan's cultivation had indeed advanced further. This flowing light sword technique was a self-created martial skill, and it had likely now reached the upper-grade profound level. But Qin Yu didn't think so. Zheng Zan's martial skill is already enough to reach the lower-grade earth level. To comprehend such a sword technique at just the first layer of the realm of breaking illusions is truly terrifying. After the matter was settled, Zheng Zan finally noticed the arrival of the two and quickly went over to greet them. "Miss Yi, young Master Qin, have you just arrived? Zheng Zan, you did very well." Yi Long gave Zheng Zan an encouraging look full of admiration. Zheng Zan remained very humble about it, saying it was just a few weak demon beasts, nothing worth mentioning. "Ah, young Master Qin, will we continue to station ourselves in the Kushin mountain range next?" Zheng Zan asked curiously. Qin Yu took the opportunity to answer. "Before the demon tide launches a full-scale assault, there will be at least dozens of vanguard waves. The ones that just burst out of the ground were just earth beetles, not a real threat. The demon beast to come will be far more terrifying than this." Hearing this, Zheng Zan's expression also darkened. It seemed the days ahead wouldn't be as easy as before. Yi Tong, standing nearby, patted her chest and assured that with her around, the demons wouldn't dare to attack. Zheng Zan was stunned for a moment, but inadvertently noticed that his left hand had somehow been injured. "Zheng Zan, you should heal your wound quickly, or it'll cause trouble if you delay." "Miss Yi is right. I'll head back to the stronghold first. You two should also return early to rest." Hearing this, Yi Ong quickly urged Qin Yu to go back together. Watching Zheng Zan's highly suspicious behavior, Qin Yu vaguely sensed something was off. He believed Zheng Zan had willingly fallen into the demon's trap, most likely for the sake of the Crimson Red Scorpion. The Crimson Red Scorpion is a special existence among the demon race. It has a human body and a scorpion tail, excels at hiding, and possesses a net extraordinary power that can control a person's soul. It often sneaks into battlefields, secretly ambushing human experts, leading them astray and making them submit to the demons. In the rear, every Crimson Red Scorpion acts as a strategist, responsible for planning. The demon strategist will gain access to all intelligence from the Tide demons. It can be said that finding the strategist is equivalent to finding the Tide demons' main base. In my past life, I heard that a demon strategist once appeared in the sacred heart hall of the Kushin mountain range. I just wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect it to be true. This time, the strongest among the Tide demons probably won't exceed the peak of the realm of breaking illusions. Even if it's a demon strategist, I can eliminate them. Demons, I will never allow you to trample on human territory and slaughter the heroic souls of my people. Meanwhile, in an underground cave, a tiger-shaped demon appeared. He was the strategist of this Tide demon army. The Heavenly Tiger General. The Crimson Red Scorpion was also here reporting. "Zheng Zan has already fallen under my innate divine ability. Now we just need to wait for the right moment." Zheng Zan has an innate sword physique, which can bring great benefits to the demon race. You've done well on this matter. After we reclaim the Sacred Heart Hall, I will report to the Empress and reward you accordingly. The Crimson Red Scorpion was very grateful for such a good opportunity. But it wasn't over yet. The Heavenly Tiger General continued, "I've also heard that there's someone named Qin Yu this time, who possesses a 9th-grade sacred flame. I want to obtain him." Hearing this task, Crimson Red Scorpion still had some reservations. "A 9th-grade sacred flame inherently counters my divine ability. This matter will be very difficult," but the Heavenly Tiger General had already anticipated this. Even if he has a 9th-grade sacred flame, Qin Yu's own cultivation isn't high. He simply cannot unleash the flame's original power. This matter will definitely succeed. And I've already made arrangements. I will send an elite squad to support you. Specifically, it's Bora Bora. After a while, the Crimson Red Scorpion understood the entire plan. The Heavenly Tiger General was indeed resourceful. This matter will definitely succeed. After giving his instructions, the Heavenly Tiger General dismissed the Crimson Red Scorpion. Sending the Tide Demons to invade human territory this time was a perfect opportunity for the Heavenly Tiger to seize power. I will use this chance to prove to the Empress that I, the Heavenly Tiger, am the most qualified to become one of the future 4 Heavenly Demon Generals. A few days later, in the Kushin mountain range, the battle against the Tide Demons continued to rage. This time, Yilong finally got to personally test her skills. Seeing her outstanding performance, Qin Yu praised her. "Well done. You were still a bit flustered dealing with the second wave of demon beasts, but by this 4th wave, your technique has clearly become proficient. Qin Yu, the martial skill you taught me also came from the Dahuang family, right?" Qin Yu didn't answer directly, only reminding Yilong to focus on cultivation. "Once you've mastered this martial skill to perfection, no one in the Sacred Heart Hall will be able to match you." "Qin Yu, you really underestimate my Sacred Heart Hall, but still, thank you. Let me think about how to repay you. How about I give myself to you?" Yilong leaned close to Qin Yu, acting very intimate. Just like last time, Qin Yu was still a bit flustered. "It hasn't come to that. Really, there's no need. Qin Yu, you're so adorable like this. How about we become sworn siblings? From now on, you'll be my good little brother." Qin Yu could only force a bitter smile at this suggestion. "Qin Yu, how much longer until the Tide Demons launch their full-scale attack?" Yitong asked curiously. According to Qin Yu's estimation, before the Tide Demons' full-scale sweep, there would be 7 more feint attacks. After that would be the real Tide invasion. In terms of days, it would probably be within half a month. But there was one thing Qin Yu couldn't figure out. We've already reached the 4th wave, but we still haven't found any trace of the Crimson Red Scorpion. I have a 9th grade Sacred Flame, and am staying in the Sacred Heart Hall. There's no way the Crimson Red Scorpion would just sit back and do nothing. Has my appeal really dropped that much? Thinking this, Qin Yu's mood clearly sank. Just then, Zheng Zan came running over in a hurry, telling them something major had happened. A group of elite demons suddenly appeared 30 miles away. All of these demon beasts have reached the 7th layer of the Divine Connection realm. They're currently stationed near the Iron Fist sect, and over 50 disciples of the Great Sword sect have been nearly wiped out. Qin Yu asked Zheng Zan for the exact number. "A dying disciple of the Great Sword sect sent us their intelligence. Please take a look, young Master Qin." According to the intelligence, there were 16 demon beasts in total, and they had already split into 2 groups heading in different directions. "We're the closest to them, so we must go and eliminate them as soon as possible." "Missy, young Master Qin, I can't handle both groups alone, so I'll take care of one, and the other will be up to you two." Yitong agreed. "Zheng Zan, leave it to us. If it's just 8 7th-layer Divine Connection Realm demon beasts, Qin Yu and I can handle it easily. It seems the time has come. This elite group of demons must be the demon strategist's personal guards." After the discussion, Zheng Zan took out a token from his person. "Miss He, the exact location of the remaining demon group is in this token. I, Zheng Zan, will set off first. You two should also be careful. After we drive them back, I'll definitely invite you both to celebrate for 3 days and nights." Yilong accepted Zheng Zan's invitation. Soon, Zheng Zan's figure disappeared. Time was pressing, so Yilong urged Qin Yu to get moving. After a while, the two arrived at the plains battlefield. As soon as they reached the place, a gruesome scene greeted them. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. "Damn demons!" Yitong couldn't accept this sight, but Qin Yu alone thought it was normal. In his past life, the Tide Demon sweep was 10,000 times more terrifying than this. Watching the token glow continuously, Yilong was determined to pursue and annihilate them to the end. Following the direction the token flew, the two chased after it. They should still be in the mountains ahead. After moving for some time, they ventured deeper into the mountains. Yitong felt an unusually strong demonic aura. It seems we're close. But Qin Yu didn't think so. In reality, the two had already been surrounded. A group of tiger-shaped demon beasts appeared, and not only that, a large number of other demon beasts had sealed off the area completely. These tiger-shaped demon beasts aren't at the 7th layer of the Divine Connection Realm. They're at the peak of the Divine Connection Realm. Qin Yu responded to Yitong's shock. And not only that, there aren't 8 of them, but 16, with at least 1,000 low-level demon beasts in the rear. Damn it, we've been tricked. Despicable demons. If there were only 8, we could definitely kill them. But with this many, I'm afraid we can't, Yitong calculated inwardly. Although Qin Yu could kill the peak Divine Connection Realm Shishan ancestor, facing 16 demon beasts of the same level plus over 1,000 low-level ones. Even going all out, they couldn't retreat safely. It seems there's no other way. Thinking this, Yitong's spiritual power began to burst outward, forming a flying wheel formation. "Qin Yu, I'll carve a bloody path for you. You go back and report. If I die, Qin Yu, you must kill all these demon beasts to avenge me." After giving her final words, Yinong prepared to fight to the death. But before she could act, Qin Yu firmly grabbed her hand. "They're just a bunch of scum. Why make it sound like a farewell of life and death?" Yitong was stunned by this. I know you're strong, Qin Yu, but facing so many demon beasts, no matter how strong you are, you can't hold out. You haven't seen my true strength yet, have you? Watch closely. Qin Yu gripped the war god spear and his spiritual power began to erupt violently. I'm going to look really cool in this moment, so don't fall for me, okay? Brothers, attack together. Qin Yu leaped into the air, channeled his fist technique and unleashed the third form of the nine heavens divine thunder spear, divine ghost. This full-force strike shook heaven and earth. The power of this move rapidly spread for hundreds of miles around, and even Yi Tong, standing nearby, was significantly impacted. Just like that, Qin Yu effortlessly eliminated all enemies with a single strike. Yi Tong stood dumbfounded, turning to look at him, unable to utter a word. Didn't I tell you earlier? This move is cool. You just didn't believe me. Qin Yu felt secretly pleased. The nine heavens divine thunder spear, starting from the third form, was already at the lower grade heavenly level. Heavenly level martial skills were indeed stunningly cool, enough to make one's scalp tingle. This scene was also fully witnessed by the crimson-red scorpion standing nearby. Did my demon elites just disappear like that? 16 heavenly tiger generals and over 1,000 demon beasts, taken out in one move? Thinking this, she didn't dwell on it. She quickly used her venomous tail to shoot a hidden dart, silently aiming for Qin Yu's knee. Success. I didn't expect Qin Yu to be this strong, but at least I completed my mission. The stronger you are, the better for my demon race. One day, your sword will point at your own people. The corpses at your feet will pile up like mountains, and you, Qin Yu, will become one of my demon race's most formidable weapons. Pleased with herself, she slipped away. But she didn't notice that Qin Yu was staring in her direction. Qin Yu had actually already discovered the crimson-red scorpion's whereabouts, and this was exactly what Qin Yu wanted. Seeing Qin Yu grinning foolishly, Yi Hong grew worried. Qin Yu said he was fine and quickly urged Yi Tong to head back. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Qin Yu was definitely hiding something from her. The scene shifted, and after a while, back at the stronghold in the Kushin mountain range, Yi Tong, as usual, personally confronted Zheng Zan, accusing him of providing completely wrong intelligence that had nearly cost them their lives. Zheng Zan also admitted it was his fault and promised never to repeat it. Brother Qin, can you forgive me? He thought Qin Yu would be hard to appease. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu took the initiative to put his arm around Zheng Zan's shoulder, acting very warmly. Zheng Zan, what are you saying? From now on, we're like brothers. Our future development depends on our cooperation. Brother Qin is absolutely right, and I wholeheartedly agree. Watching this scene, Yi Tong didn't know what to say, as Qin Yu's behavior seemed unusual. Zheng Zan also signaled Qin Yu with his eyes to go out and talk tonight. As night fell, they met as promised. Zheng Zan was already at the cliff's edge. After a while, Qin Yu arrived. Brother Qin, from now on, will be the right-hand man of the Celestial Fox General. Qin Yu cupped his hands respectfully and said to Zheng Zan, I hope Brother Zheng Zan will guide me. Well said. Zheng Zan praised Qin Yu's attitude and demeanor. When will you take me to see the general, Brother Zheng Zan? Don't worry, I have my plans. Next, the Celestial Fox General will launch a large-scale attack. If we can repel this group of demon beasts, we'll achieve great merit. Our prestige among the human race will rise quickly. Once we hold important positions among humans, the Celestial Fox General will naturally summon us. Hearing Zheng Zan say this himself, Qin Yu thought to himself, this Celestial Fox General is indeed a worthy strategist, so patient. It seems I can't rely solely on Zheng Zan. Zheng Zan warmly put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder and began detailing the plan. Mo Zuxin didn't notice there was another person present who overheard everything. This was Chu Lin's secret technique, using a puddle to conceal himself. I didn't expect that besides Qin Yu, this Zheng Zan is also a Demon Clan member, but heaven helps me. So this Flood Demon Clan attack was all their scheme. I originally planned to use Bai Fifan to seize the Sacred Heart Hall, but now it seems unnecessary. Delighted, he slipped away to carry out his own plan. Later, back at the stronghold, Yi Tong was still fast asleep. After meeting with Zheng Zan, Qin Yu continued pondering his next move. To find the Celestial Fox General's location, he had to break through to the third level of the illusion-breaking realm and awaken the Kuiox. With the Kuiox, he could use its divine power to locate the Celestial Fox General and eliminate him directly. Thinking this, Qin Yu immediately used his spiritual power to set up a defensive barrier around himself, while using his divine sense to enter an inner vision. There, he still had several pills exchanged with Zhao Xuan'er earlier. It was time to swallow those 8-grade pills. 10 8-grade pills should be enough to push my cultivation to the third level of the illusion-breaking realm. I wanted to wait until my bones were more stable, but I can't delay any longer. Without further thought, Qin Yu quickly absorbed them into his body. But an anomaly occurred before absorption was complete. His bones twitched. Was this the side effect of forced advancement? With no other choice, Qin Yu used the power of the EG Beast to continue absorbing the pills. Thanks to the EG's power, the impact on his body was nearly zero, as it could instantly self-repair. This continued until the last pill in his inner vision. Qin Yu remained composed, enjoying the process, while outside reality, his spiritual power erupted with increasing fury. After a while, it completely subsided, and Qin Yu officially entered the third level of the illusion-breaking realm. He then opened the Wild Beast seal scroll and pointed at the long-awaited Kueox, officially unsealing it. The two reunited after a long separation, exchanging a few greetings. Soon, the mark of the Kueox appeared on Qin Yu's forehead, meaning he could now use its special power. Everything became vividly clear before his eyes. It was easy for the Kueox to pinpoint the Celestial Fox General's exact location. Done. Qin Yu quickly reverted to his original form and woke Yi Tong. Roused from sleep, Yi Tong asked drowsily what was up. Qin Yu instructed her that he had to leave urgently tonight and entrusted the remaining matters to her. Yi Tong didn't overthink it and immediately agreed. Later, at the Celestial Fox General's underground stronghold, Kai Lian Hong He, you've done well. Our demon clan has obtained the 2 seeds, the innate sword body and the 9 heavens sacred flame. This is crucial for our future grand plan. Now let's proceed with the attack as planned. I congratulate you, General Tian Hu. This assault on the humans has earned you great merit. If I become the new 4 heavens general, I will surely reward you. He spoke smugly. As the general's strategist, I, the Celestial Fox General, am far superior to others. Qin Yu didn't fully agree with his words, thinking he was strong, but only to a limited extent. Following the direction of the voice, both were startled and became alert. Kai Lian Hong, he quickly demanded the identity of the person at the entrance. Qin Yu appeared in a new set of clothes, looking quite handsome. What? Met yesterday and already forgotten today? Kai Lian Hong, he recognized him at once. It really was Qin Yu. But the Celestial Fox General remained calm. I misjudged. The power of the 9th grade sacred flame exceeded my expectations. Qin Yu, you pretended to be controlled, using that technique to find my location. I must say, you're far better than Zheng Zan. Qin Yu, you dare come alone, confident you can kill me? Qin Yu was certain of it. Confident, you say? I know everything about you, Qin Yu. Your Qin family has served humanity with utmost loyalty, yet every single one was killed. Are such beasts worth protecting? Human nature is greedy, despicable, and vile, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. Such a group cannot grow strong. It will only rot and decay over time. Eventually, this land will be filled with disaster, but our demon clan is different. We are united as one. One day we will unify everything and bring true peace to the world. Qin Yu, abandon humanity and join our demon clan. We won't look down on you for being human. We'll treat you as a true brother, friend, and family. Join us and strive for the great cause of rebuilding this world. The Celestial Fox General kept tempting Qin Yu down this misguided path, but Qin Yu remained steadfast in his principles. Is this your last words? I admit they're somewhat moving, but I stand irreconcilably opposed to the demon clan. No matter what, I will kill you today. Despite the persuasion, Qin Yu didn't waver. The Celestial Fox General was somewhat disappointed. You humans are truly stubborn and beyond hope. Since you're determined to die, I'll grant your wish. It's a pity our demon clan will lose an excellent warrior. His massive body leapt up, stomping heavily toward where Qin Yu stood. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu blocked the strike. Too strong. This Celestial Fox General is indeed at the peak of the illusion-breaking realm. Your skin is tough, but that's all you've got. With that, the Celestial Fox General changed tactics, swiftly turning and delivering a palm strike. Under the pressure of this move, Qin Yu's ears began to bleed profusely. Then he followed up with a full-force kick, charging wildly and punching Qin Yu into the cave wall. After this blow, Qin Yu stopped moving. The Celestial Fox General thought he was dead. Such an excellent warrior, yet I had to kill him. Kai Lian, this kid is quite a man. Take him back for the demon clan to enjoy. It's the highest honor we can give him. Kai Lian Hong, he obeyed and began walking toward Qin Yu, but her expression turned extremely grim. Wild tribe. You're not human. You're from the wild tribe. Qin Yu was now using the power of the EG beast. Still want me to join your demon clan now, wild tribe? You've left the great wilderness. The Celestial Fox General truly believed Qin Yu was a pure wild tribe member. So what if I've left the great wilderness? He never expected Qin Yu to have such an identity. But why would he choose to cooperate with humans? Damn it, I must report this to the Queen immediately. If the wild tribe and humans unite, the demon clan will face annihilation. With that thought, he opened a portal and slowly stepped in, thinking he could escape. But it wasn't that easy. Qin Yu flew forward and shattered the portal with a punch, cutting off the Celestial Fox General's retreat. What's wrong? Scared off by a little scare? Qin Yu taunted him. I didn't want to waste time on you, but it seems I can't leave smoothly without uprooting the problem. The Celestial Fox General pulled a war hammer from space. With overwhelming momentum, he charged into battle, but Qin Yu was no pushover. He immediately rushed forward to counterattack. Surprisingly, Qin Yu blocked the hammer with his bare hands. For the Celestial Fox General, this was a first. His hammer had always either killed or crippled his opponents. Seeing the stalemate, both stepped back slightly. Even more astonishing, the warhammer in the Celestial Fox General's hand shattered into pieces. It was a weapon personally bestowed by the Queen of no low grade. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu charged in. "It seems you've underestimated me, Celestial Fox. Distracting yourself at a time like this isn't a good habit." This punch easily struck the Celestial Fox General's face, sending his massive body flying. Before Qin Yu could catch his breath, the Celestial Fox General attacked again. Caught off guard, Qin Yu was hit and crashed heavily backward. Emerging from the dust was a figure completely different from before. The Celestial Fox General had gone mad, his eyes filled with killing intent, cursing Qin Yu to a fate worse than death. Impressive for a peak illusion-breaking realm. Unscathed from that move, the Celestial Fox General also impressed Qin Yu. With his momentum high, the Celestial Fox General charged again, and the two exchanged blows continuously. Each side's punches were neutralized by the other. Yet they remained evenly matched. The EG armor on Qin Yu gradually shattered, and the Celestial Fox General's body was also seriously injured. Despite this, neither gave up, continuing to grapple fiercely. This time, Qin Yu was at a disadvantage again. "Tian Hu, it seems your strength is spent," Qin Yu probed. The Celestial Fox General remained confident. "I doubt it. If I were only this capable, how could I be the Demon Clan strategist general?" As he spoke, a special mark appeared on his forehead. Gradually glowing, his body began frantically channeling spiritual power throughout. "This is my Celestial Fox talent, the Divine Fox Ears, instantly tripling my cultivation. Your combat ability isn't inferior to mine, but this time you're no match for me." With greatly increased speed, the Celestial Fox General easily caught Qin Yu off guard. He punched him in the abdomen, then opened his sharp fangs and bit down hard. Qin Yu felt a sharp pain and quickly headbutted the Celestial Fox General in retaliation. That alone sent him flying backward, crashing heavily. Qin Yu followed up with a palm strike, but the Celestial Fox General dodged. Not to be outdone, he countered with a fox strangling technique, immobilizing Qin Yu. "This is it, teacher." The Celestial Fox General seized the moment and struck. Just as Qin Yu thought he was done for, he suddenly unleashed the power of the nine-legged golden crow sacred flame, easily breaking free. Before the Celestial Fox General could react, Qin Yu sent him flying. "I can't believe even this can't take you down, Qin Yu. Then I have no choice but to use my final move. Queen, lend me your power." Through his divine sense he borrowed the power of the Demon Clan Queen. His strength erupted wildly. The Celestial Fox General intended to settle this with one move. One move to decide the outcome, fine by me. Qin Yu was eager to see his performance. The War God Spear combined the power of 4 wild beasts, e.g. nine-legged golden crow, Sueni and Kui ox. The Celestial Fox General also unleashed an extremely powerful technique, rapidly magnifying several times. This time, the Celestial Fox General's Tiger Coagulation would face Qin Yu's Ninth Heaven Divine Thunder Spear's 4th form, Firebreaker. The two techniques clashed for a long time, but ultimately, Qin Yu was repelled by the Tiger Coagulation and buried under rubble. Watching the scene, the Celestial Fox General laughed triumphantly. "Victory belongs to me, Celestial Fox, after all." But before his laughter faded, Qin Yu suddenly appeared before him, thrusting his spear into his abdomen. They crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater. Qin Yu stood on the Celestial Fox General's body and yanked out the War God Spear. The tide turned instantly. Only then did the Celestial Fox General realize he had truly lost. Qin Yu hadn't expected a peak illusion-breaking realm demon beast to be so tough. Exhausted, his body fell backward, unconscious. Days passed. Qin Yu finally woke up. He hadn't expected to be unconscious for 3 days and nights. But fortunately, the Celestial Fox General was dead, and the Flood Demon Clan threat was over. It seems humanity is safe. From his storage ring, he changed into new clothes and had to hurry back to the stronghold. Having been away, Yi Tong was probably very worried. With that thought, Qin Yu flew toward the entrance. He quickly returned to the stronghold in the Kushin Mountains, but unexpectedly it was empty. He guessed everyone had left after sensing the Demon Clan's attacks had ceased. But just then, countless people surged from nowhere, shouting to surround Qin Yu. Soon they encircled him, their sword tips pointing straight at him. Qin Yu was taken aback and directly demanded to know who they were. One of them spoke up but couldn't be bothered to answer, only telling Qin Yu to surrender obediently and come with them to face punishment. "Though I have no idea what's going on, do you really think you're worthy of taking me away?" At that moment, the man loudly called out to his brothers. "Qin Yu has colluded with the demon race and is a traitor to humanity, hated by all. Follow me and capture him alive. Charge." Faced with these small fry, Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. He simply released the pressure of the tooth hoof, easily blasting them away, too weak. One by one they all collapsed unconscious. Even now, Qin Yu still had no clue what was happening. Just as he finished off one group, another came knocking. Qin Yu casually picked up the war god's sacred spear and swung it, handling them with ease when Bai Fifan showed up again. Qin Yu, you've truly disappointed me, brother. I thought you were an upright man, but I never expected you'd betray humanity for a bit of immediate gain, daring to collude with those despicable demon beasts. No wonder only you knew about the so-called Torrent Demon Clan. Now the truth is out, it was all a scheme you orchestrated yourself. But as you sow, so shall you reap. Justice never dies, and your plot was eventually uncovered. Qin Yu, surrender now. For the sake of our past as fellow disciples, I'll do my best to spare your life. You say I've colluded with the demon race? Qin Yu asked back, completely unfazed. The evidence is right before your eyes, and you still try to deny it. No wonder you, so young, possess not only a 9th-grade sacred flame but also such formidable cultivation. The great wasteland opportunity was just an excuse you used to fool others. Everything you have today was given to you by the demon race, wasn't it? I'll say it again, Qin Yu. Surrender at once. At Bai Fifan's words, Qin Yu burst into laughter. Well said, colluded with the demon race. Why should I admit to that? I'll say it again. I, Qin Yu, am a human, living and dying as one. As for capturing me, is that the will of the Sacred Heart Hall? Qin Yu confirmed. Bai Fifan declared bluntly, it's not just the Sacred Heart Hall. Even the experts of the Extreme Sun sect have already arrived. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed that the Sacred Heart Hall chose not to trust him. But that wasn't the case. Yi Tong loudly warned Bai Fifan to watch his mouth. The figures of Fu Yao Hall Master, Leng Qianchang and Yi Tong appeared there as well. Yi Tong then said to Bai Fifan, Qin Yu isn't that kind of person. I absolutely refuse to believe he betrayed humanity. Fu Yao Hall Master agreed with her daughter, choosing to trust Qin Yu's character. Brother Bai, I recall the master said very clearly that everything must be investigated thoroughly before speaking. Qin Yu is now a member of the Sacred Heart Hall. What right do you have to speak to him in that tone? The evidence of Qin Yu's betrayal is solid, and I'm doing this to protect the Sacred Heart Hall. Otherwise the world might think Qin Yu was part of Fu Yao's scheme. With that, Bai Fifan cast a scrutinizing glance at Fu Yao Hall Master. Enraged by these baseless accusations, Fu Yao Hall Master demanded to know if Fifan realized what he was saying. Just then, 3 more figures appeared in the sky, quickly landing beside Bai Fifan. The first was Pan Chao, the sect master of the Extreme Sun sect. The woman standing beside him was Yan Ruobing, the sect's foremost divine son, and of course, the ever-scheming Chu Lin. Fu Yao, your Sacred Heart Hall has betrayed humanity. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. As soon as Pan Chao finished speaking, his people had all gathered. I really thought Qin Yu was some remarkable genius, but it turns out he's just a lackey of the demon race. An 18-year-old with a 9th-grade sacred flame, a peerless prodigy who could kill a Qi immortal. Ancestor, what I hate most in life are traitors to humanity. Fu Yao Hall Master snorted coldly at these words. Since you, Qin Yu, have joined my Sacred Heart Hall, I naturally choose to believe you. But now you need to tell me, where were you during that time just now? Hearing her question, Qin Yu answered truthfully, behind the Torrent Demon Clan is the demon strategist in command. 3 days ago, I infiltrated their base in secret and killed him. I was severely injured in the process and only woke up not long ago. But how could such baseless claims be convincing? Bai Fifan sneered in response. Qin Yu, do you take us for fools? Do you really think you alone could kill the demon strategist? It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. In that case, bring Zheng Zan up here. Following Bai Fifan's orders, Zheng Zan was brought to the scene. You'd better confess honestly. If you come clean, I might spare your life. After giving the order, he shoved Zheng Zan forward, demanding a full confession. Facing Qin Yu, Zheng Zan had no choice but to tell the truth. I did betray humanity. I, Zheng Zan, let everyone down. Qin Yu is the same. He secretly sided with the demon race. Qin Yu. Zheng Zan has already confessed. What else do you have to say for yourself? One after another, voices shouted in anger. This Qin Yu deserves to die. It's like raising a tiger to bring disaster. Even raising a dog would be better than him. I can't let go of this hatred. Trapped in this dilemma, Qin Yu didn't know how to explain himself. He had been set up. It seemed he could only play the villain now, and a bloody battle was inevitable. But Yi Tong, standing by, still spoke up for Qin Yu. All nonsense. Qin Yu absolutely did not betray humanity. There must be something behind this. Bai Fifan, I've long suspected you were off. Now I see clearly. You're with the Extreme Sun sect. You planned all this, didn't you? Bai Fifan remained unfazed by Yi Tong's words. A smile still on his face. Junior sister is just bewitched by that Qin Yu spouting such nonsense, master. Qin Yu's betrayal is set in stone. I hope you can make a decision. Suddenly thrust with this task, Fu Yao Hall Master was at a loss for how to handle it. Before she could finish, Pan Chao chimed in. What's there to decide? I think the Sacred Heart Hall is also implicated in this. Fu Yao, I'm taking Qin Yu today. In a few days I'll summon all the sects for a final judgment on him. Your Sacred Heart Hall must also undergo an investigation. During this time, all resources managed by the Sacred Heart Hall must be handed over. If it's later proven innocent, they'll be returned. Chu Lin, standing behind, spoke up smugly. Qin Yu, you brought this on yourself. If you'd known this day would come, why did you do it in the first place? Chu Lin, you planned all this, didn't you? I have to admit your scheme was spot on. But do you really think you can capture me, Qin Yu? Facing Qin Yu now, Chu Lin showed no fear. He believed Qin Yu would struggle to leave this place. Qin Yu, I Yan Ruobing, as the foremost divine son of the extreme sun sect, will make sure you suffer less. The woman from earlier finally stepped forward, and soon someone recognized her as the sect's top divine son. It was said she possessed the heavenly blazing yang body with a 7th grade sacred flame, and had broken through to the 3rd level of the Po Wang realm at just over 20. With the top divine son stepping in, Qin Yu probably couldn't even withstand a single move. Before the top divine son, Qin Yu was like a tiny ant. Too noisy, Fu Yao Hall Master loudly ordered them to shut up. Qin Yu has already joined my Sacred Heart Hall, so this matter is naturally my responsibility. I'll take Qin Yu back and get to the bottom of it. If he truly betrayed humanity, I won't shield him. But how could Pan Chao agree? Fu Yao Hall Master, you're thinking too simply. If you take Qin Yu back, who knows what he'll claim? Even if I agree, can all the martial artists here agree? As soon as he asked, the crowd shouted in unison that they absolutely would not agree. Even so, Fu Yao Hall Master still wanted to force the issue. What if I insist on taking Qin Yu back today? Then we'll see if your Sacred Heart Hall can stand against the extreme sun sect and all the sects here. Just then, Qin Yu stepped in to stop Fu Yao Hall Master, thanking her for her kindness and saying he would handle the rest himself. Qin Yu thought to himself that Fu Yao Hall Master had spoken up for him under such pressure, proving he hadn't chosen wrong. At that moment, Qin Yu pointed his spear tip at Yan Ruobing and said, "If you can withstand one strike from my spear, my fate is yours to decide." Qin Yu, you're all talk. Yan Ruobing sneered. Qin Yu, you're so overconfident, looking down on our extreme sun sect. But before she could finish, Qin Yu told her to shut up and confirmed that she was next. Hearing this, Yan Ruobing couldn't hold back her anger and charged in. Qin Yu, how dare you disrespect the sect master? I'll make you pay for your arrogance. She struck with her sword, unleashing immense power. But Qin Yu quickly dodged to the side, waiting for a counterattack. Forced into a corner, Yan Ruobing had to use the great sun projection to block the blow. But it wasn't enough. The defense layer was soon shattered by Qin Yu. As a result, Yan Ruobing was sent flying, dust swirling. And even Pan Chao was stunned by the sight. In the end, it was our Qin Yu who emerged victorious. Yan Ruobing herself couldn't believe she had been defeated by Qin Yu with a single spear strike. Relying on the demon race gives you such terrifying power. This Qin Yu barely managed to kill the Qi immortal ancestor with great effort before. And now he has this kind of ability. Does the demon race have some trick? Yan Ruobing lost that easily, useless. Even Ling Qianchang couldn't believe his eyes. Only Yi Tong jumped for joy. Qin Yu, that was brilliant. So Qin Yu is this strong? Fu Yao Hall Master was continually surprised by Qin Yu. I, Qin Yu, am right here today. All of you come at once. What do I have to fear? Faced with such overwhelming momentum, everyone present felt afraid, sensing trouble. Chu Lin quickly spoke up to calm the crowd. Qin Yu has betrayed humanity and dares to provoke us like this. Can we still tolerate it? Capture this Qin Yu. After this battle, everything would go down in history, stirring the blood of everyone present as they charged at Qin Yu, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. In other words, a mob attack. Qin Yu, no matter how strong you are, you're still flesh and blood. I don't believe your power won't run out at some point, Chu Lin said smugly. Pan Chao himself was eager to see how long Qin Yu could last with just his own spiritual energy. The battle began. Qin Yu, wielding the war god's sacred spear, had already taken down many. With wave after wave coming to die, a simple flick of the spear was enough to break through. But this group had plenty of tricks, quickly setting up a formation and unleashing palm strikes simultaneously. Using the power of the tooth hoof projection, Qin Yu easily countered. Then came the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear ultimate move, which wiped out everyone in one blow, its released pressure even affecting Pan Chao nearby. When the smoke cleared, Qin Yu stood atop a mountain of corpses. Is this all you've got? Qin Yu said with utter contempt. Terrified by the sight, the survivors fled, calling Qin Yu not human but a demon. Even old Pan Chao was shaken by Qin Yu's momentum. His body is brimming with spiritual power with no end in sight. No, that's not right, he's not using spiritual power at all. He's fighting purely with his body. Qin Yu, you're brutal and savage. For humanity's sake, I've lost all face. I'll face you myself. Seeing old Pan Chao step up personally, Fu Yao Hall Master's resolve wavered, and she wanted to help Qin Yu, but before she could move, Qin Yu loudly warned her. I told you, this battle is mine alone. At Qin Yu's words, Fu Yao Hallmaster didn't know what to do. The disciples of the Extreme Sun Sect seized the chance to jeer. No matter how strong you are, Qin Yu, before the Extreme Sun Sect master, you're just an ant. Qin Yu, you're worse than a beast. Once Pan Chao makes his move, it's your death, facing their mockery. Qin Yu remained unfazed. Old Pan Chao began to channel his power, violently stirring his spiritual energy. Feeling it wasn't enough, he pushed himself to his limits. But suddenly another extremely peculiar aura enveloped the entire area. Old Pan Chao sensed it, his expression shifting. Not just him, Qin Yu was also startled. The tooth hoof projection appeared, warning Qin Yu to be careful. The sky turned blood red in an instant, and the blood moon released countless black chains. At first the crowd didn't know what was happening, but by the time they realized, it was too late. They were lifted into the air. Then their essence, blood and souls were devoured clean. What appeared was the silhouette of a demoness, the Netherblood Bat, one of the 4 great demon generals, with cultivation at the peak of the Gi Gen realm. A reminder, this Gi Gen realm is 2 levels above the Po Wang realm, with a Sui Shu realm in between. Old Pan Chao immediately recognized her demon identity and loudly demanded why she dared to show up here. But before he finished, the Blood Bat's figure appeared behind him. Old thing, you're too ugly. I don't like you, so I'll just send you to your death, whispering in his ear. The Blood Bat sent him to his grave, simultaneously unleashing her devouring ultimate move, spreading it outward. Faced with such a vastly superior opponent, Qin Yu was terrified. This is one of the 4 great demon generals. But why is she here? Just then, the Blood Bat noticed Qin Yu nearby. Little brother, your aura feels familiar. Did you kill Tianyu? Qin Yu thought to himself that the leader of the 4 great demon generals, known as the Netherblood Bat, the Lord of the Dark Night, just her gaze made his entire body unable to move. With such cultivation, he must have reached the return to intent stage. Even if I used my final resort, I couldn't withstand a single move from him. It seems I can only fight to the death. Qin Yu mobilized the power of the Tooth Badger and the War God Spear to barely hold his ground. But the Blood Bat merely waved a hand and easily crushed his defense. How troublesome. What's the matter? You have the guts to kill but not to admit it. Sister here likes upright humans, but your behavior has left me a bit dissatisfied. HMPH, it's not that I'm afraid of you. It's just that you're so ugly it makes me sick and I can't bring myself to speak. Faced with Qin Yu's insults, the Blood Bat still spoke gently. You say I'm ugly, sister, but I think you're quite handsome. Such blood must be delicious. Hearing this, Qin Yu struggled violently. Lowly demon race, even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You're not worthy. As his words fell, the spiritual power within Qin Yu erupted violently, forcing the Blood Bat back. His aura grew stronger and soon a surge of spiritual power gathered in his palm. Yet the Blood Bat merely tapped his brow, easily neutralizing the force. The Blood Bat's figure swiftly closed in on Qin Yu, sinking her teeth into his neck, and immediately began to drain his essence blood. As a result, after the initial thrill, Qin Yu's body began to wither, while the Blood Bat felt an unparalleled ecstasy, a sensation she had never experienced before. By now, Qin Yu was nothing but a skeleton, collapsing weakly to the ground. Seeing this, Yi Long could only weep as she confirmed once more that Qin Yu had not betrayed humanity. The floating palace master could only laugh bitterly. This was all humanity's own doing, so be it. By now, Bai Fifan had also noticed Chu Lin's movements but was completely unaware that Chu Lin had already slipped away. Bai Fifan could only vent his resentment. It's over. Everything is over. It's all your fault for insisting Qin Yu betrayed humanity. Otherwise, why would I be here? This group of fools began blaming each other, all pointing fingers at Qin Yu. That damn jinx. It's all because of him that things turned out this way. None of the remaining ones excite me. I might as well kill them all. This time, she didn't choose to devour everyone's souls but instead used another method, rapidly condensing a massive blood orb. She planned to wipe out this place with a single strike. Seeing this, Zheng Zan laughed excitedly. So this was the demon race's 4 heavenly generals. He never imagined the demon race could be this powerful. His choice had been right. The blood orb hurtled toward the floating palace master and the other 2 at incredible speed. Facing death, they felt no fear, only guilt for failing to protect Qin Yu. But just then, the Blood Bat suddenly sensed something abnormal within her body. She couldn't mobilize her spiritual power and began to plummet violently. Now as weak as a mortal, the fall inflicted severe injuries. Seeing this, Leng Tianchan was baffled. Zheng Zan rushed over in concern to ask what was happening, but before he could finish, the Blood Bat struck him with a palm, sending him flying. She herself was shocked by her body's anomaly, and demanded to know what trick Qin Yu had used. Instead of answering, Qin Yu asked her how the blood of the Wilderness Clan tasted. At those 2 words, the Blood Bat's heart jolted. She hadn't expected Qin Yu to belong to the Wilderness Clan. The demon race and the Wilderness Clan are inherently opposed. You've drunk so much wilderness blood. Your organs and bones must be burning by now, right? Wilderness Clan, you dare break your word? Aren't you afraid the Mountain Clan will act? As she spoke, Qin Yu reached out, grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. The Wilderness Clan has never broken its word because I am human. What does this have to do with the Wilderness Clan? Hearing Qin Yu's denial, her thoughts grew chaotic, unable to understand what was happening. I bet you're wondering how a human could have wilderness blood, right? Sorry, but you won't get the chance to know. I never thought I, a dignified heavenly general, would fall for the schemes of a despicable wretch like you. But even if I die, I'll take you all with me. I offer my final curse. May everyone here die in my resentment. Boy, their deaths are your fault. I'll make you regret this for life. The bloodbat's body transformed into an immensely powerful resentment, slowly spreading outward over time. Do I regret it? Absolutely not. Facing this resentment, Qin Yu remained unaffected, but those around him weren't so lucky. They were slowly being tortured to death by it. The floating palace master wasn't in good shape either. Qin Yu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't feel guilty. Leave this place quickly. Leng Qianchang also bid Qin Yu a final farewell. Facing death, Yi Dong accepted it gladly, reminding Qin Yu not to feel guilty and to live his life well. Hearing these farewells one after another, Qin Yu was stunned for a moment. It's just resentment. You three don't need to go that far. Using the 9 profound annihilation flame, Qin Yu dispelled the resentment from their bodies. Now we can leave together. Seeing Qin Yu's ability, the others began pleading with him. Qin Yu, I was wrong, but I was deceived. Since you're not a demon, please don't abandon me. Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, I'm in pain. We're all human. Of course you won't let us be buried by this resentment. Qin Yu, what are you waiting for? Help us get rid of it. I think you've misunderstood me. Or do you really think I, Qin Yu, would save you? Hearing this, everyone present froze for a few seconds. I haven't forgotten your faces back then, jumping to conclusions and branding me a demon determined to kill me. Don't make me laugh. Now you want me to save you, you don't deserve it. Qin Yu, what do you mean? There are so many lives here and you'd watch us die? How selfish. Qin Yu laughed heartily and continued, I can endure any trial for you, but you people, spineless, self-serving, dying would be a relief. I wouldn't regret it. I wanted to give you a quick end, but now it seems you don't even deserve that. With that, Qin Yu asked the floating palace master to take Yan Ruobing and the others back, leaving these fools to struggle in pain and despair. Qin Yu, I'll tell the younger generations of every sect about today. Soon you'll join me in the underworld. Seeing his beloved's figure, Qin Yu almost forgot about Zheng Zan. He used the 9 profound annihilation flame to burn him alive. Afterward, Qin Yu turned and walked away. Why are you all staring at me? Do you think I went too far? Leng Tianshuang shook her head, saying they had brought it on themselves. She was just a bit emotional, never imagining that warriors who once conquered the world could so easily abandon their convictions. Yi Dong was even more excited. She thought it wasn't excessive at all. They deserved to die. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt relieved, not wanting to upset the little ladies again. Suddenly a sharp pain struck. Qin Yu felt dizzy and couldn't stand. Leng Tianchang rushed over, worried, asking what was wrong. Qin Yu guessed it was from losing too much blood to the bloodbat and urged everyone to hurry back. But before he could finish, he collapsed from exhaustion and fell unconscious. Meanwhile, deep in the great wilderness, a massive beast lay resting. Many other beasts stood guard around it. Suddenly, a northern European dragon-shaped beast brought Ji Ruoyu here. This dragon was the true form of the nameless woman. She took Ji Ruoyu's hand and greeted her father. Has my daughter finally returned? Seeing his terrifying appearance, Ji Ruoyu felt uneasy and began to tremble. This also made him notice the ancient demon blood within the little girl. My daughter is truly thoughtful. Father won't hold back. Suddenly, he opened his huge mouth to devour Ji Ruoyu, ignoring her struggles. Just as his mouth was about to close, the nameless woman stopped him. Father, what are you thinking? This isn't for eating. I brought her back for you to change her blood and marrow, making her one of our bloodline. Hearing this, he was surprised. The surrounding beasts also gathered, curiously watching. This made Ji Ruoyu even more frightened, and she quickly hid behind the nameless woman. Seeing this, the woman warned loudly, Go to sleep, all of you, don't scare your little sister. At her command, the beasts obediently closed their eyes, pretending to sleep. Changing blood and marrow for a demon, this girl comes back and immediately gives me a tough task. Old man, I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Also, there's something else I want to tell you. This time in the mortal world, I met a very interesting human. Interesting how? He asked curiously. The nameless woman revealed an intriguing detail. This person is clearly human but has the physique of the Wilderness Clan. Hearing such an absurd claim, he released his pressure and roared loudly, then shrank into the same tooth badger form as Qin Yu. He was astonished that a mere human could possess the Wilderness Clan's physique. The nameless woman continued, His name is Qin Yu. He has a 9th grade sacred flame. Though young, his potential is limitless. I once invited him to join the great wilderness. Unfortunately, he refused, but he will definitely be a great asset for our wilderness clan to return to the outside world. So we signed a symbiotic contract. Her words shocked him again. You're being reckless. A symbiotic contract isn't something to sign casually. He grabbed his daughter's arm to check and was stunned to find a tooth badger phantom inside her. In his shock, he couldn't help but blurt out, "Big brother." Seeing her father like this, the nameless woman was puzzled and quickly asked what was so special. "Nothing, father has thought it over. The wilderness clan values contracts above all. Since it's already signed, so be it. In that case," he pointed at Ji Ruoyu. "Little girl, follow me." Seeing Ji Ruoyu still scared, the nameless woman quickly reassured her. "Don't worry," the old man agreed. "Go on." So Ji Ruoyu obediently followed him, unaware that beneath that terrifying exterior lay a crybaby. "Big brother, is that human your final trust? Don't worry. I, little black dragon, will take good care of him. From now on, Qin Yu is my own son." After a moment of sadness, he quickly rubbed his eyes and turned to remind Ji Ruoyu, 7 months from now is an auspicious day, we'll hold the wedding then." Hearing wedding, Ji Ruoyu was startled. Meanwhile, deep in the Earth's core in the demon race's palace, the other 3 heavenly generals knelt, reporting some matters. Seated above them was the demon queen. "Your Majesty, I've said it before. The bloodbat was just a lowly demon of base bloodline. How could she be one of our 4 heavenly generals? A bunch of incompetents. Not only did they fail their mission, but they died at the hands of humans, Your Majesty. I have a general under my command, originally a green sect fireball, who meets all the conditions to become a heavenly general." Another quickly interrupted. "That green sect fireball is reckless and foolish, not even worthy of the bloodbat's shadow," as the 3 argued. The demon queen stepped in. "The bloodbat just died and you're already scheming?" Hearing this, the 3 immediately fell silent, daring not to say another word. "I've already decided on the new 4 heavenly generals. Now I want to know who killed the bloodbat. Though she was weak, she had reached the peak of return to intent, and she was in charge of human territory. The strongest human is only at the 7th layer of return to intent. Even if she couldn't win, she should have been able to escape." One of them suggested that perhaps a hidden human expert had emerged, and the bloodbat's arrogance led to her downfall. "I recall that's the Tianhe dynasty, right? In that case, the 3 of you go personally. See if you can recruit that expert. If not, kill him. Just a small Tianhe dynasty. Do we all need to go? I'll go alone." He was about to say more, but the demon queen sensed a special aura approaching and quickly dismissed the 3. Soon, their figures vanished. Then the special person appeared in the hall. It was none other than the celestial envoy Zhao Fengsheng facing him. The demon queen showed some humility. "I pay my respects to the celestial envoy. Mu Bai." Zhao Fengsheng came to deliver some news. "From today onward, the tributes the demon race offers to the celestial race will be doubled." Doubled? That might not be possible. But Zhao Fengsheng didn't care. "I'm informing you, not negotiating. My master said this is your demon race's own doing. Qin Yu is not someone you can touch." With that warning, Zhao Fengsheng's figure vanished. Hearing the name Qin Yu, even the demon queen didn't know who he was or how he related to matters between the demon and celestial races. The scene shifted to the celestial race's immortal realm, where Zhao Xuan'er was enjoying the cool air. Zhao Fengsheng had just returned. "Miss, isn't this a bit too much?" But Zhao Xuan'er didn't care. "How dare they bully my fiancée? I just gave them a mild warning. But this Qin Yu is getting more and more interesting. Speaking of which, my little sister seems to have fallen for my brother-in-law. She was putting on airs with conditions before." Zhao Fengsheng also warned her. "Qin Yu's ties to the great wilderness are too close. This can't be ignored. If the celestial lord finds out, it might not end well." "But who is Zhao Xuanyue afraid of now? I already possess the supreme divine pattern. So naturally I am the next master of the Immortal Clan. Who dares to gossip behind my back? The Immortal Clan and the Great Wilderness have long-standing grievances, and this might be an opportunity. If I can make the Wild Tribe submit to my Immortal Clan through Qin Yu, that would be a good thing." Zhao Fengsheng and the other elder could only sigh upon hearing this. "Zhao Fengsheng, don't worry too much. By the way, from today onward, go down to the mortal realm and secretly protect Qin Yu for me. Qin Yu was lucky this time, but he won't be so fortunate next time." Zhao Fengsheng was stunned when he heard his young lady give him this extremely strange order. After a moment of shock, meanwhile, in the secret realm of the Sacred Heart Hall, this was the Sacred Heart Pool that Qin Yu had mentioned. After returning, Qin Yu had been soaking in it, and the floating Cloud Hall Master was also there, keeping an eye on the situation. 10 days had passed, and Qin Yu still hadn't woken up, which worried her deeply. Just then, Leng Qianchang also found his way here. "Master, is there still no sign of young Master Qin waking up? It seems we'll have to wait a bit longer. Are all the matters in the hall taken care of?" Leng Qianchang reported to her. "I've investigated everything. It turns out Bai Fifan was a spy planted in the Sacred Heart Hall by the Extreme Sun sect. His true identity is the second prince of the Extreme Sun sect. The two of them have now returned to the Extreme Sun sect. Bai Fifan is temporarily acting as the sect leader. That guy Liangzi from the Extreme Sun sect is already dead, Ling Qianchang continued. After returning, the Extreme Sun sect spread rumors that the demon beast flood was a plot by our Sacred Heart Hall to eliminate dissidents. Many factions believed the Extreme Sun sect's words. The Extreme Sun sect has joined forces with the Jade Maiden sect and countless small sects preparing to attack our Sacred Heart Hall while the Heartless Sword sect refuses to help. The Floating Cloud Hall master was not surprised by this. Twisting the truth, despicable and shameless. If they want to come, the Sacred Heart Hall is not afraid. Tianchang, hear my order. Summon all the elders and core disciples of the Sacred Heart Hall. This might be a good thing for our Sacred Heart Hall. The four major sects have been on equal footing for so many years, it's time for a change. The scene shifts to 5 days later at the Sacred Heart Pool, where Qin Yu was showing signs of activity. The spiritual power within Qin Yu began to erupt violently, and the scroll sealing the wild beasts also benefited greatly. Truly worthy of the Sacred Heart Pool. The effect of tempering the bones and meridians is even better than I imagined. This body can fully withstand greater power. I want to break through to the 5th level of the Po Wang realm. A 9th grade pill plus this fox demon bone form should be enough. Activating the 9 heavens mysterious annihilation flame, Qin Yu refined everything simultaneously, and a surge of medicinal power quickly flowed into his body. Qin Yu also entered his inner vision space. Seeing the quantity of 9th grade pills, Qin Yu absorbed them without hesitation. At this moment, the commotion was so great that even the outside world could feel it. Visibly, it wasn't just the 5th level of the Po Wang realm. This time, Qin Yu broke through 2 levels, officially stepping into the 6th level of the Po Wang realm. Next came the part Qin Yu was most looking forward to, unsealing the 5th wild beast named Yinglong. As soon as Qin Yu's finger touched the scroll, a cyan dragon appeared. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at Qin Yu. It formally merged with Qin Yu's body, granting him the power of this Yinglong wild beast. With the cultivation of the 6th level of the Po Wang realm and the power of 5 wild beasts, from now on I have combat power equivalent to the 3rd level of the Sui Shu realm. Next, I need to strengthen my cultivation and break through to the peak of the Po Wang realm as quickly as possible to awaken Taotie. Once I obtain Taotie, my cultivation speed will soar like an arrow from a bow. And Taotie is the 6th wild beast that hasn't been unlocked yet. After a wave of exhaustion, Qin Yu straightened up and stretched, but inadvertently discovered that the Sacred Heart Pool had long since run dry. The young man's face darkened, unsure how to explain this to the Floating Cloud Hall master. Speak of the devil and he appears. The Floating Cloud Hall master was also surprised to see Qin Yu awake. Qin Yu guiltily scratched his head trying to explain. Seeing that the Sacred Heart Pool had not a drop of water left, the Floating Cloud Hall master almost burst into tears. The scene shifts to a moment later in the main hall of the Sacred Heart Hall, where the Floating Cloud Hall master still couldn't accept this blow. She was practically dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yi Tong and Leng Tianchang were constantly asking about Qin Yu's physical condition, completely ignoring her. How can you not care at all about our Sacred Heart Pool? I've fully recovered, and not only that, my cultivation has increased by a level. Saying this, Qin Yu took all the blame upon himself. Hearing Qin Yu say this, the Floating Cloud Hall master also sighed. So you knew, Qin Yu. Qin Yu explained that it wasn't his intention, but he wouldn't let the Sacred Heart Hall suffer a loss, and decided to compensate with 3 volumes of heaven-grade lower-tier martial techniques. Seeing the 3 volumes of heaven-grade lower-tier martial technique scrolls, the Floating Cloud Hall master's eyes showed surprise. Even Leng Qianchang was taken aback. No matter how precious the Sacred Heart Pool was, it couldn't compare to this. Yi Tong was also grateful for this. The Floating Cloud Hall master didn't overthink it, and stored all 3 volumes in her ring, clearing her throat a few times to hide her embarrassment. I can't refuse your goodwill, Qin Yu. I'll reluctantly accept them. Seeing this, everyone present was speechless. It was completely unlike her usual demeanor. Qin Yu also found the Floating Cloud Hall master quite endearing. Just then, Leng Ningpo, Leng Tianchang's father, also found his way here. He was surprised to see Qin Yu awake. It looks like you've recovered well. Thank you for your concern, Senior Leng, Qin Yu said gratefully. Leng Ningpo walked up to the Floating Cloud Hall master and reported, everything is in place. We can fight to the death with the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect at any time, but I don't know what means the Extreme Sun sect used to enlist the help of the Yin Mountain Old Ghost. The Floating Cloud Hall master responded seriously. The Yin Mountain Old Ghost has been in seclusion for decades and has never left the mountain. Legend has it that this man has a strange temperament and is devoted to cultivation. How could the Extreme Sun sect get him to come out? Hearing the name Yin Mountain Old Ghost, Leng Qianchang curiously asked the two. The floating cloud hall master didn't hide it and revealed. The Yin Mountain Old Ghost is a rogue cultivator. No one knows his true origins. 40 years ago he emerged from Yin Mountain. His cultivation was earth-shattering. At that time his cultivation was already at the first level of the Sui Shu realm. Although I was young then, I once saw him with my master. That time the Yin Mountain Old Ghost defeated my master with just one move. Not only that, but this Yin Mountain Old Ghost also provoked our 4 major sects. With just one move he defeated the sect masters of the Extreme Sun sect, the Jade Maiden sect, and the Heartless Sword sect. I see, Qin Yu said, gaining more information to support his speculation. So the floating cloud hall master is already over 50. The floating cloud hall master loudly denied it, saying she was only in her 40s. Saying this, the floating cloud hall master continued her story. After that battle, the Yin Mountain Old Ghost entered the great wilderness alone. Although he was covered in injuries, he seemed to have encountered a great opportunity. After that, the Yin Mountain Old Ghost kept challenging various sects in the Tianhe dynasty, never losing. In the end, the Sacred Heart Hall had to call upon the Supreme Ancestor to defeat him. After that battle, the Yin Mountain Old Ghost returned to Yin Mountain to focus on cultivation, and never left for 40 years. After hearing this story, Qin Yu also recalled some information about the Yin Mountain Old Ghost that he had inadvertently learned in his past life. He is a typical martial fanatic. In his worldview there is no black or white, no good or evil. To continuously improve his cultivation, he would pay any price. The Extreme Sun sect must have offered him a condition he couldn't refuse. In that case, shouldn't we also call upon the Supreme Ancestor again? Leng Ningpo suggested this to the floating cloud hall master, but she didn't think it was a good idea. The Supreme Ancestor has been in seclusion for decades and cannot be awakened now. Just then, the great elder Tai Ning also rushed in to report that someone from the Heartless Sword sect had come seeking an audience. The floating cloud hall master didn't hesitate and told him to invite the person in quickly. Great elder Tai Ning obeyed and left. The person sent by the Heartless Sword sect was Chu Hani. Leng Qianchong was also surprised to see her. Chu Hani greeted Leng Qianchong and introduced that she had recently formally joined the Heartless Sword sect. I also pay my respects to the floating cloud hall master and the elders present. Chu Hani didn't forget to greet Brother Mo. Floating cloud hall master, I have come today to express the sincerity of the Heartless Sword sect. Our Heartless Sword sect is willing to help the Sacred Heart Hall jointly oppose the Extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. The floating cloud hall master was also perceptive and asked Chu Hani what the condition was for the Heartless Sword sect's help. It's nothing major. After this is over, I hope the Sacred Heart Hall can lend us young Master Qin. Qin Yu, standing nearby, felt a bit skeptical upon hearing this, never expecting himself to be so valuable. The floating cloud hall master also showed the same expression and confirmed again. Chu Hani didn't hide it and revealed, the Heartless Sword sect needs to borrow young Master Qin's 9th grade Sacred Flame. That's our condition for helping. Although Qin Yu has joined the Sacred Heart Hall, I have no right to decide this matter. Whether to agree or not is entirely up to Qin Yu. With autonomy in hand, Qin Yu agreed without hesitation. Chu Hani happily thanked Qin Yu for this. Floating Cloud Hall Master, since Qin Yu has agreed, we are now allies. Everything will follow your orders. Alright, with the battle imminent and the Heartless Sword sect's help, even if the Extreme Sun sect has brought in the Yin Mountain Old Ghost, they may not necessarily win. With matters settled, Chu Hani took her leave. As she passed by Qin Yu, she quietly asked him to meet her tonight in the Sacred Heart City to discuss some things. Before Qin Yu could respond, she was already gone. The scene shifts to that evening in Sacred Heart City, where Qin Yu arrived at the meeting spot Chu Hani had designated as promised. After walking for a while, he saw her figure standing under a nearby tree, waiting. So Qin Yu stepped forward and asked Chu Hani what she wanted to discuss by inviting him here. Chu Hani was reluctant to answer and urged Qin Yu to follow her quickly. Though a bit puzzled, the young man complied. The place Chu Hani took Qin Yu to was the second floor of a nearby inn. Stopping in front of a room, Chu Hani urged Qin Yu to go in quickly. The young man thought Chu Hani might have ulterior motives and looked a bit surprised, but that wasn't the case. It wasn't her who wanted to meet Qin Yu. She reassured him to go in, saying the person inside meant no harm. In short, it was too disappointing. I thought I'd get to see something interesting today, but instead I got completely fooled. Without overthinking, Qin Yu pushed the door open. Before him appeared the figure of a slightly older woman. Seeing her, Qin Yu recognized her and was stunned. The woman, upon seeing Qin Yu, burst into tears and called out, "Qin-er," twice. "You look exactly like him." The person she referred to was Qin Yu's father, Qin Zan. After a moment, Qin Yu also recognized her, cupped his hands respectfully, and called out, "Aunt Xiao, good, you still recognize me. Your father and I grew up together. It's a pity how things have changed. The Qin family suffered such a tragic disaster. Qin-er, I know all about what happened to you. Your father in the underworld would surely feel immensely proud and comforted." Qin Yu firmly replied. Aunt Xiao, rest assured, I will not let the Qin family down. Very good, you have ambition. Aunt Xiao greatly admired Qin Yu's resolute attitude. By the way, Qinner, I called you here today to tell you something very important. With that, she warned Qin Yu not to fully trust the Heartless Sword Sect. The Heartless Sword Sect outwardly agreed to help the Sacred Heart Hall jointly oppose the Extreme Sun Sect and the Jade Maiden Sect. But in reality, it's their scheme. The Heartless Sword Sect has long reached an agreement with those two sects. They are all birds of a feather. They plan to betray the Sacred Heart Hall at a critical moment. Qin Yu wasn't surprised by this. It was indeed in line with the Heartless Sword Sect style. Aunt Xiao continued, They probably think this is a perfect plan, but I've seen through it all. As she spoke, she took out a ring and handed it to Qin Yu. Qinner, don't worry. Although my ice soul gate is small, it has a mysterious force that will help you hold off the Heartless Sword Sect when the time comes. This is a small token from your aunt. Inside is a 9 revolutions heart pill which might help you a bit, but more importantly, it's the spear soul of the War Soul Spear. Hearing Aunt Xiao's words, Qin Yu was very surprised, as he had thought the spear soul was lost. Aunt Xiao continued to confide, Actually, after the Qin family's great upheaval, giving you the War Soul Spear's spear soul might not have been a good thing. If it weren't for the achievements you've made in such a short time, I wouldn't have given it to you. But now I believe you have enough ability to wield it. So the spear soul was actually in Aunt Xiao's hands. In my past life I couldn't find it after returning from the Great Wilderness. So I thought the War Soul Spear's spear soul had dissipated along with my father and grandfather's departure. Because in my past life, after I returned from the Great Wilderness, Aunt Xiao died in the demon beast flood sweep. Qinner, this world is full of dangers and deceitful hearts. Even a man as towering as your father ultimately fell to their schemes. Although you've gained great opportunities, you must not let your guard down. The Qin family now only has you as its last bloodline. Hearing her precious advice, Qin Yu quickly replied, Aunt Xiao, rest assured, I will definitely be fine. Not only that, but one day I will surely make the Qin family's name resound throughout the heavens and the earth. Good, very good. With such determination, Qinner, your aunt is relieved. Don't let anyone know about today's events. Hurry up and refine the War Soul Spear's spear soul. It will definitely play a huge role in the upcoming battle. Then I'll take my leave now. Aunt Xiao, take care of yourself. Holding off the Heartless Sword Sect is a small matter. Your safety is the most important. If you encounter danger, you must prioritize protecting yourself. Qinner, you're overthinking it. Your aunt isn't so easy to deal with. You go back first. With that, Qin Yu took his leave and returned to the Sacred Heart Hall to refine the spear soul as quickly as possible. As soon as he walked out, he ran into Chu Hani. She told him to go back on his own. She wouldn't see him off. This guy actually believed her. He immediately turned and left, making the woman unable to even say wait before he vanished. Too foolish, everyone. After a while, Qin Yu arrived at the now dry Sacred Heart Pool and decided to refine the War Soul Spear's spear soul there. The soul of the War Soul Spear emerged. It swiftly shot straight into the sky from the storage ring. The will to fight and the intent to kill were so intense, truly worthy of being my Qin family's War Soul Spear. This light quickly condensed into a sentient entity. All things have spirits, and weapons and treasures are no exception. The so-called weapon soul is the self-will formed when a weapon resonates with its master. In this mortal world, it is extremely rare for ordinary weapons to generate a weapon soul. Fewer than 100 weapons in the entire continent can have their weapon soul merge with the land. When I was a child, I only heard my father speak of this, and indeed the War Soul Spear had a spear soul. And in my past life I only saw it a few times. At this moment, the spear soul began to question Qin Yu. Descendant of the Qin family, how did the human race create the world? Qin Yu also declared with resolute strength, with a backbone of pride and a surge of passion. Then how did the Qin family create the world? The Qin family has integrity and moral fiber, unafraid to shed blood, with soaring spirits. The descendants of the Qin family are willing to die for the great cause of humanity, determined to suppress the demon race and protect the clarity of this world. Hearing such a firm and ironclad reply, the spear soul laughed heartily with great satisfaction. Well said, descendant of the Qin family. But to wield me you must prove your skill. Of course I know that subduing your weapon soul is no easy task. Since that's the case, let's begin. Qin Yu held the War Soul Spear, ready for a fierce battle. There was no more time to wait. The two sides clashed with fierce momentum, but Qin Yu was immediately sent flying. Qin Yu quickly mobilized the spiritual energy within him, executing the first form of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. The spear soul in turn mimicked Qin Yu's posture and the flow of spiritual energy perfectly. Unleashing a similar technique, the two clashed head-on and the power rapidly radiated outward. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu immediately executed the second form of the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, instantly transforming into several afterimages, rushing before the spear soul at lightning speed to subdue it. Qin Yu hastily used the third form of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, hoping to end the battle, but unexpectedly, the spear soul turned around and blocked all the attacks. This was its chance to counterattack. A shockwave rebounded towards Qin Yu, but he dodged in time. However, things were not that simple. The spear soul instantly appeared behind Qin Yu, seizing the moment to execute the third form of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. Too sudden, Qin Yu could only raise the War Soul Spear to block the strike. But this move was too powerful, and Qin Yu was knocked to the ground. Not daring to be careless, Qin Yu immediately re-entered the battle. "It seems your spear soul won't take any losses," Hali replied smugly. "I am the spear soul. With just one glance I can see through every spear technique you use. If you want to suppress me, I advise you to give up now. You are unworthy of me." But Qin Yu paid no heed to its words, saying he was just testing the waters. The real show was just beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure rushed before it at lightning speed, thrusting his spear forward. The result was the same. The spear soul immediately used the same move, but just as the spear tip was about to strike, Qin Yu halted his attack, gathering all his spiritual energy into this decisive punch, charging forward to hit it squarely in the face. It was no surprise that this punch sent the spear soul flying, but the spear soul was unharmed, accusing Qin Yu of cheating. "What's with all the excuses? If you think I don't deserve to win, then let's continue. But my next move is renowned far and wide. The fourth form of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear, with power reaching the upper grade Earth level. You are a spear soul, but your grade has its limits. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn this move." Hearing Qin Yu say this, the spear soul laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Descendant of the Qin family, I submit to you. From now on I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a beam of light, charging straight into the War Soul Spear. At that moment, the War Soul Spear and the spear soul became one. The War Soul Spear, now possessing a soul, also meant it had infinite potential. Moreover, I already possessed the Nine Heavens' mysterious extinguishing flame, allowing me to freely refine immortal energy to strengthen the War Soul Spear. It could be said that the War Soul Spear is now comparable to a 9th-grade immortal artifact. At this point, Qin Yu also remembered the other item Xiao Bamu had given him earlier. Although the 9 Revolutions Heart Pill was only a 5th-grade pill, it possessed a very special ability. Without much thought, Qin Yu swallowed it whole. The 9 Revolutions Heart Pill could attach itself to a martial artist bloodline, protecting them at critical moments and bringing them back from the brink of death. With everything prepared, the Extreme Sun Sect and the Jade Maiden Sect no longer needed to exist. Meanwhile, within the Iron Sword Sect of the Tianhe dynasty, the sect leader and a group of disciples were kneeling before someone, saying, "I truly don't know what happened that day at the Bitter Heart Mountain Range." Standing before them were precisely the 3 demon generals of the demon race. The sect leader continued, reporting to the envoy, "The disciples I sent that day are all dead. Now only the Extreme Sun Sect and the Sacred Heart Hall know what actually happened. The Extreme Sun Sect, in that case, I'll go there myself. You useless fools are of no use to me." With that, he annihilated everything there. After finishing, he urged the other 2 to hurry on their way. Soon, 3 figures vanished. "Well done, gentlemen," someone remarked. A moment later, in the main hall of the Extreme Sun Sect, Bai Fanfan was sitting there smugly. "Sacred Heart Hall, oh Sacred Heart Hall, I still have to thank you, otherwise how could I have become the acting sect leader?" Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before him. Bai Fanfan easily recognized the aura as belonging to the demon race. "Are you the sect leader of the Extreme Sun Sect?" One of the demon generals spoke on behalf of the group. Facing 3 powerful beings, Bai Fanfan couldn't gauge their current cultivation levels. Discretion was the better part of valor, but before he could do anything, the pressure from this demon general forced him to his knees, unable to stand. At this point, Bai Fanfan felt utter despair. Seeing this, the demon general showed a look of contempt. "I didn't expect such low cultivation. Speak quickly. That day at the Bitter Heart Mountain Range, who killed our 4 demon generals?" Trembling, Bai Fanfan denied it was him. "Spare me the nonsense. A lowly cultivator like you doesn't even deserve the credit. Confess honestly. Tell me everything that happened that day." With no choice, Bai Fanfan had to spill everything. "I'm not entirely sure what happened, but it all has to do with Qin Yu. He did it all." Hearing the name Qin Yu, the clear-faced individual had never heard of it. Another was surprised that a peak return to Truth Realm powerhouse could appear in the Tianhe dynasty, but that wasn't the case. Bai Fanfan was certain that Qin Yu's cultivation was only at the Break Illusion realm. Hearing this, all 3 showed expressions of surprise. They thought Bai Fanfan was feeding them false information and didn't want to waste words preparing to finish him off. Although terrified, Bai Fanfan continued, "I'm telling the truth. That Qin Yu really only reached the Break Illusion realm. That day, the demon general arrived at the Bitter Heart Mountain Range, but suddenly felt excruciating pain, and then his entire body burst into flames. I don't know what means Qin Yu used in the end. Looking at Bai Fanfan's demeanor, this demon general felt he wasn't lying. But even if a break illusion ant had mastered vast divine powers, it shouldn't be possible to kill our 4 demon generals. Either that Qin Yu was just a puppet with a real master behind him. Regardless, finding Qin Yu and asking him directly would clear things up. With that, he glared at the kneeling Bai Fanfan as a warning. This made Bai Fanfan even more terrified, saying that if they spared his life he would die serving them. If all you humans were this obedient, what worries would our demon race's great cause have? One of them agreed to spare his life, thinking he might still be useful. With that he tapped Bai Fanfan, injecting a very special aura into him, causing him to scream in pain while his eyes turned fierce. From now on, you are one of us in the demon race. Now let's go. With that, the 3 figures vanished. I've actually broken through. So gaining power is this easy. I don't know what means Qin Yu used to kill the demon general, but this time, no matter how formidable he is, I don't believe you can simultaneously fight 3 demon generals. Once that Qin Yu is dead, how can the Sacred Heart Hall withstand me? The Sacred Heart Hall is destined to fall into my hands. Bai Fanfan. With that, Bai Fanfan called for someone to enter. The disciple who ran in was startled by his appearance and asked what orders the sect leader had. Pass my command. Gather all our forces to surround the Sacred Heart Hall. At the same time, send word to all our allies to set out immediately. Although a bit scared, he could only meekly comply. The scene shifted to the next day at the Sacred Heart Hall's training grounds, where Qin Yu was also present. His purpose was to train the 2 beauties, Yi Tong and Leng Tianxiang. Watching the 2 girls panting heavily, Hali felt a pang of sympathy. Qin Yu took the opportunity to tease them, asking if they planned to give up. I really don't understand why you, Qin Yu, are so strong. It's like you break through after every battle. Leng Tianxiang echoed Yi Tong's words, believing that no matter how hard they tried in this life they could never catch up to Qin Yu. Qin Yu commented naturally. Your talents aren't bad either. With diligent practice you'll definitely improve in the future. Seeing this lecturing demeanor, Yi Tong thought Qin Yu was a complete old fogey, talking just like those elderly men. Qin Yu understood the meaning behind Yi Tong's words and could only smile wryly. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he couldn't argue with that. Just then, someone ran in with an urgent message for the 3, saying that Palace Master Fu Yao urgently requested their presence in the main hall for an important discussion. Is it about the movements of the extreme Sun sect? The disciple confirmed Qin Yu's words. This moment has finally arrived. Let's go. A moment later, in the main hall of the Sacred Heart Hall, everyone was gathered, their faces showing extreme tension. Among them was even a spy from the extreme Sun sect. Truly tenacious, Qin Yu arrived just then and quickly stepped forward to pay respects to Palace Master Fu Yao. It seems everyone is here. My scouts report that the extreme Sun sect has already set out. They will arrive in 3 days at the earliest. 3 days from now will be our final decisive battle. Elder Leng, how are things arranged? Leng Ningpo also affirmed with resolute strength, we cannot lose. Our allies have already set out. This time we will ensure the extreme Sun sect never returns, along with the Jade Maiden sect. He was quite confident about this. Third Elder Mo Linfang was relieved to hear this, and declared that he would personally ensure the Jade Maiden sect completely vanished from the Tianhe dynasty. Suddenly, another disciple ran in, shouting incessantly that something had happened. What's the matter? Calm down and speak slowly, Palace Master Fu Yao asked him. The various major sects in our alliance have successively sent word that they are withdrawing from the alliance. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, except for 4th Elder Ren Qingfeng, who remained expressionless. HMPH, a bunch of despicable cowards changing sides with the wind. They must have been threatened by the extreme Sun sect and the Jade Maiden sect. Palace Master, even without the alliance, I, Shui Ning, am determined to fight to the death. Leng Ningpo also echoed, well said, Grand Elder Shui Ning. Heads can be severed, blood can be shed, but that doesn't mean we can't win. Hearing their words, Palace Master Fu Yao became even more resolute. My Sacred Heart Hall will not be afraid. Elders, I entrust this matter to you. With that, everyone present, united in purpose, resolved to fight to the death. A moment later, at the training grounds, everyone had gathered. Each person wore a serious, expressionless face. Facing this situation, Leng Tianxiang was still a bit worried. Qin Yu spoke up, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm sure we will win this time. Seeing Qin Yu's carefree demeanor, Leng Tianxiang guessed that Qin Yu must be hiding something from her. Qin Yu quickly denied Leng Tianxiang's words, saying that in 3 days only the extreme Sun sect would likely arrive. The Jade Maiden sect wouldn't make it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure swiftly flew away from there. At this point, the two finally confirmed their suspicions. Qin Yu was indeed hiding something. The scene shifted to the next evening on a certain mountaintop behind the Sacred Heart Hall. 3 familiar figures came rushing in. They were none other than the 3 unlucky demon generals of the demon race, causing destruction wherever they went. This is the Sacred Heart Hall, but it seems there are no human powerhouses here. Let's go. Once we see Qin Yu, everything will be clear. But before they could take a step, Zhao Fengxing's figure appeared behind them asking what they wanted. Seeing the newcomer, the three respectfully knelt and paid their respects to the envoy. Without any pleasantries, Zhao Fengxing got straight to the point. The Sacred Heart Hall is off limits to you. Get lost. May I ask the envoy to clarify? One of them asked in confusion. Are you worthy of asking me that question? With that, Zhao Fengxing slapped him, not understanding the reason he questioned further and got slapped again. I said you should learn some sense, but he persisted and received another slap from Zhao Fengxing. I won't say it a second time. At this point the three understood. They quickly fled to avoid further humiliation from more slaps. Even Zhao Fengxing himself didn't want to do this, but what choice did he have? His young lady was far too infatuated with our Qin Yu. The scene shifted to 3 days later, near the Sacred Heart Hall where the Extreme Sun Sect's forces were passing through. After today, the Sacred Heart Hall will be mine. Just thinking about it made Bai Fanfan ecstatic, but the problem was he couldn't sense the presence of the 3 demon generals. He could only console himself that they hadn't arrived yet. Still, it was fine. Once he captured Qin Yu alive and handed him over to the 3 lords, it would save them the trouble. With that thought, he looked down and asked a nearby disciple why the other allies hadn't been seen yet. The disciple replied loudly, "The Jade Maiden sect was attacked by a mysterious force and will be delayed. The other sects are still on their way and will rendezvous with us soon." Hearing this unpleasant news, Bai Fanfan's veins bulged with anger. He immediately summoned all the divine sons of the Extreme Sun sect. There were 7 in total. The rest, thanks to that Chu Linya, had been killed by him. All of you go tell Palace Master Fu Yao. I gave them just 1 day to lay down their arms. If there's no movement by then, the Sacred Heart Hall will be awash in blood and piled high with corpses. Just then, a figure appeared in midair, catching Bai Fanfan slightly off guard. Why make such a fuss? Dealing with a mere Sacred Heart Hall is enough for me alone. This was none other than the Yin Mountain Old Ghost whom everyone had mentioned earlier. Without another word, his figure shot straight into the Sacred Heart Hall, declaring loudly, "I have no desire to commit slaughter, but today the Sacred Heart Hall's fate is sealed. I hope you'll read the situation and make your choice. Don't struggle in vain." As his words fell, the crowd below had already gathered. The floating Shrine Lord stepped forward as well, saying, "Senior, you must be joking. How could the Sacred Heart Hall be handed over to another? If bloodshed is unavoidable, the Sacred Heart Hall will not back down. Young lady, I think I saw you 40 years ago. We share some fate. Take an elder's advice and stop being stubborn. Besides, with my current cultivation, even if the Sacred Heart Hall summoned its Supreme Elder Yi Li, it would be useless." Hearing him ramble on, Lang Ningpo couldn't help urging him to act. "Enough talk. Your cultivation is decent, but unfortunately my current level is far beyond what you can contend with." With that, the Yin Mountain Old Ghost swung his staff and struck downward with a palm force, quickly wreaking havoc below, affecting the crowd. Lang Ningpo also felt the pressure. It was at least at the 6th layer of the shattered void realm, and even a single blow was hard to withstand. The Yin Mountain Old Ghost sneered disdainfully, but before he could revel too long he looked at Qin Yu and found him completely unharmed. Surprised, the Old Ghost remarked, "Young one, you're impressive." "Impressive? It seems the Sacred Heart Hall has produced another prodigy." He extended his staff to ask Qin Yu's true identity. Qin Yu, too lazy to respond, said he had no habit of chatting on the execution ground. With that, he calmed down and landed back on the ground. "You're an interesting brat. I'll grant you some face." Sensing the Old Ghost's sincerity, Qin Yu revealed his real name. "A 6th layer of the illusion-breaking realm able to withstand my pressure. Truly remarkable. Today, the Sacred Heart Hall must fall. Would you be willing to join my ranks? With your talent and aptitude, staying here is a waste." Qin Yu didn't answer immediately, but instead asked what conditions the Extreme Sun sect had offered the Yin Mountain Old Ghost to personally destroy the Sacred Heart Hall. "I like you, so I'll tell you. The Extreme Sun sect promised to find me a disciple to inherit my legacy after the deed is done, but since I've met you, why would I need another? If you agree to become my disciple, I'll take you away from here and spare your life." Bai Fanfan, overhearing this, cursed inwardly. If Qin Yu agreed, it would all be over. The Extreme Sun sect's first divine son also asked him what to do next, but Bai Fanfan hadn't figured it out yet, and could only wait for Qin Yu's decision. Back to Qin Yu, the Yin Mountain Old Ghost asked again for his thoughts on the proposal. As Qin Yu's response, he pointed his spear at the Old Ghost. The Yin Mountain Old Ghost stared closely and recognized it as the War God spear. Learning that the Old Ghost recognized it, Qin Yu was still somewhat incredulous. The Old Ghost's face twisted with rage. "You're a descendant of the Qin family from the Divine Sword Dynasty? Good, very good, you must die. I doubt you have the skill. Qin Yu charged forward fearlessly to counter. Their figures clashed, exchanging blows, but due to the gap in cultivation, Qin Yu was pushed back. He also felt the old ghost's immense power, even surpassing his own. The in-mountain old ghost was equally astonished. This brat only at the illusion-breaking realm could take a palm strike from me and survive. He must be born with divine strength. To withstand one of my strikes makes him a standout among the younger generation. Too bad you were born into the wrong family, boy. He began unleashing the divine power he'd gained in the wasteland. The power of a wild beast, and its phantom immediately swiped at Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't back down, summoning the Yazi phantom to counter. Naturally, his superior prevailed. Yazi repelled the old ghost's wild beast. Shaken back, the old ghost didn't understand. How could this brat break the fortune I gained in the wasteland? Could his fortune there also be the power of a wild beast? Thinking this, the in-mountain old ghost stopped and chatted a bit. It seems your father and grandfather treated you well, taking you into the wasteland to seize fortune. That damn Qin Hang must have gained quite a bit too. Qin Hang was Qin Yu's grandfather. Today I kill you and he's next. Clearly he didn't know what had happened inside Qin Yu. The floating shrine lord was also worried. Hearing all this, Qin Yu couldn't hold back and charged forward. You're not worthy to speak my father and grandfather's names, take my spear. Facing this move, the Yin Mountain old ghost released a puff of purple smoke from his palm. It seemed simple, but its power matched Qin Yu's strike. Qin Yu didn't stop, thrusting repeatedly, sending spear chi after spear chi at his opponent. Seeing Qin Yu pressing his advantage, the old ghost didn't yield, slashing out a wave of spiritual energy. Luckily, Qin Yu dodged in time. The Qin family had truly produced a rising dragon. Now a high-grade blade appeared in the old ghost's hand. Qin Yu recognized it as a heaven-grade blade technique, and a second-tier immortal artifact. Not bad for an old geezer. You're nothing special, boy. This move sends you off. He began pushing his internal spiritual energy to the limit. Old man, stop bragging, Qin Yu taunted, infuriating the old ghost. Bragging, that's you, the greenhorn. Let's see how you block this blade. His blade chi transformed into a wild beast claw, striking at Qin Yu. Qin Yu unleashed the fourth form of the Nine Heavens' divine thunder spear, infused with Yinglong's power, clashing head-on with the old ghost's two wild beast forces in a spectacular scene. Boy, even if you can match me, your war god spear alone can't do it. But before he finished, his move was pierced by Qin Yu's ultimate technique. The spear's momentum drove straight into the Yin Mountain old ghost's body, destroying his internal organs and erupting with immense force that spread rapidly. As the dust cleared, Qin Yu stood firm, but the old ghost wasn't so lucky. Impossible, how could you break my second-tier immortal artifact? It's just a second-tier immortal artifact, why can't I break it? Qin Yu replied calmly. Utterly absurd. The Yin Mountain old ghost lay on the ground, unable to accept this outcome, resentful. I lost to Qin Hang back then and now to his descendant. Why is this? Is the Qin family my lifelong curse? Fate? Truly, fate cannot be defied. He struggled with his last ounce of strength. As his words ended, he passed away. How strange. The Yin Mountain old ghost once lost to my father, but his cultivation wasn't that extraordinary. Could it have risen to such heights in just a few decades? But why, after leaving the wasteland for years, did he never seek revenge on the Qin family? What's going on? Qin Yu was baffled. Bai Fifan, who had witnessed everything, also found it hard to accept. Even the Yin Mountain old ghost can't beat Qin Yu, the nearby divine son blurted out. This Qin Yu is too strong. Maybe we should retreat for now. As he spoke, he was struck dead on the spot. The attacker was Bai Fifan. Who gave you the right to speak here, Qin Yu? So what if you beat the Yin Mountain old ghost? I'm not losing to you now. Bai Fifan erupted in fury, unleashing his internal spiritual energy. I'll deal with you now, Qin Yu. Seeing his grotesque half-human, half-beast form, Qin Yu guessed Bai Fifan had chosen the demon race as his backer. Lang Ningpo, watching his current state, was quite satisfied, seeing it as the deserved outcome of his actions. Qin Yu, no more talk. Die obediently. Bai Fifan couldn't wait any longer and rushed forward, but halfway his wings were broken. At some point Qin Yu had appeared there, easily knocking Bai Fifan to the ground with a punch. Before he could sit up, Qin Yu stepped on his face. Someone like you, relying on demons, has lost your fighting spirit and can't even judge the distance between us. Killing you is like crushing an ant. Qin Yu even felt disgusted at having to deal with him. Desperate, Bai Fifan shouted with all his might, "Three lords, help me!" Hearing this, Qin Yu was startled. Are there other demons nearby? Why can't I sense them? Damn, could it be the 4 heavenly demon generals? But in response to Bai Fifan's plea, there was no movement. I said, silence as if never parted. Why won't the 3 of you save me? His last trump card failed, and Qin Yu finished him with a kick. Seeing their sect leader killed by Qin Yu, the Extreme Sun sect members were demoralized, collapsing to the ground. Even Qin Yu hadn't expected the battle to be easier than he thought. But the floating shrine lord didn't think it was that simple. She noticed that none of the Extreme Sun sect's elders were present. Sure enough, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the sky. Extreme Sun sect, don't panic. Fate has decreed this battle and the extreme Sun sect will surely win. From the center of the light emerged two extremely mysterious figures. These were the extreme Sun sect's supreme elders. At this point they had no choice but to show themselves. We thought we'd let the youngsters play, but they're so useless. In the end, we brothers have to step in. Their smug expressions suggested they were confident of victory. Unexpectedly, Chu Lin's figure also appeared behind them. He hurried forward to pay his respects to the two lords. Truly, this guy had a tough life. The divine sons below recognized them as the first and second supreme elders, never expecting them to act personally. The first supreme elder spoke. I knew Bai Fifan hadn't mastered his cultivation. He had talent but wasted it on schemes and plots, neglecting himself. A martial artist must rely on themselves to win, but regardless, we've lost face. It started as a battle among juniors, but now it's become a fight among elders, the second elder added, shaking his head. According to Chu Lin, Qin Yu could demonize, but from the fight just now it wasn't demonization. The power came from the wasteland, like the Yin Mountain old ghost. How could an insignificant brat gain such a great fortune? The more the old ghost thought about it, the more it irked him, since he hadn't obtained it himself. It seems the juniors' battle is almost over. The floating shrine lord grew worried and decisively knelt, shouting loudly. Unworthy descendant Leng Fuyao respectfully invites the supreme elder. As her words fell, an extremely powerful wind blade formed here. A figure of an old man with a very unique demeanor appeared. This was the Sacred Heart Hall's supreme elder, Yi Li. Seeing Qin Yu, he praised him endlessly, commending his performance just now. Qin Yu accepted it graciously, thanking the elder. At the same time, he approached the extreme Sun sect's two supreme elders and said, It seems the agreement between us will be broken today. Yes, the agreement has held for years, but today it must be broken, the first elder said, followed by the second elder. This matter shows the extreme Sun sect is slightly inferior, so after today, we won't annex your Sacred Heart Hall. We only need Qin Yu. Not only that, but he also proposed a condition. I'll fight you one-on-one. If I lose, the extreme Sun sect hands over 90% of its assets. If you lose, Qin Yu must come with me. Yi Li agreed without hesitation. Below, Chu Lin immediately warned, Lords, don't let the tiger return to the mountain. It will bring endless trouble. Like Chu Lin, Qin Yu thought so too, because today the extreme Sun sect must be destroyed. Qin Yu, do you have a say here? You think you can destroy the extreme Sun sect? I have to admit, you're far stronger than me. You could be called a peerless genius, but before my two grandfathers of the extreme Sun sect, you're just an ant, Qin Yu retorted without backing down. Comparing yourself to me doesn't please me, it only disgusts me more, but I have to admit your survival skills are impressive. So I'll learn from this and leave no chance for you to live today. Hearing this, the extreme Sun sect's two supreme elders burst into laughter. It's good for a young man to have pride, but you must face reality. A junior like you probably can't even withstand one of my moves. Facing the situation, Supreme Elder Yi Li told Qin Yu to step back and let him handle it. But as he spoke, the war god spear plunged into the ground. Qin Yu declared loudly, Supreme Elder, no need. Today's event started because of me, and I will personally destroy the extreme Sun sect. But how could this sit well with the two extreme Sun sect elders? The first elder glared and roared. You little brat, I've lived for so many years and never seen anyone so eager to die. Supreme Elder Yi Li quickly advised Qin Yu. Pride is good, but this isn't a place where you can interfere, Qin Yu. But Qin Yu insisted firmly, asking him to trust that he could handle it. Seeing Qin Yu's true resolve, Supreme Elder Yi Li began to waver and agreed to let Qin Yu handle the battle himself without interference. The floating shrine lord, hearing this, quickly tried to dissuade him. Qin Yu is still young and inexperienced. Why do you allow him to do as he pleases? Those two are the supreme elders of the extreme Sun sect, but my mind is made up and cannot be changed. I even asserted that Qin Yu's cultivation is comparable to my own. But how could the palace master of Fuyao believe that? She thought I was deliberately mocking her. However, as a supreme elder of the Holy Heart Hall, I have no reason to joke about such matters. So I confirmed it again. Qin Yu is not just slightly weaker than me. The power within that boy is like an abyss. Limitless potential, plain and simple. On Qin Yu's side, he couldn't wait any longer and began to provoke them. You two can make your move now. Let me see with my own eyes just how capable you are. This is bad. Is there a problem? Seeing Qin Yu's confident demeanor, the second and first elders exchanged similar expressions. That old bastard Yi Li is so relaxed. This kid definitely has a big secret. It seems we'll have to follow the old rules. The two exchanged glances, silently discussing something. The first elder agreed, but on the condition that they change the location to fight, claiming this place was completely unsuitable. Hearing this, Qin Yu had no reason to refuse. He followed the two as they flew away, soon arriving deep within a nearby mountain range. The three figures landed simultaneously. Unaware of any tricks, the two revealed eerie smiles. In an instant their figures appeared beside Qin Yu and struck suddenly. but their attacks were blocked and repelled by the power of Yaji. This is just the beginning. The best is yet to come. With things having come this far, the two no longer held back and unleashed their heaven-tier martial techniques, the profound darkness art and the crimson flame art. These two techniques were inherently complementary, so they merged into one and struck at Qin Yu together. Qin Yu was not to be outdone and countered with the fourth form of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Spear. However, the gap in realm remained a challenge. Qin Yu was quickly pushed back but managed to stay on his feet. He couldn't help but remark that their combined move was quite interesting. Though you're only at the 5th layer of the illusion-breaking realm, you managed to block our combined strike. But boy, remember this. Just now I only used the power of the illusion-breaking realm to fight you. Next the two of us will show you the terror of the void-shattering realm. As soon as the words were spoken, both simultaneously erupted with their internal spiritual power, elevating it to the highest level. At the same time, Qin Yu was surrounded by a formation they had set up, shattering space to create one's own domain, that is the void-shattering realm. At the 1st layer, you can control space. At the 3rd layer, you can create your own void domain. And within that void domain, you, Qin Yu, are nothing but an ant. With the Elder's hand seal, a powerful palm strike pressed down toward where Qin Yu stood. Naturally, the force of this strike was formidable, shattering the surrounding earth and stone. The two believed Qin Yu had been crushed to pieces. Ignorant junior. You thought that by obtaining some opportunities you could suppress realms and fight against us? How naive. There is no martial artist in this world who can oppose a 3rd-layer void-shattering realm cultivator, while in the illusion-breaking realm, that old ghost of Yinshin is pitiful. He died at this kid's hands without even comprehending the void domain. That's enough talk. Qin Yu's voice rang out from within the dust. Enjoying your chat, you two? How about I join in? Hearing this, the expressions of the two began to change. Unscathed, the two had never imagined Qin Yu could survive that strike. It turned out that thanks to Yaji's armor, Qin Yu's body had suffered no damage at all, and he could still taunt them boldly. This darkened the second elder's face. Is the great desolation opportunity really that terrifying? How can someone in the illusion-breaking realm suppress the power of the void domain? But before he could finish, a fist appeared before the elder. He managed to detect it and raised a defensive technique just in time, but it wasn't enough. The shield was shattered instantly. At the same time, the elder was struck and sent flying across the sky. Seizing the opportunity, the first elder appeared beside Qin Yu to launch a sneak attack, but he too was kicked away by Qin Yu. But it wasn't over. Qin Yu used Yaji's power to pull the two back toward him. His plan was to use this move to impale both with the War God Spear in a single strike. That was the idea, but executing it wasn't easy. The first elder also brought out a life-saving artifact, a yin-yang compass, which quickly sucked the two inside and teleported them to a nearby location. Qin Yu hadn't expected them to possess such a miraculous artifact. Damn brat, you forced us to use a 2nd-tier immortal artifact, but today you will die. The elder bent down and pressed hard, instantly forming a massive Bagua formation centered on Qin Yu. Qin Yu guessed what was happening. You're using the terrain to nourish the Chenkin realm, which is why you lured me here, right? This was probably meant for dealing with the Supreme Elder of the Holy Heart Hall, wasn't it? You just happened to run into me. An unexpected variable. I've known all along. Come on, let me see the true strength of 2 3rd-layer void-shattering realm experts. Hearing this, the elder didn't believe him. He thought Qin Yu was just spouting nonsense. If he had truly seen through their plan, he wouldn't have followed them here. Qin Yu replied simply, only because I also want to see how far my current power can go. Yaji, Jusu, Jinwu, Sueni, Kui Niu, and Yinglong. Grant me your strength. When Qin Yu borrowed the power of 5 desolate beasts, a pillar of light descended from the sky, striking the ground. At the same time, Qin Yu's appearance completely transformed. This was indeed borrowing the power of the other 4 desolate beasts, pushing Yaji's might to its limit and temporarily breaking through to the void-shattering realm. Even witnessing it with their own eyes, the two couldn't believe it. You're still weaker than I expected. That's right, martial artists today might be weaker than those I've faced before, but no, it's that I've become much stronger than before. As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Yu's figure appeared instantly before the elder. Faced with absolute power, the two's legs trembled uncontrollably. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry to strike. He wanted to show them his true strength, so he pointed a finger at the sky and released a surge of power. Suddenly, the phantom of Taotie appeared in the sky. The desolate beast Qin Yu mentioned. Soon, he unleashed a desolate technique, sending Taotie crashing down. In this situation, the elder could only think of using the old method to escape, but it was too late. The yin-yang compass hadn't even had time to suck them in before it was struck by the power of this technique. It was over. Desolate techniques are innate skills of certain desolate beasts. Though I still can't fully awaken, Taotie, I can still use 30% of its desolate technique. After the chaos spear struck, only extreme terror remained on the two's faces, and their consciousness was completely gone. Taotie's desolate technique can devour everything. Your souls have been consumed. Now you're nothing but soulless shells. As for that fine treasure, the yin-yang compass, Qin Yu quickly stored it in his ring, knowing he might need it later. After finishing, Qin Yu carried the two back to the original location. Meanwhile, in the battle at the Holy Heart Hall, both sides were still in a ceasefire waiting for the outcome. But suddenly, Chu Lin also felt a bad premonition. I said it was a divine-level fate, and it actually turned out this way. What's going on? Why do I have such a terrible feeling? What's happening? Could it be that Grand Elder and Second Elder were defeated? Impossible. There is absolutely no martial artist in the illusion-breaking realm who can defeat both elders. But just in case, I'll prepare. As usual, Chu Lin used the same old method to prepare for an escape. On the Holy Heart Hall's side, everyone was stalling for time. Suddenly, Supreme Elder Yi Li let out a hearty laugh. At such a critical moment he could still laugh, which only made the Palace Master of Fuyao more anxious. Silly girl, get ready. The Extreme Sun sect now belongs to the Holy Heart Hall. Hearing this hint from Supreme Elder Yi Li's words, the Palace Master of Fuyao's expression brightened. He vaguely guessed what had happened. Just then, Qin Yu returned and decisively threw the two corpses to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the first divine son of the Extreme Sun sect collapsed in despair. In contrast, the people of the Holy Heart Hall teared and celebrated their victory. But it wasn't over. Qin Yu also found Chu Lin to deal with him, striking him dead with a single palm, not allowing him to say another word. Whether Chu Lin was truly dead remained uncertain. It had to be said that this guy's life-saving skills had reached perfection. Qin Yu acted so decisively because he had been fooled by Chu Lin once before. At this point, Qin Yu could openly declare that from today onward, the Extreme Sun sect would officially cease to exist, and this dark force would be eradicated. As for the matters here, Qin Yu left them to Supreme Elder Yi Li to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure swiftly departed. Witnessing this miracle, the Palace Master of Fuyao still couldn't understand Qin Yu as a person. From the moment he appeared, he had continuously brought her countless surprises. Elsewhere, Qin Yu was passing through a forest, communicating with Xiao Bamu via transmission. She said she had sent people to safely evacuate Li Qingzhao. A mysterious strongman had appeared at the Jade Maiden sect, so she had already retreated and informed Qin Yu that the Jade Maiden sect was heading toward the Holy Heart Hall, warning him to be careful. Qin Yu also reassured Xiao Bamu, saying he could handle whatever came his way. Meanwhile, at the foot of a nearby mountain, the Jade Maiden sect's people were passing through. Bai Feifei began to complain. It's so infuriating. If it weren't for the 9th prince helping this time, we might have been stopped. It's nothing. Is it over this mountain to reach the Holy Heart Hall? This man was Chen Shang, the 9th prince of the Tianhe dynasty. Bai Feifei confirmed it, but she didn't know if the Extreme Sun sect had been subdued yet. Chen Shang didn't mind, thinking it was fine. Letting the Jade Maiden sect handle it would be more secure. Bai Feifei agreed, saying that relying solely on the Jade Maiden sect might not be enough, but with Chen Zhang's help it would be easier. At that moment, the Jade Maiden sect's sect leader appeared before Chen Shang and respectfully said, I thank the 9th prince. If we successfully subdue the Holy Heart Hall this time, the Jade Maiden sect will be at your service in the future. Well said. We should set out early. If the Extreme Sun sect gets there first, you'll be the one suffering. Following Chen Zhang's words, the Jade Maiden sect's sect leader urged everyone to speed up. After walking for a while, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Chen Shang. It was Chen Zhang's old attendant. The old attendant asked curiously, 9th Master, what's this all about, just a sect dispute? Chen Shang replied casually, I'm here for a stroll. I happen to be bored and came across this matter. If I don't play around, I won't have the chance once I return to the dynasty. The old attendant could only sigh helplessly, saying you're too fond of playing. Just then, both of them sensed a powerful pressure approaching. Soon, a figure landed heavily here. Startling everyone present, Qin Yu appeared, his expression extremely fierce, holding the war god spear, intent on slaughtering everything. Bai Feifei recognized him at once, breaking out in a cold sweat, drenched all over. The Jade Maiden sect leader grew even more worried. Is this kid Qin Yu, 5th layer of the illusion-breaking realm? How has his cultivation risen to this level in such a short time? Qin Yu decisively pointed his spear tip at them and declared loudly, the Jade Maiden sect will vanish from this world starting today. But just as Qin Yu was about to strike, he noticed that the 9th prince Chen Shang was also here and quickly stopped. According to Qin Yu's memories from his past life, the 9th prince of the Tianhe dynasty Chen Shang was the future Tianhe emperor. Bai Feifei started to chime in. Long time no see, Qin Yu, you've changed a lot, but do you think you can destroy the Jade Maiden sect alone? What a delusion. The Jade Maiden sect leader also didn't take it lightly. believing that Chen Yu daring to come alone must mean there was a scheme, likely an ambush. But at this moment, Chen Yu didn't care about the Jade Maiden sect's people at all. All his attention was on Chen Shang, the Tianhe Emperor Chen Shang, a strong man who conquered the entire royal family single-handedly. It was said that the Tianhe dynasty wasn't a top-tier dynasty. There were 10 more powerful dynasties above it, far superior in both the number of martial artists and military strength. In his past life, Chen Shang had endured for years, secretly raising his cultivation, waiting for the right opportunity to seize the throne. After that, his legend officially began. He first allied with the Immortal Clan, obtained countless immortal scripts, used them to cultivate numerous powerful martial artists. He also seized many immortal artifacts, using them to unify the dynasty and become the first Tianhe emperor in history. After becoming the king of the human race, he led humanity against the demon race. Chen Shang helped humanity prosper, even gaining the ability to overthrow the demon race. He was truly a towering figure, but unfortunately, the Immortal Clan behind Chen Shang eventually submitted to the Zhao clan, and Chen Shang was killed because he refused to lose to Li Qing, ending a legendary era. Recalling the past life, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Chen Shang found Chen Yu's behavior strange. He said he had long known of Chen Yu, possessing a 9th-grade sacred flame, young and promising with limitless potential, but wondered why he shook his head upon meeting today. Bai Feifei, standing behind, started to interject and provoke Chen Yu, but she was silenced. Chen Shang immediately gave her a less-than-friendly look. Bai Feifei was too scared to say another word. Chen Yu quickly explained, "Ninth Prince, don't misunderstand, I have no intention of being disrespectful, I was just recalling some regrettable matters." The two had never met before, yet Chen Yu knew Chen Zhang's true identity. This made Chen Shang find it hard to believe. He spoke up, "That form of address is still a bit distant. I'm a few years older than you. If Brother Chen doesn't mind, you can call me Big Brother." "I'd be honored to obey," Chen Yu immediately agreed, not forgetting to remind Big Brother Chen to tell the old senior behind him to stop radiating killing intent toward him. If one looked with the naked eye, they wouldn't notice it, but Chen Yu could. Thinking this over, the old man sent a message to Chen Shang, warning him, "Ninth Master, this kid is no ordinary person. I only accidentally let a sliver of killing intent slip and he sensed it." At this point, Chen Shang began to form some ideas in his mind. "People all say this kid has found great fortune in the great wasteland. It seems the rumors are true. With his help I can surely realize my ambitions and rise to a higher level." After waiting for a while with no response, Chen Yu didn't know what relationship Chen Shang had with the Jade Maiden sect. But today, Chen Yu himself was determined to destroy the Jade Maiden sect. Chen Yu also pointed his spear at that group of people. Hearing Chen Yu say this, Chen Shang straightforwardly said the two had met by chance. Since Chen Yu already had his own plans, he could go ahead and act. Chen Shang wouldn't interfere. As soon as he finished speaking, the two quickly stepped back a few paces. "This ninth prince really is something, probably testing me." Even now, Bai Feifei still found excuses to comfort herself and began to threaten Chen Yu with words, but before she could finish, she was pierced through the abdomen by the war god's spear. Chen Yu's figure moved so fast it was imperceptible. "That's one down, now for the rest. Shameless brat, I will kill you today." He looked impressive enough, but the moment he opened his mouth he was slain on the spot by Chen Yu. Seeing this, the disciples also began to break out in a cold sweat. Chen Yu was unwilling to harm these innocent people, so he shouted loudly to drive them away. With the matter settled, Chen Yu quickly withdrew the war god's spear. Chen Shang and the old servant stood to the side, also starting to feel intimidated. Killing on a whim without hesitation and remaining so calm after so much bloodshed deeply impressed Chen Shang. Decisive in punishment, a true man indeed. The extreme Sun sect is finished this time. The four major sects of the Tianhe dynasty had been fighting for a long time, and in the end only the Sacred Heart Hall would laugh last. But Chen Yu, the Jade Maiden sect, will never let this go. Even if the sect master is dead, their backing hasn't disappeared. If necessary, I can help with the aftermath. Chen Yu was grateful for Chen Zhang's goodwill but still said he would handle them personally. "Alright then, next, Brother Chen is heading to the Jade Maiden sect, right?" Chen Yu confirmed, believing that one must eliminate the root of the problem. It just so happened that Chen Shang had nothing to do, so he warmly put his arm around Chen Yu's shoulder, saying that on the way there he also wanted to ask Chen Yu about some things. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Jade Maiden sect, the figure of an old woman appeared. She was cultivating in her private study. She was the Grand Elder of the Jade Maiden sect. At that moment she also sensed that something had happened to the sect master and Bai Feifei. Hearing the commotion, a girl with a lowly-like appearance pushed the door open and asked her what was going on. At this point she also revealed that both mother and daughter at Bai Spring were dead. It seemed the Jade Maiden sect had lost this time, and lost thoroughly. With so many talents emerging now, someone like Qin Yu from the Sacred Heart Hall could actually defeat the upper echelons of our several major sects that had stood for years. Perhaps the Jade Maiden sect's luck has run out. Grand Elder, can we go there then? This woman also brought up old matters to remind her, even if she didn't care about this sect, she had to fulfill her promise to you. Go prepare first. We'll set out today. I'll take you to the Great Wasteland. The woman was very happy to hear this, quickly thanked her, and hurried off to prepare. The scene shifted to a few days later at the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu and Chen Shang had arrived at the gate. Looking around, Qin Yu sensed that the Jade Maiden sect was now empty. Chen Shang guessed that the Jade Maiden sect had long abandoned everything and left. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and Qin Yu was also furious because he couldn't do anything to them. Just then, the old servant beside Chen Shang returned to report that there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy inside the Jade Maiden sect. They probably took all the heavenly treasures and earthly rarities with them. Hearing this, Qin Yu used the Kui Niu's divine ability to search the entire place. After a while, Qin Yu also found a very interesting relic. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Chen Shang was also curious, wondering what could interest Qin Yu so much. But before Chen Shang could think further, Qin Yu told the two to follow him. According to his memories from a past life, the Jade Maiden sect had an ancient imperial mausoleum hidden deep underground. Inside the tomb was a top-grade immortal artifact. The Kui Niu had just probed and confirmed it was still there. After walking about 100 steps, the three arrived at a well in the center of the sect. Chen Shang was surprised that Qin Yu was so familiar with the path here. It seemed Qin Yu had long been familiar with the Jade Maiden sect. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry to answer and asked Chen Shang if he wanted to go down with him. Without a second thought, Chen Shang immediately agreed despite the old servant's attempts to stop him. Chen Shang trusted Qin Yu deeply, believing that Qin Yu had a reason for wanting him to go down together, so he spoke to calm the old servant. Without further delay, the three jumped straight into the well. They landed successfully soon after. Chen Shang didn't expect there to be another cave dwelling beneath the Jade Maiden sect. The old servant also sensed that there was no spiritual energy here. Just as the two were wondering what to do next, Qin Yu suggested that Chen Shang lend him an immortal script, and as always, whatever he asked for was given. Chen Shang agreed without hesitation. He immediately took out an immortal script and gave it to Qin Yu for urgent use. As soon as this immortal script was affixed to the wall beside them, it began to glow. The old servant also recognized it as a 7-layer immortal script, for something so precious. If it were anyone else, Chen Shang would have felt reluctant, but not with Qin Yu. The wall then gradually cracked open, revealing a huge cave dwelling inside. Qin Yu urged the two to hurry in together, saying it looked like they were about to strike it rich, my two old brothers. As soon as they stepped inside, the three were stunned by the sight before them, grand beyond imagination. Chen Shang guessed that the coffin contained an ancient immortal emperor, and turned to ask Qin Yu if his guess was correct. As expected of Brother Chen, this coffin does indeed contain an ancient emperor, and he possesses the emperor's qi. Emperor's qi. Hearing these 4 words, Chen Shang was startled. Hearing about such a precious thing, the old servant was also full of doubt, but Qin Yu didn't mind. True or false, we'll find out with a test. Qin Yu then walked straight up to the coffin and began to activate the mechanism. Suddenly, 2 stone beasts broke through the seal and lunged at Qin Yu, but Qin Yu paid them no mind, just glaring at them. Who would have thought that actually scared those 2 fellows? Chew on this, your grandpa is here. With the obstacle dealt with, Qin Yu simply opened the coffin lid. Inside there was indeed a top-grade immortal artifact and a scroll containing the emperor's qi. After obtaining these 2 items, Qin Yu shared the inheritance of the human emperor's fortune with Chen Shang. Of course, the remaining immortal artifact went to Qin Yu himself, and he didn't forget to ask Chen Shang what he thought of this distribution. Chen Shang fully agreed, believing that this place was discovered by Qin Yu. Even if Qin Yu took everything, it would be only right. Possessing the emperor's qi, destined by heaven, as soon as the scroll was opened, the phantom of the cave-dwelling's emperor appeared. I am the human emperor, Wei Yi. Young one, is it you who has obtained my inheritance? Seeing this, Chen Shang respectfully replied, Your junior, Chen Shang, 9th prince of the Tianhe dynasty, pays respects to the human emperor. Not bad, not bad. Rich in emperor's qi, excellent destiny, very qualified to be my successor. Unfortunately, you have a great enemy in your fate, leading to a dead end. But as soon as he finished speaking, he had to reconsider, feeling something was off, and turned to look at Qin Yu. At this point, he understood everything. So that's how it is. Truly, everything is fate. Perhaps Qin Yu is the noble one destined to resolve Chen Zhang's calamity. Young one, quickly accept my inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of emperor's qi power directly entered Chen Zhang's body. After a while, more and more emperor's qi surged in. Suddenly gaining this immense power, Chen Shang felt some unbearable pain. Seeing the old servant's worry, Qin Yu spoke to reassure him not to be concerned. "Young Master Qin, who exactly are you? Not only are you as familiar with the Jade Maiden sect as the lines on your palm, but you also so easily give up an imperial inheritance. What is your real purpose in approaching the 9th prince?" The old servant looked at Qin Yu with eyes full of suspicion. Qin Yu still answered naturally, "The Emperor's qi is not meant for me. Even if I tried to keep it, I couldn't. As for approaching your 9th prince, it was merely a coincidence." Just then, Chen Shang suddenly cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the old servant quickly rushed over in worry. Chen Shang said he was fine, that the power of the ancient human emperor lived up to its reputation. With such power, how could his great cause not succeed? To have obtained such a tremendous opportunity today is all thanks to Brother Qin. If ever you need my help in the future, I will not refuse, Qin Yu gladly agreed. He also hoped that Chen Shang would use this power well and protect the human race. Chen Shang also patted his chest and firmly promised, "As long as I, Chen Shang, live for one day, I will do my utmost." At this point, the old servant urged the two to leave quickly. Immediately, the three figures appeared outside the well, but before they could prepare, heavenly punishment descended upon the place. It continuously struck at Chen Shang. The reason for this was the conflict of Emperor's qi. The old servant was also shocked and pressed for an explanation. Qin Yu explained, "Brother Chen has obtained the Emperor's qi of an ancient emperor. At the same time, the Tianhe dynasty also has an emperor. One mountain cannot tolerate two tigers, so the two emperors' qi will naturally compete for supremacy. A miscalculation, I forgot about this. Now that a new emperor has appeared, the Tianhe dynasty will be in turmoil again." From within Chen Zhang's body, the emperor's qi also manifested. It swiftly flew out and fiercely bit the neck of the current human emperor's Azure Dragon emperor's qi. The gap was too great. The Azure Dragon emperor's qi was bitten until it completely dissipated. Although this battle of emperor's qi wasn't too difficult to win, it still cost Chen Shang a lot of energy. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the Tianhe dynasty, the old emperor was meditating in his study, when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed violently. At this point he also sensed that his emperor's qi had disappeared, and using all his remaining strength, he immediately summoned the imperial tutor. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial tutor's figure appeared before him. He quickly stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, what commands do you have?" The human emperor didn't hide it, revealing that his emperor's qi had completely vanished. "How is that possible? Your Majesty is protected by the entire Xuanyuan clan with deep emperor's qi. How could it dissipate so easily? Your Majesty, do not panic. Let me investigate." He used his unique secret technique to investigate. After a while, his body suddenly burst into fierce flames, and at the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the human emperor also panicked and asked the imperial tutor what had happened. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid something serious has happened this time. I just used my divine ability to probe and a new emperor's qi has appeared in the Tianhe dynasty. Its power is extremely strong, far surpassing Your Majesty's. Your Majesty's emperor's qi has been completely devoured by it, and I cannot even lock onto this new emperor's qi." Hearing these words from the imperial tutor, the old emperor's spirit wilted, believing that everything was over. "Your Majesty, rest assured. The world is ever-changing. Even if a new emperor is born, he cannot take away your dynasty." At this point, the imperial tutor also said he still had a way to handle this. Hearing the imperial tutor say this, the human emperor perked up again and pressed for answers. "That is to gather the fortune of martial artists, refine it into emperor's qi for your use. Please enlighten me, imperial tutor." The old emperor still didn't understand and asked again. "Reporting to Your Majesty, although the world's fortune differs in essence, it originates from the same source, all nourished by the heavenly Tao. We only need to gather martial artists with strong fortune and make them continuously fight. Once a martial artist with exceptional fortune is discovered, I can use a secret technique to seize their fortune, refine it into new emperor's qi for your use. Without breaking, there is no building. Perhaps losing your emperor's qi this time is actually a good thing for you. Such a good thing exists, then what should I do?" At this point, the imperial tutor also revealed his plan. The Tianhe dynasty has been isolated for many years and has also grown stronger through this opportunity. We can unite with the surrounding dynasties and hold a large martial arts tournament. If the fortune of the Tianhe dynasty's martial artists alone is insufficient to help you condense new emperor's qi, then adding the other dynasties, the great deed will surely be accomplished. By then, you will possess even stronger emperor's qi. and the fortune of the martial artists from the surrounding dynasties will also be completely seized. Our Tianhe dynasty can take the opportunity to launch a war and force the other dynasties to submit. Just hearing it is exhilarating. The old emperor couldn't stop smiling, and hurriedly urged the imperial tutor to go and do it immediately. Of course, he unceremoniously accepted this task, not seeming like a good person either. The scene shifted back to the Jade Maiden sect. Chen Shang was constantly begging Qin Yu to go with him to the imperial city, but was refused. The imperial capital is in turmoil. Going there would only bring more trouble. Even if all the people of the Jade Maiden sect have fled, I still need to prepare to return to the Sacred Heart Hall. Remember the method of concealing Emperor's Qi that I just taught you. Unless it's a critical moment, never reveal it. Chen Shang also assured Qin Yu that he knew his limits. After giving his instructions, Qin Yu took his leave here. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu's figure quickly departed. After he left, Chen Shang could hardly contain his joy. The gains from this trip far exceeded his expectations. The old servant beside him also felt that Qin Yu was unfathomable, and even suggested to Chen Shang that he follow Qin Yu, but was immediately stopped by Chen Shang. Chen Shang was worried that if Qin Yu found out, it would create unnecessary friction between them, and besides, it wasn't necessary. The old servant had no choice but to obey. With that, the two quickly left the place. The scene shifted to the inner courtyard of the Sacred Heart Hall. It was bustling with people. Some were moving spoils of war into the warehouse, while others were diligently repairing the damage caused by the previous battle with the Extreme Sun sect. Just then, Qin Yu had also just returned here. As soon as he entered the main hall and saw people, Yi Tong and Leng Qianchang ran out to warmly welcome him, looking like they had been holding it in. Yi Tong was also amazed that Qin Yu had destroyed the Jade Maiden sect without a scratch. Leng Qianchang, as always, had absolute faith in Qin Yu's strength. Getting back to business, Qin Yu asked Palace Master Fu Yao about Li Qingzhao's residence. Upon hearing this, she asked Yi Long to help take Qin Yu there. Before she could finish speaking, the little girl grabbed Qin Yu's hand and ran off quickly. Seeing Leng Qianchang's former demeanor, Palace Master Fu Yao naturally knew she had feelings for Qin Yu. But what could be done? Qin Yu's heart only had room for Li Qingzhao. Leng Tianyang also understood that she ultimately didn't have that fortune. If news spread that Qin Yu was being pursued by Zhao Xuan'er, that would be even more shocking. Meanwhile, Li Qingzhao was feeling quite restless in her room. Just then, Qin Yu came to find her. The two sat on the bed, the atmosphere awkward. Li Qingzhao also asked Qin Yu to confirm whether the Jade Maiden sect had truly been wiped out. Seeing her expression, Qin Yu had no choice but to tell her the truth. Qingzhao, the Jade Maiden sect isn't as innocent as you think. You don't know how many dirty deeds they've done behind the scenes. From now on, stay by my side and I'll protect you for life. Qin Yu then moved closer to her affectionately. Too close, Li Qingzhao said, flustered, telling Qin Yu not to speak such nonsense in the future. Meeting under these circumstances, Qin Yu could only sigh. It seemed feelings would take time to develop. The scene shifted. A month later at the Sacred Heart Pool, Qin Yu was cultivating tirelessly. I've finally broken through. Just one step away from the 9th level of the illusion-breaking realm, and one step away from awakening Taotie. Once Taotie awakens, I can prepare to enter the great wilderness again. Just then, Yi Vong came looking for him, telling Qin Yu that something major had just happened. It's a huge deal. The Tianhe dynasty has summoned the 7 great dynasties to hold a martial arts tournament. Qin Yu was astonished, recalling that in his past life he had never heard of such an event. Yi Ang continued, this tournament not only gathers all the powerful forces of the 8 dynasties, but the emperors have also pooled the dynasty's royal fortunes. It's truly an unprecedented event. All martial artists from the 8 dynasties can participate, with no limit on the number of sects. The rewards for the winners are astonishingly high. Seeing Yi Vong so excited, Qin Yu tentatively asked what the rewards were. The top 100 on the leaderboard will receive a set of second-tier immortal artifacts, plus a set of first-tier immortal inscriptions. The top 50 will get another set of second-tier immortal artifacts, and the top 30 will receive a set of fourth-tier immortal artifacts. Qin Yu agreed that such generous rewards would likely attract many disciples from mysterious sects and powerful rogue cultivators. But that wasn't all. For this tournament, the top 10 would have the right to use the 8 dynasties' national treasures, after which they could enter the great wilderness to seek opportunities. According to Qin Yu's memory, the national treasures gathered the fortune of the entire dynasty, not only enhancing a martial artist's aura but also possessing extremely mysterious power. Moreover, they would gain early access to the great wilderness. Just thinking about it made Qin Yu feel exhilarated, and he was certain he would participate. I knew you'd join, that way we can travel together. Saying this, Yi Vong looked a little sad. Unfortunately, Sister Qianchang has to handle some sect affairs and can't come. but after a moment of sadness, Yi Long urged Qin Yu to prepare quickly. The martial arts tournament will be held 3 months from now at Haoyue City, 3,000 miles to the northwest. If we leave now, we'll have time to rest and prepare. Yi Tong, you're too impatient, but fine, let's go bid farewell to Palace Master Fu Yao and set off immediately. A little while later, Qin Yu, Yi Tong, and Li Qingzhao arrived at the main hall to take their leave. Palace Master Fu Yao, aside from wishing Qin Yu the best in winning first place at the tournament, didn't know what else to say. The others also offered Qin Yu their sincerest blessings. Only Yi Tong received no well wishes, leaving her as a daughter feeling quite wronged. To make matters worse, her mother even instructed her to take good care of Qin Yu along the way. Isn't this annoying? Yi Tong grumbled. Ling Qianchang couldn't accompany them, so she could only say goodbye here. In response to everyone's kindness, Qin Yu assured them he wouldn't let them down. With that, the three turned and left decisively. Palace Master Fu Yao hoped Qin Yu would keep his word and win first place. The scene shifted. The next day, on a carriage speeding toward Haoyue City, Qin Yu wondered why Yi Dong had found such a cramped carriage. Yi Hong, looking displeased, quickly explained, "It was fine originally, but how did one more person end up here?" Across from them, Shu Situ Zhengyu was laughing incessantly. "Isn't it better to arrive early than late? Since we're all heading to the tournament, isn't it more fun to travel together?" "Fun, sure, but this trip Qin Yu brought 4 little troublemakers. How can we stand it? Let's go. Second place in this tournament is mine, Situ Zhengyu." Hearing this, Yi Tong was full of questions. "Simple," Zhengyu said, his information confirming that first place would naturally go to our Qin Yu. "But that wasn't what Yi Tong meant. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, how do you think you can secure second place?" At Yi Tong's question, Situ Zhengyu's expression turned serious. Everyone present fell silent, listening intently. "Because second place can marry the 2 princesses of the 2 great dynasties." Seeing his smug look, Qin Yu was speechless. Yi Dong couldn't help but call him a lecher outright. Meeting for the first time, the Wu Yue sisters didn't know what to say. After a while, the group reached the border of the Tianhe dynasty. Situ Zhengyu began to warn everyone cautiously, "The rest of the journey will be dangerous. Don't let your guard down. Is it because of the demon race?" Wu Yue, not knowing, guessed randomly. Qin Yu then explained, "It's not just the demon race. The border of the Tianhe dynasty borders countless small nations, and rogue cultivator forces are even more numerous than the demon race. These small nations and rogue cultivators hide in the shadows, robbing and killing passers-by for a living." Seeing how well Qin Yu understood, Situ Zhengyu couldn't help but step forward to praise him, but before he could finish, the two suddenly sensed something wrong. The carriage shattered into pieces instantly. Fortunately, they noticed in time, and no one was hurt. "It seems we'll have to walk from here. Let's hurry," Qin Yu calmly directed everyone. Night fell over the forest. Everyone stopped to rest. After thinking for a moment, Situ Zhengyu took out a map to check. "We have to reach the Qingfeng Kingdom by tomorrow. Maybe we can get the carriage fixed there." As soon as he spoke, Situ Zhengyu noticed countless people behind them. These were exactly the rogue cultivators Qin Yu had mentioned, though they looked a bit shabby. The leading old man threatened them, "Hand over everything valuable, or you'll die for nothing." Qin Yu swept his gaze over them. "Illusion-breaking realm cultivation, I imagine it wasn't easy for you to reach this level. Leave now, I won't kill you." Hearing this, the old man shouted, "Shameless talk. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." He immediately raised his staff and swung it at Qin Yu, but before it could touch him, he stopped and said, "I'll give you one more chance. Hand over all your valuables before I act." Recognizing the sword technique he had just used, Qin Yu identified it as the Qin family's technique and asked who he was. Startled by Qin Yu's words, the old man quickly retreated. He swiftly ordered everyone to evacuate, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Situ Zhengyu was very surprised. Qin Yu explained, "The sword technique he used is the unique supreme sword technique of my Qin family." Judging by his reaction, he was shocked to be exposed. "Let's follow them and see what's going on." A little while later, in a dilapidated temple deep in the forest, the rogue cultivators had returned to rest. The leading old man was called Old Hu. Given his earlier behavior, a young man was puzzled as to why Old Hu had acted that way. This young man was Shilong. Old Hu was weeping uncontrollably, blaming himself for disgracing the Qin family. But before he could finish, Qin Yu pushed open the door and directly asked who he was. However, before answering, Old Hu wanted to know Qin Yu's identity first. Qin Yu didn't mind and revealed it outright. "Qin Yu of the Divine Sword Dynasty's Qin family." Old Hu stood up in shock, but Qin Yu had already sealed his acupoints, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Shilong grew anxious and wanted to fight Qin Yu to save him. But before he could do anything, Old Hu stopped him, telling Shilong not to be rude. He quickly ordered Shilong and the others to leave first. He would handle this himself. Though reluctant, Shilong could only drag his feet out the door. Now only Qin Yu and Old Hu remained in the temple. Qin Yu let down his guard, unsealed his acupoints, and couldn't help but ask directly about his identity. Old Hu quickly replied truthfully, "I am Hu Meng, a descendant of Hu Lai, a vanguard officer of the Qin family's Bafeng camp." Hearing the name Bafeng camp, Qin Yu was very surprised. He had never heard of it. "If you're from my Qin family, why are you stranded here and resorting to such despicable acts?" Hearing Qin Yu's accusation, Hu Meng helplessly explained that he didn't want to, but he was at his wit's end. "Speak clearly." "I have time to listen." Hu Meng sat down and began with the Bafeng camp. 30 years ago my father, Hu Lai, was the personal guard of Qin Heng, the head of the Qin family. That day he was ordered to lead the Bafeng camp to the border of the Qingfeng kingdom for a mission. Hearing the name Qin Heng, Qin Yu recognized him as his grandfather's guard. Hu Meng continued, "At that time a very powerful force appeared in Qingfeng city. This group was extremely ruthless. The Qingfeng kingdom's ruler couldn't withstand them and asked us for help. After arriving, we dealt with them smoothly. I, Hu Meng, thought we would achieve a glorious victory, but then a mysterious powerhouse appeared, nearly annihilating the entire Bafeng camp in an instant. My father fought desperately, and eventually opened an escape route for me. After escaping, I planned to take the families of the Bafeng camp back to the Divine Sword Dynasty, but I never expected that this mysterious person was connected to the young master of the Qingfeng kingdom. This person sent a large force to search for our trail everywhere, blocking all our escape routes. With no way out, I could only hide with the families, moving from place to place. Even more despairing, the young master of the Qingfeng kingdom reported to the entire Qin family that the Bafeng camp had been completely wiped out and sent back the bodies of the fallen soldiers. The children you saw earlier are all descendants of the Bafeng camp. For 30 years I've tried countless times to find a breakthrough, but I've failed every time. I've thought about dying, but then I thought, if I die, what will happen to these children of the Bafeng camp? Even if I change my appearance or resort to robbing and plundering, I only hope these children can survive. I've tarnished the Qin family's reputation, and I deserve to die, but these children are innocent. I'm willing to die to cleanse this stain for the Qin family, as long as you find a way to get the Qin family to send someone to take these children back first." Hearing the old man's heartfelt words, Qin Yu choked up, unable to speak. Just then, Shilong ran in to report that many martial artists had appeared outside. Hearing this, Hu Meng suspected that Qin Yu's identity might not be genuine, but Qin Yu denied this, seeing it as an opportunity to find out who had been hunting the Qin family for 30 years. "I'll make them pay with blood." Meanwhile, outside the temple, everyone was surrounded. Facing so many enemies, the children were trembling with fear. An androgynous figure appeared and shouted, "A bunch of deformed cripples, you could have chosen a quick death, but you waste my time. How unlucky." Just then, Qin Yu and Old Hu also came out. Hu Meng, I finally found you, and there's a new face too." Seeing Qin Yu, he sized him up. "Not bad looking. Want to come with me, big sister?" At this, Qin Yu approached him and asked, "Are you the one who's been hunting them all these years?" He replied, "There are plenty of people hunting them. I'm just one of them, but today fate has delivered you to me. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Since you're good looking, why not come back and be my little husband?" But before he could finish, Qin Yu grabbed him by the throat. "How about you go die now?" Only then did he feel the pressure from Qin Yu. "Illusion breaking realm 8th level, who are you? What did this Hu Meng offer you? I'll give you double. No, 10 times you can't kill me." Before he could reveal his identity, Qin Yu snapped his neck. He killed the crown princess. "Run!" The accompanying subordinates, terrified, scattered and screamed. Run? How could they escape Qin Yu's pursuit? Their fate was sealed the moment they appeared here. Seeing this, Old Hu was moved to tears. He had long wanted to do this but lacked the strength. Now Qin Yu had done it for him. "Hu Meng, who did they say has been hunting you all these years?" Hearing Qin Yu's question, Hu Meng was very worried that Qin Yu might act rashly and confront those forces himself. After all, the Qingfeng kingdom had many strong warriors. He planned to stay behind to cover the retreat, begging Qin Yu to take the children back. But Qin Yu didn't care and said confidently, "From now on you follow me. The old Qin family no longer exists." Hearing this, Hu Meng was shocked, thinking he had misheard, and asked again. Qin Yu was losing patience and said he would explain later. For now, he needed to quickly name the remaining people. Hu Meng directly named them. They are all the direct subordinates of the Qingfeng kingdom's young master, now the current ruler of the Qingfeng kingdom. Hearing the answer he wanted, Qin Yu confirmed that he would soon personally destroy the Qingfeng kingdom. Just then, Situ Zhengyu and the others also found this place. He hadn't expected to encounter the last bloodline of the Qin family here. Seeing the newcomers, Hu Meng became wary. Qin Yu quickly reassured him, saying they were all allies. He then asked Situ Zhengyu to temporarily protect everyone's safety while he stepped out for a moment and would return soon. But as soon as he spoke, Hu Meng stopped him. He believed the priority was to return to the Qin family and explain the situation. At this, Qin Yu reiterated that the old Qin family no longer existed. "Wait for me here. No more questions." Hearing this again, the old man confirmed he hadn't misheard earlier. With little time, Qin Yu asked the Wu Yue and Wu Si's sisters to explain things to him later. Unexpectedly, Shilong knelt before Qin Yu, requesting to accompany him. "Though we may not be able to help, we certainly won't hold you back. I just want to see them die with my own eyes." But Hu Meng couldn't accept this, and hurriedly tried to stop the young man. However, Qin Yu didn't seem too bothered and even warned Shilong that if he hesitated or dragged things out, he would abandon him without a second thought. Shilong had no objection to this, so Qin Yu took him along to the Qingfeng kingdom. The once young Shilong had now grown up and developed his own opinions. Hu Meng could only hope that the two would return successfully. The scene shifted, and soon in the Qingfeng kingdom, Qin Yu and Shilong had successfully entered the city. Spotting a distant tower, Shilong recognized it and pointed directly at it. Meanwhile, inside the tower, the kingdom's ruler was soaking in a bath, enjoying himself. A woman was also present, reporting that they still hadn't found Hu Meng and his group. "Useless, all these years and you can't even catch a few rats." The woman quickly explained that old Hu Meng was extremely cunning, but assured the ruler, "Rest assured, I will bring you his head. I don't just want Hu Meng's head, what I truly want is all their lives." Upon hearing the order, the woman slowly retreated, but at that moment Qin Yu's voice suddenly rang out, putting both of them on alert. Simultaneously, Qin Yu and Shilong crashed through the roof. As soon as he saw the ruler, Shilong recognized him and urgently pointed him out to Qin Yu. The woman below also identified Shilong as the young man with Hu Meng. "There's a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, yet you insist on barging in." The ruler immediately ordered the assassin to strike. "One man sneaking in to assassinate me. Good plan, but you underestimate my vigilance." But before he could gloat, Qin Yu had already cleared out everyone. Fragments of bodies splattered everywhere in his shocked gaze. Even more terrifying, Qin Yu stood before him, causing the ruler to stammer in fear. "I wonder which master Hu Meng has hired from where. Whatever price he offered, I can double it." Qin Yu didn't rush to answer, simply reiterating that he was from the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty. The ruler was shocked again. "What bad luck running into a fire ant? Are you trembling in fear? When you harmed the Qin family, did you ever think this day would come?" The ruler, terrified, hurriedly explained that he had his reasons and was forced into doing such things. He even proposed a condition. If Qin Yu spared his life, he would reveal the whole truth. But Qin Yu understood that in this situation, he had no right to negotiate terms. Nevertheless, the ruler still tried to threaten him. "If you kill me, the truth will be buried forever. You'll never know the real mastermind behind it all." That sounded somewhat reasonable, so Qin Yu had no choice but to agree to his terms. Hearing this, Shilong found it hard to accept, and urgently reminded Qin Yu to think twice. But seeing Qin Yu's expression, Shilong seemed to understand something and calmed down. However, the ruler was no fool. He also demanded that Qin Yu swear a heavenly Tao oath before he would believe him and speak the truth. No problem. Qin Yu didn't mind and immediately did so. The heavenly Tao oath took effect instantly. If Qin Yu dared to break it, he would die by heavenly punishment. Only then did the ruler slowly reveal the truth. "You know it too, my Qingfeng kingdom is just a small state. Without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, how would I dare to lay a hand on the illustrious Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty?" Hearing all this nonsense, Qin Yu grew even more irritated and shouted, "Spit it out! Someone entrusted me, asking me to scheme and eliminate the Qin family's Bifeng camp. At that time, I was just a crown prince. He promised that if I succeeded, he would make me the ruler of the Qingfeng kingdom." When Qin Yu asked about this person's true identity, the ruler said he didn't know. So Qin Yu lightly grazed his throat. "It seems you don't value your life much," the ruler quickly explained. "That person never showed his true face from start to finish. I only know his cultivation is astonishing, and I have a rough idea of who he might be. Though his movements are secretive, I haven't been idle all my life. From his behavior and attire, I have some guesses. This person is likely from the Haoyue Kingdom's royal family." Hearing the name Haoyue Kingdom, Qin Yu found it hard to believe, pondering to himself, "Why would the Haoyue Kingdom be involved? In my past life I never heard of any connection between the Haoyue Kingdom and the Qin family." Seeing Qin Yu's doubt, the ruler insisted that everything he said was true. "If there's even half a lie, may I be struck by lightning and die without a whole corpse." Choosing to believe the ruler, Qin Yu didn't make things difficult and agreed to spare him. Hearing this, the ruler breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could rejoice, Qin Yu suspended him in midair, unable to move. "I won't kill you, but my little brother might not feel the same. Shilong, what are you waiting for?" Shilong understood and walked up to him, releasing all the pent-up resentment he had held for so long. "This punch is for old Hu, the next for Sanlang and Qilong. This one is for Xiao Wu and 17, and the last is for myself, Shilong." After 4 punches, the ruler was beaten beyond recognition, so disfigured that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. How foolish of me. I should have known you'd never let me go. But do you think you've won? No, I still have a son. He will avenge me and kill you all. With that he laughed triumphantly. Too noisy, Shilong simply sent him to meet his maker early. Everyone, I, Shilong, have avenged you all. The young man couldn't help but shed tears of joy, never imagining he could accomplish this. With the matter settled, Qin Yu urged Shilong to return with him quickly, soon after at the cemetery in the mountains. While waiting for Qin Yu's return, Situ Zhengyu had already told everyone present the whole story. Hu Meng couldn't believe the Qin family had suffered such a catastrophe, but he was relieved that the young master was still alive. Just then, Qin Yu and Shilong returned, making the old man even happier. Hu Meng knelt and bowed to the young master. At the same time, Shilong boasted to him about killing the Qingfeng kingdom's ruler. Meanwhile, Qin Yu quickly helped the old man up. Thank you, young master. The revenge is finally complete. Not yet. The real mastermind hasn't appeared. According to the Qingfeng kingdom's ruler, this matter is related to the Haoyue kingdom's royal family. The Haoyue kingdom? Isn't that where we're headed? Situ Zhengyu exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yu confirmed this, believing they would soon find the truth. Hearing this, Hu Meng also wanted to help Qin Yu and requested to join them. But Qin Yu had other plans, saying there were other matters that needed everyone's help. Hu Meng readily agreed, even though he didn't yet know the task. If the Qin family still has a bloodline surviving, the Divine Sword dynasty will naturally not dissolve. Bafengkamp, hear my command. I order you to return to the Divine Sword dynasty and rebuild the Qin family. Everyone present united in resolve, vowing to die if necessary. Father Hu Meng, I will surely restore the glory of the White Wind camp of yesteryear. The scene shifted to 2 months later in Haoyue City, where experts from all over had gathered. Soldiers had also tightened their defenses. Just then, Qin Yu's carriage was entering the city. Qin Yu stepped out first, exuding an extraordinary aura. Beneath the calm exterior, however, was an unexpected chaos among the 4 women beside him. They hadn't imagined Haoyue City would be so vast. At the same time, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky above Haoyue City, drawing everyone's attention, including Qin Yu's. A phantom of a heavenly dragon flew by, and standing atop it was none other than the Haoyue Saintess, Zan Yuan Sha Yin. The Haoyue Saintess was a member of the Haoyue royal family, and Qin Yu also noticed her. Just then, someone happened to approach him. Brother, the Haoyue Saintess is the second of the 4 great beauties of Haoyue City. Countless martial artists long to get close to her. I advise you to give up early. This man was called Duo Yanming, he added. Judging by your appearance, you must be from a small kingdom. Your cultivation isn't bad. You're at the Po Wang realm, but the power behind you probably falls far short. How did you know I'm from a small kingdom? Qin Yu asked in surprise. Hearing this, Duo Yanming pointed at the people over there and asserted, that's what someone from a big kingdom looks like. Just then, Situ Zhengyu interrupted their conversation. Brother, you said the Haoyue Saintess is only second. Then who's first? Situ Zhengyu asked him curiously. This Duo Yanming really wanted to explain. He pulled Situ Zhengyu along into the city with him, then started talking about women. Meeting a kindred spirit was like finding water for a fish. The two hit it off immediately, arms around each other's shoulders in a close bond. The place Duo Yanming took everyone to was an inn in Haoyue City. From the way the waiter received them, it was clear Duo Yanming was a VIP. As usual, bring the best wine and dishes first. The waiter understood and went to prepare. Soon, in a private room, everyone was seated. Before introductions could be made, I am Situ Zhengyu from the Tianhe dynasty. Hearing the surname Situ, Duo Yanming recognized it. I've been blind, though the Tianhe dynasty isn't big. Your Situ family is different. Let's get to the point. Tell me about the 4 great beauties of Haoyue City. To satisfy Situ Zhengyu's curiosity, Duo Yanming said directly, speaking of the 4 beauties, the 4th is the leader of the divine refining sect, known as the greatest refining genius of all time, Wei Yiren. So she's a refining genius. Situ Zhengyu cast an envious glance. The 3rd beauty is the fierce woman of the Haoyue Wolf Court, Tuoba Yanyan. She's a very peculiar woman. The more he heard, the more curious he became. Situ Zhengyu asked Duo Yanming to elaborate. Just as he finished speaking, the waiter entered with dishes. Behind him was another person, exuding royal bearing. He was the 3rd prince of the Haoyue kingdom, Zan Yuan Yi. Duo Yanming quickly recognized him and greeted him. Isn't this the 3rd prince? You'll squander your family's fortune sooner or later. Looking at Duo Yanming's perpetually drunken state, Zan Yuan Yi scolded loudly. Even if you're treating guests, you should invite people with some backing. He also glanced at Qin Yu, deliberately provoking him. Situ Zhengyu understood and looked awkward, not knowing what to say. Knowing that Zan Yuan Yi had come to see him for something, Duo Yanming asked curiously. Without keeping Duo Yanming waiting long, Zhan Yuanyi took out a storage ring and said that his elder sister was about to return, and he wanted the Duo family's divine mechanism myriad transformations as a gift for her. Also, I remember your family has a wild beast. I want that too. Tomorrow is Yanyan's birthday, and I want to give it to her as a gift. Hearing Zhan Yuanyi's demands, Duo Yanming could only sigh. He could manage the divine mechanism myriad transformations, but the wild beast was probably out of the question. It's too wild. It's been locked up in the Duo family for nearly 100 years, but no one can tame it. This probably won't work. But Zhan Yuanyi didn't care about that, telling Duo Yanming to just prepare it and not worry about the rest. Before leaving, he emphasized again that he wanted to see both items tomorrow. After chatting for so long, he forgot to ask. Now Chen Yu learned his name was Duo Yanming and recalled something. In his past life, the person who burned down Haoyue City and was called the Haoyue Calamity was none other than Duo Yanming. Back to the point, C2 Zhengyu asked Duo Yanming if that man was from the Haoyue royal family. Duo Yanming nodded in confirmation. Zhan Yuanyi is the third prince of the Haoyue royal family. He has exceptionally strong cultivation talent. Just turned 25 this year and has already reached the 5th layer of the Po Wang realm. He might break through to the Suishu realm before he's 30. Not only that, Zhan Yuanyi once entered the Great Wilderness and seemed to have gained some special opportunities. Last year at just the 4th layer of Po Wang, he could defeat a 7th layer Po Wang expert. Now, even a 9th layer Po Wang might struggle to match him. Sounds impressive, C2 Zhengyu said, not too concerned. Such talent might be good in Haoyue City, but in the grand scheme of things it's nothing special, right? He made a joke to lighten the mood, but Chen Yu remained silent, forcing C2 Zhengyu to awkwardly change the subject. Brother Duo, who is the first beauty? Duo Yanming directly announced. The first beauty of Haoyue City is my sister Duo Shuiying. Hearing this, C2 Zhengyu was so shocked that he sprayed the wine in his mouth all over Duo Yanming's face, earning him a furious scolding. What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying? I know you don't believe me. How about this? From today on you'll stay at my place, and I'll let you see for yourself. Awesome, C2 Zhengyu agreed wholeheartedly. I'd be honored to oblige. The scene shifted, and soon at the Duo family mansion, Duo Yanming had brought everyone to the entrance. Here we are, this is my home, please, come in. But as soon as they took a few steps, they saw a desolate scene, almost like an abandoned house. Even C2 Zhengyu was surprised and confirmed again. Duo Yanming quickly explained, the mansion hasn't been renovated in a long time. Please don't laugh. C2 Zhengyu, being understanding, said, of course not. Suddenly, a roar from a wild beast came from inside, startling everyone for a moment before they calmed down. Duo Yanming felt embarrassed again. Having this happen right at the doorstep made even him, as the host, find it a bit odd. But Chen Yu suggested to Duo Yanming that he wanted to see the wild beast. Of course, Duo Yanming immediately agreed, as he had planned to show everyone anyway. Soon, at the backyard where the wild beast was imprisoned, the barriers were densely arranged. Seeing the fierce aura it released, even C2 Zhengyu felt a bit wary. Chen Yu felt the same. Hard to tame. No wonder the Duo family has had to keep it locked up for centuries. Thinking this, Chen Yu noticed Yi Bam and Li Qingzhao. At some point the two had started to feel dizzy. The aura of this wild beast is extremely violent. Their cultivation isn't enough and the spiritual energy in their bodies will cause chaos. Let's leave first. Seeing this, Duo Yanming slapped his forehead in self-blame. Thinking he had been inconsiderate, he called over Xiao Zhu and instructed, take these guests out and settle them in. Treat them well. Upon hearing the order, Xiao Zhu led the four to their rooms to rest. When they arrived, Dan Yan began to lift the barrier, revealing the wild beast for Chen Yu to examine closely. Despite being imprisoned for so long, its ferocity had not diminished in the slightest, which surprised C2 Zhengyu as well. Dan Yan then explained, this wild beast was captured and imprisoned here by my ancestors centuries ago. A few years ago, we tried various methods to eliminate its savage nature, but unfortunately, they all failed. Not only that, but as time passed, its power has only grown stronger. Only the Dan family, with our mastery of talismans and binding techniques, can keep it trapped here. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan Yan saw Chen Yu walking straight toward the wild beast. Facing such a ferocious aura, Chen Yu showed no fear. Being imprisoned like this as a wild beast must be filled with helplessness and resentment. A feeling I can understand. Looking at the beast, Chen Yu felt a sense of familiarity instead, so he proposed to Dan Yan whether he could buy it. Dan Yan, upon hearing this, could only scratch his head and politely decline. C2 Zhengyu also chimed in, Brother Dan, if it's a matter of money, don't worry, just name your price. But that wasn't Dan Yan's real concern. The problem was that the third prince, Xuanyuan Yi, wanted this beast. If he sold it to Chen Yu, the prince might not let it go. That made sense, and C2 Zhengyu advised Chen Yu to first inform Xuanyuan Yi. There was no other choice, forcing the issue now wouldn't be appropriate. Qin Yu heeded Situ Zhengyu's advice, nearly forgetting that Situ had also mentioned wanting to meet Dan Yan's sister. Just then, someone was approaching. The beauty on the left was Dan Shuiying, Dan Yan's sister. The other person was Tuoba Yanyan. Their purpose for coming was that Yanyan wanted Dan Shuiying to take her to see the unique wild beast in Haoyue City. Seeing the strangers in the courtyard, Shuiying asked her brother about Qin Yu and the others. Dan Yan introduced them. "These two are new friends I've just made. This is Situ Zhengyu," he pointed at the young man striking various handsome poses, teasing him. Then he introduced Qin Yu. "This is my sister Dan Shuiying. As for this one, I've already introduced him to you both." Unexpectedly, they met so soon. She was Tuoba Yanyan. Upon their first meeting, Situ Zhengyu gave her a thumbs up. "Not bad, not bad. Truly a stunning beauty indeed." Seeing his lecherous demeanor, Yanyan was disgusted. The young man then pushed his luck, quickly lifting his shirt to show off his six-pack abs. "Are you kidding me? It's not like I'm praising your looks. Yanyan, how about spending tonight with me?" Situ Zhengyu even promised to show her some good things. As soon as he said that, Yanyan punched him hard, causing him pain. "Watch your mouth. If you dare say such vulgar things to me again, I'll kill you." The punched young man was still laughing. "What a fiery girl, but I like it," Dan Yan quickly intervened. All right, brother Situ is definitely not that kind of person. "By the way, Miss Yanyan, what brings you here today?" Dan Shuiying said. "Tomorrow is Yanyan's birthday, so I wanted to give her this wild beast from the Dan family as a birthday gift. 3 people wanting this beast in just one day. How troublesome." Seeing Dan Yan's troubled expression, Dan Shuiying felt a bit awkward. Yan Yan, being sensible, said, "If brother Dan finds it inconvenient, I won't force it." She added, "If brother Dan finds it inconvenient, I absolutely won't insist." What inconvenience? This wild beast had indeed become a hot commodity. "Dan Yan, I won't hide it from you two. Earlier, I met the third prince and he specifically requested this beast, saying he wanted to give it to Miss Yan Yan as a birthday gift." Hearing that pretty boy's name, Yan Yan was very annoyed. "HMPH, don't sell it to him. Sell it to me directly. Name your price." This put Dan Yan in a bind again. He turned to look at Qin Yu, trying to gauge his expression. Qin Yu understood his intent and stepped forward to speak. "Miss Yan Yan, could you let me have this wild beast?" He thought it would be hard to persuade her, but as soon as he made the suggestion, Yan Yan immediately agreed. Everyone present was stunned for a few seconds, including Qin Yu, who showed a similar expression. Surprised it was so easy. But that wasn't the case. Yan Yan only agreed on the condition that Qin Yu could beat her. Qin Yu agreed and asked Yan Yan what they would compete in. "Since we both want this beast, why not see who can tame it first? How about that?" Qin Yu was happy to oblige no matter what. Dan Shuiying stood by, watching with interest and laughing. "Brother Qin, you're going to lose this match. When it comes to taming wild beasts, few in the world can surpass Yan Yan." Since it was few, that meant it was still possible. "Maybe the one who can win is me." Qin Yu remained optimistic. This made Dan Shuiying give him a meaningful look. "I admire your confidence, but Yan Yan definitely won't lose. She masters countless ancestral methods of beast taming. In terms of talent alone, no one in the past few hundred years can match her. Not only that." Dan Shuiying also revealed that Yan Yan had been raised by wild beasts since childhood. "That's quite rare," Situ Zhengyu said in surprise. The person in question confirmed it. "I, Tuoba Yanyan, was indeed raised by wild beasts, so brother Qin, for fairness you go first." However, Qin Yu declined and let Yanyan go first. "Raised by wild beasts, I'm curious to see how you'll tame this guy. If I succeed, Qin Yu, you'll have no chance." With that, Yanyan slowly approached the wild beast. Before she got close, it opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Its power was earth-shattering. Yanyan could feel how ferocious this creature was. It seemed hard to approach, but when it smelled the scent from a special bottle Yanyan had, it immediately calmed down. It was truly soothed by the fragrance and obediently lay on the ground. "I know you must be full of resentment and unwillingness being locked up like this. Trust me, I'll get you out. I was raised by wild beasts and I believe you can sense the aura on me, right?" Seeing things going smoothly, Dan Shuiying thought Yanyan had it in the bag. Situ Zhengyu thought the same. He quickly advised Qin Yu not to be upset, but Qin Yu didn't think so and remained calm, waiting. Seeing this, Yanyan sped up the taming process. She forced a drop of blood from her fingertip to bind the beast. "From now on our lives are connected." The beast obediently opened its mouth to swallow the blood. At that moment, victory was just a matter of time. Facing this, Qin Yu made his move, urging the cliff lizard to act quickly. The cliff lizard's phantom appeared, releasing its pressure on the wild beast. It seemed to sense something. Suddenly it stopped, breaking out in a cold sweat, its gaze fixed entirely on Qin Yu nearby. Yanyan didn't understand what was happening and thought Qin Yu had done something. Qin Yu didn't overthink it and walked straight toward the wild beast. He directly asked if it was willing to come with him. Not only did he ask, but he also had the cliff lizard grab its head as a threat. Who wouldn't be scared? Even if it didn't want to, it had to. It knelt down in submission to Qin Yu, completely losing its fierce demeanor. "It's over, looks like this wild beast belongs to me, Qin Yu." Yan Yan actually lost in the art of beast taming? Dan Shuiying couldn't believe it. Through this incident, Dan Yan realized Qin Yu was no ordinary person. Situ Zhengyu also basked in the glory, constantly praising Qin Yu's talent. "Yan Yan, I lost. I never thought my proud beast taming skills would be defeated by you, Qin Yu. But I'm curious, what method did you use? Why didn't I sense even a hint of it? Some secrets couldn't be revealed, and Qin Yu didn't elaborate." Seeing Qin Yu's mysterious demeanor, Dan Shuiying grew even more puzzled. But Yan Yan didn't mind, saying she accepted her defeat willingly. "By the way, tomorrow is my birthday. Qin Yu, can you come?" Invited by a beauty to her birthday party he couldn't refuse. He confirmed he would attend. "That's great, I'll be waiting for you at my residence tomorrow." Shuiying, "Brother Dan, I'll take my leave now." Seeing the beauty hadn't said goodbye to him, Situ Zhengyu waved and shouted to get her attention, but only got a few dismissive words from Yan Yan. He expected the young man to be disappointed, but instead he felt Yan Yan's care and indulged in self-satisfaction. This was definitely a symptom of a lifelong bachelor. "Congratulations, Brother Qin. It's getting late. Go rest now, there's bound to be a good show tomorrow." Hearing Dan Yan say this, Qin Yu curiously pressed for more. But Dan Yan didn't want to answer right away, saying Qin Yu would naturally find out tomorrow. The scene shifted to the next day at Tuolba Yan Yan's residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, Qin Yu saw Yan Yan arguing with a few people. Then he understood what Dan Yan had hinted at last night about a fierce battle. Yan Yan also noticed Qin Yu's arrival and quickly pulled him over, handing him a jar of wine. "Brother Qin, why are you so late? Let me toast you." As soon as she said that, she tilted her head back and drank it all. Since it was a happy day, Qin Yu planned to drink with Yan Yan to the end, but before he could drink, the third prince, Xuan Yuanyi, who was standing nearby, warned him, "If Qin Yu dares to take a sip, he won't leave alive." Seeing Qin Yu ignore him, he stepped forward and smashed the wine jar, demanding that Qin Yu return the wild beast. Facing this, Qin Yu showed no reaction and let the host Yan Yan handle it. "Xuan Yuanyi, Qin Yu is my honored guest. Today is my birthday, do you want to cause trouble here?" Xuan Yuanyi quickly explained. "No, Yan Yan, this guy dared to disrespect me. I originally wanted to make it a gift for you, but he snatched it away." Seeing him speak vaguely, Yan Yan declared bluntly, "That wild beast was won by Brother Qin through his own skill. If there's nothing else, Xuan Yuanyi, you should leave. Don't disturb my drinking." Driven away by the beauty, Xuan Yuanyi had to take out a small box to show his sincerity. "Yan Yan, this is a small token of my affection. I wonder if you'll like it." However, Yan Yan still flatly refused. "This is soul-refining incense, which my father has treasured in the vault for years. It's extremely useful for beast taming." Before Xuan Yuanyi could finish, Yan Yan loudly told him to leave. Just then, another honored guest arrived, the Haoyue Saintess Xuan Yuanshine, whom they had met by chance last night. Seeing his elder sister, Xuan Yuanyi had to restrain himself. "Sister Yan Yan, long time no see, you're looking more spirited than ever." "Sister Haoyue, you flatter me. I came in such a hurry that I didn't prepare a proper gift." "Don't mind it, little sister. I'm already overjoyed that Sister Haoyue could come. What need is there for a gift? By the way, let me introduce you to a new friend I've made. This is Master Qin Yu from the Tianhe dynasty." Upon hearing the name Qin family, her expression completely changed. Of course, Qin Yu noticed this and thought Xuan Yuanshine was suspicious. "This is Situ Zhengyu of the Situ family, and this one is from the Sacred Heart Hall." Yan Yan introduced them all, but at that moment, Xuan Yuanshine had no mind to get acquainted. The name Qin Yu kept repeating in her mind. She hadn't expected such a coincidence. To confirm her guess, Qin Yu spoke up. "I've long heard of the Haoyue Saintess's reputation, and it's truly well-deserved. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yu, from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty, and a member of the Bafeng camp." That saved Xuan Yuanshine the trouble of guessing. "Master Qin is indeed a talented hero, but I suddenly have urgent business today, so I'll take my leave." "Sister, what business is more important than Yan Yan's birthday?" Seeing her brother causing trouble, Xuan Yuanshine shot him a warning glare. Xuan Yuanyi felt the anger in her gaze and dared not say another word. So after a brief greeting, Xuan Yuanshine got into her carriage and left. Situ Zhengyu seemed to sense something unusual between the two. Unexpectedly, Xuan Yuanyi walked over to Qin Yu and struck up a conversation, asking if Qin Yu was from the Qin family of the Divine Sword Dynasty or the Bafeng camp. Qin Yu replied bluntly, "Both." As soon as he said that, Xuan Yuanyi put his arm around Qin Yu's shoulder, acting friendly. "What a coincidence, we fought but became friends. I have a close relationship with the Bafeng camp." Hearing this, Qin Yu was very surprised and quickly asked about his connection to the Bafeng camp. "Today is Yan Yan's birthday. Let's drink to our heart's content, and I'll tell you tomorrow." Seeing these two suddenly become so close, Yan Yan, standing nearby, was also stunned. After a while, the guests arrived, and everyone began to take their seats. "Are you all here for the martial arts tournament?" Qin Yu confirmed this with him. "Competing with the elites of the 8 great dynasties. How enviable. I'd love to go, but unfortunately, only my eldest sister and 9th brother from the Haoyue royal family are eligible." Enough of that. Since you want to participate, I happen to know some intelligence about the other dynasties. Let me share it with you first. Nothing comes for free, so it's better not to. To put it bluntly, with your current cultivation levels, even knowing this information probably won't help much. Seeing Xuanyuan Yi dare to belittle him, Yi Ong couldn't help but curse. Situ Zhengyu didn't mind much, treating it as a chance to learn about the prodigies of the 8 great dynasties. The prodigies of the 8 dynasties are numerous, but 3 need special attention. These 3 are likely destined to be the top 3 of this tournament. As you all know, my eldest sister's cultivation talent is considered top-notch. But if she were to face these 3, she probably wouldn't last 100 moves. They are Zhang Faya of the Zan Shui sect in the Sishui dynasty, the great prince Zhou Tianlin of the Grand dynasty, and the rogue cultivator Chen Shi of the Luoyang dynasty. Situ Zhengyu interjected. "I've heard of this Zhang Faya too. They say she's a once-in-a-century female prodigy from the Sishui dynasty. Both her talent and appearance are unparalleled." What did I say? This guy has heard of every beauty in the world. Qin Yu got straight to the point, asking Xuanyuan Yi about the cultivation levels of the 3 individuals. Zhang Faya of the Blackwater sect, already over 20 years old, had long reached the peak of the illusion-breaking realm. He possessed multiple 3rd-grade or higher immortal artifacts and had the support of the Immortal Clan camp. It was even said that an elder of the Immortal Clan had taken him as a disciple, making him the one with the most techniques and artifacts among the 3. As for Zhou Tianlin, he was extremely ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. Whether he had broken through the illusion-breaking realm at 35 was still unknown. Though Zhou Tianlin lacked the Immortal Clan's backing, his talent was exceptional. He had even created his own cultivation technique. No one yet knew his true strength. It could be said that Zhou Tianlin was the most fearsome of the 3. As for Chen Shi, he was extremely mysterious. Years ago, he rose like a sudden storm, defeating all the prodigies of the major sects one after another. Moreover, Chen Jia had an impeccable character. Those he defeated bore him no grudge. Instead, they imparted their sect's ultimate techniques to him. Chen Shi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the illusion-breaking realm. In my opinion, he was no ordinary mortal. Perhaps he was the most difficult to deal with among the 3. Qin Yu thought to himself that he had never heard of these 3 in his past life. They must have died young. If Brother Qin ever encounters them, I'll gift you a magical artifact to increase your chances of victory. Qin Yu gladly agreed and feasted heartily with Xuanyuan Yi. Even Yan Yan didn't know whose birthday it was today. The scene shifted to that evening in the living room of Taba Yan Yan's mansion, where Qin Yu and Xuanyuan Yi still were. At this point, Qin Yu directly asked about his true relationship with Ying Bafeng. Xuanyuan Yi didn't shy away and began recounting. 20 years ago, our Bright Moon dynasty sent a troop to Qingfeng City to help suppress the nearby demon beasts. It was during this process that we fought side by side with Ying Bafeng. Hearing Xuanyuan Yi say this himself, Qin Yu realized it contradicted what the Qingfeng ruler had said earlier. Moreover, Hu Meng had never mentioned this, according to Hu Meng. By the time Xuanyuan Yi arrived in Qingfeng City, Bafeng should have already been eliminated. Xuanyuan Yi continued, "Back then I was young and reckless, acting hastily. I was trapped by demon beasts and would have died there if not for your Ying Baifeng's rescue. You could say Ying Bafeng saved my life." Xuanyuan Yi couldn't help but get emotional as he spoke, but Qin Yu was skeptical. As there were too many contradictions among the 3 accounts, he could only keep listening. Strangely, after I returned to the Bright Moon dynasty, everyone seemed to avoid the topic. I sent many messages trying to repay the debt of gratitude, but they all went unanswered. Meeting someone connected to Ying Bafeng today might be fate or destiny. Though Qin Yu's face remained warm, his mind churned with the question of who was lying. "Brother Qin, we've met too late. Tonight I'll stay here and we can catch up. Tomorrow I'll take you to tour the imperial court and introduce you to my imperial siblings." "Oh right, my eldest sister was with me back then. She might be too busy today, but I'll bring you to see her tomorrow. She's always remembered Ying Beifeng's kindness," Qin Yu agreed, seeing this as a chance to find out what Xuanyuan Xian was hiding. The scene shifted to the next day in the capital of the Bright Moon Kingdom, where the 2 had entered the city. Xuanyuan Yi asked Qin Yu confidently what he thought of the Bright Moon dynasty's guards. Qin Yu answered without hesitation. "Strong cultivation, abundant vitality, all brave warriors." His accurate words left Xuanyuan Yi with nothing to criticize, confirming that these were the Imperial Guards, all veterans of battles against demon beasts. Without delay, Xuan Yuanyi quickly led Qin Yu in to see his sister, but before they reached the door, they heard Xuan Yuan Shiin's scolding, which was more melodic than a song. "If you can't handle such a small matter, what use are you, a bunch of useless fools?" Xuan Yuanyi went in to ask why his sister was so angry. Seeing a guest had arrived, Xuan Yuan Shiin ordered them to leave quickly. Qin Yu glanced at the flustered group. Embarrassed that Qin Yu had seen her lose composure, Xuan Yuan Shiin asked for his understanding and invited him to sit and talk. Looking at the seats, Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel. The Bright Moon royal family was indeed formidable. Immortal artifacts were used as chairs and tables. "Brother Qin is joking, please have some tea. I was busy with trivial matters yesterday and couldn't visit to thank Ying Bafeng in person. I hope Brother Qin will forgive me and not take offense." Hearing his sister's words, Xuan Yuanyi naturally assumed Qin Yu wasn't so narrow-minded as to hold a grudge. Qin Yu smiled in response to his kind words. "That's great, Brother Qin. I've prepared a gift but haven't had the chance to present it." Before Xuan Yuan Shiin could finish, a guard rushed in to report bad news. Composed, she asked what it was. He reported that Chen Shi, Master Chen, had arrived at the gate. Though unsure of his purpose, she invited him in. Qin Yu was eager to meet this person. He had just heard about him from Xuan Yuanyi and now saw him immediately. Chen Shi appeared in the hall accompanied by the 9th prince, Chen Shang. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully. Chen Shi, a rogue cultivator from the Sunset Dynasty, pays respects to all. Spotting a familiar face, Qin Yu waved at Chen Shang and called him Big Brother. Chen Shang was visibly overjoyed and hurried forward, not expecting Qin Yu to be there, watching the two together. Qin Yu vaguely guessed they might be brothers, but it was just speculation. Looking at Chen Shang, Xuan Yuan Shiin thought for a long time but couldn't recall him. Before she could ask, Chen Shang introduced himself. "I am Chen Shang, the 9th prince of the Tianhe dynasty, paying respects to the Bright Moon Saintess. So you're from the Tianhe royal family. Please both of you take a seat." Chen Shi's purpose for coming was to ask a favor. Hearing this, Xuan Yuan Shiin boldly asked directly, "Has the ancient demon mountain suppressed by the Bright Moon royal family been unstable lately?" Chen Shi, "I mean no offense, but I need demon cores from beasts. As I understand, the demons are suppressed in the ancient demon mountain. So I'm willing to help the Bright Moon royal family eliminate this threat. As for payment, I only ask for one demon beast." Only then did Qin Yu understand why Xuan Yuan Shiin had looked displeased earlier. Chen Shi continued, "Suppressing the ancient demon mountain is costly and ineffective. I have a surefire plan. What does the Bright Moon Saintess think?" Though initially unenthusiastic, Xuan Yuan Shiin found Chen Shi's reasoning sound. After all, it was just one beast, and agreed to his request. With the matter settled, Chen Shi thanked her repeatedly. But before leaving, Chen Shang suddenly suggested that Qin Yu assist him in this endeavor. Chen Shi was surprised, as this wasn't part of their prior agreement, but seeing Chen Zhang's less than friendly look, he dropped it. Qin Yu naturally had no reason to refuse. With everything decided, Chen Shang was very satisfied. There was no time to waste. They should set off as soon as possible. Xuan Yuan Shiin agreed, offering to send someone to escort the three to the foot of the ancient demon mountain, leaving the rest to them. Grateful for the Bright Moon Saintess's kindness, Chen Shi and Chen Shang bowed before leaving. Outside, Chen Shang and Qin Yu finally had a chance to talk more intimately. Chen Shang was surprised to see Qin Yu there. Qin Yu said he had a question to ask. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Chen Shang guessed what it was. He promised to explain everything once they reached the ancient demon mountain. After some time, at the foot of the ancient demon mountain, everyone had gathered. "This is the ancient demon mountain guarded by the Bright Moon royal family. Our cultivation is too low to go further. Please be careful on the rest of the journey." With that, they quickly left. "Brother Chen, can you tell me what's going on now?" Seeing Qin Yu's eagerness, Chen Shang stopped hiding and revealed. Chen Shi of the Sunset Dynasty is actually the 17th prince of the Tianhe dynasty, the youngest. Chen Jia confirmed this, calling Chen Shang his brother. "Our Qin Yu either doesn't guess or hits the mark," Chen Shang continued. "The 17th brother was sent to the Sunset Dynasty at birth, so few in the world know his identity. Over the years, his exceptional talent has made him famous in the Sunset Dynasty. 17th brother, Qin Yu, is family, so you can safely tell him your purpose." Chen Shi then revealed his secret to Qin Yu. "The technique I'm cultivating is called the sun-devouring heaven technique. It can devour all things, helping the strong enhance their cultivation. If a devoured creature is a wild beast, I gain its wild bloodline. If a demon beast, I gain its demon core. But if it's a human," Chen Shi's expression grew more terrifying. "The biggest limitation of the sun-devouring heaven technique is that it cannot devour humans." Seeing his brother joke about such a thing, Chen Shang wanted to give him a knock on the head. With such a powerful technique, yet unknown in his past life, Qin Yu guessed Chen Shi had met an early demise. Chen Shi also revealed he was facing a bottleneck and needed to devour powerful demon or wild beast to break through. I've devoured many ordinary demon beasts before, but they had no effect, so I suspect I need extremely high-grade demon or wild beast to break through. Unfortunately, they're hard to find. I was about to give up. But ninth brother told me about the Bright Moon royal family's ancient demon mountain uprising, so we came here. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and tentatively asked Chen Shang if he was behind this. Hearing this, Chen Shi turned to his ninth brother in surprise. But Chen Shang didn't directly confirm. Whether it was or wasn't, it doesn't matter now. With that, Chen Shang took the lead and urged the other two to hurry up. After walking for a while, they reached the center of the ancient demon mountain. See that? That's the heart of the ancient demon mountain, forged by hundreds of the Bright Moon royal family's strongest array masters. But something's wrong with the array, causing the seal to destabilize and some suppressed demon beasts to awaken. Soon, all the beasts in this mountain will awaken, leading to disaster and corpses everywhere. Repairing this array would require massive resources even for the Bright Moon royal family. Evil energy and time would also harm the cultivators involved. So it's best for us to handle this, Chen Shang asserted confidently. Admit it, you did this, Chen Shang. Chen Shi couldn't stop laughing. Truly, brothers, you know exactly what your younger brother wants. The three drew closer to the heart of the ancient demon mountain. The array wasn't damaged enough. The sealed great beast couldn't awaken yet, so Chen Shang had to act. He then threw out a beast of a very peculiar form. It quickly found the heart and gnawed at it incessantly. After a while, the sealing array was further damaged. At that moment, a massive demon beast reappeared. A peak illusion-breaking realm demon beast. I've been looking for you. Chen Shi excitedly asked Chen Shang and Qin Yu to handle the other beasts. With that, he wielded two fourth-grade immortal artifacts bearing sun and moon symbols, ready to face the great beast. You can't walk the martial world without a couple of weapons. I'm going in. Chen Shi charged forward stylishly, striking the great beast body twice with his axes. Qin Yu wasn't idle either, effortlessly using his war god spear, spinning it a few times to clear out the lesser beasts. Seeing this, Chen Shang marveled at how much Qin Yu's cultivation had improved in just a few months. Qin Yu humbly attributed it to the beast being too weak and urged Chen Shang to check on Chen Shi. On Chen Shi's side, after several axe strikes, the great beast bore no wounds. Forced to use his ultimate move, he merged the two axes into one giant axe imbued with sun and moon power, executing the sun-moon thunderstrike technique. At the same time, Chen Shi's form expanded to several times the size of the great beast. Terrified, the beast tried to flee. But it wasn't that easy. Chen Shi swung his axe fiercely. The technique was indeed powerful, at least a high-grade celestial martial skill, but it had flaws, as Qin Yu could see. Curious, Chen Shang asked Qin Yu what flaws the technique had. If I'm not mistaken, this technique requires these two axes to use. Moreover, each use causes some damage to the user. Though it can recover quickly, overuse will leave lasting effects. But rest assured, Brother Chen, since I can see the flaws, I can also improve it. Having this younger brother is amazing. He knows everything. Chen Shang was very proud. Looking at the spoils, the demon core, Chen Shi eagerly anticipated breaking through. But before he could touch it, strange phenomena occurred, and lightning struck instantly. This caught Qin Yu and Chen Zhang's attention. Chen Shang was surprised to find the ancient demon mountain sealing array completely destroyed. Yet he had only damaged a small part. From the sky, a demon beast descended, attacking the three. Only then did Qin Yu realize they had all been tricked. In the 8 Dynasties martial arts tournament, Chen Shi was the top contender for the championship. If he died here, a strong opponent would be eliminated. Damn it, the Bright Moon royal family is truly treacherous, but anger was useless. The great beast didn't stop attacking. Its pressure far exceeded the void-breaking realm, likely a unity realm great beast, and its oppressive aura was no less than the Netherblood steppe Qin Yu had encountered before. There was no way to deal with it, and Qin Yu urged the two to evacuate quickly. But it seemed too late. The formation was broken and the great demons were being released one after another. Their first target was Chen Shi, who was directly trampled by one of them, with Chen Shang next in line. Fortunately, Qin Yu noticed in time and pulled Chen Shang away, dodging the fatal blow. Faced with this scene, both felt helpless, and Chen Shang was consumed by guilt. Brother Qin, I've dragged you into this. If you have any trump cards left, keep them for yourself and get out of here now. Don't let me, Chen Shang, become your burden, the great demons retorted, claiming that no one would leave this place alive today. They would all meet their end here. Facing this powerful strike, Qin Yu could only withstand it with his war god spear. Seeing Qin Yu block the blow again, the demon was surprised that a human could possess such strength. It decided to toy with Qin Yu for a while to see his limits. Qin Yu thought to himself that this demon wasn't too strong. He hadn't even transformed yet and was only slightly outmatched, but there were 4 other demons to worry about. And then there was that figure on the hilltop, the most troublesome of all. Before Qin Yu could think further, the demon struck down again. As before, Qin Yu blocked it effortlessly, enraging the demon until its veins bulged. It charged forward with a running start, raising its great axe, waiting to see how Qin Yu would defend. Qin Yu realized this was a killing move. The demon had lost patience with playing. To survive, he would have to go all out. But just as it reached the halfway point, it suddenly stopped, its aura completely vanishing. The same happened to the 3 nearby demons. It exclaimed in surprise, "Lord Sishan." Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, the figure had appeared behind him. Perhaps too focused on strategizing against the demons, Qin Yu hadn't noticed. The Sishan demon general, though emitting no spiritual energy fluctuations, created a pressure in the space that far surpassed these great demons. Even the initial Netherblood bat couldn't compare. As he stepped forward, he saw Chen Shang lying on the ground. Just as Qin Yu thought he was doomed, the demon gently placed a hand on his shoulder and flashed a bright smile, saying he had finally found him. The nearby demons were stunned speechless. He urged Qin Yu to follow him to a place immediately. Qin Yu found this strange. The Sishan demon general knew him and seemed eager to build a good relationship. Thinking it over, Qin Yu realized it could only be due to Zhao Xuaner's influence. So Qin Yu agreed to go, but on one condition: Chen Shang must come along. The Sishan demon general readily agreed, as it wasn't an unreasonable request, but as they prepared to leave, the airborne demon blocked their way. It claimed Qin Yu had killed its most beloved child and couldn't be allowed to leave alive. But the Sishan demon general paid it no mind. With a wave of his hand, he slew it on the spot without a word. The remaining demons were too terrified to breathe, frozen in place. The gap was too vast. He was far stronger than Qin Yu had imagined. The 3 walked straight toward a rock face on the ancient demon mountain. Meanwhile, he opened a portal, telling Qin Yu that the queen was waiting, and reminded Chen Shang to stay put. After giving instructions, he entered the portal with Qin Yu. Hearing the words, "the queen," Chen Shang easily guessed it was the demon queen. But why she wanted to see Qin Yu was beyond his comprehension. On Qin Yu's end, the 2 had arrived in a completely different place. The Sishan demon general immediately led Qin Yu to an audience with the queen. Looking at him, she told Qin Yu to come closer. Without hesitation, Qin Yu stepped forward fearlessly. Observing his build and face, she remarked that Qin Yu was quite handsome. No wonder Zhao Xuaner was so infatuated. After sizing him up, she shifted to the left and urged Qin Yu to sit down. Though Qin Yu didn't know what trick she was playing, he had no choice but to comply. "Qin Yu, you've been hard to find. Let me introduce myself. I am the Demon Queen, Fang Huang Blackblood. The Demon Queen actually sought out a human like me. I'm truly honored." The queen said no more and ordered the items brought in. Before them appeared countless priceless weapons and treasures. Their grades were extremely high, and the queen emphasized that she had personally selected them, including countless 9th-grade pills, demon cores from great demons, and many demon artifacts. Allowing Qin Yu to choose freely, "You went to great lengths to find me and give me such generous gifts. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Actually, what I need you to do might be impossible for others in a lifetime, but it's different for you. You're not only connected to the Xian clan Zhao family, but also close to the Black Dragon King's daughter. So I want you to deliver a few words to the Black Dragon King." Hearing this, Qin Yu was puzzled. "Demon Queen, if you want to speak to the Black Dragon King, you can seek him out yourself. Why do you need my help?" Qin Yu asked in confusion. "Qin Yu, don't you know, the center of the great wilderness is inaccessible to both the demon and Xian clans. You, who are so favored by Zhao Xuaner, don't you know that either?" Qin Yu pretended to ask her to clarify. Was he really unaware, or was he deceiving her? But what would be the point of deceiving her? At this point, the queen revealed the true reason why the demon and Xian clans couldn't enter the center of the great wilderness. After explaining for a long time, her mouth dry, she finally finished. Qin Yu was thrilled to learn this truth. It was a shocking discovery for the human race. He immediately stood up, confirmed he would agree to the queen's request, and asked if she had any other messages to convey. Of course she did, but she first signaled the others present to leave, then said to Qin Yu, "Tell the Black Dragon King, I agree to cooperate with the Wild Clan to fight against the Xian clan." Qin Yu was a bit surprised that she dared to tell him so bluntly, as he might later inform Zhao Xuaner about this. Of course the queen believed this wouldn't happen, treating it as a gamble in life. Either win it all or lose it all. Hearing that the Demon Queen dared to trust him so much, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting, truly interesting. I'll deliver your message to the Black Dragon King." Not only that, but the queen also offered to send someone to help Qin Yu eliminate his opponents in the 8 Kingdoms tournament. However, Qin Yu thought it unnecessary, as those people posed no threat to him. After settling the matter, Qin Yu stored everything in his storage ring, stepped into the portal, and returned to his original location. After Qin Yu left, the Demon Queen let down her guard and reported to the ancestor that she had fulfilled the request. Instantly, a sudden aura appeared in the center of the hall. From a sealed scroll, a remnant soul gradually drifted out. Looking at the portrait within, one could understand the terror of this demon ancestor. Even the demon queen had to be wary of him. The scene shifted back to Qin Yu. After a while, he had returned and urged Chen Shang to hurry back. But unexpectedly, from the portal, the Sishan demon general brought them another surprise. He simply tossed the still-alive Chen Shi onto the ground. Chen Shang quickly helped 17 up, unable to hide his joy. Before leaving, he emphasized that this was a personal gift and hoped Qin Yu would remember the favor. After delivering the message, he departed. Looking at Qin Yu, Chen Shang had many questions but chose to keep them to himself. Qin Yu understood this. Though unsure how to explain, he could affirm that he had always done his best to protect the human race. Of course, Chen Shang would choose to trust Qin Yu, but as for the Haoyue royal clan, Chen Shang himself would never forgive them. Qin Yu certainly agreed but reminded Chen Shang not to alert the enemy, and to settle the score after the tournament. Qin Yu thought to himself that the Haoyue saintess was too meticulous. It would indeed be hard to extract anything from her during this time. Chen Shang concurred with Qin Yu's view and decided to swallow his anger for now. The scene shifted back to the Haoyue royal clan's council hall, where Qin Yu and Chen Shang had already arrived. Zhan Shine repeatedly thanked them for resolving the ancient demon mountain matter. Chen Shang dared not accept such insincere gratitude, nor the Haoyue royal clan's token of appreciation, and immediately left. After Qin Yu left, Zhan Shine revealed a mysterious smile. A figure wrapped tightly from head to toe appeared beside her and reported. Reporting to the saintess, Chen, she is severely injured and cannot participate in the tournament. Your plan seems to have succeeded. Nonetheless, she reminded him not to let his guard down and to continue monitoring. The scene shifted to the next day, where Qin Yu was cultivating by a waterfall. He immediately took out the treasures obtained from the demon queen and rapidly refined them using the 9 heavens' divine fire. Once done, Qin Yu directly integrated them into the war god spear to enhance its grade. At the same time, he opened the Great Wilderness Atlas, the scroll sealing wild beasts, to absorb the residual energy from the refinement. Instantly, Qin Yu felt a powerful pressure within himself, nearing the peak of the Po Wang realm. At this point, Qin Yu didn't wait any longer, and directly awakened the wild beast Taotie. The moment he pointed at the scroll, Taotie's phantom appeared, but unexpectedly, it vanished immediately. It failed. It seemed he was still missing something to break through to the peak of the Po Wang realm. Qin Yu had to set this aside for now and focus on the upcoming tournament. Taotie, trust me, I won't keep you waiting long. Just then, Yi Tong found him and delivered important news. The Haoyue dynasty had changed the tournament's date. Is that all the fuss is about? Qin Yu scolded Yi Tong, but Yi Tong wasn't one to back down and retorted, leaving Qin Yu speechless. I won't argue with you, Qin Yu. The tournament starts in 20 days with a grand banquet beforehand where all participating warriors will gather. Are you going or not? Qin Yu bluntly said he had no interest in such things. He also reminded Yi Tong to be cautious. Talking to him like an old man only made Yi Tong angrier, so she turned and left. Feeling the time crunch, Qin Yu trained even harder. 20 days passed quickly, and the streets were bustling with activity. Qin Yu, Yi Tong, and Li Qingzhao headed straight for the tournament venue. It was rare to see Li Qingzhao so excited. Qin Yu wondered why Situ Zhangyu wasn't around. Yi Tong guessed he was probably off harassing women again and told Qin Yu not to worry about him. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Curious, Yi Tong squeezed in to see what was happening. It turned out someone was setting up a stall, selling countless items from pills to weapons and even techniques. He claimed he had risked his life to obtain them. But Qin Yu looked them over and found nothing appealing. The vendor guessed this and brought out something better, a purple orb. Seeing it, Qin Yu froze, but before he could speak, someone rushed over to grab it. It was Zhang Faya from the Four Waters Dynasty's Zhan Shui sect whom Zhan Yi had mentioned earlier. And not just Zhang Faya, the great Zhou Dynasty's Grand Prince Zhou Tianlin also came for this treasure. 2 top prodigies facing off promised a good show. Neither backed down, confronting each other with full force. But Qin Yu ignored them both, walked straight to the vendor, picked up the purple orb and asked for a specific price. This surprised both Zhang Faya and Zhou Tianlin. Qin Yu showed no regard for anyone. No matter how they tried to persuade him, Qin Yu paid no attention and insisted on asking the price. This is too difficult, the vendor dared not answer, telling them to discuss it among themselves first. Watching Qin Yu, the crowd buzzed with comments. Some said Qin Yu was ignorant of who those two were. Others called him clueless, but Qin Yu didn't care. He'd secure the item first since he was there first. Zhang Faya couldn't hold back her curses. She thought Qin Yu was trying to gain fame by using her name, and claimed he had picked the wrong person if that was his plan. Zhou Tianlin echoed that the path of a warrior must be taken seriously. Using this method only makes me despise you more. After much talk to no avail, Zhang Faya demanded Qin Yu hand over the item and get out. Looking at her with disdain, Qin Yu said she had no right to tell him to leave. Unable to swallow this insult, Zhang Feiya challenged Qin Yu to a duel on the spot. Seeing Li Qingzhao worried, Qin Yu assured her he would win. As for Yi Tong, seeing Qin Yu about to fight, she cheered him on excitedly. This only strengthened Qin Yu's resolve to put on a spectacular opening match. "Fighting you, I won't use divine artifacts, so no one says I'm bullying you," Zhang Feiya said disdainfully. Qin Yu quickly urged her to use whatever she wanted, lest she end up crying for her parents. As Qin Yu wished, Zhang Feiya drew her sword and struck first. Seeing this move, Zhou Tianlin sensed her cultivation level. She had improved a lot, but Qin Yu needed only one hand to counter it, swiftly neutralizing it and striking at Zhang Feiya's position. Fortunately, she noticed in time and hastily retreated to dodge. Zhang Feiya wasn't one to back down, and immediately unleashed a earth-level technique, the Blood Flower Sword. Sword energy transformed into petals, shooting at incredible speed. This was Zhang Feiya's signature move, the Blood Flower Sword. It seemed she had gone for the kill, blocking that move from Zhang Feiya. This kid isn't bad. Too bad he's about to die. But in an instant, Zhou Tianlin quickly moved away. He thought to himself, who is this kid? Is he also here for the tournament? How could such a monster appear here? I need to inform my master immediately. Back in the fight, his sword aura pressed straight toward Qin Wu, but he sidestepped with ease and even followed up with a sharp slap to Zhang Feiya's face. Just that one strike was enough to make Zhang Feiya burst into tears right there on the street. As Qin Wu had said, whether she used a sword or not, the outcome was the same. Even now, Zhang Feiya still couldn't believe that she, a proud prodigy, had lost so completely. Seeing her so pathetic, Qin Wu finally understood why he had never heard the name Zhang Feiya in his past life. Because a martial artist who can't handle failure will never improve. Zhang Feiya was stunned. Who the hell was this kid? He had defeated her in an instant, and this tournament's championship was as good as his. Watching Qin Wu's fluid performance, Yi Tong couldn't help but see him in a new light. But Qin Wu first asked about the price of the purple crystal ball from earlier. The guy was a bit scared and said he wouldn't dare take Qin Wu's money, but Qin Wu, being reasonable, tossed him a pill in exchange. After that, the three of them hurried off to the tournament venue. They completely failed to notice someone watching them, an old man and a little girl who clearly weren't ordinary. "Master, it looks like there are a lot more contenders for the championship this time. The world is vast, and the worst thing is a narrow perspective. Zhang Feiya thinks she's a prodigy, but she's just never seen the outside world. In my eyes, she's nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. As for that young man, I simply can't see through him. Girl, he might just be the best whetstone for you." "A whetstone, huh? I hope he can surprise me." With that, the two also set off. Judging by their tone, they seemed to be heading for the tournament as well. Who knew if they'd make a mark there? Back to Qin Wu, the three were still wandering the streets when someone suddenly called out to them. "Brother, I finally caught up to you. I am Feng Canglang, a lone cultivator." Qin Wu thought he knew him, but upon asking, the other said they had never met. That only made Qin Wu more curious, so he directly asked what he wanted. "Brother, you use a spear, don't you?" "I happen to use one too. Actually, I arrived in Haoyue City quite early and have sparred with many martial artists, but they all disappointed me. Their spears are like flowers grown in a greenhouse, all show, no substance. Not one of them could stir my fighting spirit or interest, but you're different." Feng Canglang pointed straight at Qin Wu. "I saw the fighting spirit in your body and the spear intent hidden deep in your eyes. That proves you're a worthy opponent, so please spar with me and exchange insights." So after all that talk, he just wanted to ask for pointers. I thought it was something serious. Qin Wu simply turned and walked away, saying he had no interest, flatly rejected. Feng Canglang could only stand there watching his retreating figure. Then he called for his attendant, Black Wolf. Black Wolf appeared swiftly and asked what the young master wanted. Feng Canglang ordered him to investigate Qin Wu's true identity. "Young master, can't you just settle down? You're always looking for someone to spar with, who can even beat you. Sparring is about confirming one's beliefs. What does high cultivation matter? I won't use my cultivation to suppress others." After much persuasion, he was still stubborn. Black Wolf was speechless and said he'd get it done. "Wait, prepare a gift for me. After you find out the information, deliver it to him on my behalf. Just pick any 4th grade immortal artifact. This guy sure is generous." The scene shifted to the venue of the 8 Great Dynasties tournament. A huge crowd had gathered, filling the place to the brim. At the same time, a man rushed in to report a shocking piece of news. Zhang Feiya had been beaten until she was crying. No one present could believe their ears. "Brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Who is Zhang Feiya? She's one of the 4 great prodigies and a strong contender for the championship. How could she be beaten to tears?" Others chimed in agreement, even swearing they'd call him dad if it were true. As it happened, Qin Wu and his group were also sitting there watching the commotion. News travels fast. You two just had to come and watch the fun, didn't you? I'm afraid it'll cause trouble. Just then, someone else came looking for him. This time, a beautiful woman. Qin Wu asked curiously what she wanted. I am Zhang Li. Greetings, young Master Qin. Hearing the surname Zhang, Yi Tong guessed she was connected to Zhang Faya. Sure enough, Zhang Li admitted that Zhang Faya was her senior sister. It looked like she was here to pick a fight. Yi Tong and Li Qingjiao quickly slipped away. Once they were gone, Qin Wu bluntly asked if she had come to avenge her senior sister. Technically, senior sister was in the wrong first, but she is still my senior sister. Touching her is like touching my entire Zhan Shui sect, too long-winded. Qin Wu told Zhang Li to get to the point. My senior sister has always been arrogant and never understood that there are always people better than her. Being humiliated by you today is her own fault, but now I have to win back face for her. Only by publicly defeating you, Qin Wu, can I wash away the disgrace to my Zhan Shui sect. Young Master Qin, do you dare accept my challenge? Following the same condition he set for Zhang Faya, Qin Wu only accepted if Zhang Li agreed not to cry. With the challenge accepted, Zhang Li made her move. Sword aura quickly slashed around Qin Wu, but it was useless. Qin Wu had to admit that Zhang Li's swordsmanship and cultivation were stronger than Zhang Faya's, but it still wasn't enough to deal with him. He struck back, but Zhang Li dodged. Then Zhang Li infused her sword with spiritual energy, preparing to unleash her move while her internal energy erupted violently, shocking everyone present. With a thunderous sword strike and agile movements, Zhang Li quickly closed in on Qin Wu. But surprisingly, the strike was easily blocked. Strangely enough, it wasn't Qin Wu who blocked it. It turned out that the imperial tutor had arrived in time to stop the fight, citing that today was a grand feast and no disturbances were allowed. A nearby strongman recognized him as the Tianhe imperial tutor, who always accompanied the human emperor, rarely interacted with the outside world and seldom made a move. No one expected his cultivation to be so formidable. Seeing this, Zhang Li sheathed her sword, saying that a guest should follow the host's rules. But before leaving, she reminded Qin Wu that they would fight another day. Qin Wu was unafraid. After all, he was here for first place, so he'd deal with it in the final round. Seeing Qin Wu still so arrogant, the imperial tutor couldn't help but warn him that there was always someone stronger on the path of cultivation. But Qin Wu didn't listen to a word he said and even suggested he go back to the harem. The people nearby couldn't help but remark that Qin Wu didn't even show the Tianhe imperial tutor any respect. After the matter was settled, Qin Wu walked away without looking back. The imperial tutor stared at Qin Wu's back, unable to see through him, guessing that Qin Wu likely harbored a big secret, but winning first place in the tournament was absolutely impossible. A little while later, the grand feast officially began. Yi Tong and Li Qingjiao heard that today the divine chef of the Tianhe kingdom would showcase his skills to entertain the guests, so they couldn't wait to join the fun. Suddenly, they saw Qin Wu approaching from afar. Yi Tong asked if the earlier matter had been resolved. Qin Wu didn't hide anything, revealing that the Tianhe imperial tutor had shown up, so the fight had stopped. After all, he wasn't a match for him either. Just then, a flock of colorful birds flew by. At the same time, an announcement came that the guest houses were full. The imperial tutor was going to hold an additional feast at the city lord's mansion. Martial artists could attend freely, but the condition was to collect 10 feathers of different colors to qualify for the feast and taste the desolate beast meat. Hearing how generous the imperial tutor was, everyone put down their chopsticks, stood up and rushed toward the flock to grab the birds. Qin Wu realized this was a way to screen the martial artists. After all, with so many participants, the conventional method would take forever. Yi Tong quickly caught one, thinking this round of screening was too easy. But as soon as she landed, the bird in her hand disappeared. Qin Wu explained that these birds were formed from spiritual energy and would dissipate if affected by other spiritual forces. Hearing this, Li Qingjiao suddenly remembered something special. This was the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting, the national treasure of the Hali royal family. It could transform into countless birds, incredibly magical, and she hadn't expected it to be used as a prop for the tournament. The nearby martial artists, like Yi Tong, couldn't find the bird they had just caught and pointed at someone else, accusing them of stealing it. Yi Tong could only sigh. Since they couldn't use spiritual energy, they might as well go back to the guest house and have a good meal. Qin Wu began to make his move. He leaped into the air, quickly grabbed one of the birds, and landed steadily on a rooftop. He reminded the two not to give up, as going back to the guest house would disqualify them. Although no one had said so, Qin Wu could guess the Hali royal family's intentions. As soon as he said that, he released the bird. What puzzled Yi Tong below was that the bird Qin Wu had caught didn't disappear. Qin Wu explained simply that it was because he hadn't used any spiritual energy. With his agile movements, Qin Wu managed to collect 6 feathers from the flock. Qin Wu tore through the void using only his physical strength, startling Yi Tong. Meanwhile, Yan Yan had it easy. She used her flute to lure the birds over without any effort. As for Feng Kanglang, he dripped his blood into a bowl and boiled it. As he expected, some birds were attracted by his blood. The scene shifted to the entrance of the city lord's mansion, where Xuanyuan Xian had already arrived. After all, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was a sacred artifact of the Haoyue royal family, so the outcome wasn't hard to guess, but surprisingly, Xuanyuan Xian wasn't the first to arrive. Looking inside, she saw familiar faces. Qin Wu, Yi Tong, and Li Qingzhao. Xuanyuan Xian greeted them, thinking that even if Qin Wu was a bit faster than her, he definitely had fewer feathers. But she was quickly proven wrong when Yazai's phantom appeared, placing crowns made of feathers on Yi Tong and Li Qingzhao's heads. Soon after, Yan Yan and Feng Kanglang also arrived one after another. Seeing Qin Wu, they weren't surprised. They had basically expected it. Zhang Faya and Zhang Li followed behind, their faces full of reluctance. Suddenly, someone was stopped at the entrance for not having enough feathers. It turned out to be the troublemaker Situ Zhengwu, but he wasn't flustered. Using some unknown method, he attached himself to an old woman to get through. He took the opportunity to scold the guard, telling him to watch his attitude and not look down on others. So Situ Zhengwu went in and joined Qin Wu's group. Seeing the person beside him, Qin Wu felt awkward, unsure whether to call her miss or ma'am. Situ Zhengwu explained that he didn't care about appearances. Even if she was a bit ugly, as long as she had skill, that was fine. Hearing these shameless words, Yi Dong and Li Qingzhao couldn't help but shiver. Qin Wu's gaze fell on something on Situ Zhengwu's person, and he immediately understood his purpose. The nearby Zhou Tianlin also recognized the woman as Greedy Flower Granny, the eldest princess of the Qingmu dynasty. She had aged rapidly because she practiced the heaven-grade technique, the withered glory divine art. In reality, she was less than 20 years old. Her purpose here was to borrow the sacred artifacts of the 8 great dynasties as the first-place prize. The little girl and the old man from before also appeared here, having slept through several rounds. Just then, the Tianhe imperial tutor came out to greet everyone. The elite martial artists of the 8 great dynasties had gathered here, instantly brightening the humble courtyard. He also congratulated those who had passed the first round. As soon as he finished speaking, a hot-tempered man slammed the table and stood up angrily, demanding to know why he had been tricked. From the moment he arrived until now, he hadn't seen any desolate beast meat. He even threatened to smash the place if the Haoyue royal family dared to deceive him. The imperial tutor remained calm and replied that there was indeed desolate beast meat. He then ordered plates of large meat portions to be brought to everyone's table. This made the hot-tempered man look at him with newfound respect. Unable to resist his cravings, he grabbed a desolate beast leg and took a big bite, praising it endlessly. Looking at the desolate beast meat, Qin Wu seemed to sense something. It looked simple, but the meat had no trace of spiritual energy, yet it emitted an alluring aroma that tugged at the soul. It wasn't just Qin Wu. Greedy Flower Granny also sensed it. Her vines withered the moment they touched it. Though she understood the intent, there was no surprise on her face. Instead, she revealed a sinister smile. Yan Yan also showed no interest in the stuff, as if she had guessed something too. To confirm what it was, Qin Wu called out Yazai. Yazai understood, picked it up and examined it, confirming that it was Tai Sui meat, ethereal and elusive, expanding in water and dissolving in fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had been devouring the meat suddenly clutched his neck and writhed in pain. The people present, worried, crowded around to check on him. Just then, his body began to swell. When it reached its limit, it exploded, leaving not even bones or flesh behind. This scene terrified everyone, and they dared not touch the meat anymore. The imperial tutor wasn't surprised. Instead, he scolded the man for lacking skill, being a warrior without the corresponding appetite. The imperial tutor intended to use this second round of screening to have everyone present taste the meat of this mysterious desolate beast. He had encountered it by chance in the Desolate Beast mountain range. Even a single bite would cause an ordinary person to explode. If one could successfully refine it, their cultivation would improve significantly. He gave everyone the time it takes to burn an incense stick to finish the Desolate Beast meat on their plates. Finishing it meant passing, and the fastest eater would have the opportunity to ask him, the imperial tutor, 3 questions. Watching the incense slowly burn down, Zhou Tianlin still harbored some doubts, thinking that the reckless man had only gotten into trouble because he ate too hastily. Given Zhou Tianlin's strength, eating slowly should pose no problem. So he broke off a small piece and chewed it carefully. As soon as he swallowed it, he felt a powerful surge erupt inside him. Without a second thought, he immediately activated the great Zhou imperial art to refine it with all his might. To his surprise, he succeeded. After this ordeal, he let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, another person nearby felt slightly reassured and followed suit, breaking off a small piece and putting it into his mouth. But the result was completely unexpected. Due to his impatience, he went straight to meet his maker. At this point, Zhou Tianlin was smug, thinking that only a fool would dare to compare themselves to him. Not only that, but he stood up and declared outright that anyone whose cultivation technique was below the earth grade should quit early. This round tested the grade of one's technique. If the refinement speed was too slow, they would explode and die. As soon as Zhou Tianlin said this, a few people voluntarily gave up, believing that the Bright Moon royal family was biased and that cultivators like them without backing could never obtain techniques above earth grade. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianlin's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yu. In terms of skill, he had indeed lost, but in terms of background, as the great Zhou Crown Prince, he was sure to win. Zhou Tianlin didn't believe Qin Yu could possess a profound technique, but it seemed he had underestimated their Qin Yu. Rather than dwell on this, Qin Yu came up with a better idea: refine the wild beast meat outside first, then eat it. Those nearby thought this was a good plan and followed suit. Of course, Zhou Tianlin couldn't guess this. He was still too focused on strength rather than using his brain. Yi Dong and Li Qingzhao also praised Qin Yu's method. After a while, Qin Yu successfully refined it. Without hesitation, Qin Yu took a few bites, chewed easily, and asked the imperial tutor if he was the first in this round. The imperial tutor was stunned, not by Qin Yu's idea, but by the 9th grade sacred flame Qin Yu possessed. The imperial tutor couldn't fathom how many secrets Qin Yu held, but he didn't show it, merely praising Qin Yu as a formidable youth, confirming him as the first to pass, and granting him the opportunity to ask 3 questions. Qin Yu seemed rather uninterested in this treatment. This didn't seem to be what Qin Yu was after. Seeing his smug expression, Zhang Feiya couldn't hold back and stood up to question Qin Yu's attitude toward the imperial tutor, arguing that these 3 questions could help cultivators resolve their doubts on the path of cultivation. However, Qin Yu dismissed this with disdain. Facing Zhang Feiya's attitude, Qin Yu remained exceptionally calm and retorted. He insinuated that she must have had too many doubts, which was why he had beaten her so badly that she cried for her parents. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but laugh, which was a great humiliation for Zhang Feiya. Zhang Li, seeing her sister humiliated, was also displeased and held a grudge against Qin Yu, waiting to settle the score later. Feng Kanglang, on the other hand, appreciated Qin Yu's blunt attitude. Qin Yu was someone he had to regard differently. Back to Qin Yu, he was still his usual self, wanting to save the 3 questions to ask the imperial tutor later, and asked if that was possible. The imperial tutor had no choice but to agree. With that, the assessment was over, and he informed those who passed to gather at the Bright Moon royal family's martial arena tomorrow morning. Having nothing else to do here, Qin Yu took the initiative to leave first. Regarding the behavior that had embarrassed him earlier, the imperial tutor secretly vowed to make tomorrow's official competition Qin Yu's grave. The scene shifted, and after a while, in the Bright Moon Imperial Palace's main hall. Let's mention again that the human emperor of the Tianhe dynasty and the ruler of the Bright Moon royal family were related. The imperial tutor was also there, reporting that the organization of the 8 dynasties martial arts competition had been very successful. All those with low talent had been weeded out. Tomorrow was the official competition day, and he requested His Majesty to attend and deliver an opening speech to boost morale. The human emperor naturally agreed and also asked if any outstanding prodigies had emerged in this selection. The imperial tutor confirmed not only that there were but many. When converted into dragon fortune, they would help the human emperor advance further. Hearing this answer, the human emperor suddenly became agitated because this wasn't what he wanted to hear. Spending the 80 years of accumulated national treasury just to get a chance for the other 7 dynasties' sacred artifacts to appear was unacceptable to him. And the championship prize promised by the Tianhe dynasty was nothing but an empty promise. At this point, he could no longer stay calm, rushing to the imperial tutor and asking if anyone besides those arranged by the Tianhe dynasty could win the championship. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial tutor's spiritual energy erupted violently, calming the human emperor down. The human emperor naturally felt it, and somewhat intimidated, retreated to his seat and apologized to the imperial tutor. Ever since the dragon fortune collapsed, his state had become increasingly unstable, but no matter what, his greatest fear was that an outsider would win the championship, and the truth would come out. Even if they managed to seize the fortune, they would face accusations. He feared the dragon fortune would collapse again. The imperial tutor, however, wasn't too worried, assuring the human emperor that the arranged people were ready, and would definitely take first place. Apart from Qin Yu, no one else was a threat. Though worried, The imperial tutor believed that tomorrow would be Qin Yu's death day. Seeing that the imperial tutor had already planned ahead, the human emperor felt slightly relieved. With matters settled, the imperial tutor took his leave. Watching the imperial tutor's retreating figure, the human emperor thought of the name Qin Yu again. He suspected Qin Yu was from the Qin family of the Divine Sword dynasty. To avoid complications, Qin Yu had to be dealt with tonight. Without further thought, the human emperor summoned the heavenly snake guard. As soon as he spoke, a figure appeared in the hall awaiting orders. The purpose of summoning him was to have the heavenly snake guard kill Qin Yu tonight, rather than waiting until tomorrow. The scene shifted to that evening at the post station, where two people were still angrily complaining about having to spend the night here on the eve of the competition. Another person, though very tired, could only reluctantly accept it. After all, the reward was the right to use the 8 sacred artifacts, which was beyond anyone's imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, these two were whipped by a stranger as a warning. He acted only because they had been noisy all day, disturbing others' rest, and kept chattering about winning the championship, which irritated him further. This scene also caught the eyes of Qin Yu and Yan Yan, who were enjoying the view. Qin Yu found the stranger unfamiliar, as he hadn't seen him since the first round, but Yan Yan recognized him at once as Tai Xuanli, the son of the Tianhe dynasty's deputy minister of the Imperial Clan. It made sense that Qin Yu hadn't encountered him in the first round, as he had been granted a special pass. When Yi Hong learned of this, she found it hard to accept. How could there be such an unfair competition? As the host funding the event, it was common for the Tianhe dynasty to send a team of martial artists into the official competition. Yan Yan advised everyone not to interfere. Back to the two who were beaten, one of them couldn't stand being humiliated by Tai Xuanli and struggled to get up, charging forward without a word to strike first. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge the whip in Tai Xuanli's hand. A simple lash pierced his back, killing him easily. Seeing this, the other scrambled away in panic, fearing he would be next. Witnessing Tai Xuanli's control of qi, even Qin Yu couldn't help but admire it. The lackeys behind him also seized the chance to flatter him, saying his move had subdued those arrogant martial artists, when in fact he had started the trouble himself. A bunch of parasites whose only goal was to curry favor with the Tianhe dynasty and covet the rewards, that was their fate. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu interrupted, using words to hint at those parasites, and they were none other than themselves. Hearing someone so arrogant, Tai Xuanli couldn't stand it and turned to ask the other's name. Qin Yu didn't flaunt his background, only saying he was a rogue cultivator from a small sect. A man with no connections, Tai Xuanli naturally dismissed him and immediately launched a killing move. Unexpectedly, this move was easily neutralized by the wine flask in Qin Yu's hand. The wine inside splashed all over Tai Xuanli. Seeing this, Yi Hong thought of a chicken that had just been scalded and was waiting to be plucked. There was no denying it. It was too embarrassing. Tai Xuanli declared on the spot that he would cripple the three of them before tomorrow's competition began. At this point, Yan Yan also stepped forward to warn Tai Xuanli, but it seemed useless. A man swung a blade at Qin Yu, but before he could get close, Feng Candlang sent him flying with a palm strike. The Tianhe dynasty's tactic of using the opportunity to suppress and eliminate dissenters was also unacceptable to Feng Candlang, but Tai Xuanli denied it, arguing that his actions represented only himself, and had nothing to do with the Tianhe dynasty. This suited Qin Yu perfectly. As soon as Tai Xuanli finished speaking, Qin Yu rushed forward and slapped him hard across the face. Since Tai Xuanli didn't represent the Tianhe dynasty, Qin Yu hitting him was just a personal grudge. Humiliated on his own turf, Tai Xuanli was furious and was about to strike when a peculiar aura suddenly appeared, stopping both of them. An old man with an extraordinary and elusive demeanor emerged. He urged everyone to go back and rest as they had a competition tomorrow. Yan Yan also sensed that the old man's aura was at the peak of the shattered void realm. Even more surprising, the old man walked up to Qin Yu and voluntarily apologized for the Tianhe dynasty's actions. To show sincerity, he suggested Qin Yu follow him to the observation chi pavilion to pick any treasure he wanted. Hearing this treatment, everyone present was astonished. It was well known that the observation chi pavilion was where the Tianhe dynasty collected treasures from all over the world, with every kind imaginable. They should have made a bigger fuss earlier. Before Qin Yu could decide, Yi Tong spoke up to stop him because she felt the Tianhe dynasty had been acting strangely lately, and advised Qin Yu not to take it, but Qin Yu ignored Yi Tong's warning, believing that passing up a good deal was foolish. Before leaving, Qin Yu told the two to rest assured that he would be back soon. The deal was struck, and the old man led the way, completely missing the smug expression on Tai Xuanli's face as he had successfully lured Qin Yu in. After following the old man for a while without arriving, Qin Yu began to suspect why the observation chi pavilion was set in such a remote place. They finally came to a massive door, and the old man confirmed that Qin Yu was very lucky to set foot here. As the door opened, a blinding light shot straight at Qin Yu. What appeared before him were countless treasures accumulated by the Tianhe dynasty over countless years. Seeing this sight, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim that it lived up to its reputation. Sensing Qin Yu's suspicion, the old man directly asked, but Qin Yu quickly denied it, saying that the senior was highly respected and he had come purely out of trust. Hearing this, the old man was very satisfied, and invited Qin Yu to choose freely, reminding him that all the artifacts here had extraordinary origins, and any random one would be a good find. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony and immediately set his sights on a nearby spear. But as soon as he touched it, a formation appeared and enveloped it. Qin Yu immediately noticed and demanded to know why the old man had set up a formation if he was giving him a gift. The old man seemed flustered and explained that it was a formation set by the Tianhe dynasty's ancestors, which couldn't be stopped once activated to prevent descendants from ruining opportunities. He himself was powerless. Qin Yu didn't want to make things difficult for him, and asked to decline the gift, but before leaving he couldn't help mocking the Tianhe dynasty's sincerity. However, before he could take a few steps, the old man hurriedly called him back, confirming that if Qin Yu could comprehend the formation's mysteries, he could take the corresponding artifact. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu agreed and tried to break the formation. As soon as he touched the spear, the official formation was activated, and two massive chains suddenly descended from above, quickly binding Qin Yu tightly, leaving him immobile. With the deed done, the old man could no longer hide his joy and burst into laughter. At this point he dropped the act, tore off his disguise and revealed his true identity as the Heavenly Snake Guard. Qin Yu remained very calm, asking for his name and who sent him to kill him. But the Heavenly Snake Guard, seeing him as a dead man, didn't bother to answer, advising Qin Yu to ask the King of Hell instead. As he spoke, he charged at Qin Yu, aiming for a fatal blow. But just as he was about to strike, Qin Yu snapped the chains and broke free. This shocked the Heavenly Snake Guard immensely, as it seemed impossible. In truth, it was simple. Qin Yu had been wary before coming and then took the opportunity to strike the Heavenly Snake Guard, sending him crashing into the wall. The heavy fall successfully enraged the Heavenly Snake Guard. He didn't understand why His Majesty, with all his affairs, would notice a mere ant like Qin Yu. As he spoke, he formed hand seals, activating the trapping formation, and countless chains quickly bound Qin Yu's limbs. As Qin Yu had expected, this was the Tianhe dynasty's anti-theft formation. The reason the Heavenly Snake Guard was unaffected was that he held a token from the Tianhe human emperor. Truly worthy of being called by the imperial tutor, a prodigy with a chance to win the championship among the 8 nations' talents, the Heavenly Snake Guard didn't hide it and directly admitted it. Indeed, luring him to the treasury was the safest method. He couldn't wait any longer, holding the token and commanding the formation to attack Qin Yu. Having seen what he wanted, Qin Yu was done pretending, and actively broke the chains to free himself, simultaneously lunging at him to snatch it. Naturally, this required Yachi's help, and so he effortlessly took the token from the Heavenly Snake Guard's hand as easily as picking something from a pocket. The moment the token fell into Qin Yu's hands, the formation calmed down and no longer targeted him. Qin Yu couldn't resist taunting him, saying that such an important item was so carelessly placed that not taking it would be an insult to the ancestors. Having such a crucial item fall into enemy hands, the Heavenly Snake Guard was terrified and threatened Qin Yu with his emperor. But Qin Yu didn't care and activated the formation again to attack. Unexpectedly, this time was the same as before. Qin Yu was still the formation's target, and he was bound even tighter. It turned out that our Qin Yu had been tricked by the Heavenly Snake Guard. There was no such token. The formation was controlled by a simple incantation. He looked at Qin Yu with contempt, thinking he had fallen for it so easily. Qin Yu remained very calm, confirming that he was indeed despicable, and then the formation tightened further, wrapping Qin Yu tightly without leaving a gap. The Heavenly Snake Guard was eager to finish quickly, pulling out a spear from his person, and remarked that Qin Yu did have some skill. But the Heavenly Snake Guard was a personal guard of successive human emperors, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. He had killed many like Qin Yu. The result would be the same. He promised to leave Qin Yu's body intact so he could go in peace. The moment the words left his mouth, the Celestial Serpent Guard thrust his spear toward the restrained Qin Yu. But he seemed to have underestimated our Qin Yu. After all, hunters often appear as prey, catching their opponents off guard. By some unknown method, the iron chains that had tightly bound Qin Yu gradually loosened and began to move according to his will. The long spear in the Celestial Serpent Guard's hand was also entangled by the chains and snapped apart. Sensing trouble, the Celestial Serpent Guard quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Seeing Qin Yu manipulate the formation so effortlessly, the Celestial Serpent Guard even suspected he was using sorcery. The formation couldn't possibly be so ineffective. It turned out that Qin Yu had borrowed the power of Taotie, and its condition for acting was the sacrifice of the entire treasury of the Tianhe dynasty. Thus, all the treasures inside were drawn toward Qin Yu and continuously devoured. Witnessing this, the Celestial Serpent Guard, who couldn't even touch those items himself, grew restless. He could only try to restore the anti-theft formation as quickly as possible, perhaps to stop everything. Without a second thought, he acted immediately. But it seemed that whatever he did now was too late. Qin Yu also took a light step back, ceding the stage to his brothers. What appeared there were the phantom images of Yazi and Taotie, looking terrifyingly massive. Qin Yu let out a laugh and said, "Want to reclaim the formation? Dream on. I've been waiting for you to channel all the formation's power into yourself." The Celestial Serpent Guard on this side also sensed that things were dire. The formation and some ancient force within Qin Yu were constantly pulling against each other, and he couldn't retract the formation. Soon, Qin Yu would be able to release a complete phantom of Taotie. Qin Yu naturally felt this too, as he was continuously devouring countless treasures here, regardless of whether it could eliminate him. If all the treasures were lost, then the Celestial Serpent Guard would also face punishment. At this moment he could no longer overthink. Although using the blood-devouring secret art would shorten his lifespan, only by uncovering Qin Yu's secrets could he atone for his failures. He had been focused on himself, but when he turned to look, the man was gone. As a Celestial Serpent Guard, he mistakenly thought Qin Yu had fled out of fear. This blood-devouring divine spear, once it struck, could drain blood and thus reveal all of Qin Yu's secrets. That was his thought, but executing it was far from easy. His blood-devouring divine spear was completely neutralized by Taotie's phantom. The essence of a heaven-grade secret art being unable to match this was unbelievable to the Celestial Serpent Guard. Taotie then let out a roar, sending him flying far away. Hearing that the Celestial Serpent Guard wanted to taste his own blood, Qin Yu offered him a fair suggestion. Why not exchange a sip? Hearing the voice come from Taotie's phantom's mouth, the Celestial Serpent Guard thought Qin Yu was truly a primordial beast, but this idea seemed immediately dismissed. Qin Yu slowly walked out from within, reminding Taotie not to eat such filthy things. At this point it seemed enough, as Taotie's phantom grew increasingly clear. From Qin Yu's mouth a few incantations were murmured. "Devouring evil beast, ancient primordial lord, Taotie, return to your place." After finishing, Qin Yu didn't forget to thank the Celestial Serpent Guard, asking him to convey his gratitude to the human emperor of the Tianhe dynasty. If he hadn't given him all the treasures in the treasury, he wouldn't have broken through to the peak of the Po Wang realm so quickly. Before anything else, Qin Yu began to adopt a lecturing posture. The Celestial Serpent Guard, enraged, shouted at Qin Yu, "Don't be too arrogant. Breaking through to the peak of the Po Wang realm is nothing. Defeating me is impossible, because I've long been at the peak of the Sui Shu realm." The moment the words fell, countless spikes shot at the fastest speed toward where Qin Yu stood. It looked impressive, but they were instantly devoured by Taotie. Using such a weak move made Qin Yu feel it sullied his eyes, so he returned the favor with a palm strike as a matter of courtesy. After spinning several times in the air, the Celestial Serpent Guard still managed to land safely. This time, however, it truly enraged him. No matter how monstrous Qin Yu was, he couldn't possibly suppress him across realms. It was certain that the spell Qin Yu was using now must be extremely mana-consuming to have such power. The Celestial Serpent Guard did something, and soon countless clones of him appeared all around. This was his highly confident Celestial Serpent clone art. If he could stall for time, it would be our Qin Yu who died in the end. After creating 5 clones of his main body, the number of spikes released increased 5-fold. He was determined to drain Qin Yu's spiritual energy and kill him here. However, the Celestial Serpent Guard's plan was shattered again as a golden light swept through rapidly, blocking all attacks. That Qin Yu could maintain so much spiritual energy up to this point had already broken the worldview the Celestial Serpent Guard once imagined. Almost forgot his own Florida. Besides Taotie, Qin Yu had 5 more such creatures. It sounded hard to believe. Qin Yu decided to have them all appear at once, dazzling the opponent's eyes. Seeing Qin Yu had quite a few tricks, the Celestial Serpent Guard could only have 4 clones and 7 main bodies act together to confuse Qin Yu's vision and try to save himself. It sounded good, but unfortunately, Taotie wouldn't allow it. Soon, 1 clone was caught by it. Then another was burned alive by the flames of the 9-legged golden crow, while Suani eliminated one with the indestructible gang method. Not done yet, Kui Niu also wanted to contribute. The clones were struck by continuous bolts of heavenly thunder. Similarly, Yinglong swung its tail, smashing another clone into smoke with 1 blow. Finally, Yazi flattened one with a clean claw strike. Of course this was the Celestial Serpent Guard's true body. He could only lie helplessly, as Yazi grabbed him into the air and then hurled him forcefully toward Qin Yu for a few final words. At this point the Celestial Serpent Guard began to feel fear, repeatedly begging Qin Yu not to kill him. If he did, he would plead with his emperor on Qin Yu's behalf to secure victory for the Tianyu dynasty. Qin Yu thought it over and found it unreasonable. Someone who wants to kill me, yet I should kneel and seek peace. Just hearing it felt wrong. Qin Yu didn't forget to ask Yazi and Taotie for their opinions. Naturally he got their disdain. Since ancient times, others have begged them, never the other way around. This suited him perfectly. So Qin Yu hesitated no longer and acted immediately. The moment Qin Yu's palm descended, the Celestial Serpent Guard's body seemed pressed by an invisible force, unable to move. He was thus devoured by Taotie, leaving not even bones behind. Afterward, Taotie's phantom returned to Qin Yu's body and vanished. Just then, the treasury automatically activated its self-destruct mechanism. As its overseer was gone, this surprised Qin Yu. He hadn't expected the Tianhe human emperor to have calculated even this step. Even if the Celestial Serpent Guard failed in his assassination, he would still trap Qin Yu here forever. Qin Yu noted this debt and would settle it with that human emperor sooner or later. But for now, he would test his power at the peak of the Po Wang realm. The scene shifted to the next morning on the valley's arena. Everyone had gathered. Here, the Tianhe imperial tutor also introduced that this valley was the Tianhe dynasty's royal hunting grounds, filled with countless resources but also dangerous exotic beasts. Hearing this, the crowd grew excited. Such a fine place, open to everyone here. The Tianhe dynasty was truly generous. Only one person harbored ulterior motives, scolding them as a bunch of bumpkins, merely stepping stones to pave his way. At this moment, Yi Ang appeared, but Qin Yu was nowhere to be seen. After hesitating for a while, she decided to go find Li Qingzhao and the others to ask. Li Qingzhao revealed that he had seen Qin Yu taken by an old eunuch of the Tianhe dynasty to receive some reward, but he hadn't returned all morning. He suspected Qin Yu might have met with misfortune, but this unlucky notion was refuted by Yan Yan. After all, many had seen Qin Yu taken by Tianhe dynasty people. They surely wouldn't dare go too far and disgrace the dynasty. Feng Kanglang beside him also agreed, speculating that with Qin Yu's wisdom and courage, he might just be delayed by something and would rush here once it was handled. Seeing everyone start to discuss, the imperial tutor standing nearby revealed a sinister smile. He guessed that the emperor had already sent someone to directly eliminate Qin Yu, disregarding royal reputation. But unfortunately, whether Qin Yu participated or not, he couldn't get first place according to his plan. Thinking it over, he decided to figure out how to cover up the truth later, salvaging what little royal face remained. No sooner had this thought settled than a somewhat familiar voice came from afar. It turned out Qin Yu had already arrived, asking when the competition would start, as standing and waiting was tiring. Seeing this person who shouldn't be here, the imperial tutor was slightly startled. Qin Yu remained calm, even teasing him about being surprised by his appearance. Of course, by common logic, Qin Yu was absolutely no match for the Celestial Serpent Guard. He thought Qin Yu must have mastered some extremely advanced escape art. Setting this thought aside, the imperial tutor still replied composedly, leaving no gaps. For the Tianhe dynasty to have such a dedicated person as the imperial tutor was a blessing for the 8-nation martial artists. Qin Yu also praised him. Hearing this, the imperial tutor responded happily, saying it was his duty. As the words fell, he began scheming again in his mind. Even if he could escape the Celestial Serpent Guard's assassination, Qin Yu had no right to be arrogant. Once inside the exam grounds, it would be Qin Yu's death. After the pleasantries, the imperial tutor took out a badge and introduced the next competition's rules. The royal hunting grounds before them were full of fierce exotic beasts, each bearing a badge. Defeating a beast would earn the corresponding badge. The grounds were not yet sealed. After 3 hours, rankings would be determined by the number of badges. With the information complete, the imperial tutor officially announced the start of the finals. With rising momentum, everyone rushed in at top speed. Zhou Tianlin also seized the moment, dashing in and declaring that the championship would surely belong to their great Zhou dynasty. But after a few steps, a dark shadow flashed by. Though unknown, it was clearly someone from the Shaoying sect. Feng Kanglang hurriedly urged Qin Yu to go in with him to check it out. Yi Tong and Li Qingzhao, unable to contain their curiosity, quickly followed. Before leaving, Qin Yu turned back and shot a provocative glance at the imperial tutor. Successfully enraging him, he cursed inwardly and decided to order that Tai Xuanli add 2 more Tianhe dynasty contestant teams to fully suppress Qin Yu. No sooner had the order been given than his figure vanished. the scene shifted to shortly after, deep within the royal hunting grounds. Before anything happened, a massive white tiger appeared there. This was a ferocious horned white tiger, a lord-level exotic beast with a trace of legendary primordial beast bloodline. It was not something contestants could handle. This Shaoying sect man was still congratulating himself on his mastery of concealment arts to hide his aura, but if it were that simple, would it be called a lord-level beast? Before he could react, the ferocious horned white tiger appeared behind him. The outcome was unknown, but a huge explosion was heard, suggesting he had already met his end. The commotion reached Qin Yu's group. Li Qingzhao hadn't expected the beasts in the hunting grounds to be so fierce. Only now did Qin Yu understand the imperial tutor's confident demeanor. Everything had a reason, and this competition was far from simple. Lost in thought, he didn't notice a black eagle's approach. But before it could touch Qin Yu, Yazi's phantom swatted it into dust with one claw. It was that easy. The badge then fell out. Seeing the trophy before her, Yi Hong rushed down to pick it up. Just then, the black eagle's aura suddenly erupted violently. But fortunately, Qin Yu sensed it in time and had Taotie devour it all. Then he reflected the attack back onto the black eagle. This could also be called turning the tables. Only then was the black eagle truly defeated. A puff of black smoke emerged from its body and dissipated completely. Qin Yu sensed that this was the aura of an ancient primordial beast. This creature actually had a trace of primordial beast bloodline. The royal hunting grounds were definitely not simple. Before he could think further, the huge commotion caught Yi Tong's attention, and she hurried over to check. Upon closer look, she found it was someone familiar. None other than Yan Yan, covered in wounds. Qin Yu rushed over to support her, demanding to know who had done this. Yan Yan had little time to explain, only that it was a trap set by the Tianhe dynasty to kill everyone, and she warned Qin Yu to beware of Tai Xuanli. As she spoke, countless figures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching. It was these people who had reduced Yan Yan to this state. They hadn't expected to run into the very person they were desperately seeking, but it seemed they had picked the wrong target. Before anything else, Yazi scattered them. Qin Yu seized the chance to get close to Tai Xuanli, simultaneously using Suani's divine ability, soul-stealing thunder roar, to control his soul. After succeeding, Qin Yu personally interrogated him about his purpose in infiltrating the competition. Tai Xuanli's body trembled as he confessed everything. It turned out the royal hunting grounds were a branch of the primordial beast mountain range. Everyone who had eaten the Taisu meat would become fatally attractive to primordial beasts. Their task was merely to guide the primordial beasts to besiege and kill everyone. Hearing such despicable tactics from the Tianhe dynasty, Yi Ang couldn't help but curse, asking why they wanted to kill everyone. Here, the truth was finally revealed. The imperial tutor wanted to blood sacrifice the elite martial artists of the 8 nations, using martial fortune to condense dragon fortune and help the emperor break his shackles. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately recalled the events in the ancient tomb. Chen Shang had obtained a legacy there, absorbing 80 of the Tianhe dynasty's dragon energy, weakening the human emperor's dragon aura and forcing him to take risks. The matter was now clear. Yi Hong then suggested revealing the truth to the others and jointly attacking the Tianhe dynasty. But no sooner had she spoken than Tai Xuanli denied it. Somehow he had regained control of his soul and crushed something, revealing that the entire primordial beast branch had been sealed off by the Tianhe dynasty's army. Everyone here might as well wait to die. As Tai Xuanli said, countless primordial beasts soon found their way here. Yi Ang began to panic, unable to think of any countermeasure. In this decisive moment, only Qin Yu remained calm. Perhaps there was only one way left to control the rampaging wild beasts, the Beast King deep within the wild beast mountains. Without a second thought, Qin Wu pulled the other 3 along and led them inside, leaving that name from the Tai Zan calendar to be trampled to death on the spot beneath the sharp iron claws of the nearby beasts. Of course, this newly forged grudge was deeply etched into Qin Wu's heart. He swore that he would make every one of them pay for their despicable tactics. And that brings us to the end of this journey. Looking back at the whole story from a crippled and betrayed genius, our MC reincarnated with his past memories, stepping up to crush every enemy in his path. It's been a series of incredibly satisfying face-slapping moments, absolutely ruthless and decisive. An MC who repays every grudge and doesn't waste time on pointless talk. It's just so addictive and satisfying to watch, right guys? Wrapping up these epic battles, we have officially reached chapter 150. This also marks the end of the current season for the source material. As we say goodbye to this masterpiece for now, there are still countless other amazing reincarnation, revenge, and cultivation stories waiting for you to discover on my channel. If you guys enjoyed this video, please don't forget to drop a like for Hali Recap, hit that subscribe button, and turn on the notification bell. Your support is the absolute biggest motivation for Hali Recap to keep grinding and bring you many more awesome new series in the near future. For now, thank you so much for watching. Peace out, and I'll see you guys in the next stories.